To be born in this lonely fortress of a city is your misfortune. On a high platform, an elderly man in blood-stained rusted armor spoke in a low, heavy voice to the youths gathered below. 12 years ago, when the world was transformed, ferocious beasts and aberrant demons descended one after another. Our Daxia city has fought for 12 years. Now it is your turn to enter the battlefield. Tell me, when you stand before snarling beasts and grotesque demons, do you feel fear? Below the platform, one youthful face after another, still tender yet hardened with resolve, rose as they thrust their arms into the air and roared. We do not fear. Their thunderous shout seemed to shake the very heavens. For so many years our seniors have gone forth one after another guarding Daxia city, so we might survive. Now it is our turn. How could we possibly be afraid? To protect our homeland is our duty. In Daxia city, every person is a soldier. So what if we are a solitary city? One day we will carve a path through the beasts and return to our former lands. The elder's turbid, time-worn eyes swept over each youthful, earnest face, and his heart filled with quiet gratification. This was Daxia city, a city that had fought for 12 unyielding years, a city that refused to speak of surrender. Even if its last drop of blood were spilled, it would battle the beasts to the bitter end. Good. You are truly worthy to be called people of Daxia city. We will now begin the awakening ceremony. Those who have turned 18 this year step forward in order and touch the magic stone. I and the 300,000 remaining souls within Daxia city sincerely hope that each of you awakens a powerful class. After speaking, the elder shuffled a few steps to the side, revealing a black stone guarded by 4 stone pillars emanating a mysterious, otherworldly radiance. Though they had seen it many times before, the crowd's gazes were once again irresistibly drawn to it. The magic stone was one of the phenomena that appeared with the great change of the world. Its function was to allow humans who had reached 18 to awaken and become powerful awakeners. Everyone yearned to awaken a strong class so that they could contribute greater strength to the defense of their homeland. Jiang Ji came too. From the rear, the sound of wheels rolling could be heard. A young man gripped the wheels of his wheelchair with his hands, laboriously driving it forward, slowly making his way over. Seated in the wheelchair, Jiang Ji wore a calm expression. Hearing someone greet him, he smiled and said, "I was born with a leg ailment and cannot become a martial artist. Now that I am finally 18, if I can become an awakener, I can also contribute to Daxia city rather than be a burden to everyone." Hearing Jiang Ji speak so frankly about his illness, the people around him were unsurprised and showed not the slightest hint of ridicule. Born in Daxia city, just as they were, he was their compatriot. Their thoughts and concerns were all for Daxia city. Moreover, if even Jiang Ji, crippled in both legs, was thinking of contributing his strength, how could they with sound bodies possibly fall short of him? Jiang Ji had arrived late. He maneuvered his wheelchair to the end of the line and queued in silence, occasionally chatting with the people in front of him. From time to time, exclamations rang out as someone awakened a powerful class. When boredom crept in, flickers of memory surfaced in his eyes. In truth, there were 2 sets of memories in his mind. One came from Earth. By that world's terms, he was someone who had traversed from another life. Yet Jiang Ji did not know whether he had crossed over as a soul or with his body. Before he was even born, while still a fetus in the womb, memories of Earth had appeared in his mind. A normal 10-month pregnancy and an ordinary birth left Jiang Ji unable to tell whether he was truly a transmigrator or a native of this world. He had once thought he would be like the transmigrators in stories, granted some legendary cheat. But no such thing ever happened. Instead, he was born with crippled legs, doomed never to walk like an ordinary person. An ordinary life went on for 6 years. Then one day the world changed. Innumerable vortex-like gates appeared and countless ferocious beasts burst forth, roaring as they charged madly at human cities. Humanity was caught completely off guard. Fortunately, with their technological weapons, they barely managed to hold the cities. But humanity's weapons were finite, while the emergence of the beasts showed no sign of stopping. In the end, many cities were overrun and became territories of the beasts. Daxia city lay far from humanity's heartlands, separated by vast dense forests and a boundless sea. With the fall of nearby cities, Daxia city was completely cut off from the human hinterland, becoming a solitary fortress surrounded by beasts. Fortunately, just as their technological weapons were nearly exhausted, the emergence of awakeners and the rediscovery of martial legacies allowed Daxia city to cling to a fragile existence. Ancient martial arts legacies could cultivate formidable strength in this changed world. Awakeners, on the other hand, were those who, upon touching the magic stone under certain unknown conditions, would gain a class and innate talent. Unlike martial artists who had to cultivate arduously to break through, awakeners needed only to slay enemies to gain experience, which they used to level up and grow stronger. With each level gained, powerful new abilities would surface in their minds. Daxia city divided the strength of both awakeners and martial artists into 9 tiers from 1st to 9th. Of course, the 8th and ninth tiers existed only in theory. The strongest among humanity had reached no higher than the 7th tier. The people of Daxia City believed that if a 9th tier powerhouse could be born, they would finally escape their predicament and return to their old lands. By their estimation, the mightiest of the beasts also reached only the 9th tier. Just as Jiang Ji was lost and thought, a sudden commotion rose from ahead. At the same time, a heaven and earth phenomenon unfolded. A snow-white spirit manifestation appeared, grasping a staff of ice and snow. It pointed lightly into the air, and endless frost cascaded from the heavens, swirling on the wind, as the earth was buried beneath ice, and snow, not a trace of other color to be seen. So cold. An ice spirit. It's actually an ice spirit. A class with battlefield-wide capabilities. Our Daxia City garrison can finally breathe a little easier. With another battlefield-wide awakener, the casualty ratio between us and the beasts will drop yet again. Indeed, our Daxia City does not lack awakeners strong in solo combat, but it has been years since we gained a new one with area effect abilities. The elder on the platform nodded in satisfaction as well. Every appearance of a battlefield-wide awakener was a blessing for Daxia City. In his heart, he was already planning how best to nurture her so she could grow swiftly. The ceremony proceeded swiftly. Only the last dozen or so people remained. Jiang Ji heard the cheers of the crowd and quietly cast a blessing gaze toward the one who had awakened the ice spirit, while also praying inwardly that he too might become an awakener. Even if it was not a battlefield-wide class, as long as he could become an awakener, he would be content. That was his wish. Those ahead of him advanced one by one, yet the proportion of humans who awakened remained rather low. There were over 100 participants in this ceremony, yet less than 1/3 became awakeners, and only one gained a battlefield-wide class. The rest could only continue on the path of martial cultivation. In Daxia City, everyone was a soldier. Some had begun cultivation from early childhood. By now, the strongest among this group had already reached the 3rd tier of martial arts. Even if they failed to become awakeners, they were far from useless. Only someone like Jiang Ji, born with a crippling ailment. If he could not become an awakener, he would not even qualify to set foot on the battlefield. For one born in Daxia City, that was nothing short of torment. Time passed, and soon it was Jiang Ji's turn. Seeing his figure, the crowd instinctively parted to open a path. Some, watching him laboriously push his wheelchair, wanted to step forward to help, but they were swiftly stopped and given a silent shake of the head. He was a son of Daxia City, a person as normal as any of them. During the awakening ceremony, even if it was hard for him, everything had to be done by his own strength. Only by treating him as an equal could they truly show him respect. The old man's gaze shifted to Jiang Ji, a subtle change flickering in his eyes as he looked at the youth with expectation. "Xiao Ji, do your best." Jiang Ji wheeled himself before the magic stone, nodded to the elder in thanks, then took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand upon the stone. In the next instant, boundless light burst forth from the magic stone, surging wildly. Within mere seconds, omens rippled across the sky with a rumbling roar. Heaven and earth phenomena unfolded. This was the mark of a powerful awakener. The first thing to appear was endless firelight. Flames descended from the heavens, and a flamethrower brimming with mechanical beauty appeared, gripped firmly in a pair of hands, as vicious tongues of fire spewed forth from its muzzle. Shadows of beasts emerged, only to have their lives effortlessly burned away by the savage flames, not even ash left behind. Accompanying this were grenade-like objects raining down in a dense barrage, explosions booming one after another. When the smoke cleared, the synchronized thud of marching footsteps resounded. A robot army, like ranks of machines, advanced from the rear, each equipped with powered exoskeletons and mechanical weapons, an oppressive, sky-darkening presence pressing forward. Powered armor, unmanned bombers, demonfall artillery, tracking missiles, an endless array of mechanical creations manifested one after another. At last, a sky-covering shadow blanketed the earth. A colossal starship slowly rose into the air, entering everyone's field of view. Sunlight was entirely eclipsed, heaven and earth sank into darkness. Witnessing this scene, everyone present had long since been shocked into speechlessness. After a long while, the heavenly anomaly finally dispersed, and the long-absent sunlight once again poured down upon the land. Yet the people of Daxia City remained utterly silent. Over the past 12 years, such anomalies had appeared from time to time, but none had ever been so overwhelmingly powerful. All that remained in everyone's hearts was sheer wordless shock. Mechanist. No one knew who murmured it first, but the single word was like a lit fuse. Roaring cries erupted in an instant. Mechanist. After 3 long years, our Daxia City actually has a mechanist again. Daxia City is saved. The mechanist class awakened by the former city lord reduced our casualties 100-fold. In all the long years of defending the city, he even led us beyond the walls for the first time to launch a counterattack against the vicious beasts. A mechanist, the king of mass warfare, the reaper of the battlefield, the nightmare of all beasts. The former city lord was hailed as the one most likely to lead us in reclaiming our homeland. If not for the ambush by that 8th-tier vicious beast back, then how could our mechanist city lord have fallen? Now that a mechanist has appeared again, hope has returned to Daxia City. This is heaven granting us a second chance. Everyone, this time we must protect our mechanist lord at all costs. That's right. Even if I have to burn away my life, I won't let anything happen to the mechanist, my lord. Count me in. Count me in as well. Wait, haven't you noticed? The mechanical anomaly of the previous city lord didn't seem nearly as earth-shaking as this time. Now that you mention it, you're right. I suspect that final warship which appeared could annihilate a 9th-tier vicious beast in a single strike. More than that, I feel that the army of bionic robots alone could crush the beasts. As for that warship, that's a star-destroying dreadnought built to erase entire worlds. So you're saying that this new mechanist's potential is even greater than that of the former city lord. Heaven bless Daxia. At that moment, Jiang Ji, seated in his wheelchair, became the focus of all under heaven. Only then did he finally have time to examine his own condition. After awakening a class, every awakened would gain a panel-like interface, allowing them to clearly view their own abilities. Name Jiang Ji, class mechanist, talent mechanical sovereign flesh, is frail, machinery ascends. You are the source of the ultimate machine, the very origin from which the study of mechanics is born. With but a single glance, you can fully comprehend the principles behind any mechanism, and in your hands, any machine can be brought into existence. Ability 1. A forge flame. Any mechanical material can be smelted into the mechanical components you desire. Ability 2. Mechanical arm. You possess the ability to rapidly assemble mechanical components, turning them into finished mechanical creations. Ability 3. Mechanical amplification. Any mechanical creation forged by your own hands will have its functions enhanced tenfold. Ability 4. Mechanical mastery. Any machine in your grasp can be controlled with ease as naturally as moving your own arm. Ability 5. By crafting mechanical components, smelting mechanical materials, assembling mechanical creations, and similar actions, you gain a certain amount. Level LV. 1 Tier 1. Strength 1, Intelligence Max, Infinite Constitution 1, Agility 1, Tier 1, Mechanical Arsenal Type Q 1, Rapid Charging Gun. By the time Jiang Ji finished reading the panel and lifted his head, the look in his eyes had already changed. Everything within his field of vision had undergone a fundamental transformation. Take the firearms in the hands of the nearby guards. One glance was all it took for him to easily parse their inner workings, pinpointing where flaws lay and where improvements would make their power soar. The cars by the roadside, the various materials that could serve as mechanical components. Every principle and possibility lay utterly exposed before him. The more he observed, the more his hands trembled, not from fear, but from an unbearable itch. He could hardly wait to begin crafting mechanical creations of his own. Yet before he could carefully test the mechanist's abilities, the crowd below surged toward him like a tidal wave. Mechanist! 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 Voices rose in wild cheers from every direction. It was Jiang Ji's first time facing such a scene, and for a moment, he simply stood there stunned. Fortunately, the elderly man who had encouraged him earlier reacted quickly. He grabbed hold of Jiang Ji's wheelchair, stamped his foot, and a gust of wind erupted beneath them, lifting the two of them over the crowd as they sped toward the city lord's residence. A middle-aged man who looked like an adjutant also came to his senses and called out to the crowd, "The ceremony is over. Rest assured, the city lord's residence will spare no effort in nurturing this young mechanist. For now, let him grow familiar with his new abilities. Please, all of you, return home." He had no choice but to say it. Just the appearance of a mechanist was enough to drive the people of Daxia City mad, especially since they had lived through it once before. If he did not try to dissuade them, the city lord's residence would soon be overflowing with people. Without waiting for their reaction, he grabbed the youth who had awakened the ice spirit and flashed away toward the city lord's residence as well. Although the ice spirit was not on par with the mechanist, it was still extremely powerful in the eyes of Daxia's people, and thus equally worthy of urgent cultivation. While Jiang Ji was still dazed, he was already being set down in the main hall of the city lord's residence. The moment the heavenly anomaly had appeared, the current city lord had laid aside all official matters to wait here. Besides him, many figures radiating powerful auras were filing into the hall one after another. So when Jiang Ji opened his eyes, he was met by a multitude of blazing gazes, making his entire body tense up. Enough, enough. Restrain yourselves, all of you, don't frighten Xiao Ji, the old man snorted in displeasure, scolding them. Elder Wang, after 3 years, a mechanist has finally appeared again. How do you expect everyone to hold back? Someone said with a laugh. That's right. Ever since City Lord Zhan Tian fell, the situation in Daxia City has grown more and more perilous. Now the appearance of a mechanist is enough to change the entire balance. Exactly. Besides, our military armory still holds many mechanical creations left behind by City Lord Zhan Tian. Some of them have failed, others are damaged. If this young brother can repair them, our battles against the beasts will become much easier. There's no rush to repair those. I believe our top priority is to raise this young mechanist tier as quickly as possible. No matter how formidable City Lord Jiang Ji's machines, where they are ultimately external tools. Even if restored, their power cannot fully return to its peak, and they will never surpass the creations forged by a living mechanist himself. The current City Lord Yin Chuan spoke up. What everyone says is true. Since a mechanist has appeared, our foremost objective from this moment on is to cultivate him. Then he turned to Jiang Ji with a smile. My apologies, little brother. These rough, boorish fellows must have scared you, but the appearance of a mechanist has stirred their hearts too greatly. I ask for your understanding. It's all right. City Lord Jiang Tian is my idol as well. I understand what the appearance of a mechanist represents. Jiang Ji replied, finally calming his heart. I don't believe I've asked your name yet. Yin Chuan inquired. Jiang Ji. Your surname is Jiang. A questioning light flickered through Yin Chuan's eyes. The old man addressed, as Elder Wang nodded. He is the son of Jiang Yuan, my former vice-captain in the Knight Regiment. So he is a hero's descendant. In an instant, everyone stood a little straighter in solemn respect. Elder Wang had been the very first city lord of Daxia City and one of the earliest humans to awaken. Back then, after awakening the Knight class, he sought out others who had awakened the same path and formed a Knight Regiment. Jiang Ji's father Jiang Yuan had been one of them. Later during a war, the Knight Regiment stayed behind to cover an evacuation, and in order to rescue others, most of them fell in battle. Jiang Ji's mother had also been an awakened, and she too died in a subsequent battle. Over the years, as Jiang Ji grew up, Elder Wang was the one who took care of him in many ways. Soon after, Yin Chuan and the others began to understand Jiang Ji's abilities. Jiang Ji saw no need to hide anything in Daxia City. There were no ulterior motives, as everyone's goal was to defeat the fierce beasts and return to their homeland. Moreover, the reason these people wanted to understand his abilities was to formulate a plan for his rapid improvement, which was beneficial for him. Although mechanics held no secrets for him, the experiences of the seniors who had struggled and learned were still necessary. When they heard that Jiang Ji possessed 5 abilities, Su Xuanyue, who awakened the ice spirit, was astonished. Although Jiang Ji's abilities were not immediately combat-ready, they far surpassed her 2 abilities. As for his talent, it was even more remarkable. Her talent merely allowed her to master the power of ice and snow more skillfully, which was not comparable to the mastery of mechanics. In this regard, Su Xuanyue was left with only envy. According to past training methods, the usual approach was for a martial arts powerhouse to lead the trainees to hunt fierce beasts, thus allowing the newly awakened to quickly gain experience. The reason why awakened ones were not allowed to team up was that 2 awakened individuals together would be considered a team, and the experience gained from killing fierce beasts would be divided into 2 parts. Of course, besides that, strong awakened individuals could also take action. They could go out to capture fierce beasts and bring them back for the trainees to kill. With a dual approach, the trainees' levels could rapidly ascend. Yin Chuan and the others initially planned to use this scheme to train Jiang Ji, but he rejected it. He was different from the other awakened ones. Aside from gaining experience by killing enemies, he could also gain experience by handling mechanical matters. With the talent of a master of mechanics, acquiring experience would be easier than killing enemies. Through his observations, he realized he was unlike Su Xuanyue and the others. Whether it was due to being a master of mechanics, he required an enormous amount of experience to level up. Ordinary awakened ones needed only 300 experience points to advance from the first to the second tier. However, he needed a staggering 300 experience points, which was 10 times that of an ordinary awakened one. Such a vast amount of experience was enough for a 5th-tier powerhouse to level up. Therefore, the previous plan was not suitable for him. On the contrary, dealing with mechanics was different. With the talent of a master of mechanics, he could quickly handle mechanical-related tasks, while also repairing weapons left by the previous mechanic, achieving 2 goals at once. In that case, we shall heed your advice, as you are the mechanic, and we outsiders need not force our suggestions upon you. Yin Chuan and the others agreed, and after some discussion finalized the plan. Jiang Ji, this is the key to the mechanical treasury left by the Lord of War Heaven. Right now, you are the only mechanic in Daxia City, and everything inside, whether old mechanical weapons or materials and parts, will be managed solely by you. If you have any other needs, feel free to let us know, and we will do our utmost to fulfill your requirements. Yin Chuan solemnly handed over a key. After Jiang Ji received it, he continued, additionally, you can freely allocate and manage all mechanical products in the city. If you can find the time to modify the existing weapons, that would be even better. Jiang Ji nodded seriously, a sense of responsibility rising within him, saying, I will. This was an immense trust equivalent to entrusting the city's military preparations to him, and he would not let everyone's faith down. I will go check the materials right away and manufacture a 1st-tier charging gun. It can provide significant firepower when equipped to some low-tier warriors. Old Wang approached, and patted him on the shoulders, saying, "Take it easy with the first-tier weapons. Aim to grow to the third tier as soon as possible." A third-tier mechanic can already become a nightmare for fierce beasts on the battlefield. Nearby someone laughed. "Exactly. I can't wait to see the mechanics showcase their prowess on the battlefield." Everyone's mood was quite good. The appearance of a mechanic had diluted a hint of despair regarding defending the city. With Jiang Ji's situation planned out, Yin Chuan turned his attention to Su Shuangyue, saying, "Your profession is also quite good. Since Jiang Ji does not require the first plan, we will fully focus on capturing fierce beasts to help you level up quickly." Su Shuangyue's expression was somewhat complicated as she glanced at Jiang Ji. Normally, even if Jiang Ji had other means to gain experience, it wouldn't hinder him from hunting fierce beasts. However, he entirely abandoned this plan, allowing her to become the current top trainee in Daxia City. It would be a lie to say she felt no gratitude. "I owe you one. In the future, if you encounter danger, I will risk my life to help you," Su Shuangyue could only silently promise. She did not refuse, as she needed to grow stronger to better contribute to Daxia City. The group continued discussing various topics, such as improvements needed to defend against fierce beasts. Jiang Ji and Su Shuangyue also listened in for a while. Just as Jiang Ji was eager to engage with mechanics and was about to take his leave to head to the mechanic treasury, a spark shot up outside the hall and then exploded. With a bang, countless red lights flickered. The warning lights, spaced 10 steps apart, blared with a frantic red glow. When the warning lights activated, the alert sounds echoed through every inch of Daxia City. Seeing this, the previously smiling crowd, due to the mechanic's appearance, had their expressions changed drastically, standing up in alarm. "Beast Tide? How could this happen? Why would the Beast Tide appear at this time?" A bearded man was utterly shocked. As soon as he finished speaking, a city guard rushed over, shouting, 30 miles east of the city gate, fierce beasts are gathering on a large scale. It is initially estimated that at least a level 3 Beast Tide is about to attack the city. The city lord should prepare early." Before anyone could react, another soldier came rushing in. 30 miles north, fierce beasts are gathering. It is preliminarily estimated that at least a level 3 or higher Beast Tide is approaching. The city lord should prepare early. A beast tide from 2 directions. Yin Chuan's expression darkened. It should be noted that the last beast tide occurred a year ago. At that time, to fend off a level 5 beast tide, Daxia City lost 8,000 lives with countless injuries. This time, starting at level 3, it was certain that level 5 fierce beasts would appear, making the situation no less dire than before. "Everyone return to your positions immediately. Assemble the defense army as swiftly as possible to prepare for the beast tide," Yin Chuan commanded. "Old Wang, I'll leave the night squad to you." "Understood." Old Wang nodded, the storm appearing as he quickened his pace to leave. Chun-Li, lead the 1st and 2nd defense armies to the east gate and prepare to confront the enemy. Lin Wu, command the 3rd, 4th, and 5th defense armies to the north gate and prepare to confront the enemy. Xiao Jun, send someone to notify the entire city to assemble a militia as backup. Whichever side is at a disadvantage should receive immediate support. Received. The few people named had solemn expressions and quickly left to prepare. "The rest of you gather, all awakened ones, and follow me to the walls." Yin Chuan issued a series of commands in one breath. He glanced at Jiang Ji and then said with a serious expression, "Remember, this offensive may be more intense than ever before." As soon as the mechanic appeared, the beast tide followed. If he said the two were unrelated, he wouldn't believe it, but he did not voice this concern. "City Lord, what about us?" Su Shuangyue asked anxiously. You should stay in the rear and wait until the beast tide is over." Yin Chuan glanced at them. "No way. As a part of Daxia City, how can I stand by while danger approaches? Besides, I am not only an awakened one, but also a 3rd-tier warrior. Fighting on the walls is still a contribution." Su Shuangyue insisted anxiously. "This is an order." Yin Chuan's tone was serious. In the face of a beast tide, even a 3rd-tier warrior, let alone a 5th-tier warrior, faces great danger. Your potential is the future of Daxia City. It is more meaningful to preserve you for future use than to send you to your death. As for you, Jiang Ji," Yin Chuan paused before saying, "hurry to the mechanic treasury. The more powerful you become, the less pressure Daxia City will face. I hope you understand your importance." Jiang Ji looked at his serious eyes and fell silent. In fact, he also wanted to participate in the battle, but he understood that without any mechanics at his disposal, relying on his newly awakened state and an ordinary person's body to ascend the walls would only be a burden, causing others to sacrifice themselves to protect him. In a moment of crisis, he was more clear-headed than ever. After Yin Chuan finished speaking and was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to Jiang Ji seriously. "If I die in battle, you will be the next lord of Daxia City." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ji was shocked and looked up. Yin Chuan merely nodded, saying, "When the Lord of War Heaven fell in battle, I was also entrusted with this duty. There's no need to be surprised." After saying this, he left towards the city gate. News of the impending beast tide swiftly spread throughout the city. A sense of iron-blooded determination surged within the hearts of every citizen of Daxia City. Everyone was prepared. Everyone was ready for battle, everyone dared to fight, and all were armed as they rushed towards the nearby city walls. A level 3 beast tide signifies that only third-tier ferocious beasts have emerged, but everyone knows that in every beast tide commander-level ferocious beasts must possess strength beyond 5th tier. And this is merely a preliminary estimate. Daxia City has a population of 300,000, yet the awakened ones number less than 30,000. The rest, except for the few unique like Jiang Ji, are all martial artists. After years of fighting, the average strength of martial artists hovers around the 3rd tier. Over 200,000 martial artists may sound impressive, but they fall far short compared to ferocious beasts. 1st-tier ferocious beasts are without exception endless in each beast tide. Normally, a 3rd-tier martial artist can at least withstand the attacks of 10 1st-tier ferocious beasts. Those exceptional can even withstand 30 or 40. But do not forget the essence of a beast tide lies in its endlessness. If 10 are insufficient, then there will be 100. If 100 are insufficient, then 1,000. Even ants can kill an elephant, let alone the ferocious beasts. Even 5th-tier martial artists would meet their demise under the siege of 10,000 1st-tier ferocious beasts. The death of a 1st-tier ferocious beast does not greatly affect the beast tide, but if the people of Daxia City fall, each death diminishes their ranks. From the beginning, the strength of both sides has been unequal. Moreover, aside from 1st-tier ferocious beasts, there are also a considerable number of 2nd and 3rd-tier beasts. Thus, every beast tide is treated as a battle for the survival of Daxia City. The devastation that follows can easily be imagined. Unless there are awakened ones with large-scale area attacks, the side of Daxia City would not need to concern itself with low-tier ferocious beasts and could focus on dealing with higher-tier ones, significantly alleviating the pressure. This is why every time a large-scale combat profession awakens, Daxia City is so delighted. Moments ago, the bustling crowd had dispersed, leaving only Jiang Ji and Su Xuanyue. They exchanged a complex glance, each seeing a sense of unwillingness in the other's eyes. "I am leaving." Jiang Ji spoke first. For Daxia City at present time is life. He must seize every moment to grow stronger so as to mitigate the impact of the beast tide. Su Xuanyue seemed to have made a resolution, her eyes igniting with battle intent. "Take care. If I die, the task of protecting Daxia City will fall to you." Even if Yin Chuan forbids her from fighting, she still wants to contribute. She cannot bear to hide in the back, watching her compatriots die on the city walls. Call it lack of foresight or willfulness, but growing up in an environment like Daxia City, she has to fight. "You." Jiang Ji hesitated, ultimately saying, "Take care." Ironically, today was the first time they met, still in the phase of getting acquainted. Jiang Ji had no reason to blame this peer for disregarding the bigger picture. At least she possessed the strength of a 3rd-tier martial artist. Had he not been aware of his own situation, he would undoubtedly have made the same choice as Su Xuanyue. After parting ways, Jiang Ji headed straight to the mechanical treasury left by the former city lord. On his way, he encountered people hurrying towards the city walls, while he became the only one moving in the opposite direction. However, upon seeing him in a wheelchair, no one said anything, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Jiang Ji felt a tinge of anxiety and strained to push the wheelchair for the first time, resenting his feet for not obeying him. At that moment, Jiang Ji suddenly felt a push from the wheelchair, and turning in surprise, he saw 2 children around 10 years old, one on each side, straining to help him. What changed Jiang Ji's expression was that both children had some physical disabilities. The girl on the left had only one right arm, with her left sleeve hanging emptily. The boy on the right was limping on one leg, holding a small stick, and could only hop along. "Who are you?" "I am Zhou Ming, and this is my sister Zhou Ling," the boy Zhou Ming replied. "We both can't practice martial arts and can't go to the battlefield, so we can only look around the city to see if there is anywhere we can help." Zhou Ming continued, "Where are you going, brother? We can help you." Hearing the boys' words and seeing their shared disabilities, Jiang Ji was touched. This is the spirit of the people of Daxia City. "All right, thank you both." Jiang Ji took a deep breath and did not refuse, then pointed them in the right direction. Seeing that he did not refuse, the 2 children visibly brightened. Although they could not go to the battlefield, they could still be of help to Daxia City. With the combined effort of the 3, they soon arrived in front of a grand building. The structure was enveloped in a light blue shield. Jiang Ji took out a key, inserted it into the slot, and after identification, the shield vanished. As Jiang Ji pushed the wheelchair to the entrance and opened the door, light instantly illuminated the dark interior of the building. "Wow, isn't this the treasury left by the master mechanic?" "Brother, what are you doing here?" Zhou Ling exclaimed. Jiang Ji ruffled her hair and smiled. "Actually, I am also a mechanic." After saying this, Jiang Ji began to survey the scene inside the treasury. The treasury was divided into 4 zones: the area for smelting and manufacturing parts, the area for raw mechanical materials, the finished products area, and the mechanical waste area. The finished products area was completely empty. It seemed all finished products had been deployed in battle. The parts area was also exceedingly scarce. Jiang Ji understood that since the last mechanic sacrificed himself, no one had made mechanical parts again. In contrast, the other two areas were filled with a dazzling array of items. Jiang Ji pushed the wheelchair to the materials area, casually picking up a piece of green stone, and its relevant information automatically appeared in his mind. Mechanical material solid stone. Solid stone is one of the auxiliary materials for making weapons below the third tier, and when refined into weapon parts, it possesses strong stability. Jiang Ji continued to check, simultaneously familiarizing himself with the mechanic profession. He had to admit the talent mechanical sovereign was incredibly powerful. The function and refining methods of any material held no secrets before him. Beast tooth, one of the main materials for penetrating projectiles. Magic vine, one of the materials for mechanical armor. After a brief look through the materials, he already had some plans in mind. First, he planned to manufacture the only first-tier weapon he could create at present. Q1 type rapid charging gun. This type of weapon can store 12 energy rounds and belongs to the category of firearms. Thanks to the talent of mechanical sovereign, the Q1 type rapid charging gun was superior to ordinary charging guns. Not only could the charging time be reduced to 1 second per round, but its power was also greatly enhanced. An ordinary charging gun's energy round could only barely penetrate a first-tier ferocious beast's weak point, otherwise it would only reach the level of barely breaking through defenses. But the Q1 type charging gun had no such limitations. As long as it hit the ferocious beast, would definitely be severely injured. And do not forget, Jiang Ji had another ability. Ability 3, Mechanical Amplification. The mechanical products created by your hands have their functions amplified tenfold. With mechanical amplification, the Q1 type charging gun could even achieve one-hit kills on first-tier ferocious beasts. Even against second-tier ferocious beasts, it would still have injurious effects. Therefore, Jiang Ji planned to manufacture a large quantity of Q1 type charging guns with the materials at hand, so that those martial artists with good firearm talents could use them, enabling 1-second kills on first-tier ferocious beasts and significantly alleviating the pressure on low-tier martial artists. After initially formulating a plan, Jiang Ji continued to the mechanical wasteland. With his understanding of mechanics, he naturally knew that the Q1 type charging gun could relieve pressure, but it couldn't establish a foundation. To end the beast-tide, more advanced weapons are necessary. Therefore, it is essential to repair the high-level weapons left by the previous generation of mechanics. External skeletal armor, power armor, buried explosive mines, remote-controlled bombers, war robots. A collection of discarded mechanical products piled up on the shelves. Some were damaged due to overuse, some appeared to be destroyed, while others had run out of ammunition and could not function. Most of them were weapons and armors of the 3rd and 4th tiers. Speaking of which, as long as there are materials, Jiang Ji could fully repair these mechanical products. He was limited by his tier. Currently, he could only manufacture the Q1 type rapid charging gun from scratch. However, the mechanical products made by others under the talent of the mechanical overlord held no secrets for him. In theory, he could imitate these mechanical products, but limited by his tier. Even if he imitated them, the items he created would not reach their intended level and might even be worse. However, repairing is different. He doesn't need to change the structure of the machinery. He simply needs to fix the damaged parts to restore their intended effectiveness. Fallen demon cannon. During his observation, Jiang Ji suddenly spotted a cannon-like mechanical weapon filled with futuristic technology. The fallen demon cannon was entirely black and gold, measuring 3 meters in length with a cannon mouth half a meter wide, exuding a sense of overwhelming power. Jiang Ji circled around it, examining it closely. He wasn't mistaken. This was a 5th-tier weapon known as one of the primary area-clearing machines, the fallen demon cannon. Next to the cannon, there was a box, and upon opening it, Jiang Ji discovered it contained over 20 shells for the fallen demon cannon. Seeing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Jiang Ji's eyes. The reason the fallen demon cannon was regarded as a primary area-clearing machine was that it was a weapon for area attacks. Its area attack range extends a full 100 meters. As for the power of a 5th-tier weapon, it goes without saying. Any ferocious beast within the strike range of the fallen demon cannon below the 5th tier is doomed. Even for 5th-tier beasts, if they are within the center of the shell's impact area, they would suffer severe injuries at best and die on the spot at worst. One shell can clear a 100-meter radius, and with over 20 shells detonating simultaneously, it would be enough to obliterate the core forces of an entire beast tide. This is a powerful weapon that can lay the foundation for victory. This is the terrifying aspect of an advanced mechanic. Unfortunately, one of the devices in this fallen demon cannon was damaged, leading to insufficient sturdiness. Using it recklessly could result in an explosion. Nonetheless, Jiang Ji was still filled with excitement. He had just observed the materials area, and most of the materials needed to repair the fallen demon cannon were available. As long as he had the materials, he could perfectly restore the fallen demon cannon to successfully fend off this beast tied for Daxia City. He eagerly returned to the materials area, selecting one item after another to repair the fallen demon cannon. As time passed, he was already holding a pile of items in his hands. Wait, star fallen stone, star fallen stone. Where is it? Impossible, there are higher tier materials. How could there be no star fallen stone? One of the main materials, is there really none of the star fallen stone? Jiang Ji murmured, gradually revealing an anxious expression as he searched back and forth on the shelves. Wait, let me think, is there anything that can substitute it? Purple diamond, no. Obsidian, no. How could this be impossible? Jiang Ji's previous joy at finding the fallen demon cannon instantly plummeted. His expression grew somewhat despondent. Without the crucial reinforcing effect, the plan to repair the fallen demon cannon was completely ruined. Jiang Ji steadied his mind and continued to search in the wasteland. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single item more suitable than the fallen demon cannon as a weapon. Master Mechanic, are you looking for something? Would you like me to help you? At this moment, Zhou Ling, who had finally regained her composure, timidly stepped forward. She had been shocked by Jiang Ji claiming to be a mechanic earlier. She never expected that the person she and her brother had helped would turn out to be the master mechanic. She did not doubt the truth of his words and gradually became excited. Had she actually helped the master mechanic? Oh, if my family finds out I assisted the master mechanic, they would surely be proud of me. In Daxia City, who does not know the importance of mechanics? Zhou Ming also followed his little sister, over his mind spinning. Master Mechanic, I just heard you mention Star Fallen Stone. Are you looking for that? That's right, but there isn't any here, Jiang Ji replied somewhat bitterly. If it's not here, maybe there's some elsewhere. Master Mechanic, you'll go ask the adults outside for you. Please wait a moment. After Zhou Ming finished speaking, he excitedly ran outside. He had noticed the Master Mechanic's expression and thought that if he could find this thing called Star Fallen Stone, it would surely help a lot. Seeing his excited expression, Jiang Ji felt little hope. This was the mechanical treasury, and if it wasn't available here, how could it be found elsewhere? Yet he still retained a glimmer of hope. Perhaps, just perhaps. Humph, that dead brother got ahead of me, it drives me crazy. Zhou Ling said, her expression drooping as she realized she couldn't help. Xiao Ling, come here, help me with something, Jiang Ji said, quite fond of the two children. Seeing her disappointment, he spoke up. Since he couldn't temporarily repair the fallen demon cannon, the only option left was the Q1 type rapid charging gun. Fortunately, there were plenty of these low-tier materials, enough for him to manufacture in bulk. How can I also help the master mechanic, brother? Zhou Ling looked up in delight. Jiang Ji found her address amusing, but did not correct her, sorting out a portion of materials for the little girl to retrieve. In the corner there happened to be an operation platform. As Zhou Ling delivered the materials one by one, Jiang Ji began to operate on his first mechanical product. Ability 1, Flames of the Furnace. Everything in the world can be refined into the mechanical parts you desire. After awakening, the knowledge of mechanics felt as if it were innate, without any sense of unfamiliarity. Jiang Ji grasped the materials in his hands, his mind moving, and a flame appeared out of nowhere, igniting the materials in his hands. At first, Zhou Ling was a bit scared, but soon realized that this flame had no heat at all. Even if she placed her hand on it, she couldn't feel any burning sensation. Jiang Ji was not surprised by this. He had long known that his flames of the furnace had no offensive power, not even comparable to normal flames. However, as the flames of the furnace burned, the sturdy materials gradually melted and began to take shape according to his intentions. Completing the production of mechanical parts. Experience points 30. As time passed, one mechanical part after another was produced by Jiang Ji, and his experience points continuously increased. Mechanical arm, a complete set of components, was finished, and Jiang Ji activated his second ability. Ability 2, Mechanical Arm, the ability to quickly assemble mechanical parts, turning them into mechanical products. Two illusory mechanical arms materialized behind him, automatically grasping and assembling the parts on the operating table. Only 5 minutes had passed when a dark, ink-colored mechanical product emerged. Q1 type rapid charging gun, enhanced, successfully manufactured mechanical weapon. Experience points 502 prompts appeared automatically. Seeing this first mechanical product of his own, Jiang Ji felt a surge of joy and eagerly took it in his hands to examine it. After observing for a while, Jiang Ji found another piece of mechanical scrap, a hard bone from a first-tier ferocious beast. This item had no practical use. Its only function was its hardness, comparable to the bones of a living ferocious beast. Jiang Ji instructed Zhou Ling to place the hard bone securely not far away, signaling her to step aside before raising his gun to shoot in that direction. With his mechanical expertise, he was like a born sharpshooter, unleashing energy bullets with precision. With a bang, a faint black trajectory that was nearly invisible to the naked eye flickered past, instantly creating an excised hole in the hard bone of the ferocious beast. Upon seeing this, Jiang Ji nodded in satisfaction. The energy bullet was barely the size of a fingertip, yet managed to create an egg-sized cavity in the hard bone of a first-tier ferocious beast, demonstrating its formidable power. This was still in the case where it was all hard bone. A living first-tier ferocious beast would possess much flesh and blood with ordinary defensive capabilities. If hit, it would not merely result in an egg-sized hole. Aside from sheer bad luck, if it struck the largest part of the beast's bone, it would only prolong the beast's struggle for survival. Otherwise, the one-shot kill power would not be a joke. Within just 1 second after the energy bullet was fired, the charging gun automatically absorbed matter from the surroundings to convert it into energy bullets, replenishing the magazine. This was the marvel of mechanical products, saving even ordinary ammunition. The only regret was that if the charging gun could use physical ammunition, Jiang Ji could poison it or add some explosive materials to create explosive rounds. In that case, it could inflict substantial damage on second-tier ferocious beasts. Jiang Ji merely sighed lightly and continued to manufacture the charging gun. The sooner the manufacturing was completed, the less danger the people on the city wall would face. An endless stream of charging guns was produced, and Jiang Ji's experience points rapidly increased. Meanwhile, while Jiang Ji was diligently working on weapons, the situation at the city gate could only be described as brutal. A massive energy shield enveloped the entire Great Xia city, with countless warriors standing on the city walls, all armed with weapons. The sound of artillery fire was continuous. Below, blood of various colors spilled everywhere. The severed limbs of ferocious beasts were shot by firearms, slashed by cold weapons, and bombed by explosives, littering the entire battlefield. However, compared to the already deceased ferocious beasts, there were far more still alive. A glance revealed a sea of dark figures, making one feel a sense of despair. They surged forward, stepping over the corpses of their dead kin, recklessly charging towards the city walls, seemingly unaware of what fear was. First-tier ferocious beasts comprised the majority, occasionally mixed with a few third-tier ferocious beasts. They seized the opportunity to blend in among the first-tier cannon fodder, climbing up the city walls to launch fierce attacks on the energy shield. While the energy shield was not likely to shatter entirely, it would still be pounded by relentless attacks, creating small breaches. The third-tier ferocious beasts quickly slipped through the gaps. Of course, Great Xia City was not without defenses. In fact, the defenders were all too familiar with these combat tactics. As soon as the ferocious beasts entered, they were met with the powerful abilities of the awakened. Various sharp beams of light flashed, and the ferocious beasts had already been decapitated. How long can our ammunition reserves last? In the main war conference room, Yin Chuan's expression was somewhat grave. This beast tide had more low-tier ferocious beasts than the last level 5 beast tide. Although the warrior's strength had also increased significantly, the pressure remained immense. Currently, the ability to maintain the lowest casualties was still due to various firearms bearing the brunt. A middle-aged strategist beside him immediately answered 1 nuclear weapon and 17 missiles remain. If this rate of consumption continued for half an hour, the bombardment could be sustained for 3 months, while ammunition for firearms could last for 9 months. However, he did not include cold weapons in the calculation. Nuclear weapons are the most dazzling ultimate weapon of technological civilization, capable of annihilating 90-year ferocious beasts. This is both a foundation and a deterrent, and the primary reason Great Xia City has survived to this day. Great Xia City originally possessed 3 nuclear weapons, but over the years 2 had been used to defend against 2 city-destroying battles. At the same time, they had also eliminated 2 9-year ferocious beasts, thoroughly intimidating the highest combat strength of the ferocious beasts, who otherwise the Great Xia City, with a maximum combat strength of only tier 7, would have been breached long ago. Missiles were also one of the strategic weapons, possessing the power to injure 70-year ferocious beasts and annihilate 60-year ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, they are not weapons of mass destruction. They can only be used for targeted strikes, significantly reducing their deterrent effect. Besides that, there were artillery pieces, some of which were civilized weapons while others were mechanical products left behind by the previous generation of mechanics. Hearing that they could sustain for 3 months, Yin Chuan's expression turned somewhat grim. While these ammunition reserves seemed ample, do not forget that Great Xia City is a solitary city without supplies, but once the reserves are exhausted, it would truly be over. And this was just one of countless beast tides. He could not afford to deplete the ammunition reserves in a single beast tide. Otherwise, it would be a catastrophe for the battles to come. Yin Chuan pondered for a moment before issuing a command in a low voice. Continue to hold for another half hour, cease the use of firearms, and notify everyone to prepare for close combat. According to past experiences, each beast tide siege lasts only 3 hours. 1 hour of shell bombardment followed by 2 hours of close combat is the most frequently used strategy by Great Xia City. Fortunately, Great Xia City had an energy shield laid down by mechanics preventing the entire army from engaging in close combat. Understood. The middle-aged man responded and departed. Yin Chuan rubbed his temples. It's a pity that after the sacrifice of the Lord of Battle Heaven City, we no longer have a true master of group combat. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this difficult. Suddenly, Jiang Ji's face flashed through his mind, hoping that this young man could grow stronger quickly. Just then a voice rang out from outside. Lord, a child has come from the inner wall with news that a mechanic needs something called star meteorite. Star meteorite. Yin Chuan's expression immediately turned serious as he hurried outside. Bring him here. No, I'll ask myself. There were no other mechanics in Great Xia City except for the newly awakened Jiang Ji. Earlier, Yin Chuan had already issued orders. The requests of mechanics must be executed according to the first decree of Great Xia City. He met Zhou Ming, who was waiting. Upon seeing that the person was the city lord, Zhou Ming felt somewhat nervous. However, he clearly articulated Jiang Ji's matter. I saw the mechanic surrounded by a very large artillery vehicle saying he was lacking star meteorites, so I came to ask if we had any. Artillery vehicle. There seems to be only the meteor cannon in the mechanical treasury. Yin Chuan's eyes lit up immediately. Could it be that Jiang Ji has the ability to repair the meteor cannon? In the era of the Lord of Battle Heaven City, he had witnessed the power of the meteor cannon firsthand. It was a true weapon of war. If it could indeed be repaired, this beast tide might become the easiest battle since the sacrifice of the Lord of Battle Heaven City. He called a subordinate and instructed him to accompany Zhou Ming to confirm with Jiang Ji. In less than 10 minutes, the subordinate returned, eyes full of excitement, bringing back news of Jiang Ji's confirmation. As long as there were star meteorites, the meteor cannon could return to the battlefield. Star meteorites. It seems there are indeed none left in the city. However, I remember that 20 miles west of the city, there is a star meteorite mine. Yin Chuan thought for a moment and continued to instruct, you go and bring Wang Lao over here. The people of Great Xia City had not stepped outside the city gates for a long time, but as long as it could increase their chances of victory, he would exert all efforts to implement it. Moreover, the meteor cannon was a weapon that could completely turn the tide of war in their favor. The Knight Regiment under Wang Lao had strong mobility, and they might successfully retrieve the star meteorites. Whoa! Before the rider even appeared, a grayish-white tempest surged forward, hooves skidding sharply to a halt. There stood Elder Wang, clad in blood-stained silver battle armor, lance in hand, astride his spirit horse, a companion bound to his knight profession. Though age-lined, his face radiated an unyielding aura of grim resolve. The beast tide at East Gate is fiercer than ever before. I cannot leave the gate for long. Without waiting for Yin Chuan's reply, Elder Wang spoke with swift urgency. He was among the first awakened of Daxia City and now wielded formidable 6th-rank strength, among the foremost defenders stationed at the gates tasked with guarding against 6th-rank beasts. I've already dispatched someone to relieve you at the gate. No need for concern. With that, Yin Chuan wasted no time swiftly explaining Jiang Ji's urgent need for Starfall, or the Demonfall cannon. Precisely. A battlefield masterpiece capable of ending entire beast tides. We must retrieve the Starfall, or Jiang Ji's request leaves no room for compromise. Yin Chuan declared solemnly. Indeed, ever since Lord Zhantian's sacrifice, we abandoned countless resource outposts beyond the city walls and withdrew inward for years. Beyond those walls, we know nothing. This mission will be perilous beyond measure. Elder Wang instantly grasped his meaning. His Knight Order rode spirit horses, the swiftest, most mobile force within Daxia City. For external operations, they were unquestionably the most suited. Yet the dangers beyond the walls remained unknowable, and should the beasts detect human movement outside, annihilation would follow without mercy. Moreover, even if they reached the Starfall or mine in moments, extraction itself posed formidable difficulty. Very well, I shall prepare immediately. In 20 minutes I myself will lead the sortie beyond the walls. Elder Wang accepted without hesitation. A Knight Order's honor lay in charging headlong into battle, in spearheading assaults, covering retreats. Wherever death loomed largest, there stood their banners. What mattered if they had to fight their way 20 li through hostile terrain? What mattered if the Starfall or mine were already overrun by beasts? They would carve a path in blood, and return bearing Starfall or bearing hope for Daxia City. One condition only: your order must return within 2 hours. I'll station reinforcements 5 li from the gate to intercept you, ensuring you avoid direct collision with the retreating beast tide. Yin Chuan instructed gravely. The beast tide would last 3 hours, and over 1 hour had already passed, hence this strict deadline. Should the tide detect the knights, even unmatched mobility would not save them in the open wastelands. Agreed. Send word to Shao Ji. He must prepare to repair the Demonfall cannon. 2 hours hence the knights will return with the Starfall, or... Having spoken, Elder Wang spurred his spirit horse and galloped off to assemble his forces. Yin Chuan returned to the main war command chamber to oversee the defense, his stern countenance masking quiet, fervent prayers. This beast tide's turning point rested squarely upon Elder Wang and Jiang Ji. Soon, mere 15 minutes later, 12 armored knights materialized beneath the west gate. Elder Wang stood at the vanguard, voice austere. You are the finest warriors under my command. This sortie beyond the walls carries 9 chances of death to 1 of survival. But should we succeed in retrieving the Starfall, or we shall be immortalized as saviors of Daxia City. The hour of the Night Order's glory has arrived. One final question. Does any among you wish to step back? No words answered him. Only the thunderous neighs of their spirit horses and the sky-rending howl of lances swung high. Iron-willed resolve hardened every face, though life and death had long since been cast aside. Knights who charge without fear, advance. At the sight, a fleeting glimmer of pride crossed Elder Wang's eyes. Then he roared, spurring his mount forward as the great gate groaned open, leading the charge into the unknown. Advance. The remaining 11 knights surged forth in perfect unison, matching his speed, matching his courage. After 3 long years, the grayish-white tempest reappeared, sweeping once more across the wildlands now ruled by beasts. Every defending soldier raised a clenched fist to chest in solemn salute, silent, unwavering respect. For Daxia City's survival, all gave their utmost. Jiang Ji received Yin Chuan's message and awaited the Starfall or with quiet anticipation. When it arrived, he would show the beasts what true battlefield reaping meant. As time passed, Jiang Ji's proficiency in crafting the Q1 rapid charge rifle grew steadily. Initially requiring 5 minutes per unit, he now completed one in just 60 seconds. Raw materials dwindled rapidly as rifles poured forth in steady succession, and his experience points climbed at a staggering pace. Within little over an hour, his accumulated experience surpassed 50,000, far outpacing any other awakened, even those slaying beasts relentlessly. Had his ascension threshold matched theirs, he would already have reached 2nd rank. Alas, his machinist's sovereign talent was simply too overwhelming. Lord Citymaster, something is amiss. The strategist, a middle-aged man, wore an expression of deep unease. By precedent, beast tide intensity wanes with time, but this tide behaves differently. Its ferocity grows stronger, not weaker, as the hours pass. I've observed it too. Yin Chuan stared intently at the monitor's feed, nodding grimly. Worse still, the density of high-ranked beasts exceeds all prior records. Though none yet exceed 5th rank, their numbers have surged dramatically. This tide now rivals a 6th rank assault in scale, lacking only 6th rank beasts themselves. What is your theory? Yin Chuan asked. The strategist paused, then replied with grave certainty, this is no ordinary beast tide. I believe it is being orchestrated by abyssal demons. At those words, even Yin Chuan stiffened, momentarily stunned. Abyssal demons and beasts were wholly distinct entities. Beasts only attained sentience beyond 8th rank. Ordinary beast tides arose spontaneously. When sufficient numbers gathered, a primal ravenous instinct to devour all life would awaken naturally. Abyssal demons, however, resembled extraterrestrial civilizations of ancient lore, born intelligent, diverse in form, some even humanoid, possessing innate cognition unlike any beast. Their abilities were bizarre, unpredictable, and profoundly uncanny, akin in variety to awakened powers, yet far surpassing humanity in potency. Each possessed prodigious physical might from birth, and as they matured, further extraordinary powers manifested. Any single abyssal demon posed an existential threat to Daxia City. Abyssal demons. Yin Chuan's face darkened. He knew them well enough. Though rarely seen, their appearances always heralded catastrophe. Years ago, during the beast tide that claimed Lord Zhantian's life, abyssal demons had been present, and one had delivered the treacherous blow that ended him. Daxia City had long suspected abyssal demons wielded means to command beast tides, and some even theorized beasts were mere livestock bred and deployed as expendable shock troops. Otherwise, how could their synchronized emergence across Terra be explained? As the two men exchanged conjectures, the monitor's feed abruptly shifted. The frenzied tide of beasts, rushing forward in blind frenzy, halted as one, frozen motionless within 30 seconds, as if obeying a silent absolute command. Even those already scaling the walls stood utterly still, frozen mid-motion, as if turned to stone. Even when decapitated by Daxia City's blades, not a muscle twitched. Yin Chuan and the strategist instantly recognized the shift. Then, cutting through the eerie silence, came a voice from beyond the walls, unnatural, alien, and deeply wrong. Surrender the mechanic. Master, and the beast tide shall cease immediately. After countless ferocious beasts froze in place, a grotesque, warped voice reverberated across every corner of Daxia City. The voice crackled unnaturally, stuttering, dissonant, profoundly unsettling. and those who heard it instantly felt their bodies rebel nausea, vertigo, sharp pressure behind the eyes. Grimaces of distress contorted their faces. Danger! It's an abyssal demon's warped chant. Yin Chuan's expression turned ashen. Sound the heaven-shaking drum. Immediately, in yes, sir. And outside soldiers gritted their teeth against the agony and moved with disciplined urgency. In moments, a thunderous drumbeat pierced the sky. In boom, in boom, in boom. In wave upon wave of resonant percussion shattered the eerie silence and dispersed the warped sound like mist before a gale. Only then did the citizens of Daxia City regain mental clarity. In the warped chant was one of the abyssal demon's signature techniques, a sonic assault targeting the spirit and mind directly. Those with weak willpower, if exposed too long, would find their thoughts gradually unraveling until they obeyed the chant's insidious suggestions without resistance. In extreme cases, once the mind's inner defenses collapsed, madness would seize them utterly. Unfortunately, Daxia City's people had endured countless battles, their resolve tempered into unbreakable steel. Though pain, they held firm. With each pulse of the heaven-shaking drum, the physical torment receded, dissolving like frost beneath morning sun. The heaven-shaking drum was the innate weapon of an awakened purifier, a specialist whose art lay in sonic purification, specifically designed to counter such warped sonic assaults. Only when the last echo of the warped chant had vanished did Yin Chuan exhale, yet his gaze hardened anew, sharpened by grim realization. The sonic assault had been mere prelude. What truly unsettled him was the message behind the voice and surrender the mechanic, cease the beast tide. This was psychological warfare. Daxia City possessed only one mechanic, and he had awakened just that very day, Jiang Ji. Yin Chuan had suspected as much, but never imagined the beast tide itself was orchestrated for a single mechanic, and that an abyssal demon had personally intervened. The precedent was stark. The Lord of Zhantian City had expended untold effort to slay one such demon, yet another now emerged. And that the abyssal demon would summon a full beast tide revealed how deeply it feared the mechanic's power. Though Daxia City stood united, human hearts are fickle. No single tide could claim thousands of lives. Yet the abyssal demon offered an alternative: surrender one man, and the tide would withdraw. Such a bargain might spare countless souls, loved ones, kin, friends. Surrender the mechanic, and Daxia City shall know 3 years of peace. The abyssal demon's voice echoed again, this time clear, steady, no longer fractured. Perhaps it had sensed its chance failure and ceased its exertion. At those words, Yin Chuan's face tightened, pale, taut, furious. And if before it had been psychological siege, now it was naked temptation. No people yearned more fiercely for peace than those of Daxia City. In 3 years of respite, how many new masters would rise? How many children would be born? By then, Daxia City's strength would ascend to a new tier, and all it demanded was the sacrifice of a single newly awakened mechanic. Among the defenders lining the ramparts, most stared coldly at the beasts, eyes burning with hatred. And yet in the depths of a few gazes something flickered: doubt, hesitation, calculation. Yin Chuan drew a slow, deep breath. He would not wait passively. He must act. Have we locked onto its position? His voice was glacial, edged with lethal intent. Locked, ready to strike on command. And the strategist, an older man with calm eyes, adjusted his earpiece, his tone equally frigid. Rage simmered beneath his composure. Then fire a missile, let it taste our resolve. Humph, an abyssal demon. Let it learn the meaning of Daxia City's unwavering defiance. From its first stand, Daxia City had never bartered away its own to buy fleeting peace. Jiang Ji was Daxia City's hope. Yet even were the demand for an ordinary citizen, Yin Chuan would not entertain such cowardice. Not for an instant. Not in the faintest shadow of his heart. The abyssal demon had gravely misjudged Daxia City's unity and gravely underestimated the courage of its leadership. Affirmative. The order was transmitted. Vroom. From the Tier 2 armory, a streak of crimson light erupted skyward. Daxia City, you court death. From behind several 5th-rank beasts, the abyssal demon's voice rang out, sharper now, laced with fury and unmistakable panic. It had not anticipated Daxia City's immunity to its chant, or its terrifying speed in pinpointing its location. Having witnessed missile strikes from afar, it knew their lethality. In desperation, it whirled aside and commanded the 5 5th-rank beasts before it to interpose their flesh and bone as shields. But technological arms were no trifling matter. As a strategic class weapon, the missile possessed autonomous tracking, locked on the moment the demon uttered its second sentence. In less than a heartbeat, the missile surged from Daxia City and struck precisely where the demon stood. Boom! Cataclysmic detonation unleashed staggering devastation. The blast engulfed the demon's face, first annihilating the 5 5th-rank beasts whose lives ended before even half a second passed. The demon wore humanoid form, but crowned with a jagged triangular cranium. As the missile hurtled toward it, its features twisted into a snarl of raw primal rage. Raising its palm, it chanted low and swift. Nan black mist coalesced, swirling into layered barriers before its body. Crack! Nid had underestimated the missile's force. The obsidian shields shattered instantly, the full concussive fury slamming into its frame, hurling it backward hundreds of meters. Mid-flight, its limbs tore apart, by impact alone. When it struck Earth, it lay limbless, a broken torso writhing. Yet it lived. Its eyes still gleamed, flickering with malice. Instantly, fresh black mist welled forth, reforming arms, legs, fingers with eerie, unnatural speed. In regeneration. In staggering upright it stood, but its aura had dimmed drastically, its power reduced to 6th rank. It fixed its glare upon Daxia City, mind twisting with venomous contempt. Into it, these inferior beings had defied its decree and dared strike back, diminishing its might. Such insolence warranted annihilation. Kill, kill, kill. Slaughter them all. In with that thought, the motionless beasts surged forward anew, fiercer, faster, deadlier than before. Yet the demon itself recoiled, retreating swiftly. Anger burned, but fear now ruled. Another missile would surely end it. Inside Daxia City, Yin Chuan stared at the detonation site. Is it dead? No, replied the strategist, studying his instruments with quiet regret. It is 7th rank, and of the Abyssal Demon's regeneration clan. Our technology remains insufficient. Still, it expended immense energy to regenerate. Its current strength has fallen to 6th rank. Yin Chuan frowned, then asked, 6th rank. Then, if I engage now, what are my odds of eliminating it? 0, the strategist replied after careful analysis, then shook his head. It retreated the moment regeneration completed. Should you pursue, the surrounding 5th rank beasts would encircle you, leaving you critically vulnerable. Its cunning is absolute. You would not strike, it would ambush you. The outcome would be far worse. Yin Chuan nodded, accepting the assessment without protest. As a battlefield analyst, the strategist's predictions carried 95 accuracy. No price was worth sacrificing Daxia City's strategic advantage for a single 6th rank demon. Continue defending against the beast tide. No matter how skillfully the abyssal demon manipulates it, the tide cannot exceed 3 hours. Hold through today. Tomorrow Elder Wang returns with the Starfall Stone. Then the tide ends, for good. Yes, sir. The words of the foreign demons cannot be trusted. Returning to the right track, Yin Chuan arranged everything before ascending to a high place, holding a loudspeaker to address the people of the entire city. Do not forget how the Lord of Zhantian City was ambushed and sacrificed by the foreign demons. Back then, the foreign demons and ferocious beasts were frightened by the Lord of Zhantian City and had no choice but to sign a 1-year truce with us. What was the result? Everyone knows. Before the contract had expired, the group of foreign demons openly violated the agreement, launching a beast tide with 10 7th-tier foreign demons and 1 8th-tier foreign demon, secretly ambushing the Lord of Zhantian City, leading to his sacrifice. And what about the foreign demons? They only sacrificed the life of a 7th-tier foreign demon to bear the backlash of the contract. So can we trust the words of these beasts in Daxia City? Now they want us to hand over our second mechanic, which is a disgrace to Daxia City. I am gratified that many people did not waver just now, but for some, Yin Chuan advise you to extinguish those thoughts early. In Daxia City, there are only those who die in battle, not cowards who grovel. Dare to fight and die fighting, that is the motto of Daxia City. As Yin Chuan wielded his long sword in battle, his voice resonated in the minds of the defenders. Some showed a look of shame, while others became even more resolute. Dare to fight, die fighting. Countless voices roared. Hand over the Lord Mechanic. Huh. Whoever dares to have such thoughts, I will be the first to cut off their head. That's right, the Lord Mechanic is our only hope to return to our old homeland. The foreign demons want him. Only by killing them. Haha, Lord of the City, that missile just now was truly satisfying. It made me feel invigorated, and I even have more strength to chop the ferocious beasts. One day the Lord Mechanic will surely lead us to annihilate the ferocious beasts and the foreign demons. The little bastard wants our Lord Mechanic. He surrender now, and you can avoid the annihilation of your clan by the foreign demons. The morale of the defenders rose visibly, proving that Yin Chuan's words had an effect. Seeing this situation, Yin Chuan returned to below. He saw a middle-aged strategist with a strange expression walking over. What's wrong? Yin Chuan inquired. Jiang Ji is coming, the middle-aged strategist said, stepping aside to indicate behind him. Yin Chuan's expression changed as he looked up, and indeed saw Jiang Ji approaching in a wheelchair. Alongside him, Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling were also struggling to push a small cart, following closely behind. Xiao Ji, why did you come here? Quickly go back, this is the battlefield, not a place for you to be. Yin Chuan's tone was somewhat urgent. He feared that Jiang Ji might be swayed by the foreign demons' earlier words. These people could withstand the pressure, but he worried that Jiang Ji might not think so. Within Daxia City, if anyone heard such words, they would be willing to sacrifice their own lives for 3 years of peace. Such naked psychological warfare would make the people of Daxia City willingly accept this scheme. Lord of the city, this beast tide suddenly formed because of me, right? Jiang Ji asked, answering a question with a question, speaking calmly. Seeing Yin Chuan's expression, he quickly deduced what the other was thinking. At the same time, Jiang Ji felt a warmth in his heart. Although they did not know each other before, the concern in Yin Chuan's tone was unmistakable. The beast tide is inevitable for Daxia City. It was only a matter of time. Even if you do not awaken today, the beast tide would appear someday in the future. Therefore, you do not need to take the blame for this incident entirely on yourself. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. He did not refute immediately, but tried to explain the arrival of the beast tide, hoping to prevent Jiang Ji from falling into self-blame. Young people lack experience, and what they fear most is getting stuck in a rut. If Jiang Ji believes everything is his fault, that would be troublesome. The lord of the city need not worry about me. I am not so fragile. Jiang Ji smiled and continued, the foreign demons want my life because they fear my profession as a mechanic. 3 years of peace will not solve the survival issues of Daxia City, but give me 3 years, and I will definitely resolve the crises brought by the ferocious beasts and foreign demons completely. As Jiang Ji made his way here, he heard the voices of his fellow defenders. At this moment, he felt incredibly confident, believing that his talent as a mechanic master would not disappoint everyone. Good, Yin Chuan said, heavily clapping his hands, and all his worries were completely alleviated. As long as Jiang Ji himself did not have problems, they seniors could naturally withstand all the pressure and allow him to grow with peace of mind. Then you should head back now. We are enough for the fighting here. Yin Chuan tried to persuade him to return. However, Jiang Ji shook his head and said, the reason I came here is to participate in the battle. No way. Yin Chuan instinctively refused. Undeniably, Jiang Ji's potential was immense, but in his view, Jiang Ji's weakness was also very obvious. He had just awakened. What combat capability could a newly awakened person have? Perhaps they could not even withstand a first-tier ferocious beast. Coupled with his leg disability, it was truly unsuitable for him to enter the battlefield right now. What you need to do now is to familiarize yourself with the mechanic profession and complete your advancement as soon as possible, not to participate in battles, Yin Chuan advised earnestly. The lord of the city seems to underestimate me a bit. Jiang Ji smiled, realizing that his previous explanation may have been unclear, leading to misunderstandings by Yin Chuan and others. But only he knew how terrifying his talent as a mechanic master truly was. He chose not to say much, but planned to prove his current strength through action. Xiaoming, Jiang Ji called out. Zhou Ming, who had been silent nearby, without an opportunity to speak, immediately took out a charged gun from the small cart and handed it to Jiang Ji. He and Zhou Ling had already witnessed the abilities of the Lord Mechanic just now, and they looked at Jiang Ji expectantly. Yin Chuan, somewhat confused, asked, is this the mechanical product you just crafted? A charged gun. The power of a first-tier charged gun seems somewhat average, right? Not to mention accuracy issues. Even if it hits a ferocious beast, it can only barely penetrate its defenses. Jiang Ji remained silent. After grasping the charged gun, his gaze was already observing the situation on the city wall. They were currently positioned about 100 meters from the city wall and on a high platform overlooking the battle ahead. As the ferocious beast's assault became increasingly fierce, the energy shield had already developed many gaps, and one ferocious beast after another began to step onto the city wall. Many defenders were gradually exhausted, and the previous few batches had retreated to rest, replaced by the reserve troops. However, the strength of the reserve troops was somewhat insufficient, leading to some scattered ferocious beasts breaking through the city wall defenses and entering the resting area. Seeing this, those resting could only gather their strength and strike to kill these ferocious beasts. In an instant, the situation had fallen to the disadvantage. Jiang Ji observed for only a few seconds before finding an opportunity to strike. With a lift of his palm, the charged gun moved as if it were an extension of his arm, requiring no consideration for aiming as he fired 3 shots. Bang! 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 The energy bullets shot out, and his mastery of mechanics was undeniable. Even the rapidly moving ferocious beasts were within Jiang Ji's calculated range. With the mechanical product in hand, he seemed to be a born master of firearms, with trajectories, wind direction, and landing points all incredibly precise. In an instant, 3 ferocious beasts that had just broken through the city wall defenses and entered the rear to kill wantonly were met with a massive explosion of blood. Energy bullets shot into their eyes, penetrated through the brain, and exited from the other side. With a loud bang, fist-sized holes appeared, and crimson flesh burst forth, blood splattering everywhere. Before the ferocious beasts could react, their several meter-long bodies crashed heavily against the buildings in front, resulting in their complete demise. What's happening? Several martial artists were about to forcefully muster their exhausted bodies and mobilize their blood energy to raise their blades for defense when they were stunned. What happened? Why did the ferocious beasts die before we even made a move? The speed of the charged gun was too fast, and it was also sound suppressed combined with the fact that Jiang Ji and others were too far away, so everyone had not noticed what occurred here. Before they could react within moments, several nearly imperceptible gunshots rang out from other directions. 7 first-tier ferocious beasts were struck at their vital spots and fell one after another. Some stronger individuals finally noticed something and turned to look towards Jiang Ji and others' position. Seeing the success of the charged gun and that the most critical situation had been resolved, Jiang Ji finally relaxed his aiming posture and smiled casually. What kind of weapon is this? Upon witnessing Jiang Ji's actions, Yin Chuan was first taken aback for a moment, then reacted, his eyes filled with excitement. From the moment Jiang Ji acted until now, excluding the few seconds of observation, the remaining time was less than 5 seconds. This means that in just 10 seconds, Jiang Ji single-handedly took down 10 ferocious beasts. Yin Chuan was shocked. Since when had first-tier mechanical products become so powerful? The power of the charged gun even made him overlook Jiang Ji's precise shooting skills. What? The range is 200 meters, no need to change the magazine, 1 shot per second. An initial stage ferocious beast will surely die if hit, and even a second stage ferocious beast will be severely injured if struck at a vital point. Since Jiang Ji explained the functionality of the Q1 type energy gun, the fiery gaze on Yin Chuan's face has not ceased. Is this a first stage mechanical product? If someone else said it, claiming it was third stage would not be an exaggeration. He had witnessed various grand occasions and even seen 7th stage mechanical products in the past. But a mere first stage weapon with such capabilities was something he had never seen before. To be fair, when the previous City Lord first awakened, the energy guns he crafted could only inflict minimal damage to first stage ferocious beasts. If lucky enough to hit a vital point, it might cause the beast to bleed out a bit faster, allowing for a successful harvest afterward. But what about the ones made by Jiang Ji? What does it mean that a first stage beast is guaranteed to die if hit? It means that as long as the aim is precise, the person wielding the Q1 type energy gun can kill a ferocious beast in 1 second without any pause. 60 beasts in a minute, 3,600 in an hour. Although this is just an ideal state, killing 1,000 in an hour should be possible, right? Moreover, this is just the result of 1 energy gun. Looking at the neatly arranged rows of energy guns in the small cart, Yin Chuan felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. He looked at Jiang Ji with anticipation, his voice trembling as he asked, "Can these weapons achieve the same power as the one in your hands?" He found it hard to believe, yet his heart yearned for Jiang Ji to give that answer. Even if the effect is slightly lesser, he could accept it. Jiang Ji nodded with a smile. Yes, there are a total of 106 Q1 type energy guns here. The City Lord can form a team skilled in precision, with each person assigned 1 gun, which would greatly alleviate the pressure of defending the city. It's a pity that the materials are somewhat insufficient, otherwise everyone in Daxia City would be equipped with guns, and the low-tier beast tides would no longer pose a threat to us. Jiang Ji expressed some regret. Good. Yin Chuan, who had been somewhat serious, clenched his fist tightly, joyfully, exclaiming, "This batch of mechanical weapons is enough. Jiang Ji, you take the primary credit for this beast tide." Jiang Ji had never participated in war, and his perspective was still somewhat limited. But to Yin Chuan, once this batch of mechanical weapons was put to use, the pressure from the beast tide could be reduced by 90%. Let alone killing scattered ferocious beasts from behind a shield. Even in direct confrontation, he was confident he could hold his ground. The more he looked at Jiang Ji, the brighter his eyes became, not expecting the other party to bring him such surprises. He initially thought that a mechanic would need at least a 3rd stage to bring a turning point to Daxia City's situation. Now it seemed that everyone had underestimated Jiang Ji, this mechanic. The experience of the previous City Lord had given them a misunderstanding. Back then, the City Lord of Zhantian only began to show his might on the battlefield after reaching the 3rd stage. It wasn't until he reached the 5th stage and created the meteor cannon that he truly shone and became a reaper on the battlefield. Yet Jiang Ji only took 1 day. No, it had been less than 3 hours since his awakening, and he had already brought such shocking advancements. Yin Chuan could hardly imagine what surprises Jiang Ji would bring to Daxia City after his advancement. You will assist the guarding military here. Yin Chuan took Jiang Ji to a relatively safe spot with a broad view. After witnessing Jiang Ji's marksmanship, he no longer opposed Jiang Ji participating in the battle. But he didn't leave him to fend for himself. Instead, he called a few strong individuals to protect him. First stage ferocious beasts posed no threat to Jiang Ji, but higher tier ones still needed to be wary of. Such a treasure, if something happened due to inadequate protection, Yin Chuan would be the eternal sinner of Daxia City. Rest assured, once the beast tide is over, I will do my utmost to procure mechanical materials for you. Yin Chuan assured Jiang Ji, and then with a joyful expression hurriedly left with the small cart, carrying the energy guns to form the gunner team. With Jiang Ji's weapons support, the pressure on the two city walls suddenly diminished. The numerous but low-ranking ferocious beasts were no longer the greatest threat. Many high-ranking strong individuals were able to free up their hands to deal with the same tier ferocious beasts, significantly reducing the casualty rate among the first and second-tier guards. Yin Chuan formed two gunner teams, positioning them in the most dangerous areas. The energy bullets from the energy guns flew everywhere, and many ferocious beasts had yet to climb the walls before they were killed, even affecting the beasts below upon their fall. Jiang Ji also took action. With just a single shot, a ferocious beast would undoubtedly fall. Occasionally, high-tier ferocious beasts charged in, but they were soon slain by the strong individuals protecting him. With the addition of the energy guns, it could be said that the most perilous situation had already passed. What surprised Jiang Ji was that even if the energy guns he crafted killed ferocious beasts in others' hands, he could still share in a portion of the experience points. From just now until now, the notification sounds in his mind had not ceased. Kill a first-stage ferocious beast, experience points 100, experience points 10 for killing a first-stage ferocious beast with a mechanical weapon you created. Each ferocious beast killed grants Jiang Ji 100 experience points, while if he did it himself, he could gain the full amount. However, if someone else used the energy gun to kill the ferocious beast, he could only receive 1/10 of the experience. 1/10 may seem small, but with the sheer volume it adds up. With over 100 energy guns deployed on the battlefield, at least a dozen, or even several dozen first-stage ferocious beasts were killed every second, causing Jiang Ji's experience bar to rise at a visibly rapid pace. He had just been lamenting the lack of low-tier materials in the mechanical warehouse, making it impossible to produce new energy guns, and that the experience gained from crafting mechanical parts was too scant, which would undoubtedly prolong the time for advancement. Looking at it now, there was no need to worry about advancement at all. Manufacturing an energy gun along with parts and completed products could provide him with about 700 experience points. That batch of energy guns pushed his experience bar over 70,000. Since joining the battle in just over 10 minutes, he had already gained over 10,000 experience, and it was still rapidly increasing. What does this mean? If the beast tide lasts a bit longer, he might even achieve an unprecedented feat, awakening and advancing on the same day. Looking at it this way, the so-called 300,000 experience bar seems trivial. Meanwhile, in the wild, the sound of thundering hooves echoed continuously. Shadows approached, and a storm had already begun to swirl. 12 figures, all bloodied, rode swiftly on spiritual horses, wielding long guns that occasionally swung backward. Notably, each person carried a large burden on their back, with some faint glimmers of light seeping out. Judging by the irregular shapes, it was evident they were a collection of assorted stones. Damn 7th-stage ferocious beasts, how dare they use the meteorite mine as their nest? They'll cover you, you must bring these meteorites back to the city. At the back, Old Wang shouted loudly, his armor already somewhat tattered, blood flowing continuously, and even revealing exposed bones in certain areas. He and the spiritual horse moved in perfect harmony, his hands never ceasing to attack back, while the spiritual horse darted around, evading the ferocious beast's bites in a remarkably extreme manner. Behind the night squad, a swarm of ferocious beasts chased frantically. I roughly estimated there were at least 100. Among them, one had a noticeably larger body, several times bigger than the other ferocious beasts. It was a powerful 7th-stage ferocious beast. One could say that a single 7th-stage ferocious beast posed a greater danger to the night squad than the combined threat of the other ferocious beasts. Previously, the night squad had smoothly reached the location of the meteorite mine, expecting no ferocious beast pack to be stationed there. However, they did not anticipate that their mining operations would alert a pack known as the Fierce Black Wolves. The leading Black Wolf King possessed 7th-stage strength, while the rest chasing them were all above 3rd stage. In an instant, the night squad was subjected to extremely fierce attacks. Had it not been for Old Wang being a peak 6th-stage storm knight resisting the greatest threat of the Black Wolf King, the night squad would have undoubtedly suffered heavy casualties. Afterwards, relying on the agility of the spiritual horses, they managed to break out of the encirclement of ferocious beasts and escape towards the city. Unfortunately, although Old Wang was strong, he was still merely a 6th-stage awakened individual. Being able to barely withstand it was already at his limit. He could not hope to kill the Black Wolf King. This location was still a dozen or so li away from the city, yet every member of the night squad was injured. Although the spiritual horses were ethereal beings, they were also panting heavily, emitting signals of exhaustion. A sudden roar erupted as the Black Wolf King once again pursued, its sharp fangs gleaming with a cold light as it lunged towards Old Wang's neck. Old Wang had just repelled 2 6th-tier Black Wolf beasts and was caught in a life-and-death crisis, trying to brace his spear to block the attack, but it was already too late. A bloodthirsty killing intent flickered in the eyes of the Black Wolf King, its foul odor permeating the air. At a critical moment, a knight nearby Old Wong's side felt a flash in his eyes, twisting his spiritual steed's body to leverage his spear against the beast's force, crashing into it. His body landed perfectly between Old Wong and the Black Wolf King. The next moment, the sound of flesh tearing echoed. The attack from the 7th-tier beast was no joke. The knight's right arm was within reach of the Black Wolf King's bite, and in an instant his arm, along with his armor, was bitten off by the beast's sharp fangs. "Chen Feng," Old Wong shouted urgently. The knight named Chen Feng felt a sharp pain from his right arm, yet a smile appeared on his face. He had successfully blocked the fatal attack for the team leader, sacrificing only an arm. It was worth it. "Team leader, be careful, it's coming again." Seeing the Black Wolf King swallow his arm in a single breath and charge again, Chen Feng, disregarding the pain, quickly warned. Old Wong had already sensed the foul odor approaching, witnessing the knight's tragic state filled him with rage. The moment Chen Feng blocked the attack had allowed him to regain composure, and he shouted loudly, "Kill!" He raised his spear, his body surging with the storm, fully merging into the spear. This was his 6th-tier ultimate power, the Storm Spear. The Black Wolf King instantly felt a powerful force rushing towards it. The spear, infused with the peak 6th-tier strength and the power of vengeance, faintly transcended its original tier, reaching the 7th tier. Boom! The Black Wolf King had no time to dodge and took the full brunt of Old Wong's desperate strike on its bloodied body. The spear pierced its front body, creating a bloody hole, and the immense force pushed the Black Wolf King back several meters. The Black Wolf King's pained howl echoed. Since the chase began, it was the first time it had been injured, and by a mere 6th-tier ant no less. As a 7th-tier beast being wounded by a 6th-tier one, it was an utter humiliation in its limited intelligence. Roar! The Black Wolf King roared again, disregarding the bleeding wound, charging forward once more. "Is this all I can do?" A hint of despair flashed in Old Wong's eyes. "Can we 6th-tier awakeners really not fight beyond our tier?" That last strike had already used his final strength, yet the Black Wolf King had merely sustained light injuries. Perhaps after the next attack he would die on the spot. Team leader. The knights witnessing this grew anxious, wanting to do the same as Chen Feng and use their bodies to shield Old Wong from the Black Wolf King. Unbeknownst to them, Old Wong had already seen through their intentions and shouted loudly, "Don't worry about me. Your mission is to escort the fallen star back to the city. Remember, this is an order from the Knight Regiment." Upon hearing this, the others' eyes flashed with sorrow, yet they had no choice but to obey. The Knight Regiment's orders were above all. This had always been their consensus. To complete the mission, even if it meant sacrificing the team leader, their priority was the task at hand. This was an opportunity brought about by the team leader's sacrifice. Losing it would mean betraying the trust of the Knight Regiment, betraying the trust of their leader. Thus they had to suppress their growing anxiety and push their spiritual steeds to run even faster. Just as the Black Wolf King drew near, Old Wong strained to raise his spear, preparing to launch a final strike and face death with composure. A wave of fiercely scorching heat surged forth, slicing past the knights, revealing a flash of sword light that struck the Black Wolf King. Shoo! The searing red sword light didn't carve a wound on the Black Wolf King, but it had an igniting effect, causing the beast's fur to catch fire. In an instant, flames engulfed a large area, even covering the wound created by Old Wong. New and old injuries combined, causing the Black Wolf King to bare its teeth in pain. While this action did not seriously injure it, it brought the beast to a halt, alleviating Old Wong's life and death crisis. "Fortunately, we are not too late." From behind, Yin Chuan's voice rang out. For figures radiating powerful presence stood beside him, including himself, 5 6th-tier powerhouses. Yin Chuan, known as the Flame Swordsman, was the source of that scorching sword light just now. "Huff, Lord Yin has arrived. The team leader is safe now." Seeing their leader out of danger, Chen Feng and the others all breathed a sigh of relief, filled with joy. "So these are the fallen stars. Haha, I knew the Knight Regiment would not disappoint us." Yin Chuan immediately noticed what they were carrying and exclaimed joyfully, "Lord, thank you." Old Wong rode closer on his spiritual steed, expressing his gratitude earnestly. If it weren't for Yin Chuan's appearance, he would have been dead by now. Yin Chuan quickly stopped Old Wong, saying, "No, I should be thanking you, Old Wong. You risked your life to venture out for everyone to retrieve the fallen stars. What does our mere escort count for? Let's not talk about that now. First, let's deal with the present danger, and then return to the city. That brat Jiang Ji has been waiting for a long time. All right, let's head back to the city first." The 5 unharmed 6th-tier warriors, along with Old Wong, glared coldly at the Black Wolf King. Notably, the flames on the Black Wolf King had yet to extinguish. Sensing the presence of 5 who were no weaker than the one before, the Black Wolf King felt a twinge of retreat. It was indeed a 7th-tier beast, but these humans seemed far from easy to deal with. Having participated in beast-tide assaults, it knew that perhaps a single 6th-tier human could do nothing against it, but 3 or more working together could certainly confront it head-on. Other members of its clan might be able to stall 2 of them, but it had no confidence in quickly killing the other 3 6th-tier warriors. Of course, Yin Chuan and the others might be able to heavily injure the Black Wolf King, but they lacked the ability to kill it. Overall, both sides had reached a stalemate. Continuing the battle would yield no benefits. Woo! The Black Wolf King howled, casting one last hateful glance at everyone before leading its clan of ferocious beasts away without hesitation. Yin Chuan and the others also breathed a sigh of relief, then cautiously returned swiftly towards the western gate of Daxia City. Luckily, this creature did not fight us to the end. Let's go back quickly. The beast tide is about to end. To be honest, it was not that they did not want to try to kill a lone 7th-tier beast when they finally encountered one. If they could succeed in killing a 7th-tier beast, one among those present would surely advance. Unfortunately, the threat of the beast tide was too great, forcing them to abandon that idea. Over the years, many awakeners in Daxia City had remained stuck at the 6th tier. It was not that they did not wish to advance, but the conditions were too harsh. Besides requiring vast amounts of experience, they also needed to kill a 7th-tier beast to fulfill both conditions to advance to the 7th tier. They had long attained the necessary experience, but the requirement to slay a beast of a higher tier was the bottleneck preventing their progress. Advancing to the next tier was incredibly difficult. After the Black Wolf King retreated, everyone returned to Daxia City without any major incidents. As the heavy city gates closed and the energy shield was activated, the members of the night squad finally relaxed, feeling an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over them. Master Wang, I have already summoned the healers and awakened ones of the healing profession to be on standby. You all should attend to your injuries now. As for the star meteorite, I will personally deliver it to Jiang Ji. Among the 12 members of the night squad, injuries varied in severity, with Chun Feng, who had lost an arm, and Master Wang, who was exhausted from the rear guard, sustaining the heaviest wounds. Yin Chuan had anticipated they would encounter a crisis upon leaving the city, so he had arranged for subsequent matters well in advance. All right, thank you, City Lord. Master Wang nodded, leaving the collected star meteorites at the spot before taking everyone away for treatment. After they left the battlefield, analyst approached. City Lord, the beast tide has begun to retreat. So soon? Hasn't it been less than 3 hours? Yin Chuan said in surprise. He had been keeping track of the time, but it had only been 2 hours and 50 minutes since the beast tide began. According to past occurrences, the beast tide would last precisely 3 hours unless a special event took place, and it was rare for them to retreat early. You were unaware that when you exited the city to assist the night squad, since the gunner squad entered the battlefield, the death rate of 1st-tier ferocious beasts has exceeded our expectations. The gunner squad. I see now. Yin Chuan nodded, realizing that Jiang Ji's charging guns were beyond his expectations. He intended to ask for more details, but then remembered that delivering the star meteorite to Jiang Ji was a priority, so he instructed. Since the beast tide has retreated, go arrange the post-battle matters, tally the casualties on both sides, dispatch people to collect the bodies of the ferocious beasts, and register those useful to the martial artists for future distribution according to merit. Pay attention to issues like compensation, concentrating on the injured, and guarding against scattered ferocious beasts retaliating. Understood. As Yin Chuan's assistant, he was already quite adept at these matters, and after responding, he went to make arrangements. Yin Chuan called 2 people, saying, "Take these star meteorites with me to the mechanical warehouse." Yes. On the city wall, the ferocious beasts continued to retreat. The martial artists had already begun to handle post-battle matters spontaneously. Having survived another beast tide, the survivors were grateful while casting sorrowful glances at their fallen comrades. Under the circumstances of war, even with an energy shield, it was impossible to suffer no losses. Some young people were filled with rage, wanting to chase down the ferocious beasts, but were quickly stopped. Martial artists ultimately lacked powerful long-range attack methods, but once they stepped outside the energy shield, their lives would no longer be in their hands. Only in certain areas did gunfire continue to ring out. In the wild, ferocious beasts, while retreating, were oblivious to the energy projectiles fired from behind, dropping lifelessly in an instant along the way. Haha, the things made by the master mechanic are indeed useful. Yeah, I've been annoyed by those ferocious beasts for a long time. Every time the beast tide ends, they come and go as they please, bullying us with our insufficient ammunition, too scared to step outside the energy shield. Now we finally get to experience this feeling of beating a drowning dog. Hey, guess how many ferocious beasts I killed this time? What a load of crap with your shooting skills. How precise could you be? I guess 300 at most. 300. Who do you think you're looking down on? Let me tell you, I killed a total of 1,124 first-tier ferocious beasts, even injuring dozens of second-tier ferocious beasts, creating opportunities for those in the vanguard troops to harvest. What? Over 1,000. I've only killed over 800. Where have you been all this time? Nothing much. I was once a member of the Mechanic Corps, and I've had an exceptional mechanical talent since childhood. That person boasted. Someone who couldn't stand his arrogance interjected, over 1,000. You can really say that. I killed 3,000 and didn't boast, and you're out here showing off. Everyone was stunned for a moment. 3,000 ferocious beasts. What concept was that? It meant that from the moment he got the charging gun to joining the battle, he wasted not a second killing one ferocious beast with each charged bullet fired. Who are you? Just saying 3,000 like it's nothing. Who believes that? The person's face turned sour, expressing doubt. Should I tell you that I'm a master gunsmith? Should I also mention that I just advanced to the 4th tier? Little brother, sit down for me. Awakened in firearms. No wonder, everyone finally understood. All right, I'll sit down and teach me a few tricks when we get back. That person was flexible enough to flatter immediately. Sure, but don't act all high and mighty in the future. Remember, there are always greater people out there. The retreat of the beast tide lasted for about 10 minutes, during which time, under the attack of the gunner squad, several thousand corpses were left behind. Others from the beast tide cast envious glances at the gunner squad. The large number of ferocious beasts killed also meant a significant amount of experience gained. For other awakened ones, killing more than 10 ferocious beasts of the same level was already considered remarkable. But for the gunner squad, they calculated by the 3-digit or even 4-digit numbers. After a single beast tide, basically everyone leveled up. This was all brought about by the master mechanic, and everyone silently prayed that if any weapons made by the master mechanic appeared again, they would fight for it. As for the mechanic they were thinking about, he had already left right after the beast tide ended. Jiang Ji was in a different position from the gunner squad. The gunner squad was at the forefront of the battle, enjoying a wide field of vision, which allowed them to achieve such results. His position was not very close to the city wall, and he could only kill scattered ferocious beasts to provide cover for those resting in the rear. Therefore, in this battle, he did not kill many ferocious beasts, only over 200. Of course, possessing the ability to distribute experience, even though he did not kill many ferocious beasts himself, the experience he gained was still substantial. Unfortunately, by the time the beast tide ended, he still had not managed to level up, and his experience bar had advanced to 286,000. Just 14,000 experience short, which left Jiang Ji a bit regretful. Thus, upon seeing the end of the war, he was the first to leave, planning to go to the mechanical warehouse to see if he could manufacture some mechanical parts to gain that 14,000 experience. As for the many ferocious beasts that died, he only obtained this small amount of experience due to the varying ranks within the gunner squad. When a high-tier awakened one killed a 1st-tier ferocious beast, the experience gained would be reduced, so Jiang Ji could only obtain 1/10 of the reduced amount. At the same time, there were also some martial artists present within the gunner squad, who could not gain experience points from killing ferocious beasts. This led to Jiang Ji not completing the level up. Otherwise, in this battle, more than 100,000 ferocious beasts died at the hands of the gunner squad, and Jiang Ji's share of experience could have easily exceeded 1,000,000. Of course, gaining over 200,000 experience in just 1 hour, Jiang Ji was already very satisfied. Jiang Ji had just returned to the mechanical workshop with Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling when he happened to encounter Yin Chuan and others carrying star meteorites. Without needing confirmation, Jiang Ji sensed the presence of the star meteorites through the fabric, his eyes widening in surprise. He had not expected Yin Chuan to truly bring him the star meteorites. Yin Chuan did not mention the Night Order's departure from the city, as he naturally was unaware. City Lord, where did these star meteorites come from? Are there reserves within the city? Jiang Ji picked up a star meteorite and examined it, ultimately confirming that this was indeed one of the main materials he had been searching for to repair the fallen demon cannon. Haha, don't worry about it, little G. Just tell me, with these stones, can we repair the fallen demon cannon? Yin Chuan smiled and asked, not mentioning the Night Order's matters to spare him from any guilt. Of course, with the other materials in hand along with the star meteorites, I can guarantee that the fallen demon cannon will definitely appear on the battlefield before the second wave of beasts arrives tomorrow. Jiang Ji thought these star meteorites were city reserves and did not delve deeper, confidently assuring Yin Chuan. I wonder if the mechanical weapons produced by others after my repairs will grant me experience. Jiang Ji pondered to himself. If he could also receive a share of the experience from the beasts killed by the fallen demon cannon, then not to mention reaching the 2nd tier, even the 3rd tier would not be out of reach. This was indeed a large-scale cleansing weapon. All right, since that's the case, I can rest assured, Yin Chuan said, delighted with Jiang Ji's assurance. The beast tide tomorrow would surely showcase the brilliance of the mechanics. Seeing Jiang Ji eagerly pick up the star meteorite, Yin Chuan reminded him, little G, remember to balance work and rest. If you're tired, take a break, don't overexert yourself. Jiang Ji shook his head. If everyone else can't rest, how can I? City Lord, just leave this to me. Once the beast tide is over, you will surely have many matters to attend to, so there's no need to waste time here. Yin Chuan was both amused and helpless, not expecting that Jiang Ji was even more invested in these matters than he was, and even lectured him. Is this what some children in the city refer to as the innate city lord's sacred body? All right, just be careful, and from now on don't call me city lord, it sounds too formal. Just call me Uncle Yin. Uncle Yin. Then I won't disturb you any further. Yin Chuan instructed a few people beside him. You stay here to assist little Ji. He has physical limitations, so if he needs anything, please inform me at any time. Yes, city lord. The two soldiers responded. After giving a few reminders, Yin Chuan left. Jiang Ji and the others entered the mechanical workshop with the star meteorites and approached the fallen demon cannon. Having gained experience from sorting materials previously, Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling also had some knowledge. Jiang Ji instructed them to fetch the materials needed to repair the fallen demon cannon, while he maneuvered his wheelchair around it to devise a repair plan. It must be said that although he had long since gotten used to his leg ailment, working while pushing a wheelchair was indeed quite inconvenient. Fortunately, as long as he could reach the third tier, he would be able to create powered exoskeletons, allowing him to walk like a normal person once installed on his legs. If he couldn't cure his leg ailment in the future, he even planned to replace his legs with mechanical parts to truly rid himself of this weakness. Of course, if he could be cured, he would still prefer to retain his human body. Compared to cold machinery, the natural human body is more suited to humanity. Yin Chuan returned to the conference room. At this moment, many were already waiting, including Chun, Li Xiaojun, and other army commanders. These were all high-tier combat forces of Daxia City, though anyone entering the conference room was no lower than the 5th tier. Even though many had already freshened up, there was still a lingering scent of blood. During the first wave of beast tide, although most were low-tier fierce beasts, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, and some high-tier beasts were also mixed in. In the need to protect the energy shield from being breached on a large scale, even 5th-tier powerhouses could not avoid injuries in the battle. Let's discuss the battle report in detail, Yin Chuan said after taking a seat. Yes. Battle analyst Lu Huai opened his notebook and began to narrate, while everyone present listened attentively. In the year 5012 of the ancient calendar at 8 in the morning, the fierce beasts gathered for the 67th time to attack Daxia City, with the scale of the beast tide reaching the 5th tier. Among them, over 1,000 fierce beasts of the 3rd tier and above were detected, including 100 5th tier and 300 4th tier beasts. The total number of 2nd tier beasts reached 100,000, and the 1st tier beasts were countless, initially estimated to exceed 1 million. Daxia City deployed 100,000 vanguard troops, 100,000 reserve troops, and 100,000 logistics troops. The duration of the beast tide was 2 hours and 50 minutes. During the hot weapons combat, our army suffered 94 deaths and 420 injuries. Once it transitioned to close combat, the death toll rose to 761, with nearly 4,000 injuries. As his words fell, a gasp echoed in the conference room. Hiss! How could the casualties be so high? This is only the first day, someone exclaimed in shock. It's important to note that this was with an energy shield in place, and the defending army only needed to guard against sporadic climbing beasts. If the entire army faced the beast tide directly, the casualties would be absolutely incalculable, and it could even multiply by several tens. Such a casualty rate would rank among the average in previous city defense battles against beast tides. The atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy. These were all compatriots of Daxia City. Each death or injury would cause them deep sorrow. This is war, Yin Chuan said indifferently. He naturally felt pain for the comrades lost, but he would not show it on the surface lest it dampen morale. After Lu Huai and the others digested this, he continued, this city defense battle consumed 70% of our ammunition reserves, with 1 missile lost and countless cold weapons destroyed. Our side's battle report is complete. Next is the enemy annihilation data. In this battle, our Daxia City garrison eliminated 320,000 fierce beasts, including 7 5th-tier beasts, over 10,000 4th, 3rd, and 2nd-tier beasts, with the rest being 1st tier. In addition, missiles also played a role, injuring a 7th-tier aberrant demon. A 7th-tier aberrant demon. I see, with a 7th-tier aberrant demon commanding from behind, the combat capabilities of the fierce beasts dramatically increased, resulting in such significant losses for Daxia City. Previously, I thought the aberrant demon producing distorted demonic sounds was 6th tier. I didn't expect it to be 7th tier. Only then did everyone understand the reason behind such heavy losses. In past battles, there was a massive difference between beast tides with and without command. Wait. Someone noticed something was off with the data and spoke in surprise. 320,000. How is that possible? Without awakened ones in group battles, how could we possibly kill so many fierce beasts? It's not a direct confrontation. The fierce beasts that could penetrate the energy shield and climb onto the city walls couldn't even number 100,000. If we consider the previous hot weapons battle and the awakened ones who possess long-range attack capabilities, logically speaking, achieving such results would be impossible. Killing 5 to 10,000 fierce beasts would already be considered a great victory. At this point, Yin Chuan spoke up to explain, "Regarding this, I was just about to tell you that when the beast tide lasted for 2 hours, Jiang Ji brought me a batch of mechanical weapons." Jiang Ji. Who is he? Jiang Ji. Isn't he the mechanic who just awakened today? Mechanical weapons. Could it be that he repaired some weapons left by the Lord of War? Yin Chuan shook his head. No, he manufactured the weapons himself, named the Q1 model rapid charging gun. Wasn't he just awakened? A first-tier weapon, what significant impact could it have? Someone questioned. It wasn't meant to belittle, but based on previous experiences, it was natural to not expect much from a first-tier mechanical weapon. No, you are wrong. At first I had the same thoughts as you, but after Jiang Ji demonstrated it to me, I realized I was mistaken. The Q1 charging gun's capabilities far exceeded my expectations, even reaching a shocking level. It is precisely because of its existence that we were able to achieve such significant results this time. Yin Chuan had someone bring a charging gun crafted by Jiang Ji and explained its functions. In the next moment, astonishment spread across everyone's faces. It was even more astonishing than when Yin Chuan first heard about it. City Lord, are you serious? You're not deceiving us, are you? Someone stuttered in shock. Do you think I would joke about something like this? Yin Chuan replied, dissatisfied. Lu Huai also spoke at the right moment. After receiving the charging gun sent by Jiang Ji, the city Lord formed a 100-man gunner regiment. In this beast-tide battle, the gunner regiment directly killed over 180,000 fierce beasts. Moreover, the fierce beasts injured by the gunner regiment exceeded 50,000. Because of this, the vanguard team was able to reap the rewards effortlessly, which is the main reason we achieved such tremendous results in this battle. By the way, not only that, but with the addition of the gunner regiment, our casualties immediately dropped to the lowest level. Otherwise, the death toll would have increased by 30%. As these words fell, the conference room was instantly filled only with the sound of breathing. What kind of concept is it that merely 100 people wielding mechanical weapons can kill 180,000 fierce beasts? Even if most of them were first-tier fierce beasts, it was still an unimaginable scene for others. Normally, having a 5th-tier powerhouse kill a group of first-tier fierce beasts that are standing still and not resisting killing 300 would be the limit before exhaustion sets in. If one could kill 500 or 600, obtaining the title of the most persistent in Daxia City would be guaranteed. But now, with just a single charging gun used by a low-tier awakened individual, as long as their aim is decent, they can kill at least 700 fierce beasts in an hour. 100 people can kill 180,000. If every person in Daxia City had one. Doesn't that mean that for beast tides below Tier 3, Daxia City wouldn't even need an energy shield to achieve a flawless victory? Yin Chuan replied. Lu Huai overlooked one point. The awakened individuals in the gunner regiment, while wielding charging guns, can also be credited with the kills, allowing them to gain experience points. After the beast tide concludes, many have already completed their promotions. Hiss, another gasp echoed. Is there such a thing? If 6th or 7th tier mechanical products appear in the future, and we rely on them for cross-dire kills, wouldn't that simultaneously fulfill the promotion conditions from 6 to 7? A 6th tier powerhouse trembled as he spoke. They had used the previous generation's mechanical products before, but they had not achieved such effects. They had been stuck at a bottleneck for too long. The emergence of the charging gun had shown a group of people the dawn of promotion. If this could really be realized, Daxia City would undoubtedly welcome a large number of 7th-tier powerhouses. I don't know about that yet, but it depends on whether Jiang Ji can quickly promote. At that time we will know. Yin Chuan shook his head. City Lord Can Jiang. The mechanics still manufacture charging guns. 100 people in the gunner regiment seems a bit insufficient. Someone asked impatiently. The matter of 7th-tier powerhouses felt too distant, while the immediate issue was more practical. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Yin Chuan naturally understood their meaning. There is no problem on Jiang Ji's side, but what? Hurry up and tell us. Everyone urged anxiously after noticing he was dragging it out, even dropping the title of City Lord. We are short on materials, Lu Huai answered for him. The mechanical materials left by the previous City Lord are only enough to craft these. Isn't it just materials? City Lord, give me a list, and he'll take people out of the city to fetch them right away. That's right, just materials, or I'll go out and look too. There are quite a few resource points outside the city. We can go out and reclaim them. Everyone was talking at once, anxious to act. Bang! Yin Chuan knocked on the table. What are you doing? Are we not defending against tomorrow's beast tide? Why not just go outside and hand Daxia City over to the fierce beasts? Ha ha ha. Only then did everyone realize the current situation of Daxia City, and they chuckled twice to ease the awkwardness. Alright, I have already considered this matter. Yin Chuan took out a stack of papers and distributed them. This is the material list for manufacturing the Q1 charging gun. You all gather your subordinates immediately and collect them within Daxia City. The materials for first-tier weapons are not very rare. In addition to the reserves in the mechanical warehouse, there are definitely some piled up in other places. After you collect them, send them straight to the mechanical warehouse for Jiang Ji. We will discuss going out of the city after the beast tide ends. Yin Chuan had thought of this earlier, so he had already asked Jiang Ji to prepare the list, even adding images in case others didn't understand all for this moment. Understood. Once we get the materials, we will deliver them to the mechanic right away, everyone responded. Some had already begun to fantasize. If a 100-man regiment could destroy 180,000 enemies, wouldn't doubling that mean 360,000? If there were a 1,000-man regiment, it seemed there wouldn't even be enough first-tier fierce beasts for a 5th-tier beast tide. Just let your logistics people handle these matters. Don't delay the preparations for resisting the beast tide tomorrow. We understand. By the way, let me share a piece of news with you. Tomorrow, Jiang Ji will also bring us a big surprise. Yin Chuan seemed to recall something and chuckled. A big surprise. Could there be something more powerful than the charging gun? City Lord, tell us. Yin Chuan glanced at them and ignored their curiosity, taking Lu Huai with him as they left. Damn it, Yin is not treating us as human beings. After Yin Chuan left, someone angrily exclaimed. With the charging gun already a treasure, the big surprise from the mechanic made everyone eager to know. Their curiosity piqued. Indeed, back then I even struck his butt. Now he's leaving us in suspense. Huh. All right, let's stop chatting and hurry up with the arrangements for the following matters. Yin Chuan, who had not walked far, heard these words, his forehead dark with lines. If it weren't for some of them being his true elders, he would have wanted to turn back and unleash a flame sword at them. Lu Huai remained silent, observing with his eyes, but his trembling shoulders betrayed his current thoughts. Somewhere in the wilderness, the triangular-headed alien demon looked fierce, gazing at the brightly lit Daxia City in the distance, filled with hatred. That missile had knocked it down a level, causing it to fall from 6th tier. How long would it take to recover from that? Furthermore, after falling from 6th tier, its influence within the clan diminished, and it could no longer command even the 7th tier fierce beasts. According to its previous plan, the beast tide was supposed to last at least 5 days, starting from 5th tier and ending with 7th tier, gradually overwhelming the opponent. In the end, it would surely force out that new mechanic to kill him and complete the clan's mission. But now, the 7th tier fierce beasts could no longer be commanded, and relying solely on 6th tier, the plan was already half failed. The triangular-headed alien demon secretly regretted realizing it should not have naively thought humans would bow down. Without the 7th tier as a trump card, regardless of success or failure, tomorrow would mark the final battle of this beast tide. It must launch a full-scale assault if there was any hope of completing the task of killing the mechanic. It had already decided to deploy all the 6th tier it could command, breaking through Daxia City's defenses and rampaging within to avenge the missile. Today, that group of domesticated humans seems a bit unusual. That kind of weapon, it feels somewhat like a mechanical product. Could it be that person from 3 years ago didn't die? While contemplating the plans for tomorrow's attack, the triangular-headed alien demon also felt some confusion. The strange weapons that appeared in the mid-beast tide, although ineffective against it, the large-scale deaths of first-tier fierce beasts still made it secretly alarmed, suspecting that the mechanic from back then had not died, hinting at the return of a battlefield reaper. As for whether it was the work of that new mechanic, it had not considered at all. After all, what could a first-tier mechanic accomplish? Those old fools in the clan don't know what they're thinking, insisting on holding back. Otherwise, these humans would have long become our prey. At that moment, the people of Daxia City remained unaware that the Demonfians would unleash their full might during tomorrow's beast tide. Everyone was frantically preparing for battle. Rest itself was conducted in rotating shifts, 2 hours per group. Awakened healers had no rest at all, working tirelessly to treat the wounded and restore their combat readiness for the imminent onslaught. The gun corps intensified its drills. Today's hasty engagement had squandered both ammunition and time. A marginal improvement in marksmanship might yet claim one more ferocious beast tomorrow. An atmosphere of palpable tension and oppressive gravity hung over the entire city of Daxia. In the pre-dawn hours, Jiang Ji sat in his wheelchair, flanked by 2 soldiers circling the fallen demon cannon for observation. After 3 grueling hours of meticulous repair, the fallen demon cannon had finally been restored. Though its exterior bore no visible change, every damaged internal component had been replaced. Only logistical constraints prevented Jiang Ji from taking it out for a live test firing. Alas, he lacked the capability to fabricate 5th-tier ordnance, and the remaining stockpile of fallen demon shells was critically low, reserved solely for tomorrow's battle, so he reluctantly set aside the notion. Yet under the dominion of his mechanical sovereign talent, the cannon held no secrets from him. Tomorrow, it would surely blaze with unparalleled brilliance upon the battlefield. Brothers, take a short rest, Jiang Ji said after completing his inspection, his own body heavy with fatigue. For 3 relentless hours the two soldiers had hauled materials, assembled components, and repositioned him. By now they were breathing heavily spent. They collapsed onto the ground, exchanging glances of profound admiration toward Jiang Ji. Exhausted as they were, they could scarcely fathom the strain borne by him, the primary operator. 3 hours of unwavering razor-sharp focus was no trivial feat. Jiang Ji, after all, was merely a first-tier awakened. Repairing a weapon far beyond his tier demanded extraordinary willpower to sustain without faltering. Truly worthy of the title mechanical artisan, Jiang Ji felt no particular pride. He had pledged himself to the city lord and thus gave his absolute all. Should the cannon remain unrepaired before the second wave of the beast tide struck and casualties ensue, he would bear the weight of deep remorse. 15 minutes later, Jiang Ji lifted his gaze and asked, "Brothers, are you still holding up?" At the sound of his voice, the two, already somewhat recovered, sprang upright. "Of course we are. Just tell us what you need, master." Even if utterly drained, they dared not show it, not when duty weighed so heavily upon them. Any lapse in assistance might jeopardize tomorrow's battle, condemning them to exclusion even from the sacred Shaolin burial grounds. Their voices rang loud enough to rouse Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling, who had drifted into sleep moments earlier, overcome by exhaustion. Blinking drowsily, they murmured, "Brother, how did we fall asleep? Our mechanical artisan brother still needs us," Zhou Ling blurted. Instantly, Zhou Ming jolted, fully awake, and caught sight of Jiang Ji beside him. Sorry, mechanical artisan brother, we." Jiang Ji smiled, gently cutting him off. "It's all right. You've labored all day. If you're weary, feel free to sleep on." No, we won't sleep. Please tell us what tasks you'd like us to undertake," Zhou Ming hurriedly interjected. Beside him, Zhou Ling nodded vigorously. Yes. Please instruct us, mechanical artisan brother. We're not tired." She punctuated this with a soft yawn. "Very well. Then continue sorting materials just as you did this morning," Jiang Ji replied, unwilling to dismiss their earnest devotion. Yes. They responded in unison and immediately resumed work. Earlier during the cannon's repair, numerous batches of materials for crafting charge rifles had already been delivered. Some came from scattered depots across the city, others were harvested fresh from the carcasses of slain ferocious beasts. Roughly estimated, the haul surpassed even the mechanical depot's existing reserves. This windfall resolved Jiang Ji's most urgent dilemma. His earlier assumption had proven false. Repairing machines crafted by others yielded no experience. His progress bar remained stubbornly frozen. With these materials, however, he could now forge his own mechanical creations and thereby resume accumulating experience. Without delay, he began work. Drawing upon his morning's practice, he handled charge rifle fabrication with consummate ease. Only 4 pairs of hands sorting materials could barely keep pace with his output. Each newly forged rifle propelled his experience upward at a swift, steady rate. 10 minutes later, as the 15th charge rifle emerged, a crystalline, shattering sound resonated from Jiang Ji's body. His very being seemed to ascend, transformed. Mechanical weapon successfully fabricated. 500 experience. Experience threshold reached. 300 points attained. Ascension initiated. Congratulations, you have ascended to Tier 2. The instant ascension completed, Jiang Ji opened his personal interface. Name: Jiang Ji. Occupation: mechanical artisan. Talent: mechanical sovereign. Flesh is frail, machinery transcends. You are the origin of ultimate machinery, the genesis of mechanical science itself. With but a glance you grasp the complete principle of any machine, any mechanism may be born anew beneath your hands. Ability: I forge fire. Any mechanical material may be refined into precisely the component you require. Ability: 2 mechanical arm. Rapid assembly of mechanical components into functional devices. Ability: 3 mechanical amplification. All mechanical devices forged by you gain 10-fold enhancement in functionality. Ability: 4 mechanical mastery. Any machine becomes an extension of your will, wielded with flawless instinct. Ability: V fabricating components, refining raw materials, assembling devices. All yield experience points. Level LV 2, Tier 2. Strength 1, Intelligence Max, Infinite Constitution 1, Agility 1, Tier 2. Mechanical Arsenal Q1, Charge Rifle, Miniature Self-Detonating Robot, Charge Cannon, Remote Controlled Drone. His abilities and attributes showed no change. Jiang Ji had long understood his unique nature. His power resided entirely within his mechanical constructs, rendering raw physical stats secondary. What had expanded was his mechanical arsenal, a reflection of the new weapons he could now fabricate at Tier 2. These 3 additions were already familiar to him. His mastery of mechanical science was absolute. The sole barrier had been his tier limitation. Now that his tier had risen with materials at hand, he could instantly produce all 3 new devices. The miniature self-detonating robot, once deployed, autonomously approaches designated threats and detonates. Its explosive yield is respectable. It is in essence a mobile evolution of the landmine. Buried mines lie inert, whereas this unit moves with purpose. Its chief advantage lies in its compact size and stealth. Yet against mindless, ferocious beasts, such subtlety is lost, like playing lute to cattle. Even if detected, the beasts would disregard it entirely. Its true design targets intelligent demon-fiend adversaries, but none of low rank had yet appeared on the battlefield. Under ordinary circumstances, yes, but one must never forget Jiang Ji possesses mechanical amplification. With tenfold amplification, the robot's respectable yield escalates to that of a small-scale weapon. Its blast radius extends 10 meters. Any Tier 2 ferocious beast caught within is obliterated, making it in effect a scaled-down counterpart to the fallen demon cannon. The charge cannon is the natural evolution of the charge rifle. Replacing bullets with high-yield shells, its destructive potential leaps exponentially. Like its smaller sibling, it fires pure energy projectiles. Even without amplification, its impact can fell a Tier 2 ferocious beast outright. With amplification engaged, a direct hit to a vital area proves fatal even to Tier 3 beasts. Its only drawbacks: an internal magazine limited to 8 rounds and a 10-second recharge interval per shot. Its effective range is also reduced, approximately 80 meters. Still, overall, it is an exceptional asset. Even first-tier awakened could now realistically slay Tier 3 beasts with its aid. Of the three, however, Jiang Ji considered the remote-controlled drone the single greatest boon to Daxia City. Having remained sealed within its walls for years, the city possessed no knowledge of the wilds beyond. Now, with Jiang Ji's presence, mechanical resources would inevitably dwindle, requiring expeditions into the untamed frontier for replenishment. Thus, the drone became indispensable. It could scout the wilderness and transmit real-time imagery back to the city. How many lives might it spare? How much manpower might it render obsolete? Jiang Ji even envisioned daring tactics, loading the drone with miniature self-detonating robots and flying them directly into beast swarms for devastating face-to-face detonations. Of course, such extravagance would only be viable with abundant materials. Otherwise, each explosion would sacrifice an entire drone, a costly indulgence. Another 2 hours passed. A total of over 140 energy guns have been manufactured. Together with those from earlier, there are nearly 250. Once deployed on the battlefield tomorrow, they will surely reduce casualties once again. Jiang Ji instructed one of the soldiers to inform Yin Chuan to send someone to collect them to expand the gunner corps. The earlier training can yield better results. Before long, Yin Chuan actually came in person carrying some food. Aren't you a tireless Iron Man? You're pushing yourself too hard. Here, eat something first. Upon Yin Chuan's arrival, noticing Jiang Ji's somewhat haggard appearance, he instinctively started lecturing while handing over the food for his subordinate to present to Jiang Ji. Hey, I'm just a bit hungry. Thank you, Uncle Yin. Jiang Ji knew he was concerned about him, smiling as he took the food and began eating heartily. Awakened ones are not made of iron, they naturally get hungry. Jiang Ji had just been holding back earlier. Seeing him eat, Yin Chuan felt relieved and then went to the spot where the energy guns were stacked, observing them with growing excitement. You kid, you really are something. I didn't misjudge you. You've managed to produce over 100 more. Well done. Yin Chuan gave Jiang Ji a thumbs up, praising him. With this, we'll have 250 gunners tomorrow. The first-tier ferocious beasts are going to suffer. Not bad, not bad. Oh, by the way, how's the Demon Slayer cannon? Yin Chuan naturally wouldn't forget about the weapon he had been yearning for. The energy guns can expand the victory, but to truly end the beast tide, it still requires a large-scale weapon. It's been repaired long ago. Jiang Ji answered with his mouth full. I've counted. There are a total of 27 rounds of ammunition for the Demon Slayer cannon, which is more than enough to clear out the beast tide. Good, the ferocious beasts tomorrow are in for a treat. With this accurate reply, Yin Chuan was overjoyed and clapped his hands heavily. After this battle, you will be the first hero of Daxia City. Hearing this, the two assisting soldiers, along with the children Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling, all straightened their chests, slightly feeling a sense of pride. They had participated fully in the work of the mechanic, and this credit naturally included their contribution. Jiang Ji waved his hand, saying, It's all for Daxia City after all. Well, I'll take my leave now. Oh, I will send someone to bring the Demon Slayer cannon tomorrow. Yin Chuan was also preparing to leave. Jiang Ji quickly reached out to stop him, pulling out the list he had prepared earlier. Wait, could you please help me gather these materials? I need to create something. Yin Chuan paused his steps, taking the list to examine. These are all second-tier materials, right? Besides the energy guns, can you create other weapons? He had previously collected materials for the former city lord and recognized some of them. Jiang Ji nodded. I've leveled up. These materials are for second-tier mechanical weapon components. I see. Wait. What did you just say? You leveled up. Yin Chuan had instinctively been prepared to agree, but was suddenly shocked. Wait, didn't you just awaken this morning? It hasn't even been 24 hours and you leveled up. This matter shocked him more than Jiang Ji repairing the Demon Slayer cannon. Jiang Ji directly displayed his attribute panel. By the time Yin Chuan finished looking, his eyes were already somewhat vacant, muttering, "A level up in a day, a level up in a day." Damn, he couldn't help but curse. You really are a genius. I'm starting to believe that you can lead Daxia City to break through the encirclement of ferocious beasts and fulfill the hope of returning to the old land. Jiang Ji was somewhat puzzled. Uncle Yin, a level up in a day isn't that impressive, right? To be honest, if it weren't for the mechanical dominator talent, which gave him 300,000 experience, a level up in a day wouldn't be a big deal. Jumping several levels in a day to 4 or 5 would truly be shocking. Until he left, Yin Chuan was still murmuring about the level up in a day. As he walked further away, he finally reacted slightly and reminded Jiang Ji, "You kid, pay attention to balancing work and rest. Don't exhaust yourself at the console." He knew that with Jiang Ji having reached the second tier, he would surely continue producing machinery and might be planning to work through the night, which was why he offered this reminder. After hastily finishing his meal, Jiang Ji finally had time to check the second-tier materials currently in the mechanical storage. After a quick inspection, he found that he had all the materials for 3 new mechanical products, though the quantities were a bit low. Once he reaches the third tier later, the materials will become even scarcer, so he needs to prepare in advance for going out to gather. Following the usual practice, Jiang Ji sorted out a portion of materials and then asked Zhou Ming and the others to help find more. After the materials were in place, he began the production of the second-tier mechanical products. During this time, Jiang Ji also took a moment to check the experience bar. The experience required to level up from second to third tier had increased to 900,000. This made him secretly relieved, as each level up only increased the requirement threefold. If it had followed the previous tenfold increase, future experience would have been difficult to obtain. If it were based on a tenfold ratio, it would be manageable before the 5th tier, but later with experience values in the hundreds of millions, unless he could wipe out an entire beast tide, the experience alone would be enough to trouble him. Currently, at 900,000, while it seems like a lot compared to other awakened ones, for him, it was insignificant. Just from tomorrow's beast tide, it might push his experience bar halfway. Leveling up is merely a matter of a few large-scale wars. Time passed. As the sun rose, sunlight once again fell, illuminating the blood-soaked Daxia city. At this moment, in the square in front of the city wall, several military corps had already formed a square formation on guard against the upcoming second wave of the beast tide. In the front there stood around 200 people with varying expressions. These were those who had been swayed by the words of the alien demons yesterday. Yin Chuan had specifically sent someone to check them out to help Jiang Ji eliminate hidden dangers. Yin Chuan looked at them with a complex expression, opening his mouth. My Daxia city does not need cowards, nor does it need those who think of betraying their fellow countrymen. You, this group of people, were confused under the twisted demon sounds yesterday, giving rise to the thought of surrendering your compatriots in exchange for your own safety. Though there was the influence of the demon sounds, as people of Daxia city, the weakness of spirit is your fault. All consequences are of your own making. Given that you once contributed to Daxia city, the city is also giving you a chance. In today's battle, you will be the vanguard of the vanguard. Survive, and your merits and demerits will cancel each other out. If you die, it is your fate. I hope you make the right choice. Among the more than 200 people, some showed shame, while others exhibited fear, but it was too late, and they dared not resist. After finishing his admonishment, Yin Chuan turned to shout at the people below, My Daxia city dares to fight, dares to die. Even if we drain the last drop of blood, we will not abandon any compatriots, let alone do something so shameful and cowardly. If anyone dares to have any strange thoughts again, they will not even have the chance to atone for their mistakes. They should just kill themselves to spare others from having a hard time. His voice resonated in every corner below. Everyone raised their weapons, shouting loudly, Fight! 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 Dare to fight! Die fighting! Instantly, everyone's morale surged. To the walls. After completing the pre-battle mobilization, Yin Chuan stepped forward to walk up the city wall. The crowd surged and poured onto the city wall, each person fixated on the distance, ready to enter battle mode at the first sight of the ferocious beasts. The location of the mechanical warehouse. As the door opened, the figures of Jiang Ji and others appeared. Even from a distance, Jiang Ji could sense the imposing aura and the roars coming from beyond the city walls. After all, it was the mobilization of 300,000 people in the city. Beneath him, under the wheelchair, there were a dozen square-shaped objects with 4 rolling wheels beneath and an iron tentacle on top, serving as their power source, slowly pushing the wheels forward. These were second-tier small self-destructing robots, each only the size of a palm, lacking facial features. However, as mechanical beings, they had already developed some initial intelligence. Due to their limited number, Jiang Ji did not want to waste them, so he temporarily had them serve as his mobile power source. The small robots with their tentacles atop their heads replaced the effort of the 2 children, Zhou Ming and his sibling, in pushing the wheelchair. In addition, floating beside Jiang Ji were 4 small round balls, which were another type of mechanical device, unmanned remote-controlled machines. Jiang Ji only needed to wear the corresponding observation goggles. With a thought, he could control them remotely and also share their field of vision, effectively gaining a few extra eyes. Lastly, there was a familiar small cart, which contained over 40 ready-made energy cannons. Currently, the material reserves in the mechanical warehouse were only sufficient to produce these second-tier mechanical devices. It was precisely because the materials were exhausted that Jiang Ji was able to rest for over 2 hours, alleviating some of his fatigue. An hour earlier, Yin Chuan had already dispatched the meteor cannons to the city walls. Before long, Jiang Ji and the others arrived at the same position as yesterday. As for his participation in the battle today, Yin Chuan and the others were not as opposed anymore. With energy guns and energy cannons at hand, Jiang Ji had already gained some initial self-defense capability. Even ordinary third-tier ferocious beasts would likely be unable to approach him. This batch of energy cannons was distributed among the 30 most outstanding members of the gunman group, forming an independent artillery unit. These were lethal weapons capable of killing third-tier ferocious beasts, and those selected were filled with excitement. If all went well, some might even level up today. Suddenly, a booming sound echoed from afar. The ground trembled, and countless blood-stained earth particles flew, creating a cloud of dust. "They're coming," Yin Chuan said, rising and fixating his gaze on the source of the sound. From everyone's perspective, a layer of black mist suddenly appeared on the distant plain, gradually revealing the hideous forms of the ferocious beasts as they approached. The second wave of the beast tide was approaching. The dark mass of ferocious beasts rushed forward with sharp fangs, grotesque and massive bodies, and blood-red eyes, delivering a tremendous visual shock to the humans. Fortunately, everyone's resolve had been tempered through countless trials. Their faces were resolute, showing no signs of fear. Clang! Countless weapons were drawn, preparing for battle. Prepare the artillery. Once the ferocious beasts enter the attack range, blow them to pieces. Each commanding officer gazed at the beast tide, mentally calculating the distance between the two sides. When the ferocious beasts were only 100 meters away from the city walls, the commander slammed his fist down. Fire! As the command was issued, the already primed firearms were instantly ignited, the flames illuminating the cold gaze of the artillerymen and the slight curl of their lips. The exhilarating sensation of suppressive fire was irresistible. In the blink of an eye, countless rounds were unleashed, various shells raining down like heavenly flowers, landing on the mass of ferocious beasts with tremendous might. Boom! The densely packed tide of beasts had no place to evade. Where the shells landed, numerous ferocious beasts were instantly blown apart, mangled corpses strewn about, severed limbs scattered, and various bloods gushing forth, soaking the already charred earth and rendering it a new color. In addition to the firearms, many awakened individuals unleashed their own abilities in succession. Arrows, fireballs, magic, and elemental attacks belonging to the awakened also fell, slaying one ferocious beast after another. If Jiang Ji were present, he might even spot a familiar figure, Su Xuanyue, who awakened on the same day as him. Though Su Xuanyue was only first year, she possessed the powerful class of Ice Elemental Spirit. With each wave of her hand, countless frost crystals rained down, freezing all first-tier ferocious beasts within 5 meters of her casting area. Following closely behind the artillery barrage, the double strike of ice and fire suddenly extinguished the life force of the beasts. The first wave of firepower suppression from Daxia City unexpectedly gained the upper hand, slightly disrupting the advance of the ferocious beasts. Of course, while the number of ferocious beasts that died at the start of the battle seemed high compared to the vast number of the beast tide, it was merely a drop in the ocean. As the ferocious beasts continued to pour forth, their massive bodies drew closer to the city walls once more. The energy shield had long enveloped the entire city. Unlike yesterday, the close-quarters battle had been postponed, replaced by soldiers armed with energy guns. With the aid of the energy shield and cover, bullets erupted, and in the blink of an eye, a large number of ferocious beasts fell. In the early stages of the beast tide, first-tier ferocious beasts comprised the majority, allowing the full power of the energy guns to be unleashed. The results were undoubtedly significant. A mere 250 members of the gunman group had perfectly taken control of the city walls. Even after 15 minutes, not a single ferocious beast managed to breach the shield and ascend the walls, which was truly remarkable. Some had barely climbed halfway when they were shot down, unable to even touch the edge of the shield. Damn impressive. The gunman group is amazing. The energy guns are awesome. The one who's truly impressive is the master mechanic. No wonder he's called the mechanic. He single-handedly changed the initial battle situation. Zhang-san, am impressed. Woo, am so envious. Those bastards in the gunman group have leveled up again. When I go back this time, I must practice my shooting skills and strive to join the gunman group in the future. Practice shooting 1. Why do I feel like we're not of much use? Someone stationed at the front of the city wall wielding a large saber looked around but saw no ferocious beasts. "Pa, how can you not be happy with such good fortune? Do you have to fight ferocious beasts to be satisfied?" "Hee, I was just saying. Don't celebrate too early, only first-tier ferocious beasts have appeared so far. When higher-tier ones charge the city, it'll be our turn to take action. Everyone stay alert." "Yes, Commander." As the words fell, indeed, some much larger ferocious beasts emerged from the beast tide. Second and third-tier beasts had entered the fray. "Artillery units are coming." The 30 prepared individuals instantly dispersed among the gunmen, holding energy cannons and aiming at the third-tier ferocious beasts. Among them was the gunmaster who had killed 3,000 ferocious beasts yesterday. He held an energy cannon with a 10-centimeter caliber aimed, and in an instant a round projectile was fired, exploding on a third-tier ferocious beast that was just about to climb the city wall. Boom! The power of the second-tier mechanical weapon lived up to its name, far surpassing that of the energy guns. The third-tier ferocious beast didn't even have time to react before a massive hole was blown through its heart, killing it instantly. Wow, has the master mechanic created a new weapon? It can even kill third-tier beasts. The members of the gunman group were stunned, feeling that their energy guns paled in comparison. The gunmaster glanced at them and said blandly, "If you're weak, practice more. Perhaps one day you too will be favored by the master mechanic like I am." The sky blazed with kaleidoscopic light, artillery shells detonating in thunderous bursts, awakening cultivators, unleashing radiant, multifaceted assaults. 30 artillerymen backed by 250 riflemen once again halted the beast tide at the city wall's very foot. Yin Xuan and other senior officials of Daxia City watched in elation, hearts swelling with unrestrained joy. A full 30 minutes of relentless beast assault, and not a single casualty among Daxia City's defenders. Not even a wound. Such a result was nothing short of astonishing. Scouring the annals of every past war, had Daxia City ever achieved such a feat? Instinctively, all eyes turned toward Jiang Ji's position. This newly risen mechanic, solo architect of this miracle, had already earned the title of Daxia's beating heart. Lord Mayor, the Yumo cannon is fully deployed and ready for immediate deployment. Lu Huai stepped forward to report. Yin Xuan waved dismissively. Fourth-tier ferocious beasts have yet to appear. The Yumo cannon is a supreme weapon. We must not waste it on low-tier foes. Wait a little longer. We hold our fire until the entire beast tide reveals its full strength within our field of vision. That is when the Yumo cannon shall unveil its true might. Also alert all cultivators rank 5th tier and above. The moment the Yumo cannon strikes, we shall surge forth from the wall without hesitation to harvest the surviving 5th-tier beasts and utterly sever the tide's elite core. Understood. Lu Huai nodded firmly. Nearby, Jiang Ji piloted 4 remote-controlled drones skyward, surveying the battlefield from above. Through their optical feeds, 4 flawless perspectives streamed directly into his gaze, offering panoramic, unobstructed observation of the battle unfolding upon the ramparts. Witnessing the riflemen and artillerymen unleash their devastating power, a subtle smile tugged at Jiang Ji's lips, a quiet, deep-seated pride blooming within his chest. After all, he was still young. To see his own creations wielded so decisively on the front lines naturally stirred profound satisfaction. His experience bar surged upward once more, surpassing 1/10 in the blink of an eye. Zhou Ling, the young girl beside him, clutched his sleeve tightly. Though she'd endured yesterday's onslaught, a conflict of this magnitude left her trembling with nerves. In stark contrast, Zhou Ming brimmed with restless anticipation. All night long, he had practiced rifle techniques with unwavering focus. Jiang Ji had promised him once his marksmanship met Jiang Ji's exacting standards, he would receive a charge rifle and earn the right to serve Daxia City as a true defender. Thus, even unarmed Zhou Ming studied the rifleman's stances and movements intently, eager to absorb even a single technique that might secure his place on the battlefield. 4th-tier ferocious beasts have emerged. At last, high-tier beasts materialized upon the battlefield. Their bodies were impenetrably hardened, rendering the charge cannons increasingly ineffective. The gunners and artillerymen redirected fire to annihilate lower-tier beasts, hastening the collapse of the tide's rank-and-file, while allowing Daxia's elite cultivators to concentrate solely on adversaries of matching cultivation level. At the 40th minute of the beast tide, ferocious beasts finally breached the energy barrier's weakest point and scaled the city wall, only to be met by Daxia's 4th-tier cultivators poised and primed for combat. Yet in close quarters, melee casualties proved inevitable. For the first time, Daxia's defenders sustained injuries, though most withdrew immediately to the rear for treatment. With the firepower of the artillery Andriful core suppressing lower-tier threats, no defender risked being overwhelmed or pinned down. Casualty rates plummeted to their lowest ever. Lu Huai activated his battlefield analyst ability, steadily gathering tactical data from the tide itself. He murmured aloud, fourth-tier beasts now exceed 1,000, and their numbers are surging rapidly. 3,000. 3,000 fourth-tier beasts confirmed. Fifth and sixth-tier beasts have also appeared. What? 106th tier. The shadowy demon sovereign behind this tide intends total annihilation, just as we do. Compile final statistics. Yin Chuan commanded, his gaze fixed on the distant chaos, his expression hardening. 3,000 fourth tier, 1,000 fifth tier, 106th tier. 5 minutes elapsed. Preliminary analysis confirms sixth tier beasts represent the tide's apex force. No seventh tier will appear. This tide lacks seventh tier beasts. Yin Chuan's eyes flickered with subtle change. The absence of such overwhelming predators would inevitably reduce Daxia City's losses further. Lu Huai nodded. Our hypothesis holds true. Having fallen in rank, the demon sovereign can no longer command beasts superior to itself by even a single tier. Still, 106th tier beasts constitute a formidable challenge. Yin Chuan smiled, a commanding, resolute gesture, as he swept his arm outward. Prepare the Yumo cannon for immediate deployment. 6th tier alone. With no low-tier beasts to disrupt our formation, Daxia's peerless 6th tier cultivators, unrivaled within their own rank, will slaughter them to the last. Yes, Lord Mayor. Lu Huai grinned, already hurrying off to execute the order, eager like all of them to witness the Yumo cannon's legendary fury. Combat atop the wall had reached fever pitch. The emergence of high-tier beasts strained even the artilleriandrical core to their limits. Below, the beast tide reached peak density, swarming like an endless black sea of ants, each beast spaced less than 2 meters apart, completely obscuring the earth beneath. Then a cannon carriage was slowly wheeled into position, the optimal vantage point along the ramparts. Jiang Ji appeared, carried forward by several attendants. Last night he had informed Yin Chuan unequivocally only he could operate the Yumo cannon. First, his mastery of mechanical arts surpassed anyone else in Daxia City. Second, he sought to verify a hypothesis. If wielding another's high-tier weapon to slay beasts granted him experience, perhaps he would ascend to the 3rd tier before day's end. His ascension followed no conventional path. Should he reach a higher tier, he believed, with absolute confidence, he could single-handedly end an entire beast tide. Thus, needing vast experience points, he had no intention of yielding this opportunity to another. To fire the Yumo cannon and end the tide, Jiang Ji the mechanic stood unchallenged as its rightful master. Jiang Ji conducted a final meticulous inspection of the Yumo cannon, ensuring absolute precision. Meanwhile, his 4 drones, already airborne, scanned for the optimal strike coordinates, transmitting real-time visual data back to him. Preparations complete. Loading ammunition now, Jiang Ji instructed. Lu Huai and Yin Chuan themselves assisted retrieving ordnance from storage crates and loading it into the cannon's magazine. Jiang Ji then moved to the control station, calibrating the cannon's aim using the drone feeds. On the battlefield, high-tier beasts had already breached the midline, roaring as they surged toward the wall. Far beyond the battlefield, the demon sovereign, its dark presence concealed in the wilds, wove sinister energies to command the tide, its perception keen enough to grasp the unfolding battle. Under its command, nearly 300 4th-tier beasts converged, led by 3 6th-tier and dozens of 5th-tier beasts, forming an unstoppable vanguard that pierced through the lower-tier ranks, aiming straight for the artilleriandrical core upon the wall. Now, Jiang Ji seized the perfect moment. Without hesitation, he pressed the Yumo cannon's activation trigger. Instantly, every onlooker felt an overwhelming aura coalescing, an apocalyptic pressure building even before the shell fired. A lethal instinctive dread flooded every heart. Suddenly, a colossal, incandescent fireball erupted skyward with a piercing shriek, striking precisely where Jiang Ji had designated before anyone could even blink. Boom. When sound reaches such magnitude, the heavens themselves fall silent. Then, in one searing instant, the unleashed cataclysm exploded outward. The sky reverberated with the deafening roar of detonation as a mushroom-shaped cloud billowed upward in towering grandeur. An invisible shockwave radiated outward in concentric rings from the epicenter, mechanical devastation striking every ferocious beast within a 100-meter radius with brutal, unrelenting force. Countless witnesses craned their necks skyward, stunned and awestruck by the infernal blaze piercing the heavens. A hushed whisper rippled through the crowd. What is this weapon? A scorching wave washed over the ramparts. Every defender froze, speechless, breathless, transfixed. Even the city's hundreds of meters away could feel that destructive power, let alone those at the center of the explosion. At the point where the falling demon cannon shell landed, the extreme temperature was sufficient to incinerate everything. At the center of the high-level ferocious beast horde, when the explosion occurred, the eyes of the beasts were instantly filled with terror, and before they could even react, they were evaporated by the searing force. Flesh, blood, bones. All were completely vaporized, leaving not even a trace of ash. Hundreds of fourth-tier ferocious beasts were the first to succumb, their remains obliterated. Following closely were the fifth-tier beasts, which withstood only for a moment before being annihilated by the ensuing destruction, losing their lives in fear. The explosion range of the demon cannon is 100 meters. Apart from the high-level beast horde within 100 meters centered on the impact site, countless lower-tier beasts were reduced to dust by the shockwave in their ignorance. A rough estimate indicates that one shell cleared out the beasts within 100 meters, killing at least tens of thousands of lower-tier beasts. Even those lower-tier beasts over 100 meters away were injured by the residual wave, losing more than half of their combat strength. When the dust settled, only 3 sixth-tier ferocious beasts stained with blood remained, and they were not in good condition, all severely injured. Their eyes radiating primal fear showed that they dared not fight any longer. With a single strike capable of achieving results comparable to the total kills in past wars against ferocious beasts, the demon cannon truly lived up to its reputation as a fifth-tier, cleansing weapon, its might undeniable. "Load the cannon," Jiang Ji's calm voice echoed, awakening those who had been frozen in place. Yin Xuan was the first to react, continuing to load ammunition into the demon cannon. After 3 years, I finally witnessed the reaping of the battlefield's grim reaper. Once more the demon cannon is invincible. Yin Xuan laughed heartily while loading. One shell could cause such a situation, making his efforts yesterday to arrange for someone to find starfall stones worthwhile. He grew increasingly eager for Jiang Ji to reach the fifth tier. As the loading finished, Jiang Ji continued to aim, targeting the area where the high-level beasts gathered. 10 consecutive shells from the demon cannon were unleashed, creating a disruption in what appeared to be an endless tide of beasts. Within the 100 meters separated by the city wall, the area was filled with ferocious beasts, but beyond 100 meters, only some scattered remnants remained, the figures of the beasts obliterated. From a high vantage point, one would find that the beast tide was split into 2 parts, one beneath the city wall, and the other positioned much further back. Yet in the 100-meter range between them, not a single ferocious beast could be seen. This is impossible. The triangular-headed abnormal demon, sensing this scene, roared in exasperation. That person is definitely not dead. What new mechanical engineer? Humans are all liars. It frantically roared, trying to use its abilities to command the beasts to advance again. However, it found that the ability it had previously wielded with ease now seemed utterly powerless. Countless ferocious beasts felt a wave of fear wash over their minds. They did not receive commands, but in the face of such destructive power, the instinct for survival naturally arose, resisting the commands in their minds. The beasts below the 4th tier were relatively fine, but the 5th and 6th tiers had already slowed their pace, no longer rushing forward recklessly, as if they had no fear of death. "No, the beast tide has failed. I need to leave quickly." Even with great reluctance, the triangular-headed abnormal demon had to admit that this beast tide was a complete failure. With 10 shells from the demon cannon, 2/3 of the gathered beasts had perished, and the remaining ones could no longer pose a threat to human cities. Being eradicated was only a matter of time. "Let's go, I want to leave this place." The thought of fleeing grew stronger just as it was about to move. A loud shout rang out not far away. Knights charge. Led by Elder Wang, the knights, armed with long spears, swiftly closed in on it. The triangular-headed abnormal demon was already injured, and coupled with its diminished state, it could hardly withstand the siege, led by Elder Wang, a strong 6th-tier warrior. In just 3 minutes, a triangular head was sent flying. The black mist-like regeneration ability was just about to surface when it was crushed by a fierce storm. Thus, the mastermind behind the beast tide, the regeneration abnormal demon, with a strength of the 7th tier, met its demise. Upon the death of the triangular-headed abnormal demon, the ferocious beasts present suddenly felt a strange power controlling their minds vanish, restoring their innate bloodthirst. However, they soon sensed the overwhelming aura of their fallen kin in the area. Fear quickly overpowered their bloodthirst, and they fled frantically in all directions. Under the might of the demon cannon, the beast tide began to retreat before lasting even an hour. "Those above the 5th tier follow me to eradicate the high-level ferocious beasts." Yin Xuan, wielding a blazing greatsword, took the lead and charged towards the ferocious beasts. Behind him, dozens of strong warriors closely followed, sweeping away the remaining high-level beasts. After 3 years, this scene of exiting the city to eradicate ferocious beasts ignited the blood of everyone present. To be honest, the abrupt end of the beast tide left them with an unreal feeling. From now on, our Daxia city will switch roles with the ferocious beasts." Excited shouts rang out as high-level ferocious beasts were slain by the enthusiastic warriors. Thanks to Yin Xuan's prior instructions, the regular guards did not have the opportunity to step out of the city to hunt the beasts. Instead, the artillery unit followed closely behind the strong warriors, harvesting lower-tier ferocious beasts. In this battle, over 1 million enemies were annihilated, and the overwhelming victory not seen in years resonated through Daxia City with cheers. Jiang Ji returned to his wheelchair, gazing down at everything with a joyful smile. This beast tide began because of him and ended because of him. With this battle, Daxia City could at least enjoy 3 months of peace, allowing him to develop in peace. His earlier speculation was correct. Even if the demon cannon was a mechanical weapon created by others, as long as he used it personally, he could still gain experience points from slaying ferocious beasts. Although it was less than the full experience points, the simultaneous impact of 10 demon cannon shells filled his experience bar to the brim in an instant. He had already advanced again, reaching the 3rd tier. 1 tier in a day, 2 tiers in 2 days. If Yin Chuan were to know, he might very well be left in shock. After the 3rd tier, the required experience points had increased 3-fold again, reaching 2,700,000. Fortunately, the experience points he just earned still had a surplus. After leveling up, his experience bar was pushed just over 1 million, marking a promising future. With the threat of the beast tide gone, the next step was to focus on crafting machinery in preparation for the unknown wars to come. Of course, the issue of mechanical materials was also a concern, and he needed to discuss this with Yin Chuan and others after the battle. Gathering resources outside the city was imminent. 3 days swiftly passed. The impact of the beast tide was finally drawing to a close. Led by Yin Chuan, the group stood solemnly before a cemetery. This was the most revered place for the people of Daxia City, the Summer Tomb. Within it lay the remains of all those who had died for Daxia City over the past 12 years, honored with the title of heroes and admired by countless individuals. In this incident, the number of casualties from the beast tide reached 867. As the well-prepared bodies were sent to the Summer Tomb, everyone observed a moment of silence. The family members had red-rimmed eyes, yet they did not weep aloud. The deceased were heroes who sacrificed themselves to protect Daxia City of fate shared by those born in this city. This scene was one that anyone born in Daxia City had experienced many times. They concealed their sorrow deep within, replaced by a more resolute heart and a longing for the peace of the bygone era. As long as the threat of the fierce beasts remained unresolved, such occurrences would persist. They sincerely hoped that one day they could break through the encirclement of the fierce beasts and return to their distant homeland, allowing the descendants of Daxia City to escape this precarious existence. Bow your heads. Yin Chuan, in his capacity as the city lord, stood at the forefront and bowed deeply towards the Summer Tomb. Accompanying his gesture, countless others present also bowed deeply. Jiang Ji followed suit, bowing with respect. Over the years, due to his congenital leg ailment, he could only cast respectful glances from afar at the heroes who had sacrificed for Daxia City during moments like this. He had vowed in his heart that if he could become a powerful awakened one, he would surely resolve the issue of the fierce beasts once and for all. After all, he had grown up safely these years, thanks to the support of Daxia City. Yet the so-called system he had longed for day and night had not arrived. Fortunately, awakening as a mechanic was not a bad alternative. This battle had already allowed him to glimpse a glimmer of hope. His capabilities as a mechanic would truly enable him to single-handedly vanquish the beast tide. To be honest, after tallying the battle reports, the mechanical weapons he had crafted had provided immense assistance to the Daxia City defenders, resulting in casualties significantly lower than before. If not for that, in the wake of a beast tide, at least 3,000 would have perished. Now, with only over 800 dead, it had far exceeded the expectations of Yin Chuan and the other higher-ups. As the post-battle funeral concluded, the crowd began to disperse. Warriors returned to continue their training, and awakened ones went back to familiarize themselves with their professional abilities, all striving for the next impending war. "Let's go too," Jiang Ji said. "All right, brother Jiang." Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling wiped away their tears with their arms and helped Jiang Ji push his wheelchair. In such a setting, Jiang Ji did not carry any machinery. Their parents had also perished in a previous battle, leaving them orphaned just like Jiang Ji. Having not returned home for several days, they had stayed in the mechanical workshop, treating it as their new home. Only there could they feel that they were not useless by helping Jiang Ji despite their physical limitations. "Jiang Ji, wait a moment." An old man named Wang approached from the side, calling out. Jiang Ji turned around and saw it was old Wang, signaling for the two to stop pushing the wheelchair and greeting him. "Grandpa Wang, is there something you need?" His father had once been a member of the Night Order, so old Wang had seen him grow up. Over the years, he had received much care from old Wang, and addressing him as grandpa had become a norm. "The materials you asked Yin Chuan for a few days ago are ready. He is busy now and specifically asked me to hand them over to you. This thing is a bit heavy. If you can't carry it, I'll take it to the mechanical workshop for you." Old Wang raised the item in his hand as an indication. "Is that so?" Jiang Ji's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to take it to examine the weight, suddenly pressed down heavily on the wheelchair, he quickly activated his mechanical arm to properly receive it, exclaiming in surprise, "This 6th-grade beast sinew is indeed heavy." With the aid of the mechanical arm, he felt no weight at all. It is indeed not easy to segment the body of a 6th-grade fierce beast. Since you can carry it, I won't bother to bring it to the workshop. This time a few night professions have emerged among the awakened ones, and I still need to hurry and train them. Old Wang laughed. Also, I've heard about you from Yinchuan. You really are something. Wanting to quickly enhance the overall strength of Daxia City is fine, but you should also pay some attention to your health. Goodness, after 3 days the lights in the mechanical workshop hadn't been turned off. If Yinchuan hadn't slowed down the material supply later, you would have truly planned to work around the clock. Indeed, Jiang Ji had not rested during these 3 days. There were far too many fierce beasts killed in this battle, and Yinchuan had sent people to collect numerous 1st and 2nd grade materials from the beast corpses, all of which were delivered to the mechanical workshop. With the materials at his disposal, Jiang Ji had gone on a frenzy crafting mechanical weapons. Even Zhou Ling and the others were busily working without respite, barely getting any sleep with their muscles nearly developed. I will take care, Old Wang. You go ahead and get busy, Jiang Ji replied, casually, sounding much like a child brushing off his parents when he was young. Seeing this, Old Wang felt a bit helpless. He couldn't change the mind of this younger generation. He had experienced Jiang Ji's stubborn nature since he was little. Once he decided on something, it was like trying to move a mountain. So I'll take some time to check in on him during training. If he really doesn't plan on resting, then I'll be the villain and tie him to bed to enforce some rest while I still have the strength to do so. Otherwise, once this kid's strength increases, even binding him will be impossible. If Jiang Ji were to know his thoughts, he would surely wave his hand and say rest. Not a chance. With a 3rd grade strength, he felt it was still too low. Without the ability to gain experience through combat, he could only go on a rampage crafting machines. After the 3 of them returned to the mechanical workshop, Jiang Ji eagerly approached the control panel. He used the mechanical arm to place the gathered materials on the table and retrieve the pre-made components to begin assembling. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiang Ji's eyes. After waiting so long, he could finally break free from the constraints of his legs today. 3 days ago, he had risen to 3rd grade, and his personal mechanical workshop had produced new mechanical products, one of which was the long-awaited power skeleton. The power skeleton had immense benefits for humans. It had 2 forms, one of which could enhance human speed. Once the power skeleton was installed on the feet of a normal person, it could generate power upon activation, significantly enhancing the overall physical attributes of the user. For example, a 3rd grade warrior who installed it could achieve a speed comparable to a 4th grade and deliver punches with a force reaching 4th grade strength. It could enhance combat power by a whole grade, demonstrating its vast assistance. Even a 4th grade user could experience a slight improvement. The 2nd form could be controlled by the brain. This form was perfectly suited for someone like Jiang Ji who had leg disabilities. His legs could not generate power, and thus the 1st form could not be activated. However, controlling the power skeleton with the brain perfectly solved this issue. Once it was installed, he could use his brain to control the power skeleton to generate power, thereby driving his legs, fulfilling his wish to walk, just like a normal person. Moreover, the power skeleton also possessed strong defensive capabilities. If it could cover his entire body, even attacks from a 4th grade fierce beast would likely pose no threat. Unfortunately, the existing materials were only enough for Jiang Ji to create 2 sets of power skeletons to cover his lower body. If he could produce them in bulk, the strength of Daxia City would undoubtedly see another tremendous increase. Old friend, you may now rest in peace. 10 minutes later, as Jiang Ji rose from his wheelchair for the first time, truly standing on his own 2 feet, the joy surging within his heart could no longer be contained. His very first act upon standing was to bid farewell to the wheelchair that had accompanied him for over a decade. Then he activated his powered exoskeleton, commanding his legs with deliberate intent, staggering unsteadily like a child taking its first steps, wobbling as though learning to walk anew. Soon he mastered walking and swiftly transitioned from walking to running. The process relied entirely on neural command. The sole distinction from ordinary movement lay in the target of instruction, where most people directed signals directly to their legs. Jiang Ji issued commands to his exoskeleton, a subtle yet profound divergence, yet functionally indistinguishable. After 5 exhilarating minutes sprinting freely through the mechanical workshop, Jiang Ji's elation gradually subsided, and he returned to his original position. Brother Jiang, you can walk now. Zhou Ming watched, eyes shimmering with envy, and more deeply with genuine heartfelt joy. For days he had witnessed firsthand Jiang Ji's countless struggles, each inconvenience rooted in his paralyzed legs. Now seeing him stride like any able-bodied person, Zhou Ming's happiness swelled instinctively. Yet his expression soon dimmed. A quiet doubt crept into his thoughts. If Brother Jiang no longer required assistance with mobility, would he still need Zhou Ming at all? Without needing help pushing a wheelchair, and capable of sorting mechanical components independently, what purpose would he serve? Clack. As Zhou Ming drifted into anxious reverie, Jiang Ji attached one leg unit of another powered exoskeleton onto his limb. Patting his head gently, he said, "What are you brooding over, boy? Come, let me teach you. First, focus your mind, imagine commanding this device, and try to activate it, just enough to walk normally." Huh? Zhou Ming froze in astonishment. Yet almost instantly, he sensed a nascent connection forming between his consciousness and the exoskeleton grafted to his leg. Tentatively, he attempted to engage it. Thud. In his eagerness, he overexerted himself. The exoskeleton surged with overwhelming force, violently lifting his crippled leg and throwing his sound leg off balance. He collapsed onto the floor. Fortunately, Jiang Ji reacted in an instant, catching him before his head struck the ground. "No rush, take it slowly." With that first trial behind him, Zhou Ming now grasped the rhythm, guiding the mechanism with newfound caution. Under Jiang Ji's watchful gaze, his withered legs stirred, lifted, then took a deliberate step forward. As if enlightenment had struck, his limbs began alternating smoothly, carrying him forward in steady, confident strides. I can walk too." Disbelief flooded Zhou Ming's eyes. Jiang Ji smiled warmly and clapped his shoulder. "Now that you can walk, you'll be able to assist me far more effectively." "Thank you, brother Jiang." Hearing those words, Zhou Ming's eyes welled with tears, and without hesitation, he dropped to his knees before him. He had long abandoned hope of ever healing his lameness. Yet this man whom he'd casually aided just 2 days prior had restored to him the very essence of normalcy. It was nothing short of rebirth. "What on earth are you doing?" Jiang Ji hurriedly lifted him up. "We're both sons of Daxia City. We don't kneel here. If you truly wish to thank me, just keep helping me. Without you both, sorting materials alone would exhaust me to death." Absolutely, absolutely." As they spoke, a soft sob echoed nearby. "Wah." Jiang Ji looked up and saw Zhou Ling weeping. Or rather, not quite weeping. Tears streamed down her cheeks, yet her face bore a radiant, tender smile, an odd, poignant contradiction. "Nearly forgot about you, little one," Jiang Ji murmured, instantly reading her heart. She rejoiced at her brother's and Jiang Ji's restored mobility, yet wept for her own body still shrouded in despair, offering no glimmer of hope. "Wah. Brother's body is healed. He'll help the mechanical master even better now, but I'm useless. Just one arm. I'll only ever be a burden." "Wah." Jiang Ji stepped forward, gently ruffling her hair. "My fault. I overlooked you, little one. Don't cry. Wait just a moment. I'll forge you a mechanical arm and reconfigure the remaining leg-type exoskeleton into an arm unit. Then you'll stand and walk just like your brother." "Truly." Zhou Ling lifted her tear-drenched face, eyes wide with fragile hope. "Truly, truly," Jiang Ji replied lightly, and immediately gathered materials to begin crafting. A standard mechanical arm was, strictly speaking, not a complex feat. Within 2 minutes, he had fashioned one perfectly scaled to Zhou Ling's frame. Next, he modified the remaining leg exoskeleton into an arm configuration and affixed it to her. The sleek black and gold prosthetic gleamed with unmistakable futurism, strangely elegant, undeniably sci-fi. Watching the siblings embrace and shared unrestrained joy, Jiang Ji found himself smiling too. After all, they were but children of 10 summers. Every emotion etched plainly across their faces. After a brief respite, Jiang Ji resumed forging mechanical weaponry, while Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling, now physically empowered, dramatically accelerated their material sorting. Within 3 days, the stockpiles of charge rifles and charge cannons had surged. 500 rifles, nearly 100 cannons, bolstering the gun and cannon corps' combat strength exponentially. Swarm-class self-destruct drones and remote-controlled unmanned units also multiplied significantly. Days of relentless labor had exhausted every last intact set of post-beastide spoils. Only scattered spare parts remained. The results were remarkable. Completing these constructs advanced Jiang Ji's experience bar by over 600,000 points, more than half the threshold required for his next ascension. With no further immediate tasks, his earlier intention to venture beyond the city walls resurfaced. After briefing the siblings, Jiang Ji departed for the magistrate's residence to consult with Yin Chuan about authorization for an expedition. Equipped with his exoskeleton, Jiang Ji arrived at the magistrate's residence in moments. Truth be told, this was only his second visit. The first had been during his awakening, when Elder Wang's tempest had swept him there dazed and disoriented. Jiang Ji. Just then Lu Huai approached to deliver a report, and upon spotting Jiang Ji, exclaimed in genuine surprise, "You've come to see the magistrate?" "Yes," Jiang Ji replied, recognizing Lu Huai as Yin Chuan's trusted deputy. "Then let's enter together." Lu Huai nodded and gestured him inside. They entered the residence. Magistrate Yin Chuan sat in the main hall, reviewing documents in his hands. At the sound of their entrance, he lifted his gaze, and upon seeing Jiang Ji, his expression flickered with astonishment. "Xiao Ji, what's this? Wait, your legs, you're walking." Yin Chuan recoiled as though witnessing a miracle. Lu Huai too turned sharply. only then realizing Jiang Ji had entered without his wheelchair. Jiang Ji nodded and pointed to the exoskeleton encasing his legs. This is my newly forged Tier 3 powered exoskeleton. With it, my leg impairment is rendered irrelevant. Powered exoskeleton, Yin Chuan murmured, then suddenly widened his eyes. Wait, Tier 3, you've ascended again. Jiang Ji chuckled softly. He'd deliberately withheld news of his recent ascension to Tier 3, fearing it might seem too extraordinary. Now that the secret was out, Yin Chuan's expression dissolved into stunned disbelief, muttering under his breath, 1 tier per day, 2 tiers in 2 days. Do you even let anyone else live? Yin Chuan felt a pang of existential imbalance. Lu Huai too stared in awe. Such a pace of advancement lay far beyond anything in their understanding. Uncle Yin, let's not worry about my ascension for now. I came here to discuss some matters with you. Upon mentioning serious matters, Yin Chuan became slightly more solemn. Speak. Jiang Ji organized his thoughts and said the situation is that our Daxia city is currently lacking in mechanical materials. The low-level materials are manageable, we can find some more if we search carefully, but starting from the 3rd level we are running short. I have previously mentioned my abilities to you. Besides slaying ferocious beasts, crafting machinery also allows me to gain experience points. If it's not a large-scale war like before, the experience I gain from slaying beasts is far less than what I gain from crafting machinery. Now that we lack materials, my experience points have stagnated. Without progress, I naturally have no direction for ascension. Thus, my personal suggestion is that we can organize a team in Daxia City led by me to venture into the wild to gather materials. This way I can grow stronger while also contributing mechanical products back to Daxia City, enhancing our overall combat power. Yin Chuan exclaimed in surprise, you've used up all the materials we gathered previously. That's right. I came here to notify you as well so someone can be sent to collect the machinery I've crafted these past few days. Jiang Ji reported the number of machines he had created in the past few days. So many. You really are a tireless worker, Yin Chuan exclaimed in delight. Jiang Ji then pointed to the power skeleton on his leg and explained its functions. If there are enough materials, equipping everyone in Daxia City with power skeletons would be equivalent to granting each person 4th level defense and 3rd level strength. At that time, coupled with appropriate mechanical weapons, the combat strength of the Daxia City guards will undoubtedly see a tremendous increase. The beast tied from 3 days ago will pose no threat to us whatsoever. Jiang Ji, fearing that Yin Chuan might not agree, even painted a vivid picture of that scenario. Indeed, Yin Chuan imagined it in his mind and was almost drooling. The dignified lord of Daxia City was actually captivated by the vision Jiang Ji painted. You mentioned gathering materials in the wild, and I have already considered that. These past few days I've been screening people, because after all our top priority in Daxia City is to cultivate you. Yin Chuan showed no signs of opposition to Jiang Ji's suggestion. Although he had appeared a bit unbalanced earlier, he was undoubtedly one of the most eager people for Jiang Ji to ascend quickly. He had a long-term vision and understood that in this situation Jiang Ji's role could be comparable to the entire Daxia City, as previously demonstrated by the fallen demon cannon. So are you agreeing? Of course. Since you have taken the initiative to propose it, I have no reason to refuse. Yin Chuan laughed, but soon his tone changed. However, the matter of you leading the team out of the city is out of the question. That is absolutely impossible. Jiang Ji did not expect him to have this card up his sleeve, and helplessly said the materials for machinery are too diverse. Without my supervision, others will definitely make mistakes. That's not acceptable. Until you are truly strong, you absolutely cannot leave the city. Yin Chuan said the mechanical materials are varied, but they can be described in detail and illustrated. This task does not require much effort, but if you encounter any trouble outside, the losses for Daxia City would be significant. No matter how many machines we have, they still need someone to manufacture them. If something happens to you, who will realize the things you have spoken of? Don't forget, even the 7th level city lord of Zhantian could fall in battle. You at the 3rd level, once noticed by the alien demons as a mechanic, would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Yin Chuan persuaded Jiang Ji, hoping he would abandon the idea of going out. Fine, I'll cancel the matter of leading the team. Let's discuss the details of the expedition. Jiang Ji had no choice but to agree. I still have dozens of remote control drones that can serve as scouts for the wild. Yin Chuan nodded and walked over to fetch a map. He said this shows all the resource points in the wild that Daxia City occupied during the time of the Zhantian city lord, as well as the collection points recorded 12 years ago. In recent years, due to the ferocious beasts, we have had to abandon these points. Now that everyone is in the dark about the wild, having drones for reconnaissance will alleviate the manpower needed for exploration and significantly reduce unnecessary casualties. Lu Huai interjected, I believe we should establish several safe routes. Otherwise, even if we reclaim these resource points, transportation will still be an issue. The wild now belongs to the ferocious beasts. Taking just a few steps could lead to encountering a ferocious beast horde, which poses a considerable threat. Yinchuan nodded. I have also considered this. I believe that the initial expedition team does not need to scout too deeply, limiting it to 20 or 10 miles. At this distance, barring any gatherings of beast tides, we are unlikely to encounter high-level ferocious beasts. With Daxia City's current strength, a team, led by several 6th-level members, should face minimal danger. Moreover, once the materials are brought back, Jiang Ji, you will be able to create more mechanical products. At that time, with everyone equipped with power skeleton, safety will be greatly ensured. In this way, like a snowball effect, Jiang Ji will become stronger, while the overall strength of Daxia City will also grow alongside him, ultimately eradicating the threat of ferocious beasts. As he spoke, Yinchuan began to envision the bright future. Jiang Ji smiled at the sight, not wanting to interrupt him, as what he said was indeed a reality. Jiang Ji said, my thoughts are similar to yours, Uncle Yin. After all, I don't necessarily need high-level materials. A large quantity of low-level materials can also grant me experience. I will strive to ensure that everyone in Daxia City is equipped with a charging gun. Also, you need not worry about high-level materials. As long as I reach the 4th level, I can create a mechanical product known as biomimetic robot. The biomimetic robots possess considerable intelligence. Once I set them up, they can rival humans. At that point, they can completely replace the city expedition team to gather materials. Additionally, these biomimetic robots will have 4th-level strength. If I can gather 1,000 of them, they could easily crush ferocious beasts within a 30-mile radius of Daxia City. Thus, what I currently lack is merely the initial preparation, which will rely on everyone's assistance. Such a creation exists. Wait, you can create intelligent robots at just the 4th level. Yinchuan and Lu Huai were both stunned for a moment. This was something that even the Zhantian City Lord could not manufacture. They had heard the Zhantian City Lord estimate that a mechanic would need at least the 9th level to have a chance of creating truly intelligent mechanical creations. As fellow mechanics, how could there be such a vast difference? The two recalled the items crafted by Jiang Ji over the past few days. The 1st-tier charging gun, the 2nd-tier remote control drone, and the 3rd-tier power skeleton seemed to differ significantly from their previous understanding. Which mechanics' creations could be invincible at the same tier, or even fight beyond their level? Moreover, back then Jiang Ji was merely a 1st-tier craftsman, but was able to repair a 5th-tier fallen demon cannon. They had subconsciously overlooked this fact, but now reflecting on it, it was truly chilling. Everyone is an awakens, so why are you so strong? Yinchuan reaffirmed his determination to do whatever it takes to help Jiang Ji advance quickly. If materials were lacking, he would provide them. Whatever was needed would be given. If Jiang Ji wished, he could even relinquish the position of City Lord and let Jiang Ji take over. However, it was clear that Jiang Ji had no interest in that. He was already exhausted from creating machines and had no time to manage the affairs of Daxia City. What do you think about sending the Night Order out initially? After all, they are the most mobile force we have in Daxia City, Yinchuan inquired. Jiang Ji shook his head. No, while the Night Order's mobility is strong, it is only relative. Their weaknesses are quite apparent as well. They aren't suited for siege warfare. Our goal is to occupy resource points, not to engage in open battles on the plains. If ferocious beasts gather at a resource point in the wild, the limitations of various terrains would turn their advantages into disadvantages. Moreover, spirit horses are ultimately not physical entities. Once the knights are exhausted, the spirit horses can no longer sustain their forms. Having grown accustomed to horse combat, they would only become weaker without the aid of spirit horses, so they are not suitable for outings. Hearing this, Yinchuan pondered for a moment, genuinely shocked by Jiang Ji's long-term vision. Previously, he had considered sending the Night Order out solely for their speed without thinking through the implications. Fortunately, they had only encountered a pack of black wolves, allowing them to leverage their advantages. If they had faced beasts adept at prolonged battles, casualties could very well have occurred. So who do you think would be more suitable? Jiang Ji thought for a moment before replying. First, we need versatile combat talents, not seeking to excel in any one area, just stability. It would be better if their combat power was slightly outstanding. When exploring outside the city, ensuring the safety of life is the top priority. Materials are secondary. Currently, the materials in the city are depleted. Over the next few days, I will collect technological scrap to create some kinetic vehicles with defensive capabilities for our outings. As a 3rd-tier craftsman, ordinary technological products held no secrets for him. The intricacy of these old-era technological products was even inferior to that of the 1st-tier charging gun with infinite charging. If I wanted to, I could easily create cars, ships, and planes. However, these items lack defensive and offensive capabilities. Once the engine that generates power is destroyed, they would be completely rendered useless. Thus, they can only serve as transportation. They wouldn't significantly help Daxia City. Otherwise, if the people of Daxia City had to transport materials manually, how much could they carry? Moreover, the speed of the vehicles could rival that of the knight's spirit horses, perfectly solving the mobility issue, thus achieving two goals with one solution. In addition to combat personnel ensuring safety, we also need individuals skilled at detecting resource points. After all, so much time has passed, and the locations on the map may have changed. These individuals serve as a precaution. Jiang Ji continued. Yin Chuan nodded, smiling. Since you've planned everything out, I won't overstep. Just list a plan, and I'll act as your assistant, executing it accordingly. Thank you, Uncle Yin. Jiang Ji also stood up, slightly bowing in respect. After all, Yin Chuan's support meant placing a part of Daxia City's future in his hands, which was an enormous trust. His mechanical mastery talent was strong, but it also required resources to develop. Regardless, the aid from Daxia City and individuals like Yin Chuan was one of the main reasons he could advance so quickly. A week passed. During this interval, Jiang Ji handled some damaged key facilities in Daxia City. The cars from the technological era were reworked by him, and a batch of kinetic vehicles with defensive capabilities was created. Considering the lack of roads in the wild, Jiang Ji made corresponding modifications to the kinetic vehicles. By adding some mechanical materials, the defense of the main components of the kinetic vehicles reached third-tier strength, ensuring they wouldn't easily be destroyed while operating in the wild. Jiang Ji initially wanted to see if he could add some offensive measures, but that belonged to the realm of mechanical products. Even if added, the power wouldn't be significant, and it would waste materials, so he dropped the idea. Ultimately, it would still be human cultivators that resisted the ferocious beasts. As for ships and planes, Jiang Ji had no plans to create them. One reason is the lack of necessary materials, and the second is their limited usefulness. In today's wild, humans do not have air supremacy. Once an ordinary technological product like an airplane is deployed, it will surely be destroyed by flying beasts. Thus, to regain air supremacy, high-tier flying mechanical products must be manufactured. This morning, the first batch of selected personnel for outings was in position and had already left the city to search for materials according to Jiang Ji's plan. A total of nearly 100 personnel were divided into 4 teams, exploring the city of Daxia from 4 different directions. Since Jiang Ji did not obtain leadership rights, he completely entrusted this matter to Yin Chuan. All he needed to do was receive the materials later and not worry about anything else. For a time, with nothing to do, he felt quite relaxed. Daxia City's radio office. Due to the permanent damage from resisting the beast-tide, Grandfather Qin entered his office with a thermos cup in hand. This was the old site of the official program station from the previous era, which used to broadcast some civil events for entertainment. However, after the beast-tide appeared, such entertainment-based programs had long been shut down and were repurposed by the higher-ups of Daxia City as a means to connect with the human heartland. In the initial years, they could still receive some information about impending rescue missions, but as ferocious beasts covered the land, the signal towers gradually lost their effectiveness and eventually became completely disconnected. Of course, Daxia City never gave up on wanting to re-establish contact with the old world, even if it was just to learn a little information. Unfortunately, the signal towers had not received a shred of information in all these years. Grandfather Qin skillfully turned on the equipment, repeating his past routine. This had been his only job for the past few years, and in his opinion, this was the most relaxed position in Daxia City. To him, today's signal tower, as usual, wouldn't make any sound. So he twisted open his thermos, put on his reading glasses, and picked up an old book to pass the time. Ji, hey. Hello. What kind of noise is that? Grandfather Qin was startled, thinking he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. He hurriedly adjusted his reading glasses, searching for the source of the sound, and finally his gaze landed on the receiving device on the control panel. Ji, bang, lo, show, now, beginning. Ji. Shall we get over here now? Damn it, the radio's broadcasting. A signal has come through from the old Earth. Elder Qin roared, his aged face unable to conceal the wild elation blazing in his eyes. He had once worked here and knew the equipment intimately. The communications device emitting sound served only one purpose: receiving transmissions from humanity's heartland. After years of utter silence, its sudden activation could mean only one thing. The transmission tower had finally intercepted a signal from across the void. Elder Qin's shout startled numerous staff members. In an instant, those who had long drifted through their duties sprang into motion, chaotic, breathless, scrambling toward the control room. What did a live broadcast from the radio signify? It signified the imminent fulfillment of one of Daxia City's oldest, most fervent hopes. Establishing contact with the old Earth, whether for aid or for exchanging vital intelligence, would be of incalculable importance to Daxia City. They had long wondered, had humanity on Blue Planet gone extinct, leaving Daxia City as the last bastion standing alone? Otherwise, how could decades have passed without a single whisper? Daxia City had once housed millions. If the old Earth survivors had subdued the beast plague, why had they sent no scouts, no rescue missions? Had Daxia City been abandoned? Or was theirs the sole surviving enclave of humankind on Blue Planet? Now a transmission had arrived, news momentous enough to shake the very foundations of the city. Elder Qin, is it true? Has the radio truly received a signal from the old Earth? Can we transmit back? Daxia City has suffered so much. Xiao Li, a man nearing 40, rushed in breathless words tumbling forth in rapid succession. Like a child who after years of solitude suddenly learns of a beloved elder's return, his first instinct was to seek warmth, comfort, and reassurance. Moments later, more staff surged into the room, voices overlapping in frantic, urgent questions. Silence, everyone. Shut your mouths. I can't even hear myself think. Elder Qin bellowed. His authority still held weight. The crowd instantly stilled, though their eyes burned with feverish intensity. Zzz. The radio crackled again, weak, unstable. The signal is too faint. Xiao Li, take a few people up to the transmission tower. Rotate the antenna clockwise incrementally and see if clarity improves. The moment you detect any enhancement, I'll contact you immediately via walkie-talkie. Elder Qin stared intently at the radio, cranked its power to maximum, and issued his orders. Understood, Xiao Li replied, swiftly assembling a team and rushing off. After all this time in silence, why has the transmission tower awakened now? Elder Qin murmured. I know. I saw Master Mechanic inspect the tower yesterday. He brought materials with him. I was nearby and overheard him mention upgrading its performance. Someone raised a hand to speak. Master Mechanic, why wasn't I informed of something this critical? Elder Qin shot him a sharp glance, then commanded, You, go fetch Master Mechanic immediately. Today may well decide whether we truly reconnect with the old Earth. Yes, I'll go at once. Soon under Xiao Li's direction, the radio signal began to stabilize, faintly but perceptibly. As Jiang Ji entered the room, Elder Qin had already deciphered the first coherent phrase. The Federation's 4th season talk show, now commencing. Is this the message we just received? Jiang Ji approached. Staff members bowed respectfully, their greetings sincere, unswayed by his youthful appearance. His title as the one who ended the beast tide, the hope of Daxia City, the revered Master Mechanic, had been widely disseminated by Yin Chuan. His face was etched into every citizen's memory. Respected Master Mechanic, yes, that is precisely what we received. Yet all other voices remain distorted beyond recognition by interference. Since you enhanced the tower's performance yesterday, might there be further ways to refine its reception? Elder Qin asked, hopeful. Others leaned in, eyes wide and expectant. Though the message offered little clarity, it kindled the first fragile glimmer of hope. More intelligible data would unlock knowledge of the old Earth, and perhaps eventually enable two-way communication. Such a breakthrough might even hasten the resolution of Daxia City's crisis. Elder, you are far my senior. Please call me Jiang Ji. Master is unnecessary. Jiang Ji continued, as for the transmission tower, I merely performed basic repairs yesterday. Since they bore fruit, I'll attempt further optimization. Then we entrust this to you, Jiang Xiaoga. Elder Qin bowed slightly in gratitude. Jiang Ji deployed a drone to contact Lu Huai, requesting urgently needed components. Daxia City's internal signal network had long collapsed, mobile phones and other communication devices had been inert for years. Jiang Ji had briefly considered constructing a city-wide information grid, but dismissed it as functionally inferior to mechanical systems and theoretically too complex to justify the effort. After all, drones sufficed for relaying messages. When Lu Huai confirmed delivery, Jiang Ji arrived at the transmission tower, only to find Xiao Li and his team drenched in sweat manually adjusting the antenna. You'll electrocute yourselves doing that, Jiang Ji said with a wry smile, gesturing for them to step down. Rotating the antenna offered marginal gains at best. Signal reception depended not on orientation but on distance and frequency, fundamental physical constraints. Master Mechanic. The crew saluted in unison. Moments later, Lu Huai personally delivered the components. Jiang Ji directed them to assist as he began work. Since relocating the tower was impossible, Jiang Ji engineered a frequency-boosting module to integrate directly into its framework, thereby amplifying signal fidelity. Once installed, the team returned to the radio chamber. The enhanced signal yielded markedly greater stability, still imperfect, yet now delivering coherent, intelligible fragments. Human voices streamed clearly. Introducing our guest, the Professor of Magic Studies at Jing University, 7th rank Archmage Master M.O. Accompanying the announcement came sustained applause and cheers. Introducing our next guest, the celestial prodigy Cold Qingro, who attained 5th rank before her 20th year and commands the sovereignty of Frost. Introducing. And finally, our honored guest, the Saint Son of the Regeneration Clan Magician, Feichin Master of the Art of Command. Let us welcome him with thunderous applause. Protracted clapping echoed from the radio, yet the expressions of those present darkened, unsettled. Much had been implied in those fleeting words. First, this resembled an entertainment program, familiar to all who had lived through the technological age. Second, the old Earth now styled itself the Human Federation. Could a seventh-rank sovereign truly consent to appear on such a show? They knew little of Archmage as a profession, but the title alone evoked immense power, especially coupled with seventh-rank awakening. In Daxia City, only Lord Jiang Ji had reached that pinnacle in 12 long years. Still, these details paled beside what followed. What seized their attention was the final phrase. Introducing an ally of the Federation, the saint son of the Regeneration clan. Its implications sent chills down every spine. They knew nothing of many outsiders, but the Regeneration clan. Unforgettable. Of the dozens of beast tides Daxia City had endured over 12 years, fully 1/5 had been orchestrated by Regeneration clan aberrant demons. How many of their kin had perished in those tides? Hundreds of thousands. Hatred ran so deep that citizens dreamed of drinking the enemy's blood, devouring their flesh, until vengeance became bone-deep, soul-deep. Yet according to the broadcast, the tri-horned aberrants, the Regeneration clan, were now allies of the Federation. What grotesque irony! Disbelief froze upon every face in the room. Lu Huai immediately relayed the news to Yin Chuan. Inside the radio studio, those present exchanged glances, their expressions stunned and bewildered. Demons from the other world have become allies of the surviving humans in the old Earth. Elder Qin's eyes widened in disbelief, his teeth clenched in fury. Have the collapses of major cities and the deaths of hundreds of millions been utterly forgotten? The treacherous ambitions of demons and monstrous beasts are plain to all. How could the old Earth possibly recognize them as allies? Each face bore an expression of utter disillusionment. How had the old Earth, the land they longed for, become this? Jiang Ji stood silently beside them. Since birth, he had never left Daxia City. He knew little of conditions across the old Earth. Yet he was a witness to the great celestial shift, and thus fully aware of the profound, blood-deep enmity between humanity and the otherworld demons. Moments later, Yin Chuan rushed in breathless. Is it confirmed this intelligence originates from the old Earth? Elder Qin nodded. It is nearly certain. This so-called Federation is precisely what remains of the old Earth. In recent days, he had gathered much more information via the radio. Though most of the broadcast consisted of light-hearted comedic segments, stray details nonetheless revealed much. The Federation. Then, is the ancient kingdom still intact? Yin Chuan's voice fell quiet, hollow with sorrow. Is our homeland, the ancient kingdom, no longer among the living? Has it joined this Federation, or been erased entirely? Yin Chuan's words voiced a truth none dared name aloud. Indeed, does the nation behind them still exist? If so, why has its voice never once been heard? Once countless nations stood tall across Blue Star. When monstrous beasts and otherworld demons descended, were some nations wiped from existence? Was the ancient kingdom among them? This talk show, it's speaking our language. Shaoli raised his hand, speaking softly. At those words, everyone's eyes lit up. Indeed, the voices on the radio had spoken only the tongue of the ancient kingdom from beginning to end. Could it be then that the ancient kingdom itself was the Federation's origin, that it had risen from the ashes of war? Or perhaps the ancient kingdom remained a sovereign power within the Federation, holding a position of prominence. At this thought, hope flickered anew in their silent hearts. Wait, if the Federation is the ancient kingdom, then why, over all these years, has Daxia City received not a single message? Someone voiced the question that had lingered unspoken. Daxia City, after all, was one of the ancient kingdom's foremost metropolises. Even if the old Earth struggled to regain its footing, surely it could spare a single envoy to investigate a city of several million souls. Has Daxia City truly been abandoned? Elder Qin interjected. I might forgive their inability to act, but why do they embrace demons as allies? Why do they parade them openly on such a broadcast? Are the deaths of hundreds of millions to be treated as mere jest? Can any amount of political expediency erase such hatred? Elder Qin's eyes burned crimson, radiating raw, incandescent rage. He was no native of Daxia City. He had migrated there from the old Earth. He knew his homeland's character intimately. The ancient kingdom was but Daxia City writ large. If Daxia City would fight to its final drop of blood, never yielding, how could the ancient kingdom have so profoundly changed? This was betrayal, naked, unvarnished betrayal of its people, and that was why his fury ran so deep. Enough. Until we see with our own eyes, we cannot confirm whether this reborn clan truly matches the otherworld demons we know, or whether the Federation is merely the ancient kingdom's new name. Nothing is yet certain. We must not panic. Yin Chuan broke the mounting tension. By my authority as Lord of Daxia City, I command each of you, not a word of today's revelations shall leave this room. Violators will be tried for treason against the city. Yin Chuan fixed his gaze upon them, his tone solemn and unyielding. Today's revelation defied belief and must remain contained. Otherwise, Daxia City's enduring hope would shatter, unleashing consequences no one could foresee. Every citizen of Daxia City dreamed of returning to the old Earth. Should they learn it had allied with the very demons they loathed, would the 12 years of sacrifice against monstrous beasts become a cruel mockery? Would Daxia City retain the will to fight? If the nation itself no longer existed, what meaning remained in their steadfast resolve to break through the monstrous beast encirclement at immense cost, only to find oneself expected to call ancient enemies brothers? The very notion was enough to drive a soul to madness. You are not to leave this place for the next few days. I shall arrange daily rations to be delivered. Yen Chuan chose strict information quarantine. Though he trusted their loyalty to Daxia City, even the most faithful tongue could slip. That is only right. Elder Qin was the first to assent. After decades of life, he grasped instantly what Yen Chuan understood. This news must never escape. Its leak would spell catastrophe for Daxia City, so dire that even its greatly enhanced military strength might prove insufficient against a beast tide of former intensity. Lord, we understand. Any who speak of this, we'll strike them down ourselves without waiting for your order. No resentment stirred among them. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures were justified. A more ruthless leader might have silenced every witness permanently. Uncle Qin, please monitor transmissions from the old Earth closely over the coming days. Report anything critical to me immediately. Yen Chuan handed Elder Qin a remote-controlled drone. And since this is an entertainment program, it will likely feature live callants. Should such an opportunity arise, contact me without delay. Understood. Elder Qin accepted the device with grave solemnity. Having issued his instructions, Yen Chuan beckoned Jiang Ji and Lu Hui to depart for the Lord's manor to convene. Stepping outside, Yen Chuan asked Jiang Ji to jam all internal signals, lest radios or other devices inadvertently leak sensitive information. Jiang Ji nodded. The task posed no difficulty. Once the countermeasures were in place, the three made their way to the Lord's manor, where Yen Chuan summoned Daxia City's innermost circle of leadership. Soon Elder Wang and the other paramount cultivators of Daxia City assembled at the manor. They began deliberating the implications of the old Earth's transformation, preparing contingency plans for whatever might come next. Out in the wilds, amid an endless forest of towering trees, stood a grotesque, unnatural palace. A voice emanated from within. Did the mechanist of old truly survive? Impossible. I personally snapped his neck. A mere 7th-rank cultivator could not possibly have lived. Then why did this beast tide end so abruptly? By my estimation, Daxia City's human population should have suffered over 10,000 casualties. Yet reality defies expectation. Perhaps a newly awakened mechanist. This rare vocation possesses unique advantages in large-scale warfare and exerts undeniable psychological dominance over mindless beasts. Still, a mere mechanist pales before us, or even before those prodigies across the border who defeat peers effortlessly or slay foes beyond their own rank. Were we to intervene directly? No, we must not act. To do so would violate the pact and alert them. Yet Daxia City must not deviate from our design. The mechanist is precisely such a deviation. They possess an energy barrier. Find a way to shatter it. Then send the illusion demon inside to eliminate the mechanist. Whether he is the original or a successor matters not. Daxia City must remain under our dominion. Ever since allying with them, prime sites for cultivating bloodslaughter chi have grown scarce indeed. Human emotion, how intoxicating it is to us. Ha ha ha. The people of Daxia City believe the mechanist was slain by an 8th-rank foe. They do not know I am 9th rank. Once the barrier falls, the beast tide may drown them before the illusion demon even needs to lift a finger. Do not grow overconfident. Those weapons called nuclear remain perilously potent against us. Who knows how many remain hidden? Should you be targeted, even our combined might cannot save you. Also regulate the scale of the beast tide carefully. Do not let those beasts consume all the cultivated bloodslaughter chi. I will exercise restraint. While the people in Daxia City were still discussing the news from the old land, little did they know that a targeted crisis was about to arrive. Let's share our thoughts. If we really can return to the old land, how should we act? Yen Chuan, sitting at the head of the table, inquired. A fiery-tempered individual immediately spoke up. The nation is no longer a nation. My Daxia City must not be merged into the so-called Federation. Anyone who dares to ally with the foreign demons, I will kill. We still don't know if the ancient nation has truly joined the Federation. If the country is really gone, where shall we go? Someone sighed. Where to go? With the ancient nation gone, my Daxia City is the new ancient nation. We shall carry on the will of our ancestors and continue this legacy. How does that differ from treason? With the nation gone, what nonsense treason? You must understand, if the ancient nation truly merges into the Federation, we will be the last remnants of the ancient nation. Exactly. They have abandoned the legacy they are the true traitors. Since that is the case, how can we continue the orthodox lineage? If they continue to battle the foreign demons, I could still express some admiration and willingly return to the old land. But their alliance with the foreign demons is a betrayal to the dead. Those who are not of our kind are bound to have different intentions. The foreign demons' ambitions are glaringly evident. I refuse to associate with traitors. I feel the same. Seeing everyone's righteous indignation, Yinchuan raised his hand to halt the voices, saying, my thoughts align with yours, but the news is not yet confirmed. Let us not jump to conclusions too early. If the ancient nation truly ceases to exist, then my Daxia city will definitely not join the so-called federation. Of course, if that happens, we will have no support behind us. Are you all prepared? Yanchuan's tone became serious. Once this decision is made, it equates to completely abandoning the wish to return to the old land, replaced instead by self-reliance and strength. After fighting for 12 years, what preparations do we have? It's just a matter of fighting for another 1,000 or 1,000 years until the last drop of blood is shed. Born in Daxia, we have long been aware of this. Everyone nodded in agreement, their expressions resolute and in deep accord with this statement. Yinchuan understood the nature of the people well, otherwise he wouldn't have called them to this meeting. This discussion was merely a formality. Although they spoke of uncertainty, he had already made his decision. Jiang Ji looked at this, seeing his gaze filled with respect for the crowd. He had little sense of belonging to the old land, and he didn't quite understand the emotions of the crowd. The only thing he knew was to do his utmost to help Daxia city. Thus, everyone's goals were aligned. In that case, I will make some arrangements. After the previous beast-tied, Daxia city will at least have a 3-month buffer period. Based on past experiences, there shouldn't be a large-scale gathering of beast tides during these 3 months, but small-scale conflicts are inevitable. Therefore, during this time, we must do everything we can to grow stronger. I have a feeling that after the death of a 7th-tier foreign demon, they will not let it go easily. Perhaps once the 3 months pass, we will face even greater dangers. The emergence of beast tides also follows certain rules. After each beast tide, for some unknown reason, ferocious beasts will not gather on a large scale again, and this duration lasts about 3 months. After 3 months, when a certain magnetic field dissipates, the beast tides may reappear. This natural rule is undoubtedly favorable to Daxia city. Perhaps it is a form of protection from Blue Star for the native beings. Otherwise, with the endless numbers of ferocious beasts launching beast tides every day, no matter how strong humanity is, one day they will surely be overwhelmed, leading to the city's fall and the people's demise. Yinchuan continued, moreover, starting today, those above the 6th tier must take turns daily to protect Jiang Ji's safety. It can be said that he is undoubtedly the core of Daxia city right now. Even my life is not as important as his. Everyone understood that for Daxia city to comprehensively enhance its strength, given the current resources, it was practically impossible. At most, a few individuals might advance 1 or 2 tiers. But with Jiang Ji, it's different. As long as he can grow stronger, the effects will be significant. He truly possesses the ability to change the status of Daxia city with his own power. The city lord is correct. For us, 7th tier advancement is unlikely. Apart from warriors who can still cultivate, the rest of us are idle. Protecting the mechanic is our undeniable duty. Although there is currently no possibility of a beast tide gathering, we cannot let our guard down regarding the foreign demons. Young brother Jiang has already shown his might on the battlefield. Those treacherous foreign demons may be plotting something again, so strong protection is essential. Jiang Ji did not expect Yinchuan to make such arrangements, but he did not refuse. Although he seemed completely safe within the city, no one knew what strange abilities the foreign demons possessed. He was only at the 3rd tier now. If a high-tier foreign demon suddenly attacked, there would be no chance of survival. The 7th tier Battle Heaven City Lord had been ambushed and sacrificed. He currently had no confidence in withstanding any foreign demon above the 7th tier. Of course, as long as he could reach the 4th tier and create a legion of bionic robots, he would no longer fear the 7th tier foreign demons. After establishing some guidelines, everyone began to disperse. Jiang Ji returned to the mechanic's warehouse, awaiting the arrival of materials. The exploration team had made considerable gains in just 3 days. Several small resource points with a maximum of 6th tier had been occupied by Daxia city. Under vigorous mining, batches of materials were transported back. Jiang Ji finally became busy again, and the long-lost experience points began to rise rapidly. 40 days later, when the last charging gun was manufactured, Jiang Ji finally received the long-awaited panel notification. Experience points reached 2,700,000, meeting the advancement criteria. Currently advancing. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the 4th tier. New combat readiness in the mechanics warehouse. Bionic robots, earth magic, thunder, small reconnaissance drones. Detected that you have advanced to the 4th tier, unlocking the complete catalog of mechanical products at the 4th tier and below. Jiang Ji was momentarily stunned after observing the information post-advancement. The new combat readiness in the mechanic's warehouse seemed normal, but what was this complete catalog? He had previously known that each tier advancement would yield a few products belonging to the current tier in the mechanic's warehouse. Only items within the warehouse could be manufactured by him. Now upon reading the last piece of information, Jiang Ji was instantly overjoyed. Obtaining the complete catalog of mechanical products means that he would no longer be limited to the mechanic's warehouse. As long as the products belonged to his tier, he could manufacture them without any restrictions. One must understand that mechanics encompass everything. The items appearing in the mechanic's warehouse barely scratch the surface. Charging guns, charging cannons, and other mechanical products are no longer the only ones. There are hundreds of types of first and second-tier mechanical products. Naturally, there are also quite a few third and fourth-tier products, including many that would be highly beneficial for Daxia City. For instance, a fourth-tier item that possesses defensive capabilities comparable to a fifth-tier energy shield, which can generate defensive power as long as its energy is not exhausted. This means that in battles against ferocious beasts, one can unleash attacks recklessly without worrying about defense. If I strike you and you suffer severe injury, yet when you attack me, I remain unharmed. That's the essence of the energy shield. There are also the unparalleled thunderstorm hammer and the fire battle vehicle that combines offense and defense. The complete catalog of mechanical products has thoroughly compensated for the shortcomings of the mechanic, allowing the talent of the mechanical sovereign to bloom in its initial form. So this is what it means to be a mechanical sovereign. Jiang Ji had previously felt that the title of mechanical sovereign was somewhat unworthy of its name, as advancing a tier only allowed him to manufacture a few items. Now looking at it, this truly aligns with its title. Jiang Ji's face was filled with joy, yet he remarked, "It seems my body will be tired again." During this period, Jiang Ji had already anticipated the matters beyond the fourth tier. Thus, he had long instructed the expedition teams to gather a substantial amount of materials for creating biorobots. However, he was unaware that ascending to a higher tier would grant him a complete mechanical blueprint, leading to some material shortages. Otherwise, besides biorobots, he could have manufactured many new mechanical products. But now it was not too late. The time spent on manufacturing biorobots was sufficient to collect the necessary materials. Jiang Ji drafted a list and sent it to Lu Huai, who was responsible for these matters. He then began the manufacturing of biorobots. The mechanical products at the fourth tier were already somewhat complex, and even with his mechanical arms, it took him a full hour to create a single biorobot. Head, body, limbs, core, energy, and finally the intelligent brain. Each component was crafted by him, and after that he prepared to begin the final assembly. As the mechanical arm swung, a humanoid machine towering 2 meters gradually took shape. Its body was constructed from metal, radiating a high-tech aura with steel-like veins forming its entire physique. When Jiang Ji inserted the final intelligent brain, the biorobot's head instantly emitted a glow resembling a newborn child as it swayed its body, as if getting familiar with itself. After a moment, it gradually lifted its head, and a blue light flashed in its mechanical eyes. Placing its right hand on its left shoulder, it addressed Jiang Ji with an emotionless, intelligent voice. "Master." With the mechanical dominion, Jiang Ji had absolute control over the machine, especially since the biorobot was crafted by him. Thus, for the intelligent robot, Jiang Ji was its creator. Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling were already astonished by the scene before them. The biorobot's towering 2-meter frame combined with its metallic body exuded a profound sense of advanced technology, imparting an overwhelming pressure. Had they ever seen such a thing? Zhou Ling, though small in stature, mustered the courage to poke the biorobot's arm, but quickly withdrew her hand upon feeling its icy touch. In response, the biorobot remained still. During its construction, Jiang Ji had already set its intelligence. Without his permission, the biorobot would not move. "From now on, you shall be called number 1, Jiang Ji said, pointing at it, and engraved the character 1 on the biorobot's body. After all, it was an intelligent robot, and could not be viewed merely as an ordinary machine. Thus, it was necessary to distinguish them by code names in the future. "Let's go test your abilities," Jiang Ji instructed. He then led number 1 out of the mechanical storage with Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling hastily following, not wanting to miss such a marvelous creation. "Grandpa Wang, could you please ask Uncle Yan to summon a few fifth-tier seniors?" Upon reaching outside, Jiang Ji addressed the vigilant Wang Lao, who was holding a gun. For the past few days, 6th-tier warriors had taken turns protecting him, and today it just happened to be Wang Lao, a 6th-tier Storm Knight's turn. "Xiao Jiha, what do you have here?" "A robot," Wang Lao exclaimed in shock, pointing at the biorobot behind him. The towering metallic body immediately caught Wang Lao's attention, and he sensed a dangerous signal emanating from the robot. "5th tier. Why summon the 5th tier? If there's an issue, just let me handle it," Jiang Ji chuckled and replied. "This is the biorobot number 1 that I just created. I just want to test its abilities." However, its tier is only 4th while you Grandpa Wang are 6th tier, so it might not serve much purpose for testing. I see then no need to find Yen Chuan, I'll bring over a few 5th tier warriors for you. After Wang Lao finished speaking, he called for people. With his status, he had the power to do so. Shortly, a few individuals arrived, fighting against a 4th tier robot. If it weren't for the request of the mechanic kid, I wouldn't have come. As dignified 5th tier warriors, winning wouldn't be glorious, and losing wouldn't be either. So, before they even arrived, the sound of complaining reached them. Jiang Ji smiled and explained, "Seniors, this is not about face. If it can match or defeat you, it could be of great use in future battles. This is something that can significantly contribute to Daxia City." "Hey, only because it's you asking. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't agree to this," one person laughed. "All right, enough talk. Just tell us how you want to test it, and we will cooperate. Contributing to Daxia City is what matters. A little face means nothing." The other two also laughed. Jiang Ji nodded, taking 2 steps back to make way for number 1's body, and said, "Switch to combat mode." Instantly, the core energy at number 1's heart position emitted a glow as if it had been activated. Its right arm began to transform and reassemble, shifting from a human arm into a sharp, blade-like weapon. "Oh, this is interesting. Let me give it a try first." The warrior among the 3 sensed the aura emanating from number 1, and a hint of interest appeared in his eyes. He stepped forward, drew his mighty hammer, and struck at number 1. Number 1's intelligent brain connected to its entire body, and its eyes flashed with information. Analyzing weakness. Analysis complete. Commencing response. It swiftly sidestepped with a burst of speed, evading the incoming hammer strike, and swung its hand blade towards the 5th tier warrior. Such speed, eh? The 5th tier warrior reacted quickly, retracting the hammer and placing it in front of him. Bang! The two clashed, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. However, the 5th tier warrior soon felt a sense of threat and hurriedly retreated. In the next moment, the peak of number 1's hand blade unleashed a fierce wave of light. Had the 5th tier warrior not evaded swiftly, the light wave would have sliced through him. The biorobot was not limited to close-range attacks. Its arms not only transformed into blades, but also had the ability to shoot energy waves. Of course, with Jiang Ji nearby, even if the warrior couldn't dodge, Jiang Ji would promptly instruct number 1 to retract the light wave to prevent the 5th tier warrior from getting injured. Nonetheless, he still underestimated the strength of the 5th tier. The warrior let out a roar, channeling all of his blood energy, and swung the hammer once again. This time, he wasn't executing a regular attack, but rather a combat skill of a warrior. Mighty Hammer Strike. Indeed, after unleashing the combat skill, the 5th tier's strength was fully unleashed, and the biorobot quickly fell into a disadvantage. The intelligent brain frantically analyzed the weaknesses, but it was still somewhat late. Jiang Ji observed the battle and remarked, "Peak of the 4th tier." The newly born biorobot only possessed peak 4th tier strength, which was somewhat lacking compared to the 5th tier. Had it not been for its decent defense, it likely would have already been defeated. Even if it hadn't been defeated, certain parts of its body had been dented by the warrior's hammer. Just as number 1 seemed on the verge of defeat, Jiang Ji remained unfazed, even feeling a sense of anticipation. After all, the effect of his tenfold amplification had yet to manifest. The previous 2nd tier charging cannon had been able to slay ferocious beasts across tiers, so how could a 4th tier biorobot be that weak? As time passed, the 1st unit surprisingly remained undefeated, growing bolder with each battle. At this moment, its hand blade had transformed into a massive hammer identical to the one wielded by its opponent. In the ongoing combat, the hammer of the 1st unit began to exhibit the flavor of the martial techniques demonstrated by the warrior. It was learning the opponent's hammer techniques. Jiang Ji's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This was the terrifying aspect of a bionic robot enhanced by an augmentation. It possessed the ability to learn. Jiang Ji's augmentation did not enhance its combat strength, but rather its intelligence. This level of intelligence was already comparable to that of a human. No, it was even superior to human learning capabilities. After just 5 minutes of combat, the 1st unit completely mastered the opponent's hammer techniques, shifting from a disadvantage to an evenly matched state. Having mastered the hammer techniques, the strength of the 1st unit directly surged to the 5th tier. It would be troublesome for the 2 seniors to join the fray as well. If this continues, the one who will surely be defeated is the 5th tier warrior. After all, humans have limits, while the bionic robot possesses what is akin to infinite energy. As long as it is not completely destroyed, its core energy will continuously generate power. Thus, he called out to the other 2 5th tier warriors. "All right, this robot is indeed quite interesting. It can enhance its combat power. If it can maintain this, wouldn't it be able to continuously improve?" The 2 5th tier warriors expressed their amazement and joined the battle. Unlike the previous warrior, they were 5th tier awakeners, so their first moves showcased a variety of dazzling abilities. The first unit, now besieged by three fifth-tier powerhouses, once again found itself at a disadvantage, even beginning to sway precariously on the verge of defeat. It sought to analyze the Awakener's abilities, but found its analysis failed. Its intelligence was insufficient to learn the abilities of the Awakeners. The first unit, which had been on the brink of victory, was now merely holding on for 3 minutes before signs of defeat appeared, with more dents forming on its body. "All right, seniors, please stop," Jiang Ji hastily called out. He feared that if they continued, the first unit would be reduced to scrap metal. Although it had reached 5th-tier combat strength, enduring an assault from 3 opponents for 3 minutes was already commendable. At the same time, Jiang Ji also confirmed that in an unknown situation, whether against a warrior or an Awakener, the current first unit possessed the strength to fight, but it still fell short against a group assault. Moreover, the inability to analyze the abilities of the Awakeners made defeat inevitable. He thought that in the future he could create energy shields and thunderstorm hammers for the first unit to make up for its shortcomings. At that time, with both offensive and defensive capabilities, it would truly possess the strength of a 5th tier. Furthermore, since it could analyze the combat techniques of 5th-tier warriors, wouldn't it be able to further enhance its skills after compensating for its weaknesses by letting 6th-tier warriors feed it techniques? By then, even if a bionic robot could not defeat a 6th-tier warrior, what about 10 or 100? Perhaps once the quantity reached a certain level, it could contend against a 7th-tier being. The leap from 4th tier to 7th tier was something few would dare to believe. Is this really a 4th-tier robot? The 3 warriors immediately ceased their attacks, their expressions shifting. They had witnessed the entire battle, observing how it transitioned from a 4th-tier combat power to a 5th tier in just a few minutes. What a remarkable creation this was. Although the first unit immediately faltered upon the arrival of the 2 Awakeners, only they knew that their strengths were comparable. In an unknown situation, if the first unit could defeat that warrior, it could also defeat them, as the only difference lay in the first unit's inability to learn the Awakener's abilities. Is this the terrifying aspect of a mechanic? Everyone present turned their gazes toward Jiang Ji. The robot originated from his hands, which meant it was equivalent to the power he possessed. The 5th-tier warrior asked with a tremorous voice, "Jiang Xiaogu, is it possible to mass-produce this thing?" As the first person to battle the first unit, he was the one most acutely aware of its changes. "As long as the materials are sufficient, of course it can be done." Jiang Ji nodded and smiled, also expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance today, seniors." The 3 waved their hands, indicating that it was unnecessary. Then their expressions grew fervent. "Damn it, just a bit of material can create a robot comparable to a 5th tier. Then what are we even cultivating for? I'm going to find the city lord and get myself on the outgoing team immediately. Once Jiang Xiaogu produces more robots, when the beast tide arrives, won't we not need to go to battle at all? Ha ha, truly blessed by the heavens for the great Xia." The group laughed heartily. The earlier discontent from being called to feed techniques to the robot completely dissipated, replaced by sheer joy. They saw the dawn of ending the beast tide. When Yin Chuan learned of the news from this side, he shot up from his chair once again. "What? That kid has once again risen in tier." Fortunately, it took over a month this time, not anything too shocking. Yin Chuan quickly composed himself, calming his mind. Bionic robot. Lu Huai, issue the command starting today. All warriors above the 5th tier are to report to Jiang Ji and feed techniques to the robots he creates. Also, the new materials he sent over earlier, make sure to search for them with all your might. I can hardly wait to see the scene of a robot army appearing. Even after being the city lord for several years, Yin Chuan still felt a surge of excitement. One must understand that for a human to rise from 0 to 5th tier, it typically takes years. And this is just for Awakeners. As for warriors, the time required is even longer unless one is an exceptionally talented genius. Currently, there are fewer than 1,000 5th-tier warriors in the Great Xia City. The emergence of bionic robots was already sufficient to alter the current landscape of the Great Xia City. After everyone left, Jiang Ji returned to the mechanical workshop and continued to manufacture bionic robots. As for the damaged first unit, he did not worry. The bionic robot possessed self-repair capabilities. As long as its core energy was not destroyed, this level of damage was inconsequential and would soon be restored. Brother Jiang is getting more and more impressive. Zhou Ming sighed. Yes, if only we could awaken faster. I wish we could awaken soon, Zhou Ling longingly stated. As the two spoke, their work did not stop for a moment. With Jiang Ji's tier rising, their workload also increased significantly. If this were in the old times, they would undoubtedly be labeled for excessive use of child labor. However, the two were quite content. Those few leisurely days felt like having insects crawling on their bodies, utterly uncomfortable. Fortunately, with the increasing number of bionic robots, their burdens were alleviated, allowing the 2 10-year-old children to relax significantly. In recent days, the bionic robots created by Jiang Ji had consistently battled against warriors, with an average strength reaching the 5th tier. The robots were also ranked up to number 50. Jiang Ji had tested it. The current robot squad only needed 15 units to engage in a prolonged battle with a 6th-tier warrior, and during the fight they absorbed many 6th-tier combat techniques, their strength subtly elevating to the peak of the 5th tier. Once the energy shields and other mechanical products are fully equipped, the gap to the 6th tier will surely close quickly until it fully possesses 6th-tier combat strength. At night, the bustling city of Daxia fell into silence, leaving only the bright lights and the soldiers on guard atop the city walls. In a concealed area beneath the walls where the moonlight could not reach, the voice of an otherworldly demon echoed. As a dignified 9th-tier being, having to act in secrecy is truly a disgrace. My lord, the humans of Xia City possess nuclear weapons. It is wise for us to remain hidden. If we are discovered, perhaps you could escape, but I certainly cannot. What is there to fear? I will protect you when the time comes. The voice was forceful, yet the movements became increasingly gentle and covert. Is this the energy shield left behind by the mechanic? It is indeed intriguing. If he could advance another 2 tiers, it might rival our clan's protective formations. However, I personally beheaded you in the past, so there is no way you could have survived. Thus, the newly emerged mechanic must be a new awakened being. In just over a month, even if the mechanic is extraordinary, he cannot possibly have advanced. Considering potential unforeseen circumstances, let us overestimate him. At most, he will not exceed tier 3. As for you, the illusion demon, being a 7th-tier powerhouse, killing a low-tier mechanic should be a simple task. Once I shatter the energy shield, you can infiltrate and wait for your opportunity. If you can complete the task upon your return, I will bestow upon you a sphere of bloodthirsty energy to aid your ascension to tier 8. Yes, my lord, I guarantee the completion of the task. The being known as the illusion demon nodded eagerly, his eyes gleaming with greed at the mention of the bloodthirsty energy. In that case, begin your preparations. I shall make my move in 3 minutes. Understood, the illusion demon replied, then unleashed his abilities, his form swiftly transforming into that of a seductive woman. 3 minutes later, a momentary surge of powerful energy emanated from the 9th-tier being. Before the warning lights in Daxia City could activate, the night watchman heard a thunderous explosion. Boom! The overwhelming force unleashed upon Daxia City activated the energy shield, which lasted only 5 seconds before shattering. Once the shield broke, everyone within Daxia City suddenly felt the safety that had enveloped them vanish, replaced by a sense of crisis, exposed to the open air. What is happening? Otherworldly demons, a 9th-tier otherworldly demon has appeared. This is bad. The energy shield left by Lord Jiang has been destroyed. What about the guards? Why was there no warning? The shield is gone. If the beast tide reappears, we will have to face the ferocious beasts directly. How could this happen? Instantly, the people of Daxia City were alarmed, many in a state of panic. Everyone stay calm. The figures of powerful beings such as Yin Chuan emerged. Yin Chuan stood atop the city wall, his expression grim. Have we locked onto the enemy? No lock. The enemy is very cautious. After a strike, they retreated quickly, and we had no time to react. Lu Huai shook his head. At the moment the sound began, he had taken out the remote control for the last ultimate weapon. This has always been the consensus of Daxia City. Once a 9th-tier being appears, the ultimate weapon must be used, otherwise just a moment's delay could result in many lives lost under a 9th-tier's hand. Even if only the last nuclear remains, there would be no hesitation, for the purpose is to deter the 9th-tier beings outside, leaving them unsure of their situation. Damn it! Yin Chuan slammed his fist against the wall. I knew it. After the beast tide, the otherworldly demons would surely plot some schemes, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. There is no choice aside from the ultimate weapon. We currently have no means to counter a 9th-tier. As long as the enemy does not appear publicly, we cannot do anything. A dignified 9th-tier resorting to schemes and tricks. These otherworldly demons truly value their lives. Yin Chuan sneered before asking, what is the status of the energy shield? Yin Chuan's eyes held a glimmer of hope. However, upon checking, Lu Huai brought back disheartening news. Completely shattered. The power of the 9th-tier is too overwhelming. Damn! Yin Chuan cursed heavily. With the energy shield shattered, it can be anticipated that once the 3-month period is over, the beast tide will surely appear again. After all, the otherworldly demons would not waste their efforts without preparation. Notify Jiang Ji. Ask him if there is any way to repair it. All right. Lu Huai communicated and received a response from Jiang Ji. If it is merely damaged, I can still repair it. However, if the energy shield is completely shattered, it will be impossible to restore unless I reach the 7th tier. This was Jiang Ji's exact words. With a 9th-tier otherworldly demon in action, they had undoubtedly made ample preparations, leaving no possibility for survival. Gather all those above the 6th tier for a meeting. With the energy shield broken, they must also make corresponding arrangements. Tonight, the people of Daxia City are destined to be sleepless. Unbeknownst to them, a figure had silently entered the city. Jiang Ji stepped out of the mechanical workshop, gazing towards the city walls, feeling an inexplicable unease. After pondering, he returned inside to continue creating machines. In light of the current situation, his machines had become exceedingly important. Otherwise, when the beast tide arrives, Daxia City would suffer heavy casualties. During this period, a continuous influx of mechanical materials had been returned. Apart from the bionic robots, he had also created energy shields and thunderstorm hammers. Aside from ensuring each robot was equipped, there were still many left over which could later be allocated to those with strong offense, but weak defense to fill their shortcomings, and vice versa. Simultaneously, a vast number of earth magic thunder explosives had been buried around the city walls. Once the ferocious beasts truly appeared, they would undoubtedly yield significant battle results. Due to the amplification effect, the power of the earth magic thunder reached Tier 5, and it was a small area weapon with an attack range of 30 meters. Although it could not compare to the 5th tier meteor cannon, it was still quite formidable. Of course, Jiang Ji's trump card remained the bionic robots. Earth magic thunder was merely a one-time weapon, while bionic robots could be used continuously and even enhance their strength. Before Jiang Ji reached Tier 5, they were his strongest means of attack. The next day, despite the significant events at the city wall, Jiang Ji's side remained as usual. 2 6th-tier warriors and 5 5th-tier warriors arrived in succession, then began training with a certain bionic robot. The 6th-tier warriors, while training, also served as protectors for Jiang Ji's safety. As a result, the strength of the bionic robots rapidly ascended, with most reaching peak 5th-tier combat power. Robots numbered 1 through 10 could barely spar with 6th-tier warriors, maintaining an undefeated record for 5 to 8 minutes. 5 robots attacking together could even gain the upper hand during battles. Given time, they would undoubtedly achieve true 6th-tier combat power. In addition to the bionic robots, Jiang Ji naturally equipped himself with a set of defensive machinery. With the energy shield and powered exoskeleton installed on his body, he not only enhanced his physical attributes, but also gained a decent level of self-defense. Unfortunately, the 4th-tier mechanical products do not have fully compatible components. If they were 5th-tier, he could create powered armor, a perfect set that integrates offense and defense. At that time, his personal combat power would leap into the ranks of the top elite in Daxia City. However, ever since he reached the 4th tier, his experience requirement surged to a terrifying 8,100,000. Now, with no large-scale wars, relying solely on manufacturing mechanical devices would not allow him to level up in just a few months. Therefore, during this time, he frantically manufactured machines aiming to equip more people with mechanical devices in the impending beast tide, thereby allowing him to share a significant amount of experience. The bionic robots would also become one of his hopes for gaining substantial experience. Is Jiang Ji here? Suddenly, an inquiring voice came from outside. Who are you? Do you not know this is a restricted area for machinery? No unauthorized personnel allowed, shouted the 6th-tier guardian. Oh, I am a neighbor of Xiao Jiang. I was worried since he hasn't returned home for so long, so I made him some nourishing soup. Neighbor, do you have any proof? Yes, my lord, look, even Xiao Jiang has become an important figure. It's surprisingly difficult to see him. Soon someone entered to report and brought a form of identification, handing it to Jiang Ji at the control console. Jiang Ji paused his work, took a look, and nodded, saying, Indeed, it is my neighbor's sister Chun. Let her in. During this time, many neighbors who had helped him in his childhood had also come to visit him. Jiang Ji felt it was inappropriate to refuse their goodwill. Whenever someone came, he would exchange a few pleasantries, which was a way to repay the kindness he received in his childhood. Sister Chun received the response and approached the door of the machinery storage with a beaming smile, though a strange glint flickered in her eyes. She did not expect that in just one day she could easily approach this newly risen mechanic. This mission was indeed simple. At the same time, she was observing her surroundings, contemplating an escape plan from Daxia City. Xiao Jiang, Sister Chun, made you some soup. Come out and take it, or I won't go in and bother you so as not to see anything I shouldn't. She cautiously stated, wanting to avoid arousing suspicion and revealing her identity, thinking to herself, what is going on here? How can there be a 6th-tier guard, and those mechanical contraptions seem quite formidable? Could it be that these humans have developed something new? No, after dealing with the mechanic, I must stay here to collect information to take back. Perhaps the Lord will give more rewards for it. It's a pity that there is so much prey here, yet I cannot unleash my killing spree, but it is hard to endure. She did not plan to act immediately, but wanted to let the people here lower their guard, allowing her to strike decisively later. Thus, she placed down the soup and left normally. Jiang Ji, upon hearing the words, casually replied and continued to manufacture machines. With his personality, once he entered the zone, he would not easily disengage. If a neighbor came in, he would pause to chat for a few moments, but Sister Chun merely left the food and departed. Food was nowhere near as important as manufacturing machines, so Jiang Ji continued to immerse himself in the work, forgetting about the time. The soldiers outside seeing this took away the food left by Sister Chun. How could something cold be worthy of entering the mouth of the esteemed mechanic? If he wanted to eat, he could have the freshest meals delivered at any time. For several consecutive days, Sister Chun would bring food, leaving it at the door, before leaving, gradually becoming familiar with the soldiers. Although the two sixth-years were too lazy to engage, they also relaxed their vigilance. Only Jiang Ji sensed something was amiss. While he was familiar with her, it was unusual for her to bring food every day. After all, they were not relatives. Of course, he had never eaten any of it. He always remembered to check after it had cooled, and by then it had long been discarded. Could it be that she wanted to help him rise due to seeing him as a mechanic? Jiang Ji did not suspect anything related to the alien demons. There were guards at the city gates day and night, and without any special circumstances, it was unlikely for such demons to infiltrate. That day, Sister Chun brought a box of food again, but unlike before, she was finally prepared and intended to enter today. Xiao Jian, you must take care of your health while working so hard. I made you some tonic to relieve fatigue, and I'm bringing it in for you. Sister Chun took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the door to the machinery storage. A few people outside felt displeased, but they did not voice any objections. Since the mechanic said nothing, they also refrained from overstepping. Jiang Ji originally thought she would leave as usual, but unexpectedly, he heard the sound of the door being pushed open. At this moment, he did not think much. His attention was captured by the machinery he had just manufactured. This was a small reconnaissance drone, an advanced version of an unmanned remote-controlled machine equipped with sensory recognition, ultra-long-distance, video transmission communication, adaptive environmental transformation, and other reconnaissance functions. With it, the exploration distance of the city expedition team could extend to 100 miles. The small reconnaissance drone could scan energy entities over a wide area, unlike the unmanned remote-controlled machines that could only transmit images back when seen through a camera. The small reconnaissance drone could detect the traces of fierce beasts or alien demons from afar, thereby avoiding danger. In other words, as long as he carried it, it would be akin to possessing a game-like interface, clearly revealing where dangers and resource points lay. Tap. A footstep sounded as someone stepped into the machinery storage. Jiang Ji instinctively turned towards the sound, but before he could react, the small reconnaissance drone emitted a flashing red light. Warning! Warning! Unknown energy entity detected. Preliminary assessment indicates destructive power at Tier 7. Warning! Warning! Unknown energy entity detected. Analysis ongoing. The entity does not belong to carbon-based humans and is an unknown species. Please evacuate immediately. The small reconnaissance drone emitted an urgent, intelligent voice. Unknown energy entity, Tier 7. Jiang Ji's face changed drastically, yet his reaction was swift. His powered exoskeleton was instantly activated, and the energy shield was also engaged. He grabbed Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling beside him and began to retreat. He had confidence in the machines he manufactured. The small reconnaissance drone would not misjudge. Although he still felt a bit dazed, he had sensed the impending crisis. Even the city lord Yan Chuan was merely Tier 6. How could an ordinary neighbor's energy reach Tier 7? Just thinking about it felt odd. Moreover, the drone had also determined that the entity did not belong to humans who knew what it was. In any case, creating distance was the right decision. As a resident of Daxia City, their emergency response was quite good. Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling hadn't reacted, yet when they felt their bodies rapidly retreating. The entity known as Sister Chun was taken aback. Have I exposed myself? She had originally planned to approach Jiang Ji and kill him stealthily to avoid detection from the outside 60-year guardians, and then leave without a trace. Now she had barely entered when she was noticed by Jiang Ji. Strictly speaking, it was her identity that was discovered by the mechanical contraption in his hand. Seeing this, she couldn't care less about exposure. She tore off her disguise, revealing her upper body with a butterfly-like head, a colorful body, and her bizarre skin tearing, and then reorganizing into the true form of an alien demon. Since I've been discovered, then you shall die. Hee. As the heteromorphic demon's aura ceased concealment, the two sixth-rank cultivators outside reacted instantly. Faces paling, they rushed frantically into the machinery depot. At that very moment, Jiang Ji had barely fled 30 meters when the 7th-rank illusion demon closed in. Though equipped with defensive mechanical augmentations, his powered exoskeleton remained merely a 3rd-rank artifact. Even at peak performance, his speed barely reached 4th-rank level. The chasm between 4th and 7th rank was vast. As the illusion demon drew near, a grotesque grin twisted its features, the demonic arm shimmering, morphing into serpentine patterns like venomous coils before lashing toward Jiang Ji. A sharp crack resounded as the energy shield activated instinctively. Yet overwhelmed by sheer force, it fractured halfway, its luminescence dimming to a faint flickering glow. Jiang Ji felt an immense impact hurl him backward. He crashed violently into a metal rack, collapsing to the floor as a gush of blood erupted from his mouth. He had shielded Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling with every ounce of strength. Had he not absorbed the full brunt of the illusion demon's assault, the two ordinary mortals would have perished instantly. Unit 1, he cried aloud. In that instant, the biomimetic robot stationed outside flared with intense light in its optical sensors. A command flashed across its neural interface, host in mortal peril, initiating kill protocol. Led by Unit 150, biomimetic units ignited their kinetic thrusters and surged into the machinery depot at blinding speed. HM, you survived my strike, and yet still speak. What manner of construct are you? The illusion demon recoiled in surprise upon seeing Jiang Ji stir, but time pressed relentlessly, and it struck again, determined to end him utterly. So long as it completed its mission, it could infiltrate the crowd and vanish safely. Filthy demon spawn, do you take us for mere ornaments? The two sixth-rank martial artists finally arrived. One lunged forward without hesitation, driving a fist toward the demon's back. The other interposed himself before Jiang Ji, radiating potent Ki-blood energy and holding a long blade horizontally across his chest, deflecting the incoming assault meant for Jiang Ji. Humph! A mere sixth-rank fool dares impede me. Enraged by the failure of its technique, the demon's visage contorted further, its eyes suddenly flooding with iridescent hues. It's an illusion demon. Close your eyes now. The martial artist shielding Jiang Ji paled, slamming his eyelids shut, yet too late. His own irises shimmered with those same five-colored lights, his pupils unfocused, his sixth-rank Ki-blood vitality crumbling away. This was one of the illusion demon clan's innate abilities, illusion inducement. Those ensnared fell into vivid hallucinations, not physically damaging, yet rendering cultivators utterly immobile, effectively imprisoned within their own minds. Fortunately, the second martial artist heeded the warning, shutting his eyes instantly, avoiding direct gaze. His fist slammed into the demon's torso, sending it staggering backwards several paces. The illusion demon clan wields no exceptional combat prowess. So long as one resists your beguiling gaze, even a seventh-rank demon can muster no more than sixth-rank peak strength. To dare enter Daxia City, you are already condemned to die. His voice rang icy and sharp. Young Master Jiang, are you unharmed? Many thanks, Senior, for your timely salvation. Fortunately, the demon underestimated me in its first strike. I endured it. Had you arrived, but a moment later, I would have fallen. Clutching his chest, Jiang Ji rose shakily with assistance. His energy shield flickered at critical depletion. One more blow would surely end him. Truth be told, dread coiled cold in his gut. A seventh-rank heteromorphic demon had stealthed right to his threshold. Had he not just completed that miniature scout drone and heard its urgent alarm, he would have died without ever sensing the threat. A seventh-rank illusion demon. Why were Chunjia's face? And where is she? Jiang Ji demanded, voice glacial. Hey, Chunjia. Devoured utterly. Did you not know? My kind must consume humans to absorb their memories and assume their forms. The illusion demon cackled with eerie delight. To fulfill this mission, I consumed 6 souls. Only then did I uncover your whereabouts. Human flesh, truly exquisite. Jiang Ji's expression darkened. 6 lives extinguished because of him, and he had sensed nothing. His strength, still far too feeble. Heteromorphic demon, you will die. Rage surged within him, his first true white-hot fury. War had claimed many, evoking sorrow, but never before had grief pierced so deep, so fiercely. These were lives lost for him. At that very moment, the biomimetic unit contingent arrived in full force. Units 1 through 10 formed a tight vanguard and launched immediate coordinated assault upon the demon without uttering a word. The remaining units encircled Jiang Ji, forming an impenetrable perimeter. 10 biomimetic warriors held the 7th-rank demon at bay, locked in stalemate. Though the illusion demon lacked supreme combat, might it remained 7th rank, while the biomimetics at core were only 4th rank constructs. Their parity thus proved one undeniable truth: in concert, they wielded full 6th rank combat efficacy. What are these things? The demon raged, unleashing wave after wave of illusion, only to find its power utterly nullified against the unblinking, unfeeling constructs. For though biomimetics possessed artificial sentience, they were not truly alive, and thus wholly immune to the illusion demon's innate gift. A heteromorphic demon breached the city walls. How fares Jiang Ji? A thunderous bellow echoed from afar. Before the speaker arrived, gales churned the air. A spirit horse's shrill neigh pierced the din as Elder Wang galloped forth, eyes locked anxiously on the battlefield. Only upon seeing Jiang Ji standing upright did his breath ease. His residence lay nearby. The moment the demon manifested, messengers had raced to alert him. Though he'd arrived within minutes, his heart had hammered with frantic urgency. How could a mere 4th-rank youth withstand a 7th-rank demon? Now witnessing Jiang Ji unscathed, his tension dissolved. Demonic vermin daring to invade our city, truly seeking death. With that, Elder Wang brandished his long spear and plunged into the fray. The illusion demon's countenance finally shifted. 3 6th-rank masters stood arrayed against it, swarmed by bizarre mechanical constructs, while another overwhelming presence loomed ever closer. Though 7th rank surrounded, thus it would perish. 8th rank ascension remained distant, it would not fall here. The mission must be abandoned. Intent crystallized into action. Amid the onslaught, the demon detonated its form, showering the air with iridescent dust. Within that shimmering haze, it reshaped itself, vanishing into the newly arrived crowd. Where did it go? Elder Wang's spear slashed empty air. His gaze swept wildly, yet the heteromorphic demon had vanished without trace. Even the biomimetics froze, target lost. There. Jiang Ji raised his miniature scout drone, pointing steadily toward a figure attempting to slip away unnoticed within the crowd. Without hesitation, Elder Wang thrust his spear, forcing the demon to reveal itself once more in desperate defense. Encircled anew, it stood trapped. Jiang Ji focused intently, keeping a close watch on the small reconnaissance drone. The drone had previously been able to decipher the information from the alien demon, and it would surely not disappoint now. Moreover, Jiang Ji had already programmed it to capture the aura belonging to the illusion demon. No matter how much the opponent could change, they could not escape the drone's scanning as long as their essence remained unchanged. The abilities of this illusion demon were thoroughly restrained. Of course, if Jiang Ji had not created the small reconnaissance drone today, the situation would have unfolded quite differently. Fortunately, the materials arrived in time, which could be seen as a blessing from the heavens. Under the assault of Wang Lao and the robotic team, the alien demon gradually fell into a disadvantage. During this time, it had changed its form several times, but each attempt was uncovered by Jiang Ji. It wanted to destroy the unmanned reconnaissance drone, but the 2 warriors guarding Jiang Ji were not mere decorations. The warrior who had been affected by the illusions had also recovered and blocked its attack for Jiang Ji. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged forth. Yin Chuan had finally arrived. He approached Jiang Ji and looked at the battle within the arena. He wanted to join in, but Jiang Ji quickly stopped him. Jiang Ji said, "This alien demon no longer poses a threat, yet its rank is at level 7. Perhaps after today, a second level 7 awakener will emerge in Daxia City." Yin Chuan recalled something and suppressed his urge to act. Many level 6 warriors in Daxia City had been stalled for too long. You today happened to present the opportunity to kill a level 7 through a rank leap, which could benefit Wang Lao. Lest he act and be deemed part of a team, causing the conditions for rank advancement to be invalidated, which would be a regretful loss. Yin Chuan called for a healer to treat Jiang Ji's wounds, then said, "How could the alien demon suddenly infiltrate the city? Our Daxia City has all 4 gates tightly shut, and there was an energy shield guarding it." Wait a minute. Energy shield. Could it be that the destruction of the energy shield that day was to allow this alien demon to enter the city instantaneously? Yin Chuan suddenly recalled the events from a few days ago. Jiang Ji nodded. That is a possibility. Its appearance indeed coincided with the day after the energy shield malfunctioned. However, it was using the body of my neighbor and acted just like usual, which led me not to notice. Of course, there is another possibility. It replaced someone from the outgoing team. The illusion demon clan's transformation techniques are capable of deceiving others. If that were the case, we might not have been able to detect it. Fortunately, I created this device today, otherwise I would be dead by now. Jiang Ji raised the small reconnaissance drone in his hand. Upon hearing this, Yin Chuan felt a wave of fear. At that time, when the energy shield was destroyed, everyone thought it was the alien demon preparing for the beast tide, and no one considered this aspect. Now that he thought about it, if Jiang Ji had not had the ability to prevent the alien demon from succeeding, they would have been filled with regret. Jiang Ji continued, "Uncle Yin, later you need to help me collect the bodies of the previously deceased alien demons. I want to capture their auras to enhance the drone's settings. In that case, whenever it scans an alien demon in the future, it will be able to identify their type immediately. Once the settings are complete, I will give you some, and anyone returning from outside will have to pass through its inspection to prevent another incident of an alien demon entering the city." "No problem, I will send someone over later." Yin Chuan nodded in agreement. Having gone through this once was enough. Daxia City would surely tighten its defenses again. Meanwhile, Yin Chuan also planned to increase the number of level 6 protectors for Jiang Ji. Having just 2 was still a bit too few. If it weren't for the presence of the bionic robots today, the 2 level 6 warriors might not have been able to hold out until Wang Lao arrived. At this moment, the battle in the arena was nearing its conclusion. The illusion demon might have sensed the impending doom and became even more frenzied. Unfortunately, its combat power was ultimately weak, barely surpassing Wang Lao's, and with the assistance of the bionic robots, the gap in ranks had already been neutralized. Wang Lao's combat experience was also quite rich. As soon as the demon unleashed its illusionary talents, he would use the robots as cover to evade. After an exhausting battle lasting a full half-hour, the illusion demon finally wore itself out. Wang Lao, with a sudden strike of his spear, pinned it to the wall, and a mix of various blood flowed down slowly. Thus, the level 7 illusion demon was completely dead. In the instant of its demise, a powerful aura suddenly surged from Wang Lao. Everyone was familiar with this. It was the process of rank advancement. The first to change was his spirit steed. With a roar, the spirit steed transformed, its head sprouting two fearsome horns, its hooves changing color, its fur lengthening, transforming into wolf-like hooves, and colorful scales growing all over its body. "Is that a Chilan horse?" someone exclaimed. With horns on its head, wolf-like, hooves, a round head, and a colorful appearance, it resembled the legendary auspicious beast the Chilan. After the spirit steed transformed, the armor on Wang Lao also turned pitch black, and paired with the Chilan horse, he looked imposing. A storm then arose, and everyone present felt the powerful force of the swirling winds. A tornado swirled above Wang Lao's head, lasting for a long time. Following, the Lord of War, Tiantian Daxia City welcomed its second level 7 awakener. Wang Lao raised his spear, his face filled with joy. Finally, level 7. After a moment, he retracted his aura, and the Chilan horse transformed into light and vanished. He cupped his hands and said to everyone, "Thank you all for your support. Wang Lao, you are too polite. If we are talking about support, Jiang Ji is the biggest contributor," Yin Chuan said with a smile. Wang Lao nodded. "Indeed, if it weren't for the assistance of these robots, I wouldn't have been able to defeat this level 7 illusion demon alone. After advancing, I realized that the difference between level 6 and 7 is an entirely different concept. Even a level 7 illusion demon that isn't known for combat is not something we level 6 can compare to. Without being a prodigy, one cannot hope to break through ranks in their lifetime." Wang Lao sighed. If it weren't for the robots blocking the illusion demon's abilities and exhausting its strength in an unknown scenario, he would undoubtedly be dead. He never expected to become the second person in Daxia City to advance to level 7. "Thank you, Xiao Ji," Wang Lao said solemnly to this younger generation he had watched grow up. Jiang Ji quickly waved his hand. "Grandpa Wang, you flatter me. If you hadn't appeared quickly to block the alien demon, I might have gotten hurt again as it was coming for me." "This incident was indeed our oversight," Yin Chuan said apologetically. "Next, I will have people investigate the entire city to thoroughly prevent the occurrence of alien demons infiltrating again. Since I have reached level 7, as long as there is no war, I will stay here to serve as your protector," Wang Lao added. The group established the subsequent protocols. Other level 6 awakeners, seeing Wang Lao advance, felt a surge of excitement and looked over eagerly. "Xiao Ji, can we borrow your robots for our use in the future?" Upon hearing this, many level 6 warriors present echoed, "Yes, we've been stuck at level 6 for too long. Wang Lao has already stepped into level 7. We are also looking forward to it." "No problem, there will be more bionic robots in the future," Jiang Ji replied with a smile. "I plan to create opportunities for you all if a level 7 appears during the Beast Tide over a month from now, aiming to help every level 6 complete the conditions for rank advancement." "Haha, that sounds great. I want to thank you in advance, Xiao Ji." "Absolutely, absolutely. You all better watch out. The third level 7 will definitely be me, Yin Chuan." Yin Chuan shouted loudly, feeling distressed. Jiang Ji always provoked him with rank advancements. If he didn't get stronger soon, he would likely be surpassed. "Wait a minute, I don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're the city lord. I used to spank you when we were kids. The opportunity for rank advancement is open for fair competition." "Ha ha ha." Yin Chuan's past actions were exposed, and his face turned dark with anger. He coldly snorted and fled amidst various mocking gazes. "The illusion demon is dead." In the endless forest within an eerie palace, the voice rang out again. Such a waste, incompetent, and counterproductive. The task was not completed, yet it has alarmed the enemy. Now the humans are on guard. The opportunity to kill the mechanic can only be sought amidst the Beast Tide in a few dozen days. The illusion demon clan is truly useless. Well, since this time was unsuccessful, we shall continue to plot. However, in 40 days during the midterm of the Federation's talent ranking competition, many humans will come to our clan. This Beast Tide must cripple the Great Xia City. Let them remain like before, continuing to cower within the city walls, afraid to step outside. Otherwise, if we reveal our tracks, the human talents will surely notice, and we will be in a difficult position. The Federation will certainly take this opportunity to extort our clan's resources. Rest assured, I will personally oversee things from behind the scenes this time. The 9th tier ferocious beasts dread the ultimate weapon of humanity. I will command the 8th tier to act, supplemented with a large number of higher tier ones. I refuse to believe that without its energy shield, the Great Xia City can still withstand the onslaught of the ferocious beast army. In that case, I can rest easy. However, let me remind you, you must not take action. Otherwise, the backlash from the 9th tier violating the pact is something you cannot bear. Falling in rank is a minor issue, But if you were to die, our rebirth clan would fall out of the ranks of the top clans. When it comes to life, I will be cautious. During this time, has there been any important news from that side? In the signal tower within the radio room, Yin Chuan, Lu Huai, Jiang Ji, and others were all present. Old Man Qin, wearing headphones, said, "This month the signals we have received are all from a program called Talk Show, and there are no other messages. However, through these so-called guests and their conversations, I have confirmed one thing." "What is it?" Yin Chuan asked anxiously. "After such a long period of spying, I have basically confirmed that the Rebirth clan, named Mo Fei Chun, is the alien demon recognized by our great Xia city. Moreover, this program features a constantly rotating cast of guests, including the Illusion Demon Clan, Flame Demon Clan, Tree Demon Clan, Charm Demon Clan, and others. In 12 episodes, 12 alien demon races have appeared, among which there are 4 races that our great Xia city has never encountered." Old Man Qin took out his notebook and continued, "Besides that, I can also confirm that the location of this program is the former capital of the ancient kingdom. Although the name has changed, some information can almost prove this point." Yin Chuan sat down heavily in his chair, his expression slightly changing. "The humans of Old Earth have truly allied with the alien demons. Is this the truth behind why they have not launched a rescue for our great Xia city?" Lu Huai also spoke up. "If the two have become allies, they would naturally delineate their territories and would not casually intrude into each other's domains except for diplomatic matters. And the location of Great Xia City has already been recognized as the territory of the alien demons." Thinking this through, Yin Chuan and the others felt a chill run down their spines. If that is the case, when they return to Old Earth in the future, will they be attacked as outsiders? This is not an unlikely scenario. You guys say, did they ever detect our situation back then? Did they find out and abandon us to ally with the alien demons, acting as a token of allegiance? Or did they forget about our existence, thinking that Great Xia City has long been destroyed? Yin Chuan said with a pale face. After waiting so long for the answer, everyone wanted to know the truth. Old Man Qin snorted, Why think so much? Whether it was abandonment or a token of allegiance, Great Xia City has already lost all possibility of returning to the homeland. When soldiers come, we will fight. When water comes, we will block it. As long as we strengthen ourselves, there will come a day when we will uncover the truth. Besides, whether we can persist until then is still uncertain. Oh, why worry about such matters? To borrow the spirit of our great Xia City, ultimately, it can be summed up in one phrase: only battle. Old Man Qin's words dispelled Yin Chuan's inner confusion. Yes, only battle. After 12 years, Great Xia City is not afraid of fighting. No one should be afraid. Yin Chuan regained his composure. He is now the lord of Great Xia City. Anyone can be confused, but he cannot, for he is the backbone. Unless he dies, Jiang Ji or someone else takes over, becoming the new backbone. Otherwise, he absolutely cannot falter. Yin Chuan solemnly scanned the crowd, suddenly breaking into a smile and saying, "Then let us prepare for battle. There is still a month until the beast tide arrives. If the energy shield is destroyed, we must repair the city walls and set up various defensive works. Our great Xia City will surely endure forever." Yin Chuan no longer regarded Old Earth as hope. From this day forth, Great Xia City will only possess the spirit of self-improvement, no longer relying on the intangible unknown. Mental independence. When there is war, we shall meet it heat in. Oh, when soldiers come, we will fight. When water comes, we will block it. Yin Chuan and the others quickly departed. War is imminent and his tasks have multiplied significantly. In the radio room, only Jiang Ji and Old Man Qin remained. During this period, due to deployment matters, the teams venturing outside have gradually halted their material collection efforts. On one side, the ferocious beasts have begun to gather, making the wilderness dangerous. On the other side, the materials within a 20-mile radius have almost been exhausted. Without venturing further, it is impossible to receive a continuous supply of materials like before. Now venturing outside would be a losing endeavor. After this period of effort, the number of mechanical weapons has significantly increased. Therefore, Jiang Ji has found himself with more free time. The material situation can only resume after the beast tide passes. Of course, the relentless efforts have also yielded considerable rewards. His experience bar has progressed by a third. If all goes well, when the beast tide arrives again, he will undoubtedly ascend to the 5th tier. By then, the falling magic cannon he creates will truly become the nightmare of the ferocious beasts. Etch. Old Man Qin suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Jiang Ji asked. The talk show has ended, and a new program called the Federation Talent Ranking Competition has started. A competition? Could it be another entertainment program? Jiang Ji wondered. Also, Old Man Qin, have there been any leads on the connection matter during this time? Jiang Ji recalled this matter. If they could connect, they would be able to converse with the other side. He did not feel much belonging to that side, but if they could communicate, it would be good to understand the overall strength of humanity in their territory. Old Man Qin shook his head. A few days ago there was indeed a connection segment, but I don't know if it was our signal issue or just bad luck that we weren't selected. The connection request I sent was like a stone sinking into the sea having no effect at all. That's a bit of a pity. Jiang Ji said regretfully, I wonder if there will be an opportunity for connection in the next program. If there is, we can take the opportunity to understand some situations and the conditions regarding the alien demons. Speaking of which, I remembered something. Old Man Sheen said as he recalled the programs held over there are all accompanied by visual scenes. However, due to the outdated equipment here, we have not received the visual signals, only the audio. Little John, can you see if there's any way to fix this? If they could match the visuals coming from there, this so-called competition might have combat segments. Based on the last program situation, it is even possible that alien demons would participate, and in that case we could observe their capabilities. Currently, apart from the Rebirth clan and the Illusion Demon clan, our understanding of the alien demons is still too limited. Some we have only seen traces of, yet we know nothing of their abilities. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ji's eyes lit up. Is that so? Let me give it a try. For several days straight, Jiang Ji remained in the radio studio with Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling accompanying him to assist. Meanwhile, Jiang Ji pondered whether he could gather more intelligence on the abyssal demons, preparing for unforeseen contingencies that might arise in the future. After relentless testing, the signal tower indeed captured live visuals transmitted from across the divide. The group gathered around a massive screen awaiting the broadcast's commencement. Today marked the opening of the Federation's ranking tournament. It remained astonishing how old Earth's technology enabled real-time transmission, even reaching distant Xiaxia City with flawless clarity. All eyes fixed expectantly upon the screen. Though hope in old Earth had long since faded, a quiet nostalgia still lingered deep within their hearts. 12 years of yearning were not so easily erased. Gradually the screen brightened. First to appear was the Federation's official emblem. Two hosts, both 5th rank awakened, stood upon the stage introducing the tournament's structure and significance. As Elder Qin had correctly surmised, the tournament followed a combat-based format divided into 3 categories: team battles, squad duels, and solo matches. After outlining the rules, the hosts proceeded to introduce the competing teams. With each name announced, the camera panned across the arena. Each introduction met with thunderous cheers. 24 elite awakened academies were showcased. Through the host's commentary, Jiang Ji and the others learned that even the lowest-ranked students among them held at least 3rd-rank power. Numerous students ranked 4th or 5th, and some even 6th. All were barely 20 years old, yet several already rivaled Xiaxia City's most formidable warriors in sheer cultivation tier. Occasional cuts to the faculty section revealed an even more staggering truth: 7th-rank cultivators were abundant among the instructors. The gulf between Xiaxia City and the Federation is truly this vast. Jiang Ji exclaimed in astonishment. Is transcending one's rank truly so effortless there? Elder Qin's expression darkened. Compared to them, our Xiaxia City does seem rather weak, and these are merely students. What then must the Federation's true elite have achieved? Once the 24 academies had been introduced, the broadcast shifted to societal factions: the Inquisition, Tribunal, Mercenary Guilds, the Grand Tavern, and the Crimson Throne, among others. The representatives sent by these organizations proved no less formidable than those from academia, many fielding 6th-rank youths. Upon concluding the human delegations, the tournament unsurprisingly revealed its most controversial element: abyssal demon participation. The number of abyssal demon races allied with the Federation exceeded expectations. 18 distinct species competed. Diverse in form and bearing, they sat at the heart of the crowd, and when introduced, the human audience erupted in fervent applause. This harmonious spectacle struck the Xiaxia City observers as profoundly surreal. This place appears to be the ancient battlefield. Elder Qin had scrutinized every frame without pause, his mind racing, until suddenly realization struck and his eyes widened in shock. This site was reconstructed to commemorate a war that nearly annihilated our nation. His voice trembled, eyes blazing with unshed fire. How dare old Earth turn it into mere entertainment? Have they forgotten history? Elder Qin roared. Jiang Ji, puzzled, asked gently, what do you mean? Elder Qin's voice cracked with anguish. Long ago, our ancient realm was invaded by foreign hordes. The empire teetered on collapse, the land itself trembling on the brink. This very ground was the decisive battleground, where 10 million of our soldiers fell. A hallowed ground where heroes rest. How can it be desecrated as a venue for amusement? Do those cheers not disturb the eternal slumber of our fallen? Worse still, abyssal demons stood atop monuments honoring the dead, demonic sovereigns presiding over sacred memory. Was this not the ultimate disgrace? Had the Federation's people utterly erased their past? Elder Qin's gaze dimmed, his body slackening as if paralyzed. He nearly tumbled from his chair. Only Jiang Ji's swift reflexes prevented his collapse. He had felt no fury upon learning Xiaxia had been abandoned by the ancient realm. Nor did he rage when hearing of humanity's alliance with abyssal demons. But now he was truly disillusioned with old Earth's people. To forget history was to trample glory beneath heel, an unforgivable betrayal. Witnessing Elder Qin's devastation, the others too felt their spirits sink heavy with shared sorrow. It begins. Xiaoli pointed toward the screen. After the lengthy preliminaries, the ranking tournament had finally commenced. Thousands of competitors were divided across over 100 battle zones. The first round featured squad matches, 5 fighters per team engaging in simultaneous combat. Jiang Ji tracked the visuals closely, focusing especially on the abyssal demons' positions. Indeed, certain demons wielded abilities both uncanny and terrifyingly potent. Take the regeneration clan. Enveloped in black mist, they regenerated instantly from grievous wounds, fully restored as if never harmed. Human opponents struggled endlessly, exhaustion meant inevitable defeat. Then there were the illusion demons, shifting forms and weaving hallucinations so potent that humans lacking countermeasures fell before landing a single blow. The flame demons innately commanded fire. Once unleashed, their arenas became domains of pure conflagration. The tree demons possessed impenetrable defense. The stone demons could uproot mountains. At equal cultivation tiers, most humans stood little chance against such demons. Yet exceptional human talents did exist. Consider Lung Qianro, the frost sovereign seen in a prior broadcast. With a single gesture, she conjured her own glacial domain. Her opponent frozen mid-motion, unable even to raise a hand in resistance. That scene stirred Jiang Ji's memory. Su Shuangyue, who had awakened alongside him. If both wielded wind and ice at equal tiers, how would a frost sprite compare to the frost sovereign? Yet after that day, they had never crossed paths again. Beyond Lung Qianro, other extraordinary awakened appeared: sword demons, summoners, curse weavers, each a paragon of raw power. Professions prized above all else in Xia City, those capable of mass combat, were ubiquitous here, occupying at least 1/3 of all slots. Yet Jiang Ji noted through the host commentary that such mass combat professions were considered underground tier in the Federation. Possessing area effect prowess implied limited individual strength, rendering them ill-suited for tournament-style duels where unknown supremacy reigned supreme. The Federation glorified individual heroism. Cooperation held no cultural weight. Moreover, the mass combat practitioners shown were demonstrably weaker in raw capability. Even in Xia City, few could single-handedly slaughter swarms of high-tier beasts. At equal tiers, they couldn't dominate, let alone transcend. In contrast, many top-tier competitors possessed peerless dominance within their rank. Clearly, environment shaped destiny. Jiang Ji reflected, then grasped the truth. Xia City's mass combat specialists were forged to face legions of low-tier beasts, not to obliterate peers en masse. Even the strongest high-tier awakened could only contend with 2 or 3 foes simultaneously. Different crucibles produced vastly divergent strengths. The Federation knew no large-scale warfare, only staged contests for renown. Thus, individual might was exalted above all. Xia City, however, existed in perpetual crisis, making mass combat specialists the beacon of collective hope. Such irony was undeniable. Truly, fortune favored neither side evenly. One starved while another drowned. What wonders might these mass combat talents have wrought had they been born in Xia City? Whom the Federation actually has mechanics. As the scenes shifted, Jiang Ji witnessed a somewhat familiar sight. A third-tier mechanic wielding a simple energy cannon was engaged in battle with an alien demon. However, his combat capability was exceedingly poor. The speed at which the energy cannon fired was so slow that it could be discerned by the naked eye. On the other hand, the alien demon excelled in speed. After a few minutes of combat, the mechanic had yet to even graze the shadow of his opponent. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed to lack a strong grasp of mechanics, barely reaching the level of usability. Unable to inflict effective attacks on the alien demon, he was forced to dodge its assaults, appearing utterly beleaguered. It was evident to any observer that the alien demon was toying with him. Is the mechanic of the Federation so weak? Jiang Ji wondered. As a mechanic himself, Jiang Ji felt out of place. Even if he were only a second-tier mechanic with an energy cannon, he could easily kill the alien demon within 10 seconds. If both were third-tier, the alien demon would be lucky to last a second. Yet the mechanic on screen was being played with like a monkey by his opponent. How could this be possible? Only through comparison did Jiang Ji realize that his capabilities as a mechanic were vastly superior to those of others. Now at 4th tier, he could create biorobots with the combat power of a 6th tier. In contrast, the Federation's mechanic was already at 3rd tier, but could only utilize 2nd tier mechanical weapons. Even the power of that energy cannon seemed to be only equivalent to the energy gun he initially crafted. The host's voice arrived just in time. Everyone look. This mechanic student is about to be defeated by the alien genius across from him. I've seen his profile. His awakened talent is called Mechanic Apprentice. Being a mechanic is inherently a weak profession, and paired with such a feeble talent he indeed seems quite lacking. After graduation he'll probably only be able to run a repair shop to make ends meet. The host's seemingly humorous remarks were perceived as blatant mockery by the people of Daxia City. Yet the audience burst into laughter, soon becoming indifferent. After all, the notion that mechanics are a weak profession had become a consensus within the Federation. The scenes continued to shift, not wasting time on the mechanic as if it were merely a brief focus of the camera to showcase his wretched state. Mechanic Apprentice. The mechanics of the Federation actually belong to a weak profession. The crowd couldn't help but sneak a glance at Jiang Ji. There are no weak professions, only weak individuals. The old soil humans are truly short-sighted, discarding treasures like they are worthless. Old Master Qin snorted, saying if mechanics were really weak, how could Zhan Tian instill fear into ferocious beasts? How could Xiao Jiang bring a fundamental increase in strength to Daxia City? He continued, it seems the old soil people have been at peace for too long, forgetting the brutality of war. No matter how strong an individual's power, how many can they kill amidst an endless tide of beasts? Old Master Qin, however, was countered by another voice. But over there in the old soil, they still possess a vast amount of technological weapons. With technology in hand and an inexhaustible supply of materials, they seem to have no need to rely solely on awakened ones. Another added, in Daxia City, the opportunity to replenish technological weapons is limited. Each weapon used is one less. The differences in environment have indeed fostered two distinct styles. Old Master Qin sighed, I admit that technological weapons are powerful, and while the ultimate weapon can intimidate even ninth-tier beings, its shortcomings are too evident. He elaborated the previous breakdown of the energy shield and the risks of the phantom demon infiltrating demonstrate that under such peculiar abilities technological weapons become scrap metal, exhibiting no effective results. He questioned, a weapon that cannot lock onto enemies no matter how powerful, what use does it serve? He continued, the ultimate weapon can annihilate ninth-tier beings, but those beings are not to be trifled with. If they are not at the center of an explosion, they might not necessarily perish. He explained thus, even after so many years, why hasn't Daxia City used the ultimate weapon during times of city-destroying battles? It has merely served as a means of intimidation. Old Master Qin pointed at the screen, stating, in comparison, a true ninth-tier being represents a kind of sustainable ultimate weapon with effects that are naturally vastly different. He concluded, moreover, is ninth tier the highest possible level in the world? If a 10th tier were to emerge, technological weapons would lose all their intimidation. He asserted, therefore, I dare to predict that the future will certainly belong to the awakened. Technology has become outdated. He remarked, too much reliance could ultimately become a fatal flaw. Old Master Qin commented, I see. Hearing this, the crowd gained some understanding. It must be said that although Old Master Qin could no longer return to the battlefield, his long-term vision was still commendable. But what about you, Xiao Jiang? Looking at these so-called geniuses of the Federation, if you were up there, would you have confidence? Old Master Qin directed his gaze toward Jiang Ji, asking expectantly. Jiang Ji smiled, then confidently raised his head, saying, don't even mention Onion. If I were at 6th tier, even if everyone up there joined forces, I would still have the confidence to sweep them all away. He continued, of course, even if I am currently only at 4th tier, if I bring along the biorobots, I could still easily push through everyone in the arena and claim first place. Old Master Qin remarked, such arrogance. You must understand that there are always people beyond others and heavens beyond heavens. Shaoli instinctively blurted out, if one is not arrogant, are they still a young person? Old Master Qin shot him a fierce glance, saying, I'm speaking to Xiao Jiang, what are you butting in for? He then smiled at Jiang Ji, saying, amidst such arrogance, it's still indicative of the youthful vigor. Daxia City is fortunate to have you. He added, in the future, this old bone, will be watching, eagerly looking forward to you sweeping through the younger generation of the Federation. Jiang Ji's lips curled into a smile. In truth, he wanted to say that not just the younger generation, but even the older generation was within his sights. As a time-traveling reincarnator, he possessed such determination and was confident in his own abilities. Just based on the current situation, even if no one and those biorobots did not rely on their own strength, merely wielding 4th-tier machinery would be sufficient to crush a low-tier large-scale beast tide. And among the few thousand participants, even with 6th-tier powerhouses, how many could survive beneath countless low-tier ferocious beasts? However, Jiang Ji had indeed omitted one matter. Currently, although the biorobots and other mechanical products were created by him, he himself lacked any significant power. In this kind of arena battle, if he were restricted from bringing biorobots, he would find himself at a disadvantage. This was indeed a shortcoming. Of course, his strength was benchmarked against war, not the arena, and the earlier words of arrogance were not mere empty boasts. Jiang Ji was eagerly observing the Federation ranking tournament. He had developed a better understanding of the alien demons and the Federation's geniuses, enriching his perspective so that he could respond more effectively when facing these opponents in the future. For a mechanic possessing a mechanical compendium, as long as their rank increases, they have corresponding countermeasures for any abilities they encounter. Of course, he personally advocated for the philosophy of overwhelming force. Only in battles against higher-ranked opponents would it be necessary to create suitable mechanical creations. Against opponents of equal rank, sheer firepower remains the most effective approach. Regardless of the enemy's abilities, one cannonball is enough to turn everything to ashes. Time flew by. 1 month later. On this day on the city walls, Yin Chuan and Lu Huai stood atop, their expressions grave as they gazed into the distant wilderness. These demon whelps can hardly contain themselves. Once the 3-month restriction was lifted, the beast tide has indeed returned, someone remarked with a grim expression. Although there had been some speculation beforehand, confronting the situation now still felt somewhat heavy. The breaking of the energy shield signifies that Daxia City will soon descend into a brutal melee. Even with the towering walls and cannon fire, the conditions will be even more arduous than before. At this moment in the thickets of the wilderness, numerous ferocious beasts were restlessly pacing back and forth. Due to the obstructing trees, the exact number was unclear to the onlookers. Lu Huai utilized his battlefield analyst abilities to conduct observations, but the data he obtained only deepened the gravity of his expression, stretching for 50 miles densely packed. Preliminary estimates suggest that the number of beasts in this tide is at least 5 times greater than that of 3 months ago, Lu Huai said heavily. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd turned quite grim. 5 times? Are you certain? That means the number of ferocious beasts has reached tens of millions. Over the past 12 years, all the beast tides of this magnitude have ranked among the top 3, qualifying as a city-destroying battle. In previous city-destroying battles, although Daxia City ultimately withstood the onslaught, the casualties were devastating. Are we to witness such scenes again today? Yin Chuan interrupted loudly. The battle has yet to commence. Be quiet. Speaking such words will disrupt morale. I'm asking you, what of a city-destroying battle? Do not forget, Daxia City is no longer what it used to be, not to mention the presence of mechanics. If he could thwart the beast tide 3 months ago, why couldn't he do it again this time? Yin Chuan's words helped to somewhat calm the anxious hearts of the crowd in light of the beast tide. Indeed, in the absence of mechanics relying solely on human lives, they managed to withstand city-destroying battles. How much more so now with the assistance of mechanics has Daxia City's strength rapidly ascended. In recent months, whether it was the artillery regiment, the earth magic thunder, or the bionic robots, they had all brought a shock to their spirits, somewhat alleviating the anxiety of losing the energy shield. Looking at it this way, although this battle is perilous, it does not mean there is no chance to fight back. The crowd gathered around a screen divided into dozens of segments, observing the footage transmitted back by the reconnaissance drones. Lu Huai explained, according to the data returned by the reconnaissance drone, it can be preliminarily determined that this beast tide is presenting a circle surrounding Daxia City, which is at its center. Thus, I estimate that in this battle there will be combat around all 4 walls of Daxia City. All 4 sides. That means we will have to disperse our troops. The alien demons have thoroughly analyzed our strength. Elder Wang took the lead in volunteering. I will lead the Knight Regiment to guard the East Gate. In every battle, the East Gate is where the fiercest assaults occur, as it directly faces the lair of the alien demons, and thus has always been a key target for attacks. Yin Chuan hesitated saying this. Although Elder Wang is already at the 7th rank in such a high-level war, the role of a 7th rank is truly too small. Guarding the East Gate is unwise. Does the city lord not trust me? I can guarantee that before I die, not a single beast will enter the city. Yin Chuan replied, it's not that I don't trust you, but it's just that Daxia City is not afraid of sacrifice. However, for this battle, the east, west, south, and north gates must all be fully prepared. If one gate falls, Daxia City will be in danger. But we lack the manpower to achieve perfection everywhere. At this point, we can only rely on our lives to fill the gaps. Elder Wang had already placed his own life in the balance. As the second 7th rank awakener of Daxia City, isn't this the moment he had been waiting for? I will guard the east gate. A bright voice suddenly rang out from outside. The crowd looked up and saw Jiang Ji walking over slowly. For this battle, 1 person is enough at the East City Gate, Jiang Ji said firmly to the crowd. Little Ji, you. Elder Wang was taken aback. No way. Yin Chuan immediately rejected. You, as the future of Daxia City, cannot guard the most dangerous East Gate. According to Yin Chuan's thinking, Jiang Ji should go to the West Gate where the pressure is the least. He is the core of Daxia City. The most important thing is to preserve his own life. If the East Gate falls, what future is there for Daxia City? Jiang Ji shook his head and continued. Uncle Yin and all the seniors must have some speculations this battle may very well be the last defense of the city. If we cannot hold it, Daxia will fall, turning into a breeding ground for blood food, completely falling into a state of desperate survival. If we succeed, then there will be no more beast-tide wars. Instead, the roles will be reversed and Daxia City will undergo a complete transformation. In other words, in the future, there will no longer be a gathering of ferocious beasts, but rather we will exit the city to hunt them down. I need a wealth of experience, so I must guard the East Gate in this battle. I must complete the ascension under pressure. This battle is both a crisis and my only opportunity for ascension. If I miss this chance and fail to ascend, the future of Daxia City will truly be in danger. For this battle, once the alien demons learn of what I exhibit, they will stop at nothing to kill me, completely snuffing out my potential in its infancy. How can we then talk about a future? Jiang Ji's words caused the crowd to change their expression slightly. Hadn't they also considered whether this beast tide could be the final battle? With the energy shield shattered and the city-destroying battle approaching, it seemed the enemy was thoroughly prepared. Give me a guarantee, Yin Chuan changed his tone. This battle is not a child's play. I need to ensure that you can hold the East Gate. Otherwise, while I can agree to let you guard the East Gate, I will need to send someone to assist. At this point in Jiang Ji's discourse, if he were to refuse again, it would be somewhat dictatorial. Thus, sending Jiang Ji to the East Gate had become a foregone conclusion. He had long stated that Daxia City would cooperate with Jiang Ji in carrying out all matters, which naturally included today's events. He was not a mechanic and did not have as clear a grasp of the future as Jiang Ji the mechanic himself. Thus, he naturally would not firmly reject Jiang Ji's plans for the sake of protecting him. Number 1, Jiang Ji called out. As soon as the words fell, the bionic robot number 1 walked in from outside. As the first-generation bionic robot engineered by Jiang Ji, Unit 1 serves as both the squad leader and the most formidable unit. Its combat prowess having reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier, augmented by an array of advanced mechanical systems. Clad in a powered exoskeleton and shielded by an energy barrier, it bears a colossal hammer upon its back. Had spatial constraints permitted, Jiang Ji would have even deployed it aboard a flame chariot. In its grasp rests a massive handheld mechanized weapon over 2 meters in length, the absolute limit of Jiang Ji's current engineering capabilities. Powered exoskeleton, energy shield, thunderstorm hammer, flame chariot, magnetolite, demon-slaying rifle, a perfected synthesis of kinetic power, defensive resilience, battlefield mobility, close quarters devastation, and area denial lethality. This is the culmination of my research into bionic warfare, the N2 class war robot. Every integrated system aboard it represents the zenith of what I am presently capable of fabricating. The powered exoskeleton and energy shield require no introduction, having already become familiar fixtures among you. This, Jiang Ji gestured toward the immense hammer slung across Unit 1's back, is the Thunderstorm Hammer, a melee armament engineered to deliver crushing force sufficient to obliterate 5th-tier monstrous beasts. Any creature at or below that tier struck by it perishes instantly. Even against 6th-tier adversaries, it inflicts formidable damage. When synergized with martial combat techniques, it can decisively eliminate them. As for the flame chariot, it remains grounded here only due to spatial limitations. You shall witness it soon. A weapon of area effect, it radiates searing heat, transforming its surroundings into a blazing domain. Within a 30-meter radius, all 4th-tier and lower beasts entering this infernal field will be incinerated within 10 breaths. During battle, I shall deploy the flame chariot around the eastern gate, erecting an impassable wall of fire, ensuring no low-tier beast may ever set foot upon our ramparts. Lastly, the magnetolite demon-slaying rifle stands unchallenged as the supreme offensive instrument among all 4th-tier mechanical arms. Unlike conventional firearms or artillery, it is a sustained energy weapon, capable of projecting a straight-line magnetolite beam extending 100 meters with a 3-meter radius of lethal influence. Its destructive potency rivals that of the Thunderstorm Hammer, a long-range counterpart to its close-quarters might. Crucially, unlike transient discharges, the magnetolite persists so long as its internal energy reserves endure, and the rifle I have fabricated sustains continuous operation for no less than 72 hours. Jiang Ji pointed to Unit 1, his gaze bright and voice soft. We now possess 80 N2 class war robots. The majority wield 6th-tier combat strength, fully equipped with mechanized weaponry. They shall hold the eastern gate. Uncle Yin, does this assurance suffice? Having heard Jiang Ji's words, even those who had already held the highest estimation of mechanists stood profoundly shaken. In merely 3 months, he had ascended to such heights. Compared to him, their own 6th-tier cultivation suddenly felt hollow, like idle consumption of grain. The phrase, 1 man equals 10,000, had at last taken tangible form. Are you certain? Every word you've said is true. Yin Chuan's lips trembled faintly as he voiced disbelief. Though he had witnessed Jiang Ji's growth these past 3 months, he had never imagined such staggering revelation. It seemed everyone had underestimated Jiang Ji, the mechanist. All had assumed he would need to reach 7th tier, matching Lord Zhan Tian himself, before bringing fundamental change to Daxia City. Yet now, could he already halt the full-scale beast tide? Jiang Ji cast him a glance and replied, "Uncle Yin, under such dire circumstances would I dare speak falsehood? There remains one matter I have yet to disclose." "What matter?" Yinchuan asked urgently. Jiang Ji smiled. "Should I ascend during battle, and given time to fabricate 5th-tier mechanical arms, the defense of the Eastern Gate would cease to be mere holding action. It would become a decisive reversal from defense to slaughter. My turn to hunt them down. The materials required for 5th-tier arms were already transported to the Eastern Gate by my robots, preemptively prepared for just such an ascension. So you'd already planned every step? It appears my consent, or refusal, carries little weight, city lord or not," Yinchuan said, clapping Jiang Ji's shoulder with feigned exasperation. A gentle smile rose on Jiang Ji's face. "Uncle Yin is a wise and discerning lord. I knew well you would grant my request. Thus I acted ahead of formal approval. Surely you won't fault me for that." "Fault you? Bah. Next time you plan such a shock, warn me first, or my heart won't survive your surprises." Yinchuan chuckled, then grew pensive. 80 units facing a beast tide numbering at least 2 million. Doesn't that seem somewhat precarious? Jiang Ji replied, "Uncle Yin, these 80 units cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Named war robots, they were forged solely for war, each fully outfitted for comprehensive offense and defense, fully capable of securing an entire gate front. Moreover, 30 of them shall be redeployed across the remaining 3 gates to reinforce their defenses. And beyond the robots themselves, surplus models of each mechanical armament I described shall also be allocated to those gates. Truth be told, even the earlier 1st and 2nd tier energy rifles and cannons yielded tremendous battlefield results. So how much more devastating shall these 4th tier arms prove?" Jiang Ji even feared the beasts might dwindle too quickly, depriving him of sufficient experience to ascend. In the early stages of siege, he need not dread high-tier beasts encircling the city. So long as the initial wave comprises beasts no stronger than 5th tier, his confidence in holding the line is absolute. Even if 6th tier beasts appear, he can sustain engagement, using the flame chariot and other systems, to weather the assault for at least 3 hours. Only should a 7th tier beast emerge on the first day would he face true peril, though historically such apex predators never manifest during the opening phase of a beast tide. "You intend to divide your forces?" Yinchuan recoiled, once again awestruck by Jiang Ji's audacity. "My achievements today belong wholly to Daxia City. Without everyone's efforts gathering rare materials for me, I might not even have broken through to 3rd tier." Jiang Ji continued, 50 war robots at the Eastern Gate are more than sufficient. Though pressure elsewhere is lighter hand-to-hand combat, there exacts far heavier casualties. Thus mechanized support becomes indispensable. A single war robot equals a 100-man rifle battalion, dramatically relieving frontline strain. "Uncle Yin, please grant my request." Jiang Ji spoke with solemn gravity. "When you put it thus, how could I refuse, eh?" Yinchuan sighed wryly. "Yet your side must receive reinforcement as well." He raised a hand, halting Jiang Ji's reply. "I shall not dispatch troops, but the appearance of 7th-tier beasts in this city annihilation campaign is inevitable. Though improbable on the first day, we cannot afford unpreparedness." Yinchuan called out, "Lu Huai." "My lord." Lu Huai bowed deeply. 16 guided missiles remain. In this battle, you shall monitor all 4 gates continuously, and upon detecting any 7th-tier beast at any gate, you must act without delay. You are authorized to expend half your stockpile in this engagement. And remember, the Eastern Gate is paramount. Under exigent circumstances, deploy the ultimate ordnance." Yinchuan's tone turned grave. Lu Huai paused for 2 heartbeats before replying, "Yes, my lord." Guided missiles proved ineffective against aberrant demons possessing uncanny abilities, such as the Regeneration Clan, but against 7th-tier beasts they delivered unparalleled lethality. Once locked on, a 7th-tier beast faces certain annihilation. Since the battle at the East Gate has been determined, the other 3 gates can continue to discuss. Jiang Ji raised his hand again to speak. "You may speak." Jiang Ji said, "In Daxia City, every citizen is a soldier with a population of 300,000. Uncle Yin can divide them into 3 parts, 200,000, 50,000, and 50,000. "Oh, why is there such a huge discrepancy between the 3? Someone eagerly inquired, seeing that everyone else looked puzzled. Jiang Ji explained, "I believe everyone has witnessed the capabilities of the artillery corps last time. Over the past 3 months, the number of gunmen has reached 2,000, and the number of artillerymen has reached 500, totaling 2,500. If they are organized into a combat unit, the low-tier ferocious beasts will have little chance of approaching the city walls. With the assistance of 50,000 people, we can definitely defend one gate. Upon hearing this, everyone recalled the battle from 3 months ago and the effects of the charged artillery. For example, with a charged gun, one energy bullet can be fired per second, amounting to 3,600 in 1 hour. With 2,000 people, they could at least kill over 1 million first-tier ferocious beasts in 1 hour. Looking at it this way, with some high-tier experts assisting defending one gate would indeed pose no pressure. Yin Chuan nodded along, as he was the one who understood the battle strength of Daxia City the best. Jiang Ji's suggestion is exactly what I was thinking. Since the artillery corps was formed, they can operate independently. What about the other 50,000 unit? Old Wang inquired. Everyone had already accepted the arrangement of the artillery corps guarding one gate. Just as Jiang Ji was about to answer, Lu Huai suddenly blurted out, "Falling demon cannon." Jiang Ji nodded. Uncle Lu is correct, it is indeed the falling demon cannon. Since the last time, there have been a dozen rounds of ammunition left, and everyone should be aware of its power. However, due to the limited amount of ammunition, I personally suggest that the location for the falling demon cannon's participation should be at the west gate, where the pressure is the least. With the assistance of 50,000 people, as long as we endure the initial phase when the ferocious beasts appear in clusters, perhaps the west gate will be the first to end the battle. That's indeed a good deployment. Old Wang and the others nodded in agreement. Then for the last 200,000, there's only one place left. Jiang Ji nodded seriously, that's right. However, despite the large number of the final team, they are guarding the most dangerous location. Why? Someone asked a foolish question. Yin Chuan answered on behalf of Jiang Ji, because this team will have only a small amount of mechanical assistance and the remaining technological shells from before. In other words, they will engage in a true melee battle, facing the ferocious beasts with their bodies. I also plan to assign this team to the North Gate. The North Gate is the second most pressured battlefield after the East Gate. With more people, we can ensure stability, if necessary lives. Can also serve as a barrier. Yin Chuan's tone grew heavy. I am at the 7th tier, and I will guard the North Gate. Old Wang volunteered again. Count me in. I am at the peak of the 6th tier. And me? This time Yin Chuan did not refuse. Alright, I accept. Since everyone has no objections, let's prepare according to the above deployment. Time is tight. The ferocious beasts will definitely attack within 3 days. I entrust this battle to you all. The crowd stood up in unison, saying, "For Daxia City we will fight to the death." Their powerful voices resonated, each face showing determination. This battle, victory means Daxia will officially rise. Defeat means descending into captivity. Everyone was fully committed, having long set aside life and death, giving their all. Even if they sacrificed, they would have no regrets. Jiang Ji arrived at the East City Gate, gazing into the distance from the best vantage point. Around him, numerous N2-type war robots had already dispersed, each holding a magnetic light extermination gun stationed on the city wall, ready to ensure no corners were left uncovered. Many mechanical transport vehicles under the command of No. One had delivered various materials to the city wall to ensure that when Jiang Ji levels up, he can manufacture 5th-tier machines at the first opportunity. 30 meters below the city wall were rows of flame war chariots. Each of the 12 wheels of the flame war chariot supported a metal platform that bore a large cage resembling a prison, in the center of which burned a fierce blazing red flame. To prevent a nighttime ambush by ferocious beasts, Jiang Ji had already activated all the flame war chariots. So even though the sky had fallen into darkness, the wild earth still blazed with fiery red lights. Standing on the city wall, Jiang Ji could feel a wave of heat. Of course, the flame war chariot is a mechanical creation and can naturally control the fiery domain around it, with its released power concentrated in the wild. On the city wall, one could only feel the heat, but not suffer any harm. This battle may be my opportunity to reach the 5th tier, or even the 6th tier. Jiang Ji thought to himself, spending a sleepless night. As the sun rose, dawn broke on the horizon. Suddenly the ground shook without warning, accompanied by a chaotic sound of rushing trees hundreds of meters away were uprooted, replaced by endless hordes of ferocious beasts. Within Daxia City, countless people who were meditating suddenly opened their eyes. The beast tide is here, someone muttered. In the next moment, the 300,000 troops, already prepared, hurriedly took their positions. This time, Yin Chuan did not conduct a pre-battle mobilization. The city-destroying battle has never been altered by mere words. Because everyone understood that once the city-destroying battle commenced, with Daxia City having no support behind it, fighting to the death might offer a chance of survival. If they avoided the battle, there would be no glimmer of hope. Fighting to the death for the city has been the consensus of everyone over the past 12 years. The artillery corps stationed at the South Gate had already completed their deployment. Everyone in the corps knew that in this battle, they, the low tier, had become the main force. Some wore anxious expressions, some were calm and carefree, others were fearful, and some exuded a murderous intent. The crowd displayed a myriad of emotions, but one thing was clear: none had taken a step back. At the west gate, the falling demon cannon turned to aim, gazing intently at the rushing ferocious beasts. The 50,000 guards were fully prepared, each sharing a single thought: they must secure the optimal time for the falling demon cannon to strike, and if necessary use their bodies to shield it. The north gate is the position with the largest number of guards. Unlike other areas, the people here wore smiles completely different from the solemnity of the guards at the southwest gates. People in the crowd chatted casually, laughing as if they were utterly unconcerned about the imminent beast tide. Old Wang stood at the top, casting a glance downward, a heavy expression flashing across his eyes. In this battle, how many of the people below would survive? As the main commander of the defense, how could he not understand everyone's thoughts? Despite their smiling faces, the deep resolve in their eyes was more profound than anyone else's. This was a release before death, wanting to say all that needed to be said today, so as not to regret this life. As for the north gate, which was completely different from the other three gates, how could the crowd not guess their predicament? Facing the beast tide heat and saying it was a matter of life and death would not be an exaggeration. 200,000 against an enemy 10 times their number, without any energy shields for cushioning. The enemy outnumbered them and matched their combat power. They could already foresee that only through a true fight to the death could they hope to defend the north gate. So no matter how heavy it felt, how many would survive after this battle? Thus, even if they appeared relaxed on the surface, their inner resolve was no less than anyone else's. With a resounding bang, the first gunshot was fired from the eastern gate under Jiang Ji's command. The battle erupted without warning. A myriad of fierce beasts suddenly appeared in the wild and quickly entered the strike range of Daxia City. 30 N2 type war robots took cover behind flame chariots wielding the magnetic light demon-slaying guns. Upon detecting the enemy, they did not hesitate to pull the trigger. In an instant, 30 blue beams of magnetic light shot forth. Despite the small gun barrels, they released rays that spanned 3 meters. The reach of the magnetic light extended over 100 meters, radiating a powerful aura of destruction. The 30 blue beams of magnetic light crisscrossed, perfectly sweeping through every angle under the control of the war robots. The front line of the fierce beasts was all below the third rank. Upon first contact with the devastating magnetic light, they had no chance to resist. Any beast caught in the magnetic light was sliced apart as easily as tofu, various colors of blood splattering everywhere. Under the sky, only the radiance of the magnetic light remained, while the massive horde of fierce beasts didn't even manage to advance a step, unable to reach the area of the flame chariots. In the vicinity, a heap of shattered corpses was piled up 100 meters from the eastern city wall. On the wall, Jiang Ji's experience bar, which had been stagnant for a long time, began to rise rapidly once more. In less than a minute, the death toll of low-ranking fierce beasts had exceeded 10,000, contributing hundreds of thousands of experience points to him. The total experience required to level up from 4th to 5th rank was over 8 million. Given the current situation, leveling up might not be difficult. What kind of weapon is this? A 9th rank hidden demon in the wild stared in astonishment at the battlefield at the eastern gate. Though the enemy numbered only 30, they displayed the power to crush the front line of fierce beasts. How could this be possible? When did these humans become so strong? It continued to observe. After all, there were plenty of low-ranking fierce beasts. It had commanded nearly 20 million fierce beasts this time, and while most were low-ranked, having a group of cannon fodder meant that some casualties were within its acceptance range. However, the 9th-rank demon quickly dismissed this thought. After a full 10 minutes, the fierce beast army still hadn't managed to breach the 100-meter range of the human city. Under the relentless barrage of magnetic light, heaps of corpses had formed, rising several dozen meters at the impacted areas. If this continued, it had reason to believe that the corpses of fierce beasts could eventually stack up to hundreds of meters, possibly surpassing the height of the human city walls. Does this weapon not have a reloading moment? The 9th-rank demon was shocked. It understood human weapons all too well. Whether technological or awakened weapons, they required some form of downtime. Yet now it was witnessing those robot-like metal lumps wielding strange weapons that never ceased fire, maintaining a constant output of 30 beams of magnetic light since the battle began. Also, how can these strange things account for every angle? Each time a fierce beast attempted to cross the magnetic light death line, a beam swept across, slicing it in half. Jiang Ji received images transmitted back from the reconnaissance drones, feeling immensely satisfied with the results achieved by the robotic squad. From a high vantage point, one could see that each beam of magnetic light seemed to have been meticulously calculated. Every point of impact hit a fierce beast with not a single error or wasted moment. This was the terror of intelligent robots. Once they entered kill mode, they possessed absolute rationality and directional sense with built-in analytical functions that allowed for incredibly precise calculations. Jiang Ji had already tested it. 30N 2-type war robots could perfectly defend every direction of the Eastern Gate. As long as the fierce beasts were below the 5th rank, they had no chance of advancing even an inch. After all, the beasts had no means of defense relying solely on their flesh and blood. Jiang Ji was also considering that if high-ranking fierce beasts did not appear within the next 2 hours, he would have to split his forces to support the other gates. After fighting for so long, only the magnetic light demon-slaying guns were showcasing their power, while the flame chariots were left idle. It seemed he had overestimated the low-tier beast tide. Even the 20 backup war robots had not been deployed. They were kept by Jiang Ji to prevent scattered fierce beasts from breaking through the defense line, but with the fierce beasts blocked 100 meters away, these 20 robots were left with nothing to do. Without the protective energy shield, this battle seemed not so difficult after all. Jiang Ji flashed through these thoughts. It was also a reflection of his limited perspective. Mechanics were inherently a powerful group combat profession, especially since he possessed the supreme talent of mechanical sovereignty. One person could easily match an entire legion. He and the others in Daxia City had not fully grasped the terror of mechanical sovereignty. Honestly, if given sufficient materials and time to manufacture enough war robots, he would not be solely guarding the Eastern Gate today. Instead, he would take charge of defending all 4 city gates, single-handedly annihilating the leading forces of the beast tide. No more waiting. The 9th-rank demon finally could not hold back. If this continued, even if the low-ranking fierce beasts were wiped out, they might never reach the foot of the wall. Originally, according to its plan, without the energy shield, the first day's beast tide would have inflicted heavy casualties on Daxia City. After all, it had already made significant estimations, commanding a considerable number of 5th-rank beasts to battle from the outset. However, it did not expect that in merely 3 months, without the protective energy shield, humans could already resist the beast tide led by 5th-rank beasts. This was a full-scale battle without the energy shield. Even when there was one, the attacking beast forces had not faced such difficulty. Now that the energy shield was gone, why was the enemy growing stronger instead? Furthermore, the enemy was not merely managing to withstand the full assault of the beast tide, but was instead completely crushing it. It was evident that low-ranking fierce beasts could no longer pose any threat to Daxia City. The 9th-rank demon slowly rose, enveloped in eerie black mist, unleashing its commanding abilities. The black mist was drawn forth, reaching a certain point ahead, where a group of 6th-rank fierce beasts, previously crouched, suddenly raised their heads, their crimson pupils gradually replaced by a dark glow. Their instinctive fear vanished, leaving only one thought in their minds: to break through the war line ahead. In the blink of an eye, nearly 200 massive 6th-rank fierce beasts revealed their presence on the battlefield. Their ferocious and colossal bodies made the low-ranking fierce beasts tremble, representing a positional suppression from high ranks to low. The 6th-rank fierce beasts paid no mind to their kin, roaring a few times before charging towards the city wall. Along the way, countless low-ranking fierce beasts, unable to evade, were trampled to death. Finally emerged. Upon seeing the appearance of the 6th-tier ferocious beasts, Jiang Ji felt joy instead of fear. According to the data returned by the reconnaissance drone, he had already discovered this group of 6th-tier beasts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left 20 war robots on guard. They would have long abandoned defense and switched tactics to counterattack the lower-tier beasts. With the power of the magnetic annihilation gun, 50 war robots advancing steadily could indeed achieve a counter-suppression and drive back the beast tide. However, with these 6th-tier beasts present, Jiang Ji could only suppress his thoughts of counterattack and continue to wait. Otherwise, if the robot team dispersed to encircle and eliminate, it would instead give the 6th-tier beasts an opportunity to approach the city wall. Now that the 6th-tier beasts have appeared, it signifies that as long as they can be completely annihilated, the beast tide at the East City Gate would lose its high-tier combat power and no longer pose a threat. After the 9th-tier aberrant demon unleashed its commanding ability, it concealed its form and began to observe in secret. I do not believe that a mere city with less than 100 6th-tier warriors can withstand several times the number of 6th-tier ferocious beasts. It had deployed over 100 6th-tier beasts at each city gate, with the East Gate having the largest number, reaching 180. According to its estimates, Xia City only had a few dozen 6th-tier combatants, and they would be scattered in 4 locations. It was foreseeable that the 6th-tier combat power at the East City Gate would definitely be few. Having 20 or 30 would already be the limit, while the ferocious beasts outnumbered them by 8 times, making a crush inevitable. What good would weapons that cause great harm to lower-tier beasts do? With the 6th-tier beasts unleashed, I do not believe you can resist. Number 1. Jiang Ji called out calmly. Master. Number 1 appeared, the intelligent voice carrying a hint of respect. It was the strongest among the war robot team, just right to lead the remaining war robots against the appearing 6th-tier ferocious beasts. Prepare for battle. I want you to annihilate the 6th-tier beasts and assist me in ascending. Jiang Ji commanded. Yes, master. Number 1 responded, and a voice resonated in its mind. Activate slaughter mode. It retracted the magnetic annihilation gun in its hand, and then retrieved the thunder hammer from its back, holding it in one hand. As it issued the command, the war robots that had yet to engage surged forward, forming a square formation, each holding a thunder hammer with cold arcs of electricity flickering from the hammers, exuding a ferocious aura. This team all possessed 6th-tier combat power. Of course, the 30 robots currently engaged against the lower-tier ferocious beasts could not be freed up for the battle against the 6th-tier beasts. It would have to be left to the remaining 20. The disparity in numbers between the two sides was still significant. Although the war robots possessed 6th-tier combat power, their own tier was merely 4th. In the eyes of the 9th-tier aberrant demon, the outcome was already predetermined. The human side was bound to lose, and the fall of Xia City was only a matter of time. However, Jiang Ji had no worries. If he lacked confidence, he wouldn't dare to volunteer to guard the east gate alone. Over 100 6th-tier ferocious beasts seemed like a lot, but he had means to deal with them. Charge! Jiang Ji waved his hand. The war robots led by number 1 moved, powered by core energy and aided by power skeletons moving at extraordinary speed. In the blink of an eye, they jumped off the city wall, bypassed the flame chariots, and arrived in the center of the battlefield. At this moment, the 6th-tier ferocious beasts also leaped over the lower-tier beast horde coming to the forefront. As their gazes briefly met, they charged toward each other. Just as they were about to collide, a tremendous rumbling sound suddenly erupted from afar. Boom! A powerful explosion echoed, and even from a distance, Jiang Ji on the city wall felt a wave of energy wash over him. Is that the falling demon cannon firing? Jiang Ji had previously operated the falling demon cannon, so he was no stranger to it. It seemed that the battles at the other city gates had also entered an intense phase. After a moment's thought, his attention returned to the battlefield on their side. Jiang Ji's expression grew serious as he concentrated on controlling certain things in his mind. Below the city wall, as the 6th-tier ferocious beasts charged forward, controlled by killing intent, they were unaware that around them numerous small, unmanned drones were on standby. Beneath the unmanned drones were soil magic mines that had already been buried. Number 1's robot team seemed to be charging, but their speed was exceedingly slow. Their purpose was to wait for the soil magic mines to detonate. Although the soil magic mines were only 4th-tier machinery, they could unleash destructive power at the peak of 5th tier. In terms of lethality, even the magnetic annihilation gun could not compare. Of course, the two focused on different aspects. The soil magic mine could only achieve single-target kills, while the magnetic annihilation gun could provide sustained output, which is why it earned the title of the top offensive weapon of the 4th tier. In this lull, even the team holding the magnetic annihilation gun slowed their offensive to allow the enemy to step into the predefined range. Just 3 seconds later, over 100 6th-tier ferocious beasts approached this side. Now is the time. Jiang Ji's gaze flickered, and without hesitation, he issued the attack command. The unmanned drones received the signal frequency, their tops flashing red lights at the moment the 6th-tier ferocious beasts were about to cross. They moved, and dozens of drones activated their wheels, rolling over the land above the buried soil magic mines. Small wheel marks crossed over, and the engine of the soil magic mines sensed the touch from above, instantly revealing a powerful aura of destruction. Bang, 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 bang. The fist-sized soil magic mines erupted with immense power, causing the hard ground that had endured countless artillery fire to explode into a large pit. Simultaneously, a small mushroom cloud actually erupted from the ground. Jiang Ji's timing was impeccable. The explosion of the soil magic mines coincided perfectly with the moment the 6th-tier ferocious beasts crossed over. This meant that at the time when the beasts were most vulnerable, the soil magic mines detonated, and the immense force erupted upwards, striking the weak point of the beasts and directly blasting holes into the bellies of the group of 6th-tier ferocious beasts. Puff, puff, puff. The blood of the ferocious beasts gushed forth. Besides breaking their bodies, the destructive force unleashed continued to wreak havoc inside through the wounds. Even though they had lost their sanity, they were in so much pain that they howled in anguish. Roar! Roar! Of course, while the power of the soil magic mines was formidable, the 5th-tier lethality ultimately could not pose a death threat to the 6th-tier beasts. At most, it could only inflict injuries. Jiang Ji did not expect the 4th-tier soil magic mines to kill the 6th-tier beasts. The current outcome had already met his expectations. Thus, right after the explosion of the soil magic mines, the 30 war robots holding magnetic annihilation guns immediately turned their directions. The powerful magnetic energy directly shot into the wounds of the 6th-tier ferocious beasts, slicing along the wounds. The bodies of the ferocious beasts were strong, but the defense at the belly was ultimately lacking. Moreover, they had already been blasted open, so the magnetic energy shot in without obstruction, stirring their internal organs and causing immense damage. This transformed the previously lightly injured beasts into howling creatures, turning their minor injuries into serious ones, making it difficult for them to even move. This was precisely Jiang Ji's objective, combining the two, first rupturing the beast's core with Earth Demon Lightning, then shattering it utterly with the Magnetic Light Demon-Slaying Spear. Their coordinated assault aimed to temporarily immobilize this entire pack of sixth-tier ferocious beasts. Even if they clung to life, recovery would demand extensive self-repair, time they simply did not have. That narrow window, the precise moment when the sixth-tier beasts lay grievously wounded, was exactly what Jiang Ji required. Seizing the opportunity, Unit 1 and its robotic squadron instantly moved in for the kill. In a flicker of mechanical motion, the war machines appeared beside each stricken beast, hefting their thunderstorm hammers and bringing them down with crushing force. Roar. Though the beasts still tried to roar in fury, their voices emerged feeble and broken. They could only watch helplessly as the hammers descended, desperate to react, yet racked by searing pain that slowed every movement. That single fatal hesitation was all it took. The thunderstorm hammers slammed into their skulls with thunderous impact, crunch, shattering hardened bone and splattering viscera in all directions. In that very instant, 26th-tier beasts fell dead on the spot, reduced to headless husks. No pause followed their deaths. Unit 1's forces immediately verified termination, then pivoted without delay toward the next target, striking with ruthless efficiency. Within moments, over 100 sixth-tier beasts lay slain, helpless against the onslaught. As the first wave of the beast tide teetered on total annihilation, the 9th-tier abyssal demon grew frantic. Though the events unfolded with cinematic weight, less than 20 seconds had elapsed. It had confidently proclaimed Xia City's fall inevitable, only to watch its prized cohort of over 100 sixth-tier beasts dwindle to fewer than half in the blink of an eye. Since when had slaying higher-tier foes become so effortless? If tier transcendence were truly this simple, why had Xia City produced no 7th-tier cultivators in all these years? The 9th-tier abyssal demon abandoned further contemplation. Delay meant extinction. It swiftly activated its second innate ability, regeneration. Black mist surged outward, once more racing across the battlefield to envelop the wounded beasts. Where the mist swept, grievous wounds sealed with astonishing speed. Organs regenerated, abdominal rents stitched themselves shut. A renewed glint flared in their obsidian eyes. Witnessing this, Jiang Ji roared without hesitation, Unit 1, accelerate the harvest. Even before his command fully left his lips, the war machines detected the surging vitality and rekindled aura emanating from the recovering beasts. They surged forward, racing against time, and succeeded in claiming dozens more lives just as the black mist reached its full expanse. Fewer than 46-tier beasts remained standing. At that very moment, upon the final beast's collapse, Jiang Ji atop the city wall allowed a subtle smile to cross his face. After prolonged combat, he had ascended. Slaying high-tier beasts far beyond his own rank yielded immense experience. Combined with exclusive gains from the East Gate battle, his 8 million point experience bar had quietly filled to completion. Reinvigorated by the abyssal demon's regeneration, the surviving beasts surged back to full vigor, roaring defiantly toward the heavens. Though their numbers still outnumbered the war machines, Jiang Ji felt no trace of concern. Upon ascending to the 5th tier, his cultivation interface underwent profound transformation. Ability 1, I Forge Fire. Any mechanical material may be smelted into desired components. Ability 2, Mechanical Arm, enables rapid assembly of mechanical parts into functional constructs. Merging both abilities birthed a new form. Ability 1, the Automated Mechanical Lathe. Insert pre-sorted materials, designate the target, construct, and the lathe fabricates it autonomously at remarkable speed. This transformation liberated his hands entirely. Henceforth, he need no longer craft components manually. Only sort raw materials, load them into the lathe set specifications, and await completion. This evolution eradicated his greatest bottleneck, the excruciating slowness of solo mechanical fabrication, replacing artisanal labor with industrial-scale production. Moreover, another ability evolved. Ability 2, Mechanical Amplification. Mechanical constructs forged by your own hand gain 15-fold functional enhancement with adjustable emphasis e.g., intelligence or physical prowess. This ability alone promised staggering potential. His future biomechanical constructs could be tuned for intellect or combat, might amplified to unprecedented degrees. Beyond these two evolved powers, his 5th tier ascension granted him a third. Ability 5, Commanded Combat Augmentation. Within battles under your direct command, all intelligent mechanical constructs you have forged gain a 60% boost in combat effectiveness. This power became Jiang Ji's newfound foundation of confidence. Unit 1 and its kin already stood at the apex of 6th tier strength. Augmented, they might well breach the 7th tier threshold. Thus, even with 30-odd recovered 6th tier beasts, regrouping Unit 1's forces now held overwhelming superiority. Indeed, 27th tier constructs facing 36th tier beasts would render the engagement little more than a rout. Ruer. At that moment, legions of lower tier beasts launched another charge. The Vanguard Robot Squad, having expended precious time targeting 6th tier beasts with magnetic light demon-slaying spears, had inadvertently fractured the otherwise impenetrable defensive formation. Numerous low-tier beasts breached the lines, surging into the scorching domain of the flame war chariots, intent on tearing apart those strange iron monstrosities with fang and claw. The Vanguard robots ignored 4th tier and lower threats entirely, refocusing instead on scattered 5th tier beasts, unleashing magnetic light demon-slaying spears with surgical precision. With the flame war chariots holding the front, 4th tier and lower beasts posed no danger, nor could they ever pierce the blazing domain to reach the city walls. True to expectation, the moment low-tier beasts entered the infernal domain, the flame war chariots unleashed their wrath. Intense heat vaporized intruders instantly. 1st and 2nd tier beasts lasted less than a second, reduced to ash before they could even scream. 3rd tier beasts endured 3 seconds, 4th tier 10. As they raised their grotesque claws to shatter the chariots, flames erupted from their fingertips, spreading upward until their entire bodies were consumed. Only bones forged from rare heat-resistant alloys remained behind. In contrast, Unit 1's squadron, amplified by Jiang Ji's combat augmentation, moved with blistering speed. Within 5 minutes, the last remaining 6th tier beasts were eradicated. All 180 annihilated. Seeing this, the 9th tier abyssal demon knew today's assault on Xia City's eastern gate had failed utterly. It immediately ordered the surviving low-tier beasts to retreat, regrouping for tomorrow's renewed offensive. Simultaneously, its eerie gaze locked onto the city wall. After such sustained combat, it understood completely Xia City had birthed an extraordinary human. A murderous intent, thick and suffocating, flooded its mind. This man must die. Should he mature unimpeded, the Regeneration clan, bound to Xia City by oceans of blood, would face existential peril. The fierce beasts at the East City Gate retreated like a tide. 50 war robots, having initially achieved 7th tier combat power, pursued for 10 miles before being called back by Jiang Ji. Within a 10-mile radius, a relatively long buffer zone had been established. Even if the fierce beasts regrouped, Jiang Ji had ample time to deploy. Subsequently, Jiang Ji left 20 soldiers to guard the East Gate, while sending the rest to support other locations. The battle here had concluded, but the fighting at the other 3 gates was still ongoing. The robot team drove 2/3 of the flame battle vehicles equipped with the magnetic light demon-slaying guns setting off to aid the 3 gates. Jiang Ji remained behind, preparing to manufacture 5th-tier machinery, as there would be another beast tied tomorrow. He needed to enhance the fighting power of Daxia City as quickly as possible. Only with more machinery could Daxia City achieve ultimate victory against the beast tide. After leveling up, he indeed received the blueprint for 5th-tier machinery. He briefly skimmed through the options, selecting the most beneficial machinery products for Daxia City and the items that could be manufactured with the materials currently available. The first was the long-awaited power armor, a complete set that could significantly enhance an individual's combat power. Even an ordinary person could wield 5th-tier strength when using it. If equipped to the robot team, they would completely fill their weaknesses and officially possess 7th-tier combat power. Jiang Ji summarized the materials currently available, which allowed for the manufacturing of 4 types of mechanical weapons. These included power armor, the demon-slaying cannon tracking bombs, and finally the L3 biorobot. Power armor aside, the demon-slaying cannon was not unfamiliar to the people of Daxia City. However, under his manufacturing, its power would increase significantly. The tracking bombs function similarly to technological missiles, the only difference being that missiles can only maintain a predetermined impact point after being locked on. Conversely, tracking bombs in conjunction with reconnaissance aircraft only need to lock onto the enemy's aura. Once launched, they can continuously track the enemy until they hit or the enemy perishes. In addition, they are a rapid-fire weapon with a box magazine containing 12 rounds. Besides tracking, they can also designate a target for area bombardment. As for the final L3 biorobot, it is an upgraded version of the 4th-tier biorobot. Overall, it has not changed much, but its tier has increased to 5th, significantly enhancing its strength and intelligence. Jiang Ji could create new L3 biorobots or upgrade the existing ones based on the original design, which would greatly reduce the material consumption. With the upgraded robots equipped with power armor, their combat power could surely leap to 7th tier, possibly making them stronger among their peers. Unfortunately, the martial artists of Daxia City are all at 6th tier, leaving little room for their advancement. If the existing ones were fully upgraded and learned advanced martial skills from higher-tier warriors combined with Jiang Ji's new abilities, they might even stand a chance against 8th-tier opponents. As Jiang Ji began manufacturing 5th-tier machinery, the battle at the South Gate also drew to a close. The highest Fierce Beast combat power encountered here was merely 5th tier. After the artillery corps wiped out most of the lower-tier beasts, the remaining powerful ones were easily defeated. Casualties at the South Gate were not high, most were injured with few fatalities. In the first battle, without an energy shield, achieving such results could be considered a great victory. Having exterminated over 500,000 fierce beasts in less than 3 hours, they were already on the verge of retreating. There was not a trace of living fierce beasts in the arena, only countless severed limbs and remains scattered at the foot of the city wall, the majority being the corpses of the beasts. On the city wall, the guards leaned against each other, panting heavily. Surrounding them were the bodies of humans densely scattered across the wall, blood soaking the stone bricks. Only they knew of the brutal battles fought to create the perfect bombardment environment for the demon-slaying cannon. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. After initially suffering some casualties, the demon-slaying cannon fired, and the South Gate ended up being the first to conclude the battle. However, after this battle, having slain tens of thousands of enemies, the ammunition for the demon-slaying cannon was exhausted. If the fierce beasts returned, they would have to rely on their bodies to resist. In contrast to the East, West, and South Gates, the situation at the North Gate was entirely different in its severity. 200,000 men waged a full-scale war against nearly 2 million beasts, with cannon fire, booming magic raining down, and arrows and blades of various abilities falling everywhere. The battlefield could only be described as a meat grinder. Fierce beasts died every moment, and soldiers fell with equal frequency. For the side of Daxia City, the fighting was entirely a mutually destructive affair, with each person facing at least 5 times the number of fierce beasts, their madness staining the North Gate battlefield red. The North Gate guards, though the most numerous, faced the greatest peril. Perhaps the alien beasts saw a hope of breaching the city walls. Following the East Gate's 6th-tier fierce beasts also appeared at the North Gate. Old Wong, who had advanced to 7th tier, wielded his spear and fought alone against 26th-tier fierce beasts. His spear was nearly broken. The horns of his Qilin steed had been bitten off. His black armor bore countless holes, and his left arm's armor had vanished, blood flowing from his shoulder and staining his entire body. Even with his advancement facing so many fearless 6th-tier foes, Old Wong was surrounded and lost his left arm. At this moment, due to the Qilin steed and the loss of his left arm, he found himself in a precarious position, merely holding on to fight with his last breath. Had it not been for the Knight squad blocking the fatal attacks for him, he might have perished long ago. Of the 50 knights, nearly half had already fallen. As the vanguard, the dangers they faced could only be described as a life-or-death struggle. With heavy losses in the rear, their sacrifices were naturally even greater. Kill. A 6th-tier warrior surrounded by 5 fierce beasts could no longer hold on and summoned the last trace of vitality within his body. He self-destructed. The self-detonation of the warrior took with it the lives of nearby fierce beasts, killing enemies in death. Such scenes were commonplace on the North Gate battlefield. Thanks to their madness, after such a prolonged battle, not a single fierce beast managed to step onto the city wall. What an astonishing achievement. Brothers, I'll go ahead. Someone with lingering affection looked back at the city wall before charging into the fierce beasts to die together. Old land, how I wish to see it again. Someone left behind one last sentence, letting the fierce beast's claws pierce their heart, while their great knife severed the beast's head. Master Mechanic, please lead Daxia City to rise. Someone left behind a hopeful message, using their body to crash into the opposing fierce beast, only to be shattered by the recoil. With swords, broken blades, dulled ammunition, exhausted, and magical energy depleted, the warriors gradually became exhausted. This is total war. This is war without energy shields. This is close quarters combat. This is also the true battle between Daxia City and the fierce beasts before the rise of the previous city lord and the appearance of energy shields. Thus, after the sacrifice of the city lord Zhan Tian, the emergence of the second mechanic brought immense joy to the people. The struggle had been so arduous. The sacrifices of millions ensured the continuation of Daxia City to this day. Without the hope of rebirth, would there even be a battle today? Report reinforcements are coming from the West Gate. Report reinforcements are coming from the South Gate. Just when the people at the North Gate were about to hold on no longer, the reinforcements from the 2 gates that had finished their battles appeared. Seeing the wounds inflicted by the ferocious beasts on Old Wong, once again Yin Chuan and the others who were at the 6th tier felt their eyes redden and immediately rushed over. Upon seeing the newcomers, Old Wang's bloodied face revealed a hint of a bitter smile. Sighing in relief, he could hold on no longer and collapsed. The Qilin horse, using its last bit of strength, turned its body and steadily caught Old Wang, preventing him from falling to the ground. It turned back to nuzzle Old Wang's head, sensing a faint breath emanating from him before slowly lying down and breathing heavily. What about the east gate? The east gate. How is Jiang Ji? Old Wang's eyes were closed, yet unconscious murmurs escaped his lips. Even in his current state, he was still concerned about the situation at Jiang Ji's side. It should be known that Jiang Ji was merely at the 4th tier, yet he single-handedly defended the East Gate. While fighting, Old Wang's mind was constantly worried about Jiang Ji's safety. Whoosh! Before Yin Chuan and the others could respond, dozens of magnetic lights shot out, and the ferocious beasts along the way had no ability to resist, resulting in the death of a large number. Reinforcements from the East Gate have arrived as well. It seems that the battle on Jiang Ji's side has also concluded. In the previous allocation, Jiang Ji had dispatched 30 combat robots, with each gate receiving 10, so everyone had witnessed the capabilities of the combat robots. Now, with the sudden appearance of 30 more combined with the 10 allocated to the North Gate, they formed a group of 40 combat robots. Like the battle at the East Gate, they took over the fight at the North Gate again, while the flame chariots were sent to the base of the city wall to cover the retreat of the North Gate guards. Perhaps having heard news of Jiang Ji, Old Wang finally set aside his worries and completely fainted. Gather the injured and return to the city for treatment. This side will be left to them. Yin Chuan glanced around at the battlefield and commanded. He then personally carried Old Wang and headed back to the city. With Jiang Ji's robots present, they no longer needed to fight. With the addition of the robots, the battle at the North Gate turned overwhelmingly in their favor. The ferocious beasts, which had previously held the upper hand, suddenly found themselves in a dire situation. The corpses of the ferocious beasts piled up. The 5- and 60-year-old beasts became the primary targets for the robots. Death had become their defining characteristic. This is what it means to be a mechanic. Relying solely on the robots under his command could completely end an exceptionally difficult beast tide. An hour later, the death toll of ferocious beasts at the North Gate had reached 80%, prompting the lurking demon to finally let go of its reluctance and retreat. Thus, the first beast tide in 3 months finally came to an end. It was night. On the eastern city wall, large operating machines were neatly arranged with Jiang Ji in control and robots assisting as materials were fed into them one after another. An endless stream of 5th-tier machinery was being manufactured, which was subsequently taken out by the robots and set aside. 80N2 type combat robots lined up and turned beside an operating machine. Occasionally one would climb onto it, lying on top as the machine operated to promote their tier. After a half-day's hard work, Jiang Ji upgraded these 80N2 type combat robots to L3 type combat robots. Their overall combat power surged instantly. In addition, he collected some materials and crafted another 20 L3 type combat robots. The later constructed robots trained with the previous batch using martial arts techniques, and their intelligence enhancement quickly elevated their combat power. The L3 type combat robots reached a 100-strong group, and their miscellaneous configurations had been completely replaced with powered armor. The Thunderstorm Hammer was also upgraded by Jiang Ji to an advanced Thunderstorm Hammer belonging to 5th-tier machinery. The 100-strong mechanical group consisted entirely of initial 7th-tier combat power, surpassing the total number of powerhouses in the Great Xia City over the past 12 years within just one day. However, Jiang Ji still appeared somewhat dissatisfied. The intelligence of the L3 type combat robots was still lacking. If only they could analyze the abilities of awakened individuals or demons, they would truly be invincible. Unfortunately, being merely 5th-tier, they could not achieve this. Those abilities were too mysterious. Jiang Ji felt that he needed to at least reach the 7th tier to have any chance of accomplishing this. In addition to the robots being upgraded, the other 3 types of machinery were also produced in large quantities by Jiang Ji. There were a total of 6 meteor cannons positioned across the city wall with ammunition exceeding 100 rounds. Moreover, the meteor cannons crafted by Jiang Ji were completely different from the previous old cannon and looked much more imposing. In comparison, the power of these 6 meteor cannons had significantly increased, not only enhancing their range to 300 meters, but also achieving the power level of initial 7th tier. The previous meteor cannon could only kill 5th-tier ferocious beasts with a single shot, and it couldn't even heavily injure 6th-tier beasts not at the explosion center. However, with Jiang Ji's meteor cannon, within a 300-meter range, a single shot would leave 6th-tier beasts with no chance of escape. Even 7th-tier beasts at the explosion center would be heavily injured and on the verge of death, truly earning the title of the king of group battles. With these, Jiang Ji felt more confident about tomorrow's battle. Jiang Ji. Suddenly a voice came from beside him. Jiang Ji turned to see Yin Chuan, Old Wang Lu Huai, and other senior members approaching together. "Uncle Yin, what brings you here?" Jiang Ji asked in confusion. Yin Chuan replied, "We need to review today's battle situation. We know you are tirelessly manufacturing machinery for us, so we decided to hold the meeting here, allowing you to listen in and also discuss tomorrow's tactics. I am just about done here and was about to come find you all." Jiang Ji stretched his body and said, with the operating machine, his speed in producing machinery had greatly increased, and by the end of the day, he had exhausted the materials once again. He once envisioned that if he had unlimited materials, could he now bring true rise to the great Xia city. The downside of being a mechanic is that while powerful, the consumption is also immense. This is still with the great Xia city as his backing. If he were to gather materials alone, he would never achieve his current accomplishments. Once there are more robots, he could establish a truly streamlined mechanical factory dedicated to collection, transportation, sorting, and miscellaneous tasks, allowing for complete mechanical freedom. "Grandpa Wang, what happened to your hand?" Jiang Ji's gaze swept over and suddenly noticed that Old Wang's left arm, covered in black armor, was now empty, with only a bandage wrapped around his left shoulder. "It's nothing. The healer has already treated my wounds. Losing an arm is not a big deal." Old Wang waved his hand dismissively, saying with a magnanimous tone, after today's battle, he was already satisfied to be alive. In his mindset, greater ability means greater responsibility. As a seventh-tier individual, he should fight to the death to defend the city. Now he had only lost an arm, which was nothing serious. Jiang Ji asked if the city's healers had any method to regrow an arm. Yin Chuan shook his head. "At present, the healing class awakeners we possess number fewer than 1,000, and the most advanced among them are only 5th rank. None of them can regenerate limbs. Over the years, in every engagement, healer class practitioners have been a scarce resource in Daxia City. There are often not enough hands, or wounds are too grievous to be cured. Moreover, the conditions for advancing in healing arts are harsh. Many of them lack combat capability and therefore have few avenues to gain substantial experience. Only when they employ their healing powers to mend others do they gain any experience, which is why the highest ranks among healers have remained at 5th rank for years. If true limb regeneration existed, people like Jiang Ji and Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling, those with bodily defects, would long ago have resumed ordinary lives." Jiang Ji murmured about healing professions, a thought flickering through his mind. Then he said to Wang Lao that the old man should stay behind for a moment. "I will fashion a powered prosthetic arm to serve as your left arm for now, and when I obtain the Yimo's regenerative ability later, I will restore you completely." The mention of Yimo abilities stunned everyone into silence. Everyone knew humans could not acquire Yimo abilities. They belong to a different kind of being, fundamentally unlike us. A Yimo's powers are innate, not cultivated afterward. Otherwise, after so many years, there would surely be other ways to grow stronger beyond martial arts and awakeners. Someone reminded him that humans simply could not obtain Yimo powers. Another voice added that with a powered prosthetic arm, they should be content. Compared to stealing Yimo abilities, cultivating a 7th-rank healer would be far simpler. Wang Lao echoed the sentiment. Jiang Ji said nothing in reply, filing the matter away in his mind. It was not only Wang Lao who needed healing. His own legs required treatment, as did the defects of Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling and the many citizens of Daxia City maimed by battle. He was not troubled by the claim that there was no method to learn such powers. The mechanized artifacts' analytical capacities would help him accomplish it. Humans cannot learn what machines can parse. After a few more words, the group prepared to discuss the matter at hand. Lu Huai spoke first. "Begin at the west gate and have everyone review the day's combat." During the morning's fighting, although they had reconnaissance craft and real-time footage, no one had the luxury to pay attention to battles beyond their own front. Thus, they were ignorant of the situation elsewhere. The review was intended to collate reports for a final summation. Several representatives then recounted the conditions at their posts in turn. At the west gate, they annihilated over 700,000 enemies. The Yunma cannon's ammunition was exhausted, with more than 2,000 sacrificed and over 10,000 wounded. At the south gate, they annihilated over 500,000 enemies, with 300 killed and 4,000 wounded. The representative of the southwest second gate briefly described his side's battle. Someone murmured in shock, the supposedly least pressured west gate, even with the Yunma cannon guarding it, had casualties and wounded reaching such numbers. The west gate's commander Chun Li replied coldly that though the Yunma cannon was powerful, it had only a dozen or so shells left. To give the cannon the best opportunity, they had chosen to engage in a period of close-quarters combat. 50,000 men fought to delay 1,000,000 ferocious beasts for a full 15 minutes, allowing the Yunma cannon to unleash its maximum effect. In his view, that result was a great victory. As for the sacrifices, how could one speak of casualties in a city annihilation battle? When you are short of trump cards, lives must fill the gap. As Commander Chun Li had already done well. Another present agreed that given this was a battle to save the city, the outcome was already commendable compared with past engagements. The South Gate's result, however, was unexpectedly excellent. Over 500,000 enemies destroyed, while only 300 had fallen. Arguably the greatest victory in living memory. Yin Xuan glanced at Jiang Ji and remarked that it was all thanks to the gun and artillery corps, an army forged by Jiang Ji the mechanist whose battlefield performance had far exceeded his expectations. He was in fact the garrison commander of the South Gate. With the steady advance of the artillery corps, casualties had been minimized. Everyone immediately turned their gaze to Jiang Ji. He gave a faint nod in acknowledgement, but remained silent. These results were within his expectations, yet they fell short of his true aim. He wanted Daxia City to suffer no deaths at all to achieve an immaculate victory over the beast tide. Alas, materials remained the greatest constraint. If every citizen could be equipped with complete machinery, perhaps his ideal could be realized. They next turned their attention to Wang Lao. How fared the North Gate? Simply from seeing Wang Lao missing an arm, many guessed that the North Gate, the sector that had received the least assistance, might have suffered losses to a degree that would shock everyone. Jiang Ji also looked toward Wang Lao. It had been Jiang Ji's suggestion to station 300,000 men at the North Gate. He knew in his heart that the North Gate situation would be the most brutal, but given Daxia's limited reserves, that allocation had been the best possible solution. It was not something he alone could change. Wang Lao scanned the assembly heavily before replying, half of my knightly order fell in battle, 4 6th-rank warriors were killed, and 75th-rank personnel were lost. He continued with difficulty. Beyond them the death toll exceeded 20,000, and the wounded were countless. When his words fell, the hall fell silent save for the faint rasp of breath. The company was stunned, barely daring to breathe freely. How could it be so? The casualties, so vast. Even though they had braced themselves, the numbers overwhelmed them beyond measure. Despite being the most heavily garrisoned, the North Gate's losses equaled the combined total of the other 3 gates. What manner of outcome was this? Although the beast tide was ultimately repelled, such losses made this in Daxia's eyes tantamount to a crushing defeat despite the walls holding. Daxia City now had only 300,000 souls remaining. A single battle had already claimed over 20,000. At that rate was the city's destruction not only a dozen or so beast tides away. Some among them had only risen to prominence in recent years and had never experienced true close-quarters fighting. They could not comprehend the savage vortex of a city annihilation battle. Wang Lao's tone was bitter as he pointed out that compared with earlier annihilations, 20,000 deaths this time was actually a relatively good outcome. Had it not been for technological weaponry and Jiang Ji's mechanized support, the North Gate's casualties would have been 2 to 3 times greater. Yet the beasts we slew numbered only 200,000. We could not even achieve a 1-to-1 kill ratio. This was the flaw of lacking large-scale crowd control methods. When one person fights multiple times his number and survives, keeping the beasts pinned beneath the walls is already a remarkable feat. Beyond the human toll, our technological weapons have been consumed to 80% and will be insufficient to sustain tomorrow's battle. If tomorrow's beast tide is the same or stronger, those casualty figures will likely multiply. The North Gate may not hold. Wang Lao's face soured as he spoke. In such circumstances, even his own confidence faltered. He did not fear his own sacrifice, nor did the 20-odd thousand under his command fear death. His fear was that even if they used their flesh to halt the beasts, and each man fell and bled his last drop, while the tide still raged, there would be no one left to resist the onslaught. If that happened, the North Gate would become the ruptured seam of Daxia's defenses, allowing the enemy to strike from within and without. As the commanding general, he would be remembered in infamy. Elder Wang's words cast a heavy silence over the chamber. The city's annihilation battle had proven far more grueling than anticipated. The technological armaments, originally expected to endure for several months, had lost their energy shielding and in a single beast tide suffered an 80% attrition rate. Yin Xuan and the others racked their brains, yet quickly realized that neither the western nor southern gates could spare reinforcements. The western gate's demonfall cannons were fully depleted. Not only could no personnel be diverted, but urgent support was now required. The southern gate's heavy artillery corps could theoretically detach 100 or 200 troops, yet in combat of this magnitude, dividing forces would diminish their effectiveness by more than 10%, and casualties would inevitably surge. With 4 fronts engaged simultaneously and no unforeseen variables emerging, the demonic invader strategy stood perilously close to success. Perhaps this was the true unvarnished terror of a beast tide. Gentlemen, we have yet to hear about the Eastern Gate situation. Might we begin there? Just as despair began to settle upon the assembly, Lu Huai interjected. Indeed, if the southwestern and northern fronts were already so dire, what then of the Eastern Gate, where the beast assault had been most ferocious? They vaguely recalled, wasn't the Eastern Gate guarded solely by a single mechanist? Had the East City Gate already fallen? The thought flickered across their minds, only to be instantly dismissed. Jiang Ji sat here and scathed along their entire path to the wall. No trace of beasts had been seen, certainly no sign of a breach. Moreover, had the gate truly fallen, the other three fronts would long since have felt its reverberations. Returning to the matter at hand, all eyes turned swiftly toward Jiang Ji, awaiting his account. "Young Master Jiang, how fared the eastern gate?" someone asked, unable to contain his impatience. Now that the floor was his, Jiang Ji wasted no time. "Over 2 million beasts emerged onto the eastern plains, but none breached my defensive line." He rose and gestured for them to follow him to the ramparts, pointing into the distance as he recounted the day's battle. After the war robots asserted their dominance, hordes of beasts below the 5th tier were halted a full 100 meters from the wall. None advanced a single step forward. Following Jiang Ji's gaze, they beheld precisely 100 meters out a stark linear barrier composed entirely of piled corpses, aligned deliberately toward the city wall. And this mound of beast carcasses soared dozens of meters high. How many thousands, how many millions had perished? A voice broke through in stunned disbelief. "This is all beast flesh. That wall of corpses is merely the beginning," Jiang Ji continued. "Look beyond it. The ground stretches endlessly with mangled remains and shattered fragments. Was the fighting here truly this fierce?" Yin Chuan stared, then turned to Jiang Ji in astonishment. "We saw nothing of this on our approach, Xiao Ji. How many beasts did you slay in this single engagement?" "I haven't tallied the exact count, but reconnaissance drones relayed data suggesting over 1 million fatalities. Moreover, after 30 minutes of combat, 6th-tier beasts appeared, nearly 200 of them." He then detailed his deployment of Earth Demon mines and other stratagems, culminating in the complete annihilation of every 6th-tier adversary. His words fell like stone upon still water. Silence swallowed the hall. All gazed dumbfounded at Jiang Ji, speechless. One man alone obliterated a beast tide that included 200 6th-tier beasts. Even Elder Wang was visibly shaken. This report implied something staggering. Jiang Ji's personal combat capacity now surpassed the aggregate military strength of the entire Daxia city. Yet he was only 4th tier, a 4th-tier mechanist already this formidable. Amid their shock, a quiet thrill stirred within them. The Eastern Gate's outcome dispelled the gloom hanging over the southwestern and northern fronts. In contrast, the East had witnessed nothing short of absolute crushing supremacy. Not a single soldier had fallen, only mechanical weaponry sustained wear, and some war robots exhibited minor hull damage. Jiang Ji himself had not even drawn a weapon, let alone sustained injury. With only himself and his machines, he had accomplished the annihilation of an immense beast tide, an achievement of staggering magnitude. Before battle commenced, many had doubted whether Jiang Ji could hold the Eastern Gate alone. If it fell, what then? Now it was clear not only had it not fallen, but not a single beast had so much as touched the city wall. Total unassailable domination. "Young Master Jiang," someone blurted urgently, "given your extraordinary results here, might you spare some forces for tomorrow?" The southern gate remained manageable, but the western and northern gates were nearing collapse. No, Elder Wang interjected immediately. "The war robot formations and armaments under Xiao Ji's command have been calibrated with meticulous precision. Each unit must be maintained at its designated strength to ensure peak battlefield efficacy. To divide them would guarantee failure to replicate such results. Today, each of the 3 gates, south, west, and north, received 10 war robots. You know well that such a small number serves only a supplementary role, nowhere near sufficient to end the beast tide. If Xiao Ji diverts forces from here, can the Eastern Gate, the most critical front, still hold? Remember, he stands there alone with zero margin for error. Should the line falter due to insufficient numbers, the breach would cascade like a breached dam, irreversible, unstoppable." Yin Chuan nodded gravely indeed. Had it been otherwise, Xiao Ji would not have deployed his forces thus. Machines are potent, but in such limited numbers, division is simply impossible. "I see," the questioner murmured, abandoning the notion. "If only there were more machines, then all 4 gates could achieve such triumphs." Actually, Jiang Ji raised his hand. "I was just about to address precisely that." He had lacked opportunity to speak amid Elder Wang's rapid-fire discourse, and seized this moment to interject. Yin Chuan and the others turned puzzled. In fact, Jiang Ji said, "I ascended to the 5th tier immediately after today's beast tide concluded." Without pausing for reaction and forestalling interruption, he continued swiftly, "At the tides, and I began forging 5th-tier machinery. As of now, 6 Demonfall cannons have been completed, and my War Robot Legion has expanded to 100 units, each possessing 7th-tier combat capability. Additionally, I retained dozens of power-armored suits. When worn by 6th-tier operators, they grant 7th-tier defensive resilience. Though raw strength may lag slightly, their protective capacity matches the 7th tier exactly. For tomorrow's battle, I will deploy 60 war robots, 20 to each gate. Though few in number, their 7th-tier prowess will decisively offset current deficiencies. Simultaneously, each gate shall receive 2 demonfall cannons and 30 rounds of ammunition for wall defense. Thus, aside from the southern gate, the western and northern gates may now reallocate troops, eliminating the need for today's desperate close-quarter slaughter. Jiang Ji spoke with astonishing speed, delivering the entire declaration without pause, leaving no opening for interruption. Today's losses, especially at the western and northern gates, weighed heavily upon him. With a better solution now at hand, he was determined to reinforce both fronts and prevent such carnage from recurring. You've reached the 5th tier. Yin Chuan was the first to recover, yet again utterly stunned. How could Jiang Ji, this mechanical artificer, ascend tiers as effortlessly as breathing? If he alone held the eastern gate today at the 5th tier, then tomorrow, when all 4 city gates deploy his manufactured constructs, surely the 6th tier lies within reach. In merely 3 months, this junior had eclipsed their 12 years of relentless cultivation. Damn, Master City Governor is reaching the 5th tier, truly worth such astonishment. As a mechanical artificer, such ascension speed is hardly extraordinary. Did you not hear Brother Jiang's declaration? 6 demonfall cannons and 100 automatons, each wielding 7th tier combat prowess. That is precisely what demands your attention as city governor. Indeed, I'd just been dreading tomorrow's battle would grow even bloodier, only for Brother Jiang to deliver this monumental surprise. No, it's not mere surprise, it's sheer terror. Who at the 5th tier can forge automatons capable of 7th tier combat? Damn it, you're all missing the point. Did none of you catch Brother Jiang's mention of power armor? If every one of us wore a suit, we could stand against 7th tier foes. And with automaton support, if 7th tier beasts appear tomorrow, might we not all ascend together? Truly. The 7th tier. I've long yearned for it. Elder Wang has already taken the lead. Now at last our turn has come. Damn right. If tomorrow's 7th tier beasts prove insufficient, esteemed seniors, do kindly step aside for me. Knowing we're your seniors, yet speaking so brazenly, have you no concept of reverence for elders? Jiang Ji's revelations ignited fervent excitement among the assembled. The destructive might of machinery had already been proven at the eastern gate. Moments earlier they'd lamented the scarcity of such constructs. Yet now fortune had shifted. Thus tomorrow's beast tide might yield flawless victories across all 4 gates of Daxia City. Jiang Ji interrupted their exuberant discourse. One more matter. The beasts slain today number over 2 million, generating an immense bounty of raw materials. Uncle Yin, I beg your assistance in organizing personnel to gather these materials thoroughly. Relying solely on his own automaton core, he could never complete the task before dawn. Human aid was indispensable. A citywide effort would swiftly sort the lower-tier materials. Though unfit for high-tier constructs, these resources suffice for mass-producing low-tier armaments, such as charge rifles and charge cannons. Jiang Ji added. Yin Chuan steadied his composure and smiled. I issued orders the moment the beast tide receded. Teams are already processing carcasses at the southwest and north gates. Materials should arrive shortly. Uncle Yin, my sector requires attention too. 1 million carcasses await. Please retain only essential garrison forces and dispatch all remaining personnel to assist in material sorting. The sooner this concludes, the greater our odds tomorrow, Jiang Ji stated. Yin Chuan hesitated. So urgent. Yet with such vast quantities, can you possibly consume them all? He knew well Jiang Ji's fabrication pace. Take charge rifles for instance. At the 4th tier, Jiang Ji produced 1 every 30 seconds, merely 120 per hour. Given the staggering volume of materials yielded by these fallen beasts, such output would indeed prove inadequate. Jiang Ji smiled. Uncle Yin, you're unaware. My capabilities have evolved post-ascension. He gestured toward nearby machining lathes and explained, with materials secured, 3 hours will suffice to forge a vast arsenal of mechanical weaponry from this bounty. Oh, such a marvel exists. Yin Chuan's eyes widened. Why did this mechanical artificer's path diverge ever more sharply from ordinary awakeners? Was he already nearing assembly line production? Could his own flame sword master lineage harbor similarly hidden potentials? Banishing such thoughts, Yin Chuan eagerly assented. Jiang Ji's growing strength filled him with unadulterated joy. He'll arrange it immediately. Lu Huai, follow me. Without further farewell, the two hurried off, leaving the conference attendees exchanging bewildered glances. That young Yin, no manners whatsoever. Abandoning us mid-meeting. What kind of conduct is this? At a time like this, who cares about etiquette? Don't you have hands and feet? Hurry, mobilize others. They'll help summon people too. Count me in. My rank is insufficient. I'll remain here to assist. Brother Jiang, instruct us how to proceed. Soon the others departed as well. Jiang Ji summoned Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling, 2 seasoned youths, and tasked them with assigning duties to those who remained. Xiao Ji has truly matured into a pillar of strength, Elder Wang observed, deeply moved. As Jiang Ji's orders spread, Daxia City surged into coordinated motion. Over 200,000 citizens rotated shifts while the rest labored upon beast carcasses, extracting materials. Jiang Ji fabricated additional machining lathes and pushed their efficiency to maximum capacity. Though he merely initiated each cycle once materials entered the lathes, the sheer intensity of labor left him thoroughly exhausted. Had his automatons not assisted in auxiliary tasks, his solitary efforts could never match the sorting pace of 200,000 hands. Vast numbers of low-tier mechanical weapons poured forth, swiftly distributed, then immediately practiced by recipients racing against time to master them before the beast tide's return. By dawn, rifle-wielding troops swelled to 10,000, artillery crews numbered 3,500, martial artists donned powered exoskeletons. All 6th-tier cultivators received full sets of power armor, officially attaining 7th-tier combat capability. Compared to yesterday, Daxia City's strength had exploded. Over 100 7th-tier combatants now stood ready, including automatons. Unmanned aerial drones and compact reconnaissance craft darted through the skies, relaying real-time intelligence on the advancing beast tide. Demonfall cannons stood poised atop 3 city walls, silent and lethal. Thunderstorm hammers flamed battle wagons, earth demon mines. Mechanical marvels proliferated. Daxia City now bore the unmistakable hallmarks of a nascent mechanical metropolis. Boom! Beyond the city walls, the earth trembled anew. The beast tide arrived precisely as foreseen. Hidden in shadow, a 9th-tier abyssal demon fixed its glacial gaze upon distant Daxia City, its inner fury boiling over. Today it had prepared meticulously, not only deploying its entire beast host, but also devising a strategy targeting Daxia City's vulnerabilities. This battle would end in conquest. With the Federation's grand tournament concluded, it must achieve decisive victory today. No margin for error. Daxia City survivors could be preserved as cultivated sources of blood-slaying chi, but the mechanical artificer must die. Beside the 9th-rank abyssal demon stood a humanoid figure with a beast's head. Did your abyssal demons not forge an alliance with humanity long ago? Why then do you persistently target this city? Alliance, the beast-headed figure replied coolly. Heh. Blood-devouring chi is to us what blood prey is to your ferocious beasts, a potent catalyst for advancement. Without blood-devouring chi, our kind required decades, or even centuries, to ascend. Yet with sufficient quantities we may transcend instantly. How then could we forsake such swift empowerment? Glancing sidelong at the figure, the 9th-rank abyssal demon remarked, as for your beast clan, your assaults upon humanity have grown markedly fewer in recent years. When our beast clan first descended into this realm, it was solely to claim a haven. Having found one, why wage mortal war against humankind? Humanity's strength grows ever greater. Were we to recklessly summon beast tides, as before, we risk provoking large-scale human counteroffensives. Though we hunger for blood prey to grow stronger, we hold no desire for extinction. Moreover, only beast clan above the 8th rank attain true sentience, and thus qualify as genuine members of our clan. Lower-rank beasts are mindless predators unworthy of my command. And yet your rebirth clan has tested our patience repeatedly. Mobilizing low-rank beasts is tolerable, but seeking to command our 8th-rank kin. Do you truly wish to ignite open war? With a derisive snort, the 9th-rank abyssal demon retorted, speak not so harshly. If you crave no blood prey, why lend me your soul, 8th-rank vassal? Could you resist the allure of 10th-rank power? Should I breach the human city, every corpse shall be yours, and 10th rank might shall be yours for the taking. Coldly the beast-headed figure observed, your rebirth clan possesses remarkable cunning, enslaving an entire human city without the Federation's detection. Let me make one thing clear, I shall not lift a claw in this battle. I have no wish to die, and whether you succeed or fail, the blood prey you promised me must be delivered in full. If not, you shall pay with your own flesh. After all, both human and abyssal demon flesh serve equally as blood prey for our beast clan. Devouring a 9th-rank rebirth demon might even propel me to the next rank. A trickle of saliva glistened at the beast-headed figure's lips as it fixed its predatory gaze upon the 9th-rank abyssal demon. Naturally, the demon agreed aloud, yet beneath its calm facade a flicker of lethal intent stirred. A mindless beast dares dream of devouring me. Were it not for my need of their brute strength, I would have already lured and slain it, and undetected by the Federation. Truly a mindless beast, seeing only surface truths. Upon the city wall, the great battle had already erupted. Compared to yesterday, today's assault grew markedly fiercer. Of the 4 city gates, the north gate faced the greatest tide, swarming with 6th-rank beasts from the very outset. Fortunately, thanks to Jiang Ji's aid, the north gate had undergone a profound transformation. The thunderous roars of mechanized weaponry mercilessly reaped beastly lives, 20 L3 class war automatons, each possessing 7th rank combat prowess, formed a tight perimeter specifically tasked with confronting high-tier beasts. Though gaps remained, they successfully repelled the overwhelming majority. Any scattered low-rank beasts that breached the cordon were swiftly eradicated by the garrison under Elder Wang's command. Yesterday's brutal close-quarter slaughter had vanished entirely. The north gate now revealed formidable might, halting the beast tide at the foot of its walls with minimal casualties. 2 demonfall cannons loomed atop the gate tower, poised like silent predators, awaiting only the moment when masses of beasts entered their optimal kill zone, ready to unleash the devastating fury of a 5th-rank supreme siege weapon. The battles at the southwest and west gates unfolded similarly. With abundant mechanized support, the defenders, once divided into 3 units, had now been fully reorganized and redeployed. Thus, the north, southwest, and west gates now held near-equal defensive strength. All assumed victory was assured once initial artillery suppression concluded and the demonfall cannons opened fire. The beast tide would collapse utterly. Upon the east gate wall, Jiang Ji stared intently at a screen displaying real-time reconnaissance footage from aerial drones. Something feels off, Jiang Ji murmured, puzzled. 47th rank automatons alongside flame tanks and other heavy machinery rendered the external battlefield utterly secure, freeing him to monitor all 3 front lines simultaneously. In the drone feed, however, the beast tides assaulting the other 3 gates had increased only marginally, a subtle anomaly that unsettled him deeply. Traditionally, beast tides intensified progressively. If 6th rank beasts appeared yesterday, 7th rank ones should have emerged today. Yet those 6th rank beasts swarmed in abundance. Not a single 7th rank specimen had surfaced. Nor had beast numbers shifted. They hovered steadfastly around 1 million, unchanged from yesterday. If this tide represented its full strength, Jiang Ji could annihilate it within an hour, but such simplicity defied all precedent. This uncanny stillness convinced him the hidden abyssal demon was surely orchestrating something far more sinister, prompting him to heighten his vigilance. He was not alone in observing the battlefield. The 9th rank abyssal demon watched keenly as well. How has humanity's strength surged yet again? A flicker of confusion crossed the demon's gaze. Though the wall had held yesterday, the beast tide had inflicted measurable losses. Today, however, none of the 4 gates, not even the east, had suffered so much as a scratch. Beast after beast fell in waves, yet human casualties remained shockingly few. Only minor injuries, not a single fatality. Has that human mechanist grown stronger once more? Impossible. If he were a newly awakened mechanist, how could he possibly achieve such mastery in merely 3 months? Could it be that former mechanist truly faked his death? Even the demon's earlier certainty wavered. In theory, if that mechanist had survived in hiding, he could indeed possess the capacity to elevate an entire city's strength. Yet such a notion clashed with yesterday's battle. Had Xiacity truly possessed such power, it would never have permitted so many deaths yesterday. Given their nature, they would never sacrifice lives deliberately, merely to secure greater gains today. Gazing toward the distant horizon, the beast-headed figure mused, "These native humans of Blue Star are truly blessed, growing in strength at an astonishing pace." Though an 8th rank beast clan sovereign, it felt no sorrow for the countless low-rank beasts perishing on the field. Such chasms of hierarchy had rendered beasts and beast clan 2 wholly distinct races. A solitary city, cut off without reinforcements, has in just 12 years attained the power to withstand a city-annihilating beast tide. By comparison, our path to supremacy seems frail indeed. True beast clan remain exceedingly rare. I recall clearly in those early days, even an ordinary beast tide yielded tens, or hundreds, of thousands of blood prey, spawning numerous new beast clan. Now such opportunity has vanished. Brother Beast speaks a bit too absolutely. A 9th grade heteromorphic demon spoke aloud, "Cooperating with my clan, why fear scarcity of blood prey? You have already allied with the Federation. What nonsense are you spouting now? Do you take us for fools?" The 9th grade beast clan sneered. "Were it not for this city being my last chance, do you truly believe I would agree to come here and oppose humanity? If you truly regard humans as adversaries, then why has that city 300 li away never been attacked? Spare me your deceptions. Hurry and unleash your technique. Deliver the blood prey swiftly, and you may yet depart unharmed. Otherwise, do not blame us for devouring you before we lose patience." The 9th grade heteromorphic demon suppressed its fury, its expression calm as it replied, "Agreed, though I shall require Brother Beast's assistance." With that, it began channeling its dominion power. From behind, numerous 7th grade ferocious beasts emerged from concealment, black mist coalescing around their forms as they advanced slowly toward the city wall. Shielded personally by the 9th grade heteromorphic demon, these 7th grade beasts remained utterly undetectable, to the mere fourth-grade reconnaissance drones. Among them moved a figure whose aura stood markedly apart, its strength dwarfing even the seventh-grade beasts by a vast margin. The ninth-grade beast clan glanced several times in that direction. It was one of its eighth-grade kin, the final trump card deployed by the heteromorphic demons in this battle. This eighth-grade beast's sole target was the man stationed atop the east gate. Killing him alone would outweigh the slaughter of 10,000 other humans. Success would instantly render countless formidable mechanical weapons useless. Only then could true victory be secured. That was one of its core objectives. The swarm of seventh-grade beasts would catch humanity off guard, thereby concealing the eighth-grade beast's presence and ensuring a single decisive strike. Brother Beast, the heteromorphic demon, intoned after completing its technique, gesturing toward the ninth-grade beast clan. It did not reply, only cast a sidelong glance before its form shifted. A colossal eagle-head visage materialized, the manifestation of its true self. Walla! A piercing eagle cry tore across the heavens, carrying a subtle commanding signal. Above the clouds, one by one, eagle-like ferocious beasts circling high in the sky turned crimson-eyed upon hearing the call, then wheeled sharply, shattered through the obscuring cloud layer, and plunged downward in a lethal dive. To any observer capable of perceiving it, the horrifying truth would be clear: this flock now hovered directly above Daxia City. With no protective barrier shielding Daxia City, aerial supremacy had long since been forfeited. There existed no means whatsoever to intercept flying beasts. At the south gate, Lu Huai, the battlefield analyst, suddenly sensed something amiss and paled. Lord Mayor, flying beasts have appeared in our airspace. Flying beasts. Damn it. I knew something felt off. That accursed heteromorphic demon even summoned aerial predators. Yin Chuan roared in fury amid the carnage, instantly breaking away from combat. In his prior deployment, he had utterly overlooked this contingency. With technological weaponry exhausted and the energy shield destroyed, Daxia City had irrevocably lost control of its skies, a consequence of years of over-reliance on energy barriers which had erased all memory of the terror posed by flying beasts. They were unlike terrestrial beasts, entirely landbound predators still needed to breach the gates, whereas flying beasts, unopposed, could treat ground-based defenses as non-existent, slipping effortlessly into the city to wreak devastation. Conventional firearms and artillery could not even graze them. The moment they engaged, the beasts would soar beyond reach into the clouds, facing virtually no threat at all. Within a beast tide of this magnitude, an unimpeded aerial legion spelled absolute doom for Daxia City. Have missile locks been acquired? Yin Chuan demanded urgently. Lu Huai nodded, locked on, but their numbers exceed hundreds. Even if we exhaust every missile, we'd eliminate only a dozen or so. It's not worth the cost. Are there any eighth grade among them? One. Then kill that eighth grade abomination first, Yin Chuan snarled. Victory had seemed within grasp, yet the enemy had concealed this final stratagem. Should the flying beasts descend unchecked into the city, joining the external tide in a pincer assault, the consequences would be catastrophic. Defenders would be overwhelmed. Gaps would tear open in the lines, resurrecting yesterday's brutal close-quarters slaughter. Sure, three missiles surged skyward. Before the lead seventh-grade eagle beast could react, they slammed into its body, igniting a thunderous detonation. Under sustained missile bombardment, the seventh-grade eagle beast emitted no cry, only plummeted lifeless from the sky. Lu Huai's judgment had been flawless. A single missile might have wounded it, but only concentrated fire ensured annihilation. Seeing the missiles strike home, Yin Chuan felt no triumph. By now the remaining eagles had nearly reached ground level, poised to unleash havoc. Strangely, the seventh-grade beast's death stirred not the slightest ripple among its kin. Mobilize all personnel ranked 5th grade and above. Follow me back into the city. We must halt these beasts' advance at all costs. They must not approach the walls, not even a step, lest they compromise our defense here. Yin Chuan brandished his flame sword and sprinted inward. Yes, wait. A 7th-grade beast has appeared. Lu Huai had just opened his mouth to comply when he suddenly detected something new and urgently halted Yin Chuan's advance. This direction is the East Gate. All 7th-grade beasts are converging there. The heteromorphic demon's target is Jiang Ji. Lu Huai's face went deathly pale. First, deploy flying beasts to sow chaos across the southwest and north gates, preventing reinforcement. Then concentrate overwhelming 7th-grade force at the East Gate to assassinate Jiang Ji, the master mechanic. An utterly transparent, inescapable stratagem. Whichever gates divert forces will leave vulnerabilities. If Jiang Ji falls, the East Gate collapses. If all 3 gates reinforce the east, the flying beasts will ravage the undefended sectors, risking total collapse. These wretched beasts, what a masterful gambit, Yin Chuan gritted out. Now 2 paths lay before him: rush to save Jiang Ji, or contain the aerial onslaught. All personnel possessing 7th grade combat capability, follow me to the East Gate immediately. Redirect all war robots from the Southwest West and North Gates to the East Gate. To him, Jiang Ji's life outweighed all else. Though it seemed a choice, the answer had been decided from the outset. Over 300 7th grade beasts now massed at the East Gate. Committing every available 7th grade asset was non-negotiable. Should Jiang Ji falter, Daxia City would face utter annihilation. The impending aerial rampage, he could no longer afford to consider it. If the line broke, it would merely revert to yesterday's desperate melee, a sacrifice he deemed acceptable compared to losing Jiang Ji. Lord Mayor, go forth and aid Master Jiang. We will hold this line. Protect Master Mechanic at all costs. I would rather die than let a single beast cross this threshold. Close quarters combat. I've long grown accustomed to it. Death is but one outcome. The mechanic's life surpasses mine. Lord Mayor, go now. All understood the gravity of the moment and voiced their resolve without hesitation. They feared no death. Had this anomaly not arisen, today's tide could have been crushed with minimal losses. The mechanic's transformative impact was already evident. Daxia City stood at the dawn of its ascension, and in such an hour who among its people lacked the resolve to offer themselves without reserve? East Gate. As soon as the trace of the 7th tier ferocious beasts appeared, Jiang Ji received a warning from the reconnaissance drone. To be honest, the emergence of 300 7th tier ferocious beasts caused a noticeable change in his expression. Despite over 100 individuals with 7th tier combat power appearing in Daxia City overnight, they could only be considered preliminary 7th tier fighters, as their powered armor was ultimately only 5th tier. Among the numerous 7th tier ferocious beasts, many were at the peak of the 7th tier, creating an imbalance in strength between the two sides. Yin Xuan and the others from the 3 sects quickly arrived, barely having time to speak before engaging in battle with the rushing ferocious beasts. Jiang Ji observed below, including 100 robots. The moment the battle broke out, Daxia City's side instantly fell into a disadvantage. Each person had to face at least 2 or more 7th tier ferocious beasts. Aside from Old Wang, Yin Xuan and the others were essentially only 6th tier, and their combat power was still somewhat lacking. Everyone fought desperately in resistance, but defeat was merely a matter of time. Fortunately, there was a defensive line formed by flame war chariots preventing low-tier ferocious beasts from temporarily breaching the city walls, which was a small piece of good news. Jiang Ji initially wanted to call in a few meteor cannons for support, but the hidden monsters had long been prepared. When the 7th tier ferocious beasts besieged the East Gate, all the forces of this beast tide had already been concentrated, blocking the support from the other 3 sects. The offensive was unprecedentedly fierce. The sound of meteor cannons had begun to roar. Without such powerful weapons, the 3 sects, having lost their high-tier combat power, might have already been breached. At that moment, an eagle beast swooped down, beginning to wreak havoc on the buildings within the city. Even without the leading 7th tier, the remaining eagle beasts were still formidable in destructive power. Led by many 6th tier fighters, building after building was demolished, and they were about to rush towards the 3 sects intent on disrupting the defending troops. Their target was distinctly the meteor cannon at the highest point. The flying ferocious beasts were unrestrained, and if the meteor cannon were destroyed, Daxia City would face complete defeat, utterly losing hope for victory. The situation had reached its most dangerous moment. Jiang Ji was closely observing the overall situation in Daxia City. Upon seeing the eagle beasts rampaging, he steeled himself and quickly approached a row of mechanical weapons. This was another powerful weapon he created last night, the position tracking bomb. He had anticipated the appearance of 7th tier ferocious beasts in today's battle, so these position tracking bombs were meant as a trump card to counter the 7th tier ferocious beasts. However, the number of 7th tier ferocious beasts exceeded his expectations. This indicated that the hidden monsters were utterly determined to eliminate him. 10 position tracking bombs lined the city wall. Based on Jiang Ji's estimation, with the combined efforts of the L3 type war robot team and the assistance of Yin Xuan and others, they could barely maintain the defense without being breached. The urgent matter was to first eliminate the rampaging flying eagle beasts within the city. Fortunately, this weapon had tracking capabilities specifically designed to counter agile flying ferocious beasts. As long as he locked onto the target, the bombs fired from this weapon would automatically track the enemy no matter how far they tried to hide. Hiding in the clouds was no longer their trump card. The position tracking bombs could be considered a type of anti-air weapon, and the hidden monsters' plans were likely to fall flat. Jiang Ji, using the data received from the reconnaissance drone, quickly controlled 10 of these weapons to lock onto the aerial targets. With the press of a button, countless flashes of fire shot out in succession, producing a thunderous sound. Each position tracking bomb had a reserve of 12 rounds, and Jiang Ji set it to continuous fire mode, launching a total of 120 spherical fireballs towards the city. Jiang Ji's target was the low-tier eagle beasts among the flying beast horde. To be cautious, he temporarily refrained from targeting the leading 6th tier to avoid wasting time if he couldn't kill it in one blow. In just 2 breaths, the bombs had already shot towards the beast horde. Many eagle beasts sensed the imminent threat and attempted to retreat to the clouds. However, they found that the bombs had changed direction, pursuing them from behind. One eagle beast caught off guard was instantly struck, and the immense force shattered its body, spraying blood and flesh from the sky. The might of a 5th-tier weapon was simply beyond the capability of low-tier ferocious beasts to withstand. Under a volley of fire, a large amount of eagle beast blood stained the air, and at least 100 eagle beasts fell from the horde. The leading 6th-tier eagle beast, witnessing the large-scale deaths of its companions, let out a mournful cry, frantically flapping its wings to accelerate towards the clouds. Even with the intimidation from the 9th-tier beast king, they were still utterly terrified. The scent of numerous dead companions caused their instinctual fear to override the pressure from the beast king. Seeing the bombs succeed, Jiang Ji wasted no time and quickly reloaded the ammunition. He needed to completely eliminate the threat posed by the flying ferocious beasts to turn back and assist in resisting the 7th tier. Just as the battle outside the city grew intense while Jiang Ji was controlling the bombs, no one noticed that above the east gate a massive eagle beast was circling, focusing its cold, sharp gaze on Jiang Ji on the city wall. It was the final hidden weapon of the monsters, a beast with 8th tier strength, the giant claw eagle. The giant claw eagle's keen eyes scanned the surroundings, and when it found no one paying attention to it below, it let out an excited low cry, then shot down, breaking through the clouds to dive towards Jiang Ji. Its claws spread wide, nearly 10 meters across, and the sharp eagle talons glinted with a cold light. If Jiang Ji, with his small human frame, were to be caught, there would be no chance of survival. The excitement in the giant claw eagle's eyes was evident. The hidden monster had promised that if it successfully killed this human, it would receive a blood meal sufficient to promote it to 9th tier, allowing it to stand equal with the Eagle King. The speed of an 8th tier beast was incredibly fast, and being intelligent, it had already made ample preparations. Before anyone could react, its claws were already nearing Jiang Ji's body. Jiang Ji suddenly felt a gust of foul wind above his head. He wanted to react, but it was already too late. He was about to meet his end beneath the eagle's claws. From below the city came a cry of alarm, and as the body of the giant claw eagle emerged, someone finally noticed what was happening here. Jiang Ji, be careful. An 8th tier ferocious beast. We're finished. Damn. Is this the ultimate goal of the hidden monsters? Everyone's body shook violently, their eyes turning red as they looked this way, wanting to intervene, but it was too late. They could only watch helplessly as the eagle's claws reached for Jiang Ji's body. Jiang Ji frantically activated his powered armor, desperate to seize a sliver of survival. Yet his armor's defenses proved utterly inadequate against the assault of an 8th-rank ferocious beast. As the colossal talon eagle bore down upon him, death loomed, until at the very brink of annihilation, a thunderous roar erupted from the side. Dare this beast defy the Dao? With the cry came a blinding blade light that cleaved the heavens, frost-bitten, merciless, and swept horizontally toward the talon eagle. An overwhelming chill flooded the air. The blade's glacial aura surged forth with terrifying speed, visibly slowing the talon eagle's descent. Then in its wake, the true blade light struck, severing the beast's body clean in two. Unchecked by flesh or bone, it continued its arc beyond the carcass, carving a path deep into the wilderness. Before dissipating, that single stroke sliced through 3 7th-rank ferocious beasts in succession. Only then did the talon eagle's corpse split apart like soft tofu. The massive talons halting mere 1 meter from Jiang Ji before collapsing lifeless and spent. An 8th-rank ferocious beast, slain in a single stroke. Jiang Ji had believed his end inevitable, yet fate had turned on a razor's edge. His power had surged too swiftly, arrogance had dulled his vigilance. Logically, the sudden emergence of numerous 7th-rank beasts should have warned him of lurking 8th-rank threats, but earlier victories coupled with aerial disruptions had eroded his caution. Had that blade light not intervened, he would surely be dead. From this moment forward, he vowed inwardly never again. As the talon eagle's blood began to cascade downward, he leapt aside, avoiding the grisly deluge, and turned toward the source of the voice, eager to behold his savior. A question stirred within him: when had Daxia City acquired such a being? One capable of felling an 8th-rank beast with a single blow. Meanwhile, Yin Chuan, stunned by the sudden death of the 7th-rank beast he'd been battling, gazed silently toward the city. His eyes fell upon a figure, and without hesitation he exclaimed, "Senior Master, you've emerged from seclusion." Not far away, an elderly man approached, white-haired, white-beard, gripping a great saber, his very presence radiating perpetual frost. "Fortunately, I arrived just in time," Qianjun murmured, nodding with quiet relief. The devastating blade light had been his own. "This junior thanks you, senior master, for saving my life," Jiang Ji said, bowing deeply before asking respectfully, "Might I inquire your name?" "I am Qianjun." He regarded Jiang Ji with evident approval. "Though secluded, I'd heard of your deeds. Mechanist. Truly exceptional." Qianjun nodded, satisfied. "These demonic fiends employ the same treacherous tactics as before, first ambushing my disciple, now striking you in kind. Fortunately, I broke through just in time, otherwise Daxia City would once more watch helplessly as another prodigy perished. You are the master of Zhan Tian, the city lord." Jiang Ji instantly recalled the name. Yin Chuan had once mentioned that Daxia City sheltered a 7th-rank expert in seclusion, seeking the breakthrough threshold, so the name was not unfamiliar. Qianjun, the first 7th-rank cultivator in Daxia City since the Great Celestial Shift. And unlike most, he achieved this not through awakening, but via the ancient martial path. Long before the shift, he had already mastered classical martial arts to unparalleled heights. He had also served as Zhan Tian's martial instructor before his awakening, guarding the young prodigy even before his rise, fulfilling the sacred role of a Dao protector. In Daxia City's fragile early days, it was Qianjun's presence alone that held the line, sustaining the city despite its dire shortage of high-tier warriors. Indeed, much of Daxia City's present martial lineage traces directly back to his teachings. After Zhan Tian's tragic demise, betrayed and slain by heteromorphic demons, Qianjun sealed himself in absolute seclusion, both to avenge his disciple and to better shield Daxia City. Now, having ascended to the 8th rank, he had awakened the martial momentum, a profound force that magnified his lethality exponentially, enabling him to cut down an 8th-rank Talon Eagle in one stroke. Qianjun gave a brief acknowledgement, then declared, "My story can wait. First we quell this beast tide." With those words, he vanished down the rampart, saber in hand, plunging into the thick of the 7th-rank fray. Each swing of his blade unleashed a flash of frostlit steel, and each flash claimed a 7th-rank beast. None could withstand even a single strike. The tide shifted instantly. Yin Chuan and his comrades, previously overwhelmed, now breathed easier and joined Qianjun in a relentless slaughter of the 7th-rank beasts. One man alone had reshaped the battlefield, the terror of an 8th-rank martialist, beyond measure. Within half an hour, over half of the 307th-rank beasts lay dead. Only then did Qianjun ease his pace, gently brushing sweat from his brow. Even a warrior of his caliber felt the strain of such relentless combat. Though the martial momentum granted immense focus and destructive power, it remained a precision art, not suited for mass annihilation. Such overwhelming techniques could be deployed only sparingly. The rest is yours, young Yin. You and your team. Coordinate with the automatons. Strive to fulfill the solo killing condition for 7th-rank ascension. I shall stand guard, ready to intervene if needed. He still retained reserves. Dozens more kills remained within his reach. Yet for Daxia City's long-term strength, it was wiser, far more strategic, to let 6th-rank awakened cultivators like Yin Chuan seize their own 7th-rank ascension under real combat conditions. "Yes, Senior Master," Yin Chuan replied, elated. Qianjun's arrival had not only saved Jiang Ji's life, but shattered the oppressive weight of the 7th-rank onslaught. With that, the beast tide no longer posed any threat. And now, ascension awaited. No one dared waste such an opportunity. Unnoticed, Elder Wang had drawn near. "You succeeded, Brother Wang." Qianjun greeted him warmly, smiling. "Indeed, 3 years of seclusion. Had I failed to break through now, this young mechanist's rapid ascent would have rendered me obsolete." They were peers, companions of the same era, bound by decades of shared history. Had you not arrived today, young Ji would have been lost. Elder Wang shuddered faintly, then bowed deeply, solemn, reverent. "On behalf of young Ji, his father Jiang Yuan, and all of Daxia City, I offer my deepest gratitude." "Brother Wang, please, rise." Qianjun hurried to steady him. "We serve the same city. What need is there for thanks? Truth be told, I seized my breakthrough precisely because of insights gleaned from this young mechanist and his peers." "How so?" Elder Wang asked, puzzled. Qianjun replied, "There is a young woman who awakened alongside him. Do you recall?" "Su Xuanyue." Elder Wang searched his memory, then affirmed cautiously, recalling the awakening assembly 3 months prior. "Precisely. Her awakened frost spirit granted her abilities that resonated with my ice blade momentum, offering just the spark I needed to complete my breakthrough. That day, spurred by the shockwave of plasma rifles, she refused to fall behind the mechanist, fighting fiercely atop the walls until exhaustion claimed her. She collapsed near my seclusion chamber. I nearly emerged to aid the city, but the frost energy clinging to her body ignited a profound epiphany. To abandon that fleeting breakthrough moment would have been unforgivable. Only today did I finally achieve full transcendence. Though her rank remains modest, she has become my benefactor, and thus my disciple." Jiang smiled, explaining gently. Truly heaven blesses Daxia City. Elder Wang nodded, heart heavy with relief. Had Jiang not broken through, spurred by Su Xuanyue's resonance, the light of Daxia City's brightest hope would have been extinguished forever. The battle raged on. Yet those with keen eyes could tell that its conclusion was merely a matter of time. The plan of the flying beasts had failed, and with the successive deaths of the 7th-tier beasts, the beast tide was beyond saving. Many had begun to free their hands to slaughter the lower-tier beasts. In Daxia City, victory was already within reach. The ascended Lu Huai approached Yin Chuan and whispered, "City Lord, I have located the position of the mastermind behind the scenes." Oh, Yin Chuan, who was also at the 7th tier, was surprised and quickly asked, "Where is it, and how far from us?" "Approximately 50 miles from the city wall. Additionally, besides the mastermind, I sensed a powerful aura, likely a 9th-tier beast." Having ascended, Lu Huai's abilities had greatly improved. When the giant claw eagle perished, he had sensed a hint of brutal energy emanating from afar. After his ascension, he followed this aura and completely discovered the position of the 9th-tier beast along with the mastermind behind the scenes. 50 miles. Just within the strike range of the ultimate weapon. Yin Chuan pondered whether to activate the last nuclear bomb to show the 9th tier a taste of fear. "City Lord, I believe we should take action. We must instill fear in these 9th-tier beasts." Without waiting for Yin Chuan to make a decision, Lu Huai spoke sternly. "Moreover, 2 9th-tier beasts are entirely worth using the ultimate weapon on." He was originally a refined person, but the events of the day, particularly Jiang Ji's near-death experience, made him reveal an expression of furious wrath. Yin Chuan glanced back at Qianzhen's direction and made his decision. "Fine, then let's go for it." Using the last ultimate weapon would mean that Daxia City would no longer have anything to intimidate the 9th-tier beasts. However, the mastermind and the beasts were unaware of the true state of Daxia City. Perhaps after its use, the enemy would think that the city still had reserves. Moreover, Qianzhen had already broken through to the 8th tier. Judging by his combat power, even if he couldn't reach the 9th tier, he was at the pinnacle of the 8th tier, and under the circumstances where the 9th-tier beasts dared not act lightly, he could roughly replace the effect of the ultimate weapon. Jiang Ji also began to exhibit a hint of the powerful demeanor characteristic of a mechanic. In summary, it seemed that this nuclear bomb was indeed necessary. 50 miles away. Didn't you say your plan was foolproof? How do you account for the deaths of my kin? The 9th-tier Eagle tribe member roared angrily. The beast tide is about to fail, and the blood food you promised is now gone. If you don't give me a reasonable answer, I won't hesitate to crush your triangular head. What kin? Those 7th-tier beasts. Didn't you say they were mindless beasts? The 9th-tier mastermind's expression remained unchanged, dismissing the concern while secretly calculating the time. Since the assault plan had failed, he would have to implement the second plan. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm referring to the 8th-tier giant claw eagle. Oh, so it's that 8th-tier one. If it's dead, so what? The 9th-tier mastermind chuckled sinisterly. As for the blood food, our race has never kept promises. The 9th-tier mastermind suddenly burst into laughter. You are playing me. The 9th-tier eagle beast was furious upon hearing this, ready to transform into its true form and engage in a fierce battle with the other. At that moment, it suddenly sensed a life-threatening danger approaching, causing it to hurriedly halt its actions. Goodbye, mindless beast tribe. The mastermind raised its hand twice, and then its form transformed into black mist, vanishing from the spot. Had this assault succeeded, it wouldn't have minded providing some blood food to satisfy its appetite. Now that it had failed, it naturally began to implement the second plan. Did it really think that a mere 7th tier could discover its hidden position? It was a powerful existence of the 9th tier. Previously, if it hadn't deliberately lured the aura of the 9th tier eagle tribe toward the humans, how could a 7th tier awakened one possibly discover this place? It understood that once humans discovered the traces of the 9th tier, they would surely deploy the ultimate weapon. Thus, it had long been prepared to flee. As soon as the mastermind finished speaking, a devastating force descended, striking fiercely at the place where they had previously been. Boom. The ultimate destructive power erupted, a fireball soaring into the sky, a dark mushroom cloud rising, and the shockwave radiating out, instantly obliterating the surrounding trees within dozens of miles. The 9th-tier eagle tribe sensed the life-threatening danger its soul, nearly leaving its body as instinctive terror coursed through it. It flapped its wings, attempting to ascend, but it was too late. In the end, the speed and power of the ultimate weapon roared down upon it before it could react. The speed the 9th-tier powerhouse prided itself on was utterly insignificant. The immense force of annihilation was unleashed upon its body, breaking through the formidable defenses of the 9th tier and creating a massive wound. Of course, the true strength of the ultimate weapon lay not in its explosive power, but in the incredibly toxic radioactive material it released. An explosion alone couldn't kill a 9th-tier beast, But when the Eagle tribe bore wounds, an endless stream of toxic radiation surged through its injuries, gradually devouring its internal organs. Blood-ignited veins burst from dehydration, and organs shattered bit by bit. Within moments, the radiation had completed its internal destruction of the ninth-tier beast. Ilo. The ninth-tier Eagle tribe barely managed to let out a mournful cry before perishing on the spot. Due to the internal destruction, its massive body crashing to the ground, shattered by the remaining force of annihilation. A ninth-tier beast was completely dead. After a long time, the aftermath dissipated. A black mist appeared, transforming into the figure of the mastermind that had just been present. It looked joyfully at the remnants on the ground, excitedly, saying, "A ninth-tier beast, my plotting has not been in vain." It sighed, quickly enveloping its triangular head in black mist and sweeping towards the remnants on the ground. Suddenly, under the swirling black mist, the fragments of the Eagle tribe on the ground began to reassemble. In just 3 minutes, the pieces were completely reassembled, restoring the form of the previous ninth-tier Eagle tribe. Seeing this, the mastermind took out a black stone from within, pressing it forward as it slowly integrated into the body of the ninth-tier Eagle tribe. This was the true core of the rebirth race. Only a few could be condensed throughout a lifetime, but using it for this ninth-tier beast was worth it. In the next moment, the reassembled body of the Eagle tribe suddenly trembled, and its previously dormant eyes instantly opened, revealing colorless hollow pupils. "Master." The Eagle tribe emitted a voice. "Ha ha, it worked, a ninth-tier puppet. It seems that plan can also be set in motion." The mastermind laughed heartily at this. The true talent of the rebirth race was not merely the ability to repair the body. Rebirth, as the name suggests, was to generate life once more. Although it couldn't compare to the perfection of resurrection power after rebirth, the other could wield their prior combat strength while also becoming a puppet of the rebirth race's mastermind. In the eyes of the mastermind, this was the true embodiment of their formidable ability. One of the goals of gathering the beast tide this time was to turn this ninth-tier Eagle tribe into a puppet for manipulation. Bound by the federal treaty, the mastermind could not act against humans, but the beast tribe had no such restrictions. With a ninth-tier puppet, the matters it could control became vast. As for the failure to breach Daxia City, it had grown weary of concerning itself with that. A mere city of 30,000 people, with the highest being only at the 8th tier, was no longer worthy of its attention. With a 9th-tier puppet, the rebirth race would no longer lack for blood food. As for this city, which had been toyed with for so long, it could be left to linger a bit longer, and it could be destroyed whenever it pleased. The mastermind jumped onto the back of the 9th-tier Eagle tribe, directing it to fly towards the direction of its kin. The talents of the Federation were coming for a visit. The Daxia City faction remained unaware of the events unfolding elsewhere. Since the deployment of the ultimate weapon, even Lu Huai had lost all visual contact, his abilities rendered inert. Nonetheless, neither he nor Yin Chuan believed the demonic entities or ferocious beasts could have survived the unleashing of the ultimate weapon. Once all 6th-rank cultivators completed their ascension, the coalition launched another coordinated assault. A wave of true 7th-rank warriors surged forth, their might amplified by mechanized armaments. Thus the beast tide met its inevitable demise. Of the millions that had descended upon the city, only hundreds of thousands remained. A staggering 90% had been utterly annihilated. The demonic entities withdrew, and the surviving beasts fled in disarray, vanishing swiftly into the depths of the forest. Upon the 4 city walls, countless defenders collapsed onto the ground, exhausted to the point of collapse after their desperate defense against the beasts. Yet they erupted together in jubilant cheers. "We won! We actually won! And Wowa, I can't believe I'm still alive. And Master Jiang Ji's mechanized constructs are truly extraordinary. Never imagined that even someone like me, a support class specialist, would one day fight alongside the frontline vanguard." Haha, hear that? The demon annihilating cannon is indeed a supreme weapon. A single blast reduces 5th and 6th rank foes alike to ash, and Daxia City has risen at last. The conclusion of this battle marked the definitive end of the beast tide. Barring unforeseen calamity, Daxia City would now enter another 3-month period of tranquility. During the previous 3 months, artificers had transformed Daxia City beyond recognition. What profound metamorphosis might await it in the next? The emergence of an 8th-rank cultivator and scores of 7th-rank warriors had irrevocably propelled Daxia City into ascendancy. Perhaps next time, rather than waiting for beast hordes to gather, Daxia City itself would march forth to purge them. Meanwhile, as Daxia City tended to post-war affairs, 300 li away stood a bustling metropolis teeming with humanity. This was Daxia, the Federation's frontier stronghold, situated precisely at the contested boundary between human and demonic territories. Though peripheral to the Federation's core, Daxia maintained a permanent population exceeding 1 million. Daxia boasted fully developed infrastructure, academies, commercial centers, and advanced transportation systems. its technological sophistication suggesting no trace of the world's cataclysmic upheaval. Beyond the emergence of supernatural abilities, daily life proceeded with uncanny normalcy. Given its proximity to beast-infested zones, Daheishi's defenses were formidable, stockpiling over 10 ultimate weapons alone. Moreover, virtually no ordinary civilians resided there. Its permanent inhabitants were all awakened adepts or martial cultivators, with even a 9th-rank sovereign residing atop its hierarchy. Thus, though a border city, its denizens felt little sense of peril. Beyond trade and exchange with the mainland across the sea, Daheishi had also cultivated a specialized profession, hunting ferocious beasts in exchange for vital resources. The city exuded vitality and prosperity. At this moment, a large gathering of youthful faces had assembled at the southern gate. Approximately 100 strong, they were elite prodigies ranked among the top contenders in the Federation's Grand Ranking Tournament. Their presence in Daheishi marked an official delegation invited to tour the demonic clan's ancestral lands, the Endless Forest, to strengthen the Federation's alliance with the demonic factions. Simultaneously, the tournament remained unresolved. Beyond the diplomatic visit, their true objective lay in traversing the Endless Forest to penetrate the beast's heartland, there to undergo the final trial and determine the undisputed champion. Only the victor would claim the supreme honor and the singular privilege bestowed upon the Federation's #1 contender, the sacred qualification to ascend to the 9th rank. How could such prodigies resist this prize? Even numerous 6th-rank masters burned with ambition to seize first place, and thereby become true pillars of the Federation. Why does that direction keep echoing with sounds like distant explosions? What's happening? In midway through their assembly, a low thunderous rumble reverberated from afar, reminiscent of artillery detonations. A murmur of confusion rose. A uniformed sentry seemingly stationed at the gate replied, likely another skirmish between beasts and demons. Such rumbles have echoed from that direction for years. Do demons and beasts constantly wage war? Asked another nearby. That lies beyond my knowledge, the sentry answered. Has no one ever investigated? In hearing the exchange, a cluster of onlookers drew closer, curiosity piqued. Higher command issued strict orders forbidding Daheishi personnel from probing that direction. According to our demonic allies, they wish their conflict with the beasts to remain undisturbed. That seems odd. Wouldn't Daheishi's military aid make their victory easier? Someone asked, puzzled. What's strange about it? Even if demons are our allies, they're entitled to secrets we're not meant to know. Yet surely some of you in Daheishi have slipped past those orders. Surely someone's gone secretly. You've hit the mark. Indeed, over the years, several dared defy the edict to scout that region. But here's the twist, the Jia Mountain garrison stands watch. Every unauthorized trespasser attempting to cross it has been apprehended and returned. Gradually, curiosity waned and faded entirely. Clearly something concealed lies beyond that ridge. Otherwise, Daheishi's leadership wouldn't guard it so vigilantly. A spark of intrigue ignited in several minds, kindling the urge to investigate. Sensing their thoughts, the sentry chuckled and interjected, I advise you to quell such notions entirely. Don't mistake your status as academy prodigies for immunity. If you attempt to cross Jia Mountain and are caught, expulsion from your institution would be the mildest consequence. Imprisonment remains very much possible. So severe, someone exclaimed in disbelief. A local resident nodded gravely. Given the sensitivity of allied relations, the repercussions would likely surpass even what our friend described. I urge you, focus solely on your trial. Abandon any reckless impulses. Very well. In hearing these words, their collective enthusiasm dimmed, extinguished by sobering reality. Though intrigued by the demon's enigma, none were willing to jeopardize their futures for a futile, perilous endeavor. The conversation soon resumed. Ever since the Federation signed the pact with the demons, the beasts have grown eerily silent. Large-scale tides have all but vanished. Only Daheishi enjoys such advantageous positioning, allowing its cultivators steady combat experience against beasts. We've had no such opportunity. Ordinary sparring with classmates is the pinnacle of our prior experience. Without the tournament, few of us would have faced genuine battle. Precisely, placing this trial here aligns perfectly with my aspirations. In legends speak of the beast tides. What awe-inspiring spectacle must they be? With my strength, could I carve a path of slaughter through their ranks? I long to witness it firsthand. In this trial evaluates performance solely by beast kills. Securing a top-tier ranking, I suspect, demands the complete eradication of an entire beast clan. Teams from various academies have already formed, led by 6th-rank cultivators. Is wiping out a clan truly so simple? And they chatted lightheartedly, laughter ringing freely. Naively imagining all ferocious beasts as effortless prey, these sheltered blossoms, raised in peace without witnessing war's brutality, mistook competitive mock battles for the grim reality awaiting them. A low hum resonated through the air as a federal aircraft emblazoned with the Federation's insignia descended smoothly onto the runway at the gateway city of Daxia, interrupting the murmurs of those assembled. An officer strode forward, scanning the crowd before announcing in a commanding voice, "Now that all are present aboard the aircraft, we depart shortly for the endless forest." At last, we're finally underway. I can hardly contain my excitement. Let's go, hurry aboard. I'm eager to behold landscapes beyond the Federation's dominion. The ancestral lands of the Demonkin. How might they differ from our own? The endless forest. Its very name stirs the soul with wonder. Greetings, I am Mo Fachin. I shall serve as your guide to the sacred homeland of the Regeneration clan. Upon arrival, each of you shall receive a regeneration fruit as our gift. Aboard the aircraft, Mo Fachin stood at the fore, his triangular visage faintly curved in a smile as he addressed the delegation. Aha, so it is the Saint Heir of the Regeneration clan who greets us in person. Brother Fachin, long have we heard of your renown. A regeneration fruit, the legendary artifact said to restore severed limbs. Remarkable, such generosity from the Regeneration clan. Who would have thought trial participation could yield such unexpected rewards? That you esteemed talents of the Federation honor our clan with your presence is itself a profound gesture. So naturally we offer our gifts without reservation. Mo Fachin smiled warmly. By now the delegation had grown accustomed to the Demonkin's presence. His distinctly triangular cranium elicited no surprise or unease among them. The aircraft ascended into the sky, its course precisely charted, its flight path deliberately avoiding territories claimed by ferocious beasts. Along the way, several small Demonkin settlements passed beneath them, but under the Federation's banner and Mo Fachin's subtle aura of authority, none dared raise so much as a glance toward the vessel overhead. Every detail had been meticulously arranged by the Regeneration clan. Had it not been so, this lightly armored aircraft would long since have been shattered midair. High above, within the upper cloud strata, a 9th-rank Demonkin of the Regeneration clan watched the aircraft glide steadily onward, its gaze flickering with an unsettling, inscrutable light. Naturally, this delegation, comprising the Federation's most gifted generation, risked unforeseen perils upon entering foreign sovereign territory. Daxia had dispatched its own guardian, an elder bearing 9th-rank cultivation, seated serenely in the rear cabin, eyes closed in quiet repose. Accompanying him was a full contingent of 7th-rank warriors. This alone attested to the Federation's extraordinary investment in these prodigies. Daxia City. 3 days after the beast tide subsided, post-crisis affairs had been largely resolved. In those same 3 days, Jiang Ji had overseen the complete demolition and reconstruction of the mechanical repository, transforming what was once a cramped workshop into a vastly expanded facility. A sprawling box-shaped structure now dominated the site, within which rows of precision mechanical lathes hummed with quiet industry. The original control consoles had evolved into orderly arrays of automated machining stations. Biomimetic robots moved with seamless purpose, retrieving raw materials from storage bays and feeding them precisely into the lathes. Within moments, finished components emerged from the machines, only to be swiftly collected by specialized units and placed with meticulous care onto shelving racks awaiting distribution across Daxia City. This was Jiang Ji's latest masterpiece, the full automation of mechanical fabrication. With assembly lines perfected and infrastructure matured, his hands were finally freed from manual labor. He formally renamed the repository the Mechanical Factory. Its relentless output, combined with experience amassed during the beast tide slaughter, had yielded unprecedented gains. As of yesterday, his experience bar overflowed once more, reaching 24,300,000, propelling him to the 6th tier. Upon ascending, his experience threshold stretched anew. 7,290,000 would now be required for the 7th tier. Even with the factory's steady yield, Jiang Ji felt a quiet pang of apprehension. 7 million units of experience. How many beasts must fall? How many machines must be forged? Yet his power too had surged dramatically at the 6th tier. Jiang Ji now stood before the original console, personally crafting a 6th tier mechanical construct. 12 hours had elapsed since he began, and yet only 1/4 of the final piece lay complete. Beside the console, a massive wing-like component lay sprawled across the floor. As the factory's interior remained insufficiently spacious, Jiang Ji summoned dozens of workers to carry the segment outside onto the open ground, awaiting final assembly. The machine he forged was named the Annihilator Fighter, a 6th tier marvel transcending conventional weaponry engineered for overwhelming battlefield dominance. Spanning dozens of meters, the Annihilator Fighter integrated reconnaissance, scanning, atmospheric ascent armament, and defensive systems into a single unified chassis. In theory, it could ascend to the very edge of Earth's atmosphere, the Karman line. Its hull could withstand sustained assault from 8th tier forces, its photonic beam cannon, formidable and precise, qualified it as a strategic-scale weapon capable of sweeping entire 7th-tier formations. Unlike inert missiles, the Annihilator fighter possessed exceptional maneuverability, making it a true strategic asset equally lethal in offense and unassailable in retreat. With it, Daxia City would secure absolute aerial supremacy. Thus, Jiang Ji had set aside all other 6th-tier projects, dedicating himself solely to its creation. His aim was clear: to bolster the city's strength for the upcoming expedition to exterminate beast threats beyond its walls. Moreover, he prioritized velocity enhancement in its design, though this trade-off slightly diminished its offensive capacity, leaving it just shy of 8th-tier destructive force. The 15-fold boost in speed granted unparalleled evasion. Even against a 9th-tier beast, flight mobility ensured safe withdrawal. After all, survival remained paramount. 2 days passed. Jiang Ji completed the final component and stepped outside to begin assembly. He enlisted no human assistance, only his legion of autonomous robots, each guiding massive sub-assemblies into precise alignment until the Annihilator fighter's form emerged whole and imposing. Jet black in hue, its fuselage tapered into a smooth circular prow, twin colossal ring-shaped wings flared symmetrically, dual blue flame kinetic thrusters glowed fiercely at the stern, crowned by a slender radar array. Amid the wings sat the cockpit, featuring one central seat surrounded by 3 auxiliary stations encircling the command console. Directly beneath lay the mounting cradle for the photonic beam cannon. A crowd had gathered, silent, spellbound, as the Annihilator fighter took shape. Their pupils widened, not with fear but awe. Up close, its sheer technological grandeur radiated palpably. The sleek, formidable silhouette alone conveyed indomitable power. This was Jiang Ji's first monumental mechanical creation. With nuclear ordnance depleted, the Annihilator fighter would assume the mantle of Daxia City's foremost strategic armament, capable of engaging 8th-tier adversaries and evading 9th-tier pursuers alike. Indeed, with it, Daxia City had at last cast off the shadow of beastly terror. Its people could now reclaim the wilds, no longer forbidden, no longer feared. As the Annihilation fighter was produced, Jiang Ji also planned to leave the city. Without a significant source of experience, his aspiration to reach the 7th rank seemed distant. Now that there was no beast tide, he could only venture out to eradicate ferocious beast tribes. While sweeping away the threats to Daxia City, he could also continue to gather mechanical materials. In recent days, with a large number of machines being manufactured continuously coupled with the materials consumed by the Annihilation fighter, all the materials left behind by the previous generation of mechanics were completely exhausted. Even the materials for the L3 type war robot had not reached the 6th rank. However, there were still some lower-tier materials left, but with the mechanical factory operating, Jiang Ji no longer needed to worry about these minor matters. At the East City Gate, a large crowd had gathered. "Xiao Ji, are you sure you don't need our combat assistance for this outing?" Yin Chuan hesitantly asked. Jiang Ji smiled and replied, "Uncle Yin, just organize the personnel and follow me to collect materials. Leave the combat to the machines under my command." In the past 2 days, Jiang Ji had already finalized the plan for the outing with Yin Chuan and others. Given the slightly perilous situation in the wild, organizing personnel for battle, no matter how careful, would still lead to some casualties. Using robots and other mechanical creations was different. Even if they were damaged, they could consume materials for repairs, perfectly solving the danger. Thus, in Jiang Ji's plan, the task of eradicating ferocious beasts would be handled by machines, and the people of Daxia City only needed to occupy resource points and collect and transport materials after the beasts were eliminated. Well, Yin Chuan still hesitated. Jiang Ji raised his hand to interrupt and smiled. "As a mechanic, do you expect me to employ those outdated tactics from the old era, fighting with cold weapons?" "Uncle Yin, times have changed. As a mechanic possessing reconnaissance, positioning, and both close and long-range combat capabilities, did he really need to foolishly organize a team to charge into the ferocious beast tribes to fight? Only a fool would do that. For Daxia City, cold weapons and large-scale battles were already outdated. Now was the era of mechanical firepower suppression. If it weren't for the limited number of robots, Jiang Ji wouldn't even allow them to assist. He could complete the collection and transportation tasks alone. As for whether his approach would leave the people of Daxia City without a strong channel, turning into flowers in a greenhouse after prolonged absence from battle, Jiang Ji expressed no concern about it. Even if they participated in the battle, they wouldn't kill many ferocious beasts, nor would they gain much experience. However, letting Jiang Ji fight alone was different. Once he completed his ascension, while enjoying all the experience along with a large amount of materials, he could produce machines on a grand scale. By then, everyone in Daxia City would have a set, and the overall strength would be raised much faster than if they fought themselves to level up. Didn't they see how many years those stuck at the 6th rank in Daxia City had successfully promoted in just a few months? The changes he could bring would surpass everyone else, thus his own rank promotion was the most crucial. Daxia City, situated within the territory of alien demons as an isolated city, needed to grow stronger at the fastest pace. Only then could it bring about a comprehensive rise for Daxia City in the potential war that could come in the future. Since you have made your decision, then let it be this way. Yin Chuan nodded, finally agreeing. Let's go board the aircraft. As Yin Chuan spoke, he started to squeeze into the cabin of the Annihilation Fighter. Jiang Ji was taken aback. Uncle Yin, are you going with me? The Annihilation Fighter had 4 seats. The main seat was his, and he had already decided on the remaining 3 personnel. He didn't expect Yin Chuan to suddenly intrude. Uncle Yin put on a serious expression. As the city lord, it is quite reasonable for me to participate in this operation, being the first official outing of Daxia City in many years. Jiang Ji hesitated, unable to speak. Someone nearby suddenly cursed. What a shameless person. If you want to leave the city, just say so. Why drag in the reason of being the city lord? Reasonable? What kind of nonsense is that? Damn it, who wouldn't want to sit in such a large mechanical warplane? Just because you're the city lord, you think you can take the seat. Get down and let me up. Yin Chuan really was becoming more shameless. There are only 4 seats total, and you still want to intrude. I finally understand. You were talking to Brother Jiang just now to get closer to the warplane. I was wondering why you suddenly hesitated about something that had already been finalized. You're not being reasonable. Yin Chuan's skin had long been toughened like a city wall. He didn't care about the words of the crowd. With a cheerful expression, he squeezed into the Annihilation Fighter and sat in the right-side co-pilot's seat. Skin. Can that be eaten? He certainly didn't want to miss the first perspective of this outing. After fastening his safety belt, Yin Chuan's serious expression instantly transformed into a big smile as he spoke to Lu Huai. Lu Huai, the collection matters at the back will be under your full responsibility. Lu Huai replied helplessly, who asked him to be the superior. Understood. Other people seeing this scene also wanted to imitate Yin Chuan and take the initiative. Just as they were about to act, they glanced aside just in time to see 2 figures. Old Wang chuckled twice, ignoring the crowd, and leisurely walked into the cabin. He was qualified and the closest person to Jiang Ji, having already discussed occupying a seat with Jiang Ji. The other person was Qian Zhun, an 8th rank powerhouse. Since it was Jiang Ji's first outing as the current strongest in Daxia City, he naturally had to accompany and provide support. Seeing the 2, the crowd could only reluctantly give up on this idea. In the center, only a 10-year-old child stood there alone. She was Zhou Ling, the last person confirmed by Jiang Ji. Jiang Ji had originally planned to take her to see the world, but now that the seat was occupied by Yin Chuan, she couldn't board the aircraft. Seeing this scene, everyone shouted at Yin Chuan. Well done, Yin Papai, even a child's seat is taken. Are you still human? Exactly, truly shameless. Utterly shameless. Seeing this, even with Yin Chuan's thick skin, he couldn't help but blush. He pretended to cough a couple of times and said to Zhou Ling, Xiao Ling, let Uncle Yin have this opportunity for this outing. Uncle Yin has it tough. Saying this, he deliberately wiped away non-existent tears. When we come back next time, Uncle Yin will surely fulfill any wish you have. He certainly didn't want to give up this opportunity, so he had to compromise a bit for the little girl. At worst, he would do his utmost to comfort her when he returned. City Lord, you're a bad guy. Zhou Ling made a face. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Huh. Yin Chuan, as the city lord, had lost all face. Soon rumors would spread in Daxia City about Yin Chuan stealing a child's seat. Jiang Ji walked over with a smile, rubbed Zhou Ling's head, and said, Don't worry, in the future, if there's a chance, I'll take you and your brother out to have some fun. He also suddenly realized that this outing was not just for sightseeing. Taking Zhou Ling, an ordinary person, was indeed a bit inappropriate. Even with the Annihilation Fighter's protection, there were still dangers. Zhou Ling had no means of self-defense. Once anything happened, it would be disastrous. It would be better to fulfill this promise once the surroundings of Daxia City were stabilized. Thus, he let Yin Chuan do as he wished. Zhou Ling was also a sensible child. She wouldn't make things difficult for her mechanic brother. After comforting Zhou Ling, Jiang Ji boarded the Annihilation aircraft. Behind the aircraft, 100 robots had gathered, each equipped with a complete set of mechanical gear, such as power armor and magnetic demon-destroying guns. Weapons like reconnaissance drones, targeted tracking bombs, and meteor cannons were also well equipped. Jiang Ji's goal for this trip was to clear all fierce beasts within a 50-mile radius, creating a safe sphere of influence for Daxia City. Moreover, with each expansion of influence, he planned to construct temporary scouting points and deploy some robots to form patrol teams, thus improving the defensive line of his territory. This way, if a beast tide were to appear in the future, he could make preparations in advance. Otherwise, merely occupying resource points would not allow for full control of the situation in the wild. In the event of an emergency, the transport teams would be at great risk. At Jiang Ji's gesture, the onlookers immediately dispersed, clearing a large area. Jiang Ji pressed the start button, and the annihilation aircraft instantly emitted a loud roar, with two blue flames shooting out from the rear signaling that the kinetic operation was complete, and the black fuselage lit up in an instant. Under the gaze of the crowd, the aircraft slowly ascended, the blue flames spraying backward, radiating a scorching aura. In no time, the annihilation aircraft had risen to the cloud layer. Through the windshield, Jiang Ji saw Daxia City gradually becoming smaller. Although Yin Chuan and the others had flown in planes during the technological era, this was their first experience in such a large mechanical creation, and they were all amazed. Jiang Ji, possessing mechanical mastery, skillfully manipulated the control panel. A map appeared on the central screen, and under Jiang Ji's operation, the flight destination of the aircraft was set. Xiao Ji, what is our first stop? Yin Chuan looked at Jiang Ji's operations, feeling dazzled and unable to comprehend. For ordinary people, piloting the annihilation aircraft also required a certain learning ability. Thus, he could only voice his inquiry. Jiang Ji turned his head to glance at Old Wang, smiling. The first mission: target the meteorite mine. Hearing the familiar location, Old Wang came to his senses. At that time, in order to repair the meteor cannon, the Night Order had ventured out of the city to seek meteorites, and that journey was fraught with danger. Back then, as a mere 6th tier, he had nearly perished under the fangs of a 7th tier magic wolf, a memory that was indeed deeply etched in his mind. Yes, that place. That's time to settle the old scores. Yin Chuan was also familiar with the meteorite mine. After all, he had personally arranged the Night Order's expedition and offered support. As the annihilation aircraft took to the skies, the waiting robot squad under the leadership of Unit 1 passed through the city gates and entered the wilderness. Upon receiving the departure information from their master, they immediately issued commands. Master has commanded target meteorite mine. As the words fell, immediately the power armor on all robots glowed, and 2 small jet streams erupted from their backs. The 100 robots leapt into action, utilizing their power armor to soar into the air and fly low towards the meteorite mine. The sight of the robot squad flying in unison with blue flames erupting was truly a magnificent spectacle, exuding a mechanical beauty that deeply shocked the onlookers in Daxia City. Lu Huai also began to mobilize troops, with the main force boarding flame war chariots and other vehicles heading in the direction of the robots. This marked Daxia City's first implementation of an enemy suppression plan. This event would later be recorded as the first turning point in the rise of Daxia City. We have arrived. Inside the cabin, Jiang Ji glanced at the map on the control panel and spoke. What have we arrived at? Yin Chuan replied, still in a daze. The meteorite mine has arrived, Jiang Ji reiterated. Yin Chuan, if I'm not mistaken, the cushion under me hasn't even started to heat up yet. In just under a minute since takeoff, are you saying we've reached the meteorite mine 30 miles away? To be honest, he hadn't felt the flight process of the annihilation aircraft at all. It was just a slight change in the clouds. In this short span, the aircraft covered 30 miles. Is this for real? As Jiang Ji controlled the aircraft to descend through the clouds, the scenery below slowly emerged. What came into view was a massive round pit surrounded by lush greenery, yet the color of the pit was starkly different, presenting a charred black hue. The meteorite mine is said to be a peculiar site formed by fallen stars that plummeted to the blue planet. Due to the residual stellar energy that permeated the area, the places where they fell ultimately formed a special type of stone, which later became known as meteorite by humans. This aircraft is surprisingly fast. Old Wang was also taken aback. He did not doubt the truthfulness of Jiang Ji's words because he recognized a familiar area. At the edge of the meteorite pit, several broken long spears lay on the ground, with many scattered meteorites around. This was the place where he led the Night Order to collect meteorites. For the sake of efficiency, he had directly instructed them to use long spears as mining tools to blast the meteorites embedded in the pit. Due to the hardness of the meteorites, several long spears had broken. It was also because of this that they had alarmed the magic wolf pack residing here. In the midst of danger, these broken spears were left behind. Oh, it really is the meteorite mine. Yin Chuan had also visited this place a few years back and recognized it after a quick glance. In less than a minute, 30 miles. Has the annihilation aircraft surpassed the speed of sound? Yin Chuan exclaimed in shock. Jiang Ji replied, the speed we just traveled was still a bit shy of the speed of sound, but that's not its maximum speed. Theoretically, if it operates at full capacity, it should be able to reach 500 meters per second, surpassing the ordinary speed of sound at 340 ms. Can mechanics achieve such feats? Qian Zhen, who had been meditating, also opened his eyes in surprise. Even at his 8th tier speed, he couldn't match the speed of the annihilation aircraft at its limit. Keep in mind, this is only a 6th tier mechanical creation. I now believe that the aircraft you built can escape from a 9th tier master. Qian Zhen remarked. This kind of speed can only be achieved in an unobstructed aerial environment. If flying at low altitudes with mountains and trees as obstructions, the aircraft would not be able to operate at such high speeds. Jiang Ji said. While the few talked, the robot squad finally arrived 1 mile from the meteorite mine. During this time, Jiang Ji had already controlled the aircraft to complete data collection, fully aware of the number of fierce beasts below. Only 3 months had passed, and the magic wolves residing in the meteorite mine were just as they had been before. The reason they took this place as their clan's territory was that the stellar energy permeating the pit had a strengthening effect on their beast bodies. Wolf-type beasts are naturally drawn to star-like stellar energy. Under the aircraft's scan, Jiang Ji discovered that there were actually 3 7th-tier magic wolves among the gathered magic wolves in the meteorite mine, with thousands of others at varying tiers. Fortunately, the location where the Night Order initially arrived was only the edge, alarming only 1 7th-tier magic wolf. If all of them had been disturbed, it would have been truly life-threatening, with little chance of holding out until reinforcements arrived. Jiang Ji briefly conveyed the information he had gathered. Wang Lao and Yin Chuan also felt a sense of fear. It seemed that their initial gathering had indeed been incredibly fortunate, truly a blessing from the heavens for the great Xia. In this battle, Jiang Ji did not intend to let the war machines take action. With just 3 70-year beasts, the robot team was more than enough to sweep them away. Number 1 raised its hand, halting the advancing team behind. Its current intelligence was already comparable to that of a human. After receiving authorization from Jiang Ji, it could autonomously arrange its actions. First, it divided the robot team into several parts, including melee squads, long-range bombardment teams, reconnaissance units, and post-battle cleanup squads. Under Number 1's command, the reconnaissance squad dispatched several drones disguised as insects to the meteorite mine to gather information, awaiting the completion of their reconnaissance to understand the distribution of the Demon Wolf clan. Next, it commanded the long-range bombardment team to deploy the Meteor Demon Cannon for a preliminary bombardment. With the images relayed from the drones, the Meteor Demon Cannon quickly locked onto the target location. With one shot fired, a violent explosion erupted at the center of the meteorite mine. Countless demon wolves clinging to the meteorites were caught off guard, easily snuffed out by the intense heat, with some of the weaker ones leaving no ashes behind. With just one Meteor Demon Cannon shot, 90% of the demon wolves in the pit were annihilated. However, the 3 70-year beasts were too scattered, and the cannon's impact did not strike them directly. Moreover, due to their keen sense of survival, 2 of them fortuitously survived the bombardment of the Meteor Demon Cannon. Of course, even if they escaped a calamity, they were severely injured. With the Meteor Demon Cannon achieving its goal, Number 1 waved again. A targeted tracking bomb was dispatched, and 12 bombs were dropped on the locations where several 60-year demon wolves who had ventured out to forage and escaped the initial bombardment were obliterated. The surviving demon wolves sensed the imminent danger and the deaths of their kin, instinctively howling in fear. Unfortunately, Number 1 showed no sign of emotional fluctuation. As the higher-tier members of the Demon Wolf clan lost their mobility, the assault team, wielding magnetic light demon-slaying guns, swiftly entered the meteorite pit to eliminate the demon wolves that had survived by some chance. Under the scanning of the machine's retinal sensors, not a single demon wolf could escape the robot's gaze. The 2 70-year demon wolves that survived the Meteor Demon Cannon were also crushed by the assault team, led by Number 1. The advanced Thunderstorm Hammer unleashed its formidable power, smashing the demon wolf's grotesque skull with a single blow. Thus, this battle came to a complete end. The robot team officially took control of the meteorite mine. In the air within the Annihilation Fighter, the 4 of them watched the entire battle unfold. Qianjin praised, "It was truly a perfect extermination battle." Wang Lao nodded, "I didn't expect that there was no need for your command, Xiao Ji, as the intelligent robots and mechanical weapons could unleash such combat power on their own. To be honest, if this battle were handled by the Great Xia City, it would not have been so easy. Even with equal numbers, it wouldn't have been possible to eliminate a beast clan without losses. The terrain and the enemy's dispersion pose significant challenges. Most people in Great Xia City only possess melee capabilities. If a close-quarters battle were to occur, a comprehensive strategy would need to be formulated. Yet now a mere round of firepower suppression could effortlessly wipe out the Demon Wolf clan. You as a mechanic truly operate on a different level from other awakened beings." Wang Lao sighed. Yin Chuan added, "Now I understand why you didn't let me bring people to assist in the battle. With these robots, we would not only be ineffective, but would also hinder your progress. The times have indeed changed. Not to mention ordinary awakened ones, even the awakened mechanic of the Zhantian city cannot compare to you." Yin Chuan said excitedly, momentarily forgetting his surroundings. Upon hearing the words Zhantian, Qianjun's gaze fell into reminiscence. Zhantian, his former disciple, the 2nd 7th-year in Great Xia City. If he were still around to assist Jiang Ji with 2 mechanics combined, what an extraordinary scene that would have been. Xuan realized he had brought up an inappropriate topic, causing the elder to recall painful memories. He quickly fell silent. Jiang Ji spoke up, alleviating the awkwardness. Let's go, this place is done. It's time to move to the next location. Jiang Ji issued a command to number 1 below and then maneuvered the fighter towards the next resource point occupied by beasts. After the robot team eliminated the last demon wolf, they too departed. The meteorite mine had completely become a safe zone, with only some remnants of corpses and scattered flesh left telling of the battle that had just transpired. After about 10 minutes, Lu Huai's team from Great Xia City finally arrived late. Everyone held charged guns, vigilantly preparing for battle. However, by the time they entered the meteorite mine, it was completely silent. Not a single beast, nor even the sound of birds or insects could be heard. Only the lingering scent of gunpowder and smoke remained in the air. What's going on? Is the battle over? Lu Huai, usually a composed person, found his worldview shattered repeatedly since meeting Jiang Ji. He received a message from Jiang Ji instructing him to arrange for people to begin mining the meteorite mine immediately upon arrival. Lu Huai was somewhat bewildered. They had rushed over in their fiery war vehicles hoping to make an appearance and perhaps gain a few hundred experience points. Did you say that in such a short time the battle was already over? Thousands of demon wolves were left as corpses. Is this what he understood as a battle? When did a beast clan become so easy to exterminate? There was no choice, the reality was as such, and Lu Huai had to arrange for the aftermath. Cleaning up the wolf corpses and mining the meteorites. It was foreseeable that with this resource point, Great Xia City would not lack meteor demon cannons in the future. Half an hour later, just as Lu Huai finished arranging matters concerning the meteorite mine, he received another message from Jiang Ji. The beasts at the red iron resource point have been cleared. Come and collect them quickly. 20 minutes later, the crocodile clan at the San Kai Sha River resource point has been exterminated. Uncle Lu, please send people to collect them quickly. Lu Huai. When I expressed confusion, it wasn't that I had a problem, but rather that you had a problem. I had just finished handling the meteorite mine, and you tell me that in this short time you have occupied 2 resource points. Are the beast clans your subordinates? Did they welcome you with open arms as soon as you arrived? Even if Great Xia City sent out 300,000 people, it wouldn't be possible to clear a beast clan so quickly, would it? Even cunning rabbits have 3 burrows. How could the beasts not have some hidden locations? You can wipe out the visible beast clans, but can you easily find those that are hidden? What a joke. Also, who the hell said that logistics is easier than combat? The speed at which I can take over territory is not as fast as your speed in seizing territory. Damn it, speed up and recruit more people, double the numbers, no, make it 10 times more, Lu Huai roared. Thinking of that bastard Xuan comfortably sitting in the annihilation fighter, leisurely enjoying the scenery along the way without needing to do anything while he had to handle such a massive workload. Even with Lu Huai's good temper, he couldn't help but curse. Xuan, you bastard, treating me like a fool. I wondered why you were so shamelessly trying to get in on this. It turns out you had foresight all along. Bullying an honest person like me. When you come back, whoever wants to do this work can do it. I want to sit in the fighter and enjoy the scenery too. Lu Huai gritted his teeth. In just 7 days, Jiang Ji's robot team swept through hundreds of beast tribes, both large and small. Centered around Daxia City, the beast tribes within a radius of 50 miles have been completely exterminated, while the gathering team, led by Lu Huai, has occupied nearly 150 resource points. Among the more than 200,000 people in the city, 1/3 have joined the gathering team. As the sphere of influence expanded, the mechanical materials stockpile within the city was greatly supplemented. The mechanical factory operated tirelessly every day, manufacturing machinery at every moment. By now, over 100,000 energy guns have been produced, significantly enhancing the low-level combat power of Daxia City. High-level machinery was also being manufactured at a rapid pace, with the number of biorobots alone increasing by dozens. The extermination campaign over the past few days has gone quite smoothly, yet Jiang Ji found it strange that among the hundreds of beast tribes, not a single 8th-level beast was present. This left no opportunity for the warplanes to engage. He had wanted to test whether the cluster cannon could inflict damage on an 8th-level beast. With no 8th-level beasts around, he did experiment with 7th-level ones, but unfortunately, they were obliterated within a breath's time. Thus, for the past few days, most of the battles have been conducted by the robot team, while the 4 within the warplane have become the true sightseeing crew. Now that materials are abundant and the beast tribes within a 50-mile radius have been eradicated, Jiang Ji plans to return and take some time to rest. As his rank has risen, his responsibilities have gradually increased. The first thing to do is to elevate the ranks of the robots. Due to a lack of materials back then, even though he had reached the 6th level, the robots under his command were still only using 5th level gear, maintaining their combat power at the level of the beast-tide battle. Now that materials are plentiful, it's about time to boost their combat power. Moreover, with Qianzhen, an 8th level warrior present, Jiang Ji wants to try elevating the ranks of the robots, and then have Jiang Ji teach them the advanced martial techniques. He wonders if he can elevate their combat power to the 8th level. Now that the sphere of influence within 50 miles has been stabilized, the next target is the 100-mile radius. Expanding the range implies an increase in the number of beast tribes, and it's even possible to encounter alien demon territories. After 7 days, the warplanes finally returned to Daxia City. 100 robots took turns patrolling the defense line at the peripheral resource points to prevent any migrating beasts from approaching. After the warplane landed, Yin Chuan, who had been sightseeing for a week, stepped down from the cabin with a radiant smile filled with joy. The leisurely time had been absolutely delightful. Suddenly, he felt an extremely eerie and resentful aura beside him. "Oh, Lu Huai, what are you doing here? Are you here to welcome me?" Yin Chuan said with a grin. Lu Huai stared at him expressionlessly, remaining silent. "What's wrong with you? Having a midlife crisis? Let me tell you, my trip was incredibly enjoyable." Yin Chuan continued oblivious to the severity of the situation, recounting his experiences. "Enjoyable, my ass." Lu Huai finally couldn't hold back. With a flick of his hand, he cursed, "You enjoyed yourself? Do you have any idea how I spent these 7 days? I swear I'm quitting this job." Already filled with resentment, Yin Chuan shamelessly bragged about his adventures. "I only slept 2 hours a day, exhausted from arranging the acceptance and gathering of resource points, and you still have the nerve to say you enjoyed yourself. Don't think just because you're the city lord I won't dare to hit you. I just snagged a set of power armor from the factory. Let me tell you, support roles can also pack a punch." Lu Huai yelled, raising his fist ready to beat Yin Chuan up. Seeing this, Yin Chuan was startled and quickly dodged behind old Wang. "What's wrong with you?" Yin Chuan frowned. "I'm insane, your egg." Seeing Lu Huai's manic state, Yin Chuan had no choice but to look to Jiang Ji for help. Upon seeing this, Jiang Ji pondered for a moment and then clarified the situation, explaining with a chuckle the tasks assigned to Lu Huai over the past few days. Learning of the difficulties Lu Huai faced in accepting the resource points, Yin Chuan felt a bit awkward. He genuinely hadn't known about this. He had thought logistics work was easy, but didn't expect it to be so challenging within Jiang Ji's combat plan. Helpless, Yin Chuan symbolically threw a few punches at Lu Huai, no longer daring to mention the glory of his trip. All right, it was just 7 tiring days. I'll approve you a 7-day vacation. Oh, I'll take over your work during this time." Yin Chuan reassured him. Lu Huai, furious, wanted to strike again. "I don't need your approval for a vacation. I'm quitting. Next time I'll let you have the chance to go out." "Really?" Lu Huai's eyes lit up, instantly dropping his angry demeanor. "Damn, so you were waiting for this. I go out once, and your obedient side disappears." Yin Chuan gave a thumbs up, displaying a look of admiration. Seeing the two superior and subordinate bicker affectionately, Jiang Ji and the others all laughed. Then Jiang Ji greeted old Wang and Qianzhan before heading toward the mechanical factory. Upon seeing Jiang Ji return, Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling, who were now part-time factory managers, hurriedly approached with joy. "Brother Jiang, you're back." Jiang Ji responded with a smile. With their guidance, Jiang Ji also roughly understood how much machinery had been produced in the factory over the past few days. Although he could estimate from the experience gained, calculating it was too cumbersome. Moreover, to prevent Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling from feeling useless, he left these matters to them. Returning to Daxia City felt like returning to his most familiar territory. With the large influx of materials, the manufacturing speed of the machine tools was somewhat insufficient. Jiang Ji spent some time expanding the production line, further overseen by the newly created biorobots. Every day, patrolling robots returned, and he spent materials to elevate their ranks. The 5th level L3 biorobots advanced to the 6th level K4 combat robots. Unfortunately, the analytical capabilities that Jiang Ji expected did not change significantly. After battling with Qianzhan, these robots became much stronger, but their combat power ultimately remained at the peak of the 7th level, as distant from the 8th level as a chasm. Jiang Ji summarized his thoughts and identified the difference between the two momentum. Whether it was the momentum of an 8th level warrior or the strange abilities of the alien demons, these were beyond the comprehension of 6th level robots. The initial estimation was indeed correct. To significantly enhance analytical capability, he really needed to reach the 7th level. However, even with the previous extermination of beasts and the experience gained from manufacturing machinery over these days, his experience gauge had barely surpassed 1/3, and the journey to level up still seemed far away. Tens of millions of experience points were no small feat. Of course, 100 peak 7th level robots could already maintain a draw against Qianzhan, the 8th level warrior, for extended durations. Although they would ultimately be overwhelmed collectively, they could still be considered to possess 8th level combat power. Jiang Ji contemplated that if there were a genuine method for combined strikes, the robot team could truly unleash the power of group attacks, thus further enhancing their combat strength. Unfortunately, these capabilities do exist. They are known as mechanical battle formations. However, such things are contained within the 7th level. Ultimately, ascending to a higher level is the pressing priority. While Daxia City bustled with preparations for its second expedition beyond the walls deep within the boundless forest lay the ancestral territory of the Rebirth clan. A delegation of prodigies from the Federation had finally arrived. In truth, the distance from Daxia City was not great, merely several thousand li. Yet due to certain deployments by the Demunkin Mo had deliberately contrived a pretext for the Federation delegation to leisurely admire the local scenery, thereby delaying their progress. The Federation delegation welcomed the delay wholeheartedly. Every sight and sound in this unfamiliar land struck them as wondrous. Along the way, they even visited several minor Demonkin territories, indulging fully in the pleasures of tourism. After the aircraft touched down, the delegation descended in high spirits. Before them stood hundreds of triangular-headed Demunkin lines symmetrically on both sides, performing the Federation's formal welcome ceremony. Esteemed guests, welcome to the ancestral territory of the Rebirth clan, Mo announced, stepping forward as guide and gesturing inward with a smile. The prodigies from the Federation witnessing this spectacle were visibly flustered and deeply honored. They knew well that among the welcoming Demonkin were numerous 7th-rank cultivators, and even a few of 8th rank. Such an elaborate reception orchestrated solely for a delegation of Federation prodigies seemed almost inconceivable. Each felt their personal prestige magnified, swelling with pride in their Federation heritage. That the Rebirth clan, a lineage boasting 9th-rank sovereigns, would extend such solemn hospitality was a testament to the Federation's elevated standing. Wow, such grandeur. Haha, our Rebirth allies are far too gracious. Truly worthy allies. May the Federation's alliance with the Demonkin endure for generations to come. A cluster of sheltered youths utterly oblivious to the Demunkin's cunning broke into effusive praise. With a subtle wave of his hand, Mo signaled for offerings. Demonkin attendants stepped forward bearing fruits wreathed in swirling black mist. These are Rebirth fruits, the crown jewel of our clan. As promised, we now present them to you. Attendants distributed one fruit to each guest. Many thanks, Prince Fachin. The delegation chorused in unison. At that moment, the 9th-rank elder from Daxia City descended, as well, speaking coolly. Honorable Rebirth elders, please arrange the trials at your earliest convenience. A contingent of human 7th-rank cultivators followed closely behind him. Mo quietly stepped back 2 paces, knowing full well such matters lay beyond his authority. Mo Tsang, one of the 2 9th-rank sovereigns of the Rebirth clan, approached with radiant warmth. I wondered who the Federation would send, and to my delight, it is Brother Zhua. I still vividly recall your legendary fish strike that felled the 9th-rank Rat clan sovereign, Mo Tsang. Hearing these words, Zhua Fengmao's expression softened with quiet satisfaction. After returning the greeting, he added modestly, Brother Mo Tsang overpraises me. I am here merely to safeguard these young ones. With such a paragon of the Federation gracing our lands, pray allow me to fulfill my duty as host. Mo Tsang extended the invitation with a broad smile. As for the trials, they need not be rushed. Zhua Fengmao paused thoughtfully, then nodded. Very well. One of their primary objectives, after all, was to observe a major Demonkin ancestral territory. A slight delay would not compromise the trials. Though the Federation and the Demonkin had formally allied, humanity's understanding of them remained profoundly shallow. Even after years of permitting Demonkin prodigies to enroll in human academies, only superficial knowledge had been acquired, such as whether the Rebirth clan possessed solely the commonly known regenerative ability. Thus, the Federation seized this opportunity to probe deeper into the Demunkin's true nature. Bound by solemn covenant, the delegation's entry into Demonkin territory posed no danger. Under Mo Tsang's lead, the delegation entered the Rebirth clan's territory. Whether to foster deeper cooperation or for some other reason, the Demonkin had even adopted human architectural forms, erecting structures resembling multi-story buildings. As the procession advanced, lower-ranked Demonkin gathered curiously along the path. Aside from their distinct physiognomy, the scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a human metropolis. Some Demunkin, having never laid eyes upon humans before, gazed in open fascination. The Rebirth clan's territory spanned vast expanses. It took the delegation 3 full days of exploration before they reluctantly turned their attention toward the trials. Zhua Fengmao pointed toward a towering palace in the distance, feigning casual curiosity. Brother Mo Tsang, what lies there? Most structures across the territory were ordinary dwellings. Yet this palace stood apart, alien and imposing. Perhaps it concealed the Rebirth clan's true heart. Mo Tsang's gaze followed the gesture. That is the eternal slumber hall, where our ancestors' sovereigns rest in perpetuity. It is the last remaining ancestral sanctuary of our clan. To be interred within its hallowed halls is the highest honor bestowed upon any of our kin. Oh, from what I understand, your kind enjoy extraordinarily long lifespans. Absent catastrophe, your number of sovereigns should increase, not dwindle. Why then do they slumber? And what do you mean by the last ancestral sanctuary? Zhuo Fengmao asked, perplexed. Song replied with a faint smile, it seems, Brother Zhuo, that your knowledge of us remains incomplete. I would be honored to learn more. Long ago, a cataclysm erupted across the starry void, engulfing not only our people, but also the stone demons, flame demons, and countless others. You humans call us demonkin collectively, yet in the cosmos we hail from disparate realms, fundamentally distinct in origin and essence. You humans refer to us collectively as demonkin, but in the starry void we originate from vastly different realms bearing essential differences in nature and origin. During that stellar cataclysm, weaker races vanished without trace, erased before even a ripple could form. Only those clans possessing marginal strength endured through the self-sacrifice of countless sovereigns, eventually fleeing to this world, a haven suitable for our survival. That palace stands as the final edifice of our ancestral sanctuary. Within its halls lie the sovereigns who perished in the cataclysm, interred by later generations as eternal memorials to our lost homelands. Zhuo Fengmao heard this account for the first time. Though a ninth-rank sovereign himself, his sphere of influence had long been confined to Dahaishi City. Perhaps the Federation's highest echelons had already uncovered this truth. Stellar races, the great cataclysm, the very phrases evoked an aura of profound mystery. So 12 years ago your arrival on launching was driven by the search for survival. Song nodded. Precisely, Brother Zhuo. To secure a habitable realm we had no choice but to wage war against humanity, the native race of this world. He spoke of the war without evasion or shame. Yet upon encountering the Beast Clan, we swiftly forged an alliance with humanity, ending hostilities entirely and uniting our forces against a common foe. The Federation's leadership possessed foresight. They recognized that stellar races and humanity are natural allies, while the Beast Clan poses our shared existential threat. Indeed, the Beast Clan itself was one of the prime instigators of the stellar cataclysm. Now I see. Zhuo Fengmao had uncovered long-buried secrets this day. Yet he did not accept Song's words entirely. Within them lay layers of half-truths artfully woven. Zhuo Fengmao remained noncommittal. He naturally placed no full trust in the words of the abyssal demons, such as their claim that the war against humanity had begun solely to secure a new habitat. Perhaps that had been true at first. Yet the Federation soon discovered something far more alarming. The blood-tinged aura generated during warfare, the blood slaughter chi, proved inherently nourishing to these demons, accelerating their cultivation at an astonishing rate. This revelation instantly elevated the Federation's perception of the abyssal demons to the same level of existential threat once reserved for the savage beasts. Moreover, over recent decades, most savage beasts have withdrawn into treacherous, secluded realms. Hostilities have diminished significantly. Though they may indeed be one of the cosmic blights originating from the stars, they no longer pose any substantial threat to humanity. The abyssal demons, however, are different. Though bound by treaty, the bloodslaughter chi remains a ticking time bomb, its detonation unpredictable and potentially catastrophic. Thus, this trial was orchestrated by the Eastern Command of the Federation to gain first-hand insight into the abyssal demons' hidden truths and cautiously gauge their true intentions. Yet, judging by current observations, the Regeneration Clan has displayed no hostility toward humanity whatsoever, not even a trace of animosity. On the contrary, they appear outwardly hospitable, even lavishing generous quantities of the rare regeneration fruits upon their guests. One must remember the regeneration fruit retains potency even for ninth-rank experts. Zhuo Fengmao probed, gently, Brother Song, might I be permitted to enter and pay my respects within? By human tradition, as allies, I ought to offer a stick of incense before the ancestral shrines of your noble clan. This inner sanctum, the true heart of the abyssal demons, was an opportunity Zhuo Fengmao could not afford to miss. Thus, he deliberately devised this pretext. Upon hearing this, Song's triangular head contorted into a wry, rueful smile. I must first beg Brother Zhuo's forgiveness. Even I, a ninth-rank cultivator, am ordinarily forbidden from entering that sacred precinct save for the sole surviving ancestral guardian who has kept vigil there since ancient times. An ancestral guardian? Could he possibly be a 10th-rank expert? Zhuo Fengmao asked. 10th rank? Impossible. Were such a being still alive, our clan would long since have reclaimed the starry void. Song replied, Brother Zhuo surely understands the near-insurmountable difficulty of ascending from 9th to 10th rank. Setting aside all other obstacles, the very laws of this planet impose crushing restrictions, enough to deter even the most resolute 9th-rank masters. It is humanity alone that enjoys this unique advantage. Though Blue Star can barely withstand the oppressive aura of a 10th-rank expert, its inhibitory effect on human cultivators is minimized to the utmost. For us outsiders, achieving 10th rank requires leaving Blue Star entirely, venturing into the void itself, to complete the final ascension. And even then, returning afterward would subject us to overwhelming resistance. Should one somehow succeed in re-entering Blue Star, their power would be forcibly suppressed below the 10th rank, or else be eradicated outright by the planet's sovereign Tao law. Zhuo Fengmao narrowed his eyes. So none of your starfaring races currently possess a living 10th rank expert. Emote-song glanced at him and chuckled. Brother Zhuo's question carries curious undertones. Brother Emote-song overthinks it. Zhuo Fengmao replied unfazed. Nor do I hesitate to reveal this truth. Though our regeneration clan presently lacks a 10th rank master, we retain certain profound legacies enabling us to wield 10th rank combat prowess. As for other starfaring races who survive the great upheaval, they likely possess similar means, and some may even harbor actual 10th rank beings. Were it otherwise, the Federation, which has already birthed several 10th rank experts, would have exterminated us long ago rather than signing a treaty. Should our starfaring races unite, the Federation would hold no certainty of victory. Likewise, we seek the Federation's advanced technology to aid our ascension into the void once we meet the required conditions. And we share a common enemy, the savage beasts. Therefore, Brother Zhuo need no longer probe further. The alliance between the Regeneration Clan and the Federation remains steadfast and unshaken. Emote-song, a being of profound intellect, understood the other's intent perfectly. In truth, Brother Zhuo's intelligence channels remain somewhat obstructed. What I just disclosed has long been known to the Federation's highest echelons. Evidently, even as a 9th rank expert, you have yet to penetrate its innermost circles. Zhuo Fengmao paid no heed to the veiled provocation. Today I owe you deep gratitude, Brother Emote-song, for enlightening me so thoroughly. It has truly been a journey of revelation. Since entry proves inconvenient for your clan, let us conclude the matter of sightseeing here. How then stands the arrangement for the trial? All preparations are complete. Emote-song elaborated. Following prior deliberations, the Federation's prodigies will undergo their trial in Qianshi Grove, south of the Endless Forest. Its perilous terrain and dense beast populations make it ideal for rigorous cultivation trials. Over these past days, our clan has driven away all savage beasts above 8th rank from Qianshi Grove. So Brother Zhuo may rest assured your prodigies face no lethal danger. Naturally, 7th rank beasts remain abundant. Each territorial group harbors between 1 and 10 such apex predators. Many Federation prodigies already possess 7th rank combat capability. Were we to eliminate them entirely, the trial would lose all meaning. Zhuo Fengmao nodded approvingly. This is optimal. My thanks, Brother Emote-song. After all, danger is intrinsic to any true trial. With sound strategy and coordinated team tactics, they may even eradicate small beast packs. These youths must shed blood. Should they fail even to evade a 7th rank predator, what claim have they to the title of Federation prodigy? We refuse to raise a generation of hothouse blossoms, fragile, dependent, and incapable of flourishing without shelter. The Federation's method of nurturing talent resonates strangely with our own. In the void, our young elites once undertook solitary star voyages, battling diverse species across the cosmos to forge themselves into true masters. Emote-song sighed softly. By then, the Federation's prodigies had assembled, faces alight with eager anticipation. They had long yearned for real wilderness combat. Some had already formed spontaneous alliances, coalescing under the leadership of renowned 6th rank geniuses into a dozen distinct teams. Zhuo Fengmao stepped forward to deliver essential instructions. During this trial, neither I nor the escort squad shall intervene, unless you confront a foe above 8th rank. One reminder, though claiming first place is admirable, never overreach. Engage in large-scale battles only after meticulous planning. Wild savage beasts bear no resemblance to the tamed specimens you spar with at academies. There will be no ceasefire when outmatched. Out here, battle is absolute life or death. Remember this well. Zhuo Fengmao's tone echoed precisely that of academy elders, measured, earnest, and seemingly endless. A few among the crowd betrayed impatience, replying offhandedly, "Yes, elder. We understand completely. When do we depart?" Zhuo Fengmao's gaze darkened with unmistakable disappointment. If they still perceived this trial as mere play, their demise would be justly earned, and he would not lift a finger to save them. Others, however, listened intently, their expressions grave, focused, resolute. These were the true prodigies. "Then go forth," Zhuo Fengmao concluded. At his words, cheers erupted. The youths surged forward, racing toward their destination. Their first trial, a grueling foot march to Qianshi Grove. Bonus points awarded to those arriving earliest. Unanimously, each gripped a regeneration fruit tightly. Their second life incarnate, capable of restoring full vitality even from mortal wounds. Watching the procession vanish into the distance, Zhuo Fengmao exchanged a brief nod with Emote-song before signaling his 7th rank escort squad to follow. Only Emote-song and Mo Feichen remained behind, eyes glinting with silent calculation. From behind, a massive figure approached with deliberate weighty steps. "Master, go. Proceed as planned," Mo Tsang commanded, voice calm and uninflected. "Yes, master." The figure dissolved into its true form. A colossal ninth-rank eagle beast, unfurled vast wings, and soared silently into the clouds, trailing the Federation's formation from afar. In Daxia City, after a few days of rest, both the significant increase in mechanical weapons and the ascension of numerous robots have been completed. As of today, even the low-tier combat forces in Daxia City have equipped each individual with a charging gun. If the beast tide were to reappear, the low-tier ferocious beasts that once posed the greatest threat are now completely harmless. Those with poor martial talent or weak awakened professions have already switched to practicing marksmanship and knowledge of mechanical control. Many high-tier mechanical weapons are prioritized for auxiliary professions, such as healers, who can play a significant role in the war. By relying on mechanical weapons to slay ferocious beasts for rapid ascension, the healer's abilities can better contribute to Daxia City, avoiding many unnecessary casualties. In the past few days, the area within a 50-mile radius centered around Daxia City has been completely blocked off from the entry of ferocious beasts due to the patrols by robots. However, Jiang Ji and Yin Chuan discussed that this is not a viable solution. Without sources of experience, the awakened ones in Daxia City will gradually become rusty in battle. Therefore, Jiang Ji specifically instructed the robots to leave some areas open, allowing many low-tier ferocious beasts to enter so that numerous low-tier awakeners would have the opportunity to grow stronger. Now at the 6th tier, Jiang Ji finds that killing ferocious beasts below the 3rd tier yields scarce experience, even less than the speed of gaining experience from manufacturing machines. Thus, releasing some ferocious beasts for training in Daxia City has no significant impact. It must be said that the number of ferocious beasts is indeed vast. It wasn't long since he cleared out the nearby beasts, but after a few days of letting them be, many low-tier ferocious beasts have gathered again within a 50-mile radius. Except for those above the 5th tier, a large number of low-tier beast packs have surged in. According to Jiang Ji, ferocious beasts do not possess reproductive abilities. Their appearances seem to manifest out of thin air. He was also thinking, if he could find the source of the ferocious beasts, how much experience would he gain from a few shots of the meteor cannon? Jiang Ji quickly dismissed such thoughts as a crowd had gathered again at the East City Gate. Today marks the scheduled date for the second sortie. As Jiang Ji approached, he saw a group of people pushing and shoving, their faces flushed with anger as they shouted at one another. "Yin Chuan, why are you pushing? You've already been out last time, and now you still have the nerve to squeeze in it. Exactly, Yin, weren't you supposed to let the opportunity go to me? If you're not going to be a proper person, Lu will fight you. This time, since Wang Lao is not going, there are 2 seats available. Brothers, anyone can go, just get Yin the uncouth out of the way. Right, get Yin the shameless out of here first, then we'll compete." Seeing this, Jiang Ji couldn't help but feel amused and exasperated. This isn't an outing. We are going out to battle to exterminate ferocious beasts. It seems that the people in Daxia City have indeed gone a bit crazy from being cooped up. Everyone wants to sit in a war machine and venture out. It's just that Yin Chuan boasted too much about how exhilarating it was, saying one could wipe out a whole pack of ferocious beasts just by sitting there. Such a scene led even those who were initially reserved to become a bit frantic, each wanting to witness it firsthand. Someone with sharp eyes noticed Jiang Ji's arrival and hurried over to surround him. They wanted to get close, hoping to see if they could be chosen. To be honest, despite their scrambling for seats, the real decision-maker is still Jiang Ji himself. Only Jiang Ji can confirm who is allowed to accompany him. Yin Chuan managed to squeeze out of the crowd's encirclement wearing a fawning smile. "Little Ji, can I go this time too?" Yin Chuan didn't feel ashamed at all. After all, his reputation in Daxia City was already tarnished, so he might as well throw caution to the wind and be utterly shameless. In recent days, he had taken over the logistics matters and thoroughly understood Lu Huai's feelings at that time, nearly collapsing from exhaustion at the city lord's manor. Thus, he thought about escaping from the heavy workload for a bit of relaxation. "Uncle Yin, you promised Uncle Lu back, then why are you going back on your word?" Jiang Ji laughed as he stepped forward to open the cabin door of the Annihilation War Machine. "Exactly," Lu Huai chimed in. Yin Chuan's face showed a hint of embarrassment. He didn't want to be dishonest, but this logistics work was truly unbearable. How could it be as comfortable as going out for sightseeing? "Uncle Yin, don't think about it. Just stay put in the city. Otherwise, as the city lord, what does it mean if you're not present every day? This time, let Uncle Lu accompany us. Our target is 100 miles away. There are too many unstable factors, and we might not be able to conduct comprehensive reconnaissance. We need Uncle Lu's abilities." "What about the other seat?" Yin Chuan had no objections to Lu Huai taking one seat, but still asked stubbornly. "For the other one, I plan to let Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling accompany us. They are small enough to squeeze into one seat. After all, that's what I also promised last time." Jiang Ji smiled. Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling timidly walked up amidst the crowd's scrutiny. Seeing this, everyone let out a collective groan. The seats were settled again, and they had missed their chance. Yanchuan, don't even think about it. As the city lord, you want to slack off. You may be ugly, but your thoughts are beautiful. Lu Huai mocked. He had long been full of grievances. This rascal even dared to go back on his word today, fully revealing his shameless nature. Yanchuan ignored him and squeezed a smile at Zhou Ming, saying, Little Zhou Ming, do you want to be the city lord of Daxia City? Shameless. Before he could finish speaking, the crowd erupted in another round of cursing. Even trying to deceive a child, utterly shameless. Someone beat him up. A voice from the crowd shouted, and before anyone knew it, a punch was thrown poking a hornet's nest, and everyone rushed forward with their fists raised. Yanchuan was startled and hurriedly covered his face, while fleeing, shouting, I'm the city lord. What are you doing? Stop. You are committing treason. I'll remember you, just wait. In the midst of the crowd's attack, Yanchuan fled in disgrace. Jiang Ji smiled faintly as he led the two children into the cockpit. Ever since they defeated that wave of beasts, coupled with the overall strengthening of Daxia City, the atmosphere within the city has been improving. It was no longer the deadlocked state. The brightness was reflected in everyone's eyes. This signifies that Daxia City has welcomed hope and is looking forward to the future. Qianzhen also came to take his seat. Every time Jiang Ji goes out, this 8th-tier powerhouse must serve as a guard to prevent encountering unforeseen accidents. Once everyone had taken their seats, seeing that the crowd around them had not dispersed, Jiang Ji addressed them, saying, Everyone, please don't rush. I have already produced quite a few parts for the Annihilation war machines, but due to the lack of a few key materials, the final assembly has not been completed. And this time we go out, we are very likely to find these materials. By then there may be a few more war machines available. I have left the operation methods for the war machines at the mechanical factory. If anyone can fully learn the control methods once the war machines are assembled, I will allocate them for use. If no one learns, then I can only give this opportunity to the robots under my command. Jiang Ji's words were like a bomb, instantly igniting excitement in the crowd. Someone shouted, What? There's such an opportunity. Being a passenger isn't enough, I want to be the driver. Charge. Yanchuan suddenly reappeared, flames surrounding him, moving at great speed, shouting, Little Ji, why didn't you say so earlier? You've misled me. In the blink of an eye, the crowd that had just surrounded them vanished, all rushing toward the mechanical factory. With the obstacles removed, the Annihilation war machine finally took off. Days before the departure, Jiang Ji had already dispatched robots equipped with reconnaissance drones to scout various resource points. Thus, he had gathered considerable information from 50 miles away. With the increasing number of robots, he was now able to conduct simultaneous operations. Jiang Ji divided the robots into 4 teams, each consisting of 30 members advancing from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. The fighter jets were stationed in a relatively central position, ready to rush to any side that encountered a troublesome beast horde. As the distance expanded, the speed of exterminating the beasts also slowed down, and it was no longer possible to capture several resource points in a single day. To minimize losses among the robots, Jiang Ji only allowed them to engage in combat after fully grasping the situation at the resource points. It must be said that the density of the beasts once again shocked Jiang Ji. 50 miles away, it was basically a beast every few steps. Some beast clans had their habitats not located at the resource points, so the robots could only clear the beasts along the way step by step to avoid being surrounded by a large number of beasts during the attack on the resource points. This was also to protect the resource gathering teams at the rear. Of course, the large appearance of beasts also indicated an increase in the material quality at the major resource points. The materials that could be collected from 50 miles away were no longer limited to low-tier ones. Even materials of levels 5 and 6 were commonly seen, and there were even some of level 7. In just 2 days, the robot teams occupied quite a few resource points with materials of levels 5 and 6 producing the materials needed for the fighter jets, leaving only one item known as Wisdom Stone. The 30 robots, all possessing peak level 7 combat power, faced no opponents among the beast clans they encountered. As long as there were no level 8 beasts, they could completely sweep these level 7 beast clans. The influence of Daxia City expanded once again, growing from 50 miles to 80 miles. Although the beasts slightly hindered the progress of the robots, their speed in occupying resource points was still astonishingly fast, while the rear support began to lag with the reception speed of tens of thousands of people unable to keep up with the 100 or so robots. Yanchuan was exhausted every day. The thought of Lu Huai leisurely sitting in the fighter jet, enjoying the view, made him feel like vomiting blood. After 2 days of hiking, a team finally arrived at Qinshe Forest. The leader of this team, a genius from the Federation's Eastern District 1st Academy, named Du Jing, possessed level 6 strength, while the remaining 9 members were all at level 5. Among them was an awakened individual with speed-enhancing abilities known as a runner, who could increase everyone's speed by 20% after activating their abilities. This was a collective enhancement ability, which is precisely why they became the first team to step into Qianshi Forest. What lay before their eyes were variously shaped giant stones scattered all around. Amidst the countless stones, many low shrubs were growing. This is how Qianshi Forest earned its name. After passing through the endless forest, we will soon encounter the beasts, so everyone stay alert and don't run around and attract the attention of the beasts. If someone attracts a large-scale beast horde, the rest of us will not come to your rescue, Du Jing said lightly. As the captain, he naturally had to think for the team. Don't worry, Du Gu, you are the strongest among us. We all listen to you. Everyone wants to follow you to win first place in the ranking competition. Yes, Du Gu, just instruct us on what to do next, one team member chimed in. Seeing that there were no troublemakers in the team, Du Jing nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, if it weren't for the competition's scoring method based on the number of beasts killed, as a level 6 powerhouse, he wouldn't have bothered to lead these level 5 burdens. Now with this scoring method, he had no choice but to form a team, transforming individual beast extermination into large-scale battles against beast hordes requiring assistance. Fortunately, there were quite a few geniuses from the academy, this time accounting for 1/10 of the total number of participants, making it the largest team. Some academies or social organizations like the Tribunal had level 6 individuals as well, but those lacked many teammates, and their overall strength was far inferior to his. With the points gained from being the first to step into Qianshi Forest, Du Jing was very confident he could claim the title of first place. Du Jing pondered for a moment and said, "The Federation did not provide us with a map of Qianshi Forest, so our immediate priority is to scout the surrounding beast situation. We need to investigate the map, the distribution points of the beasts, and the escape routes, and then plan which beasts to engage in battle with." Wise words, Du Gu. Su Lin, your profession is hunter, so you will take charge of the scouting, Du Jing instructed one person. All right, Su Lin replied. The rest of you combat professions spread out and maintain vigilance, trying not to be more than 100 meters apart. Support professions should pay attention to our situation at all times, and if we encounter beasts, make sure to provide us with enhancements in a timely manner. Understood, Du Gu. Everyone replied as they dispersed, leaving only Du Jing at the center waiting for information to come back. Not far away, Zhuo Fengmao nodded, thinking to himself. No wonder they are from the First Academy, though although still somewhat immature, their arrangements are quite competent. As the first team to reach Qianshi Forest, they naturally caught his eye. After Du Jing's team, other teams gradually arrived at Qianshi Forest within half a day. Some teams like Du Jing's cautiously scouted the surroundings. Others, however, were exceedingly arrogant, recklessly delving into Qianshi Forest without scouting, and some of the unfortunate ones quickly encountered battles. Qianshi Forest also belonged to a densely populated beast area. Although large-scale clans were few, scattered beasts were not in short supply. Fortunately, all individuals in the Federation had at least level 5 strength, so encountering some low-tier beasts posed no danger. However, given the recklessness of these individuals, it was only a matter of time before they encountered high-tier beasts, and at that point, they would not be so fortunate. What they did not know was that around Qianshi Forest a number of beasts no less than a beast tide were lurking, eyeing the forest with greedy intent. Once a certain command was issued, they would surge into Qianshi Forest, slaughtering all creatures in sight. High above, a puppet level 9 eagle beast was watching Zhuo Fengmao below. In the plan, it was to ensure that this human at level 9 would not interfere with the beast tide slaughter, allowing the master's ultimate plan to be fulfilled. As time went by, many teams had already begun fighting. Du Jing's team, after scouting, set their sights on a horde of leopard-like beasts. This beast horde consisted of around 30 members led by one level 6 beast, and there were also 3 level 5 beasts while the rest were below level 4. In Du Jing's estimation, their team had the strength to completely exterminate this beast horde. However, the anticipation was optimistic, yet the process proved to be incredibly tortuous. From the very start of the battle, the ferocity of the leopard pack completely exceeded Du Jing's expectations. As the genius of the top academy in the Eastern District, he found himself at a disadvantage in the fight against a 6th-tier fierce beast, facing life-threatening situations several times. Du Jing's profession was shadow assassin, wielding a small dagger. This type of awakened individual was also proficient in speed abilities. Otherwise, he would have already been wounded by the claws of the speed-adept leopard beasts. Previously, they had only engaged in ordinary duels among students, never experiencing such a life-and-death battle. Had he not reached the peak of the 6th tier, while the leopard beast had just entered the 6th tier with a substantial advantage in attributes, he would have been gravely injured by now. Compared to Du Jing, others fared even worse. When facing the fierce beast, they sensed the stench of blood combined with the beast's ferocious visage, causing some to freeze in place out of sheer terror. "Be careful," someone exclaimed. A 5th-tier leopard beast opened its massive jaws and lunged at them, paralyzing one member of the team, who failed to react with any defense or evasion. Frozen in fear, At the critical moment, someone pushed him, allowing his body to shift position. The leopard beast, originally aiming for his neck, narrowly missed the vital area after he was pushed. Of course, while he avoided the fatal blow, his reaction was too slow, and other parts of his body were bitten by the leopard beast. A sharp sound echoed. The man's forearm was bitten off by the sharp teeth. The leopard beast, catching the scent of fresh blood and flesh, let out an excited roar and instantly swallowed the forearm whole. Fierce beasts are inherently ravenous for blood, and after tasting flesh for the first time, they did not pause. Instead, their assault became even more ferocious. It was only at this moment that the man who had his forearm bitten off finally let out a scream of agony. My hand! My hand! A dignified fifth-tier awakened individual was grievously injured in an instant by a beast of the same tier. Looking at his expression, it seemed he had no awareness of the leopard beast's next attack. Shut up and pull yourself together. Du Jing scolded loudly, not expecting such a useless teammate in the group. After battling for a while, he truly lived up to his title of genius, gradually adapting to the fight against the fierce beasts. Seeing this man on the verge of death, he took the opportunity to dash forward his dagger, shattering several teeth of the fifth-tier leopard beast. Idiot, why are you still holding onto the regeneration fruit? Du Jing scolded again as he saw the man crying out in pain. Hearing this, the man finally reacted, hurriedly taking out the regeneration fruit gifted by the otherworldly demon and consuming it. As black mist enveloped him, the arm that had been bitten off remarkably grew back, restored to its original state. Observing Du Jing's combat prowess, the remaining members began to clumsily unleash their own abilities. In fact, with their all being at the fifth tier, theoretically, they should be more than capable of dealing with this fierce beast pack. However, combat isn't merely about levels. Experience, reaction, willpower, and other factors also play significant roles. In the joint battle of the 10-member team, they could barely manage to hold their ground against these fierce beasts. Some members had also sustained injuries varying from minor to severe. However, humans adapt quickly. Under the pressure of life and death, their combat experience rapidly increased. From an initial stalemate, they gradually gained the upper hand and were able to slay some lower-tier leopard beasts. Not good, I'm running out of magic. At this moment, a member whose profession was a mage exclaimed, I'm about to exhaust my strength too. In the arena, the lower-tier leopard beasts had mostly been killed, but a few high-tier ones remained. 1 6th-tier, 2 5th-tier, and 4 3rd-tier beasts were still present. Meanwhile, 3 members of the human team had fallen into a state of exhaustion. Du Jing cursed inwardly, a bunch of useless fools. He alone bore the pressure of the 6th-tier beast, while these 9 individuals couldn't even finish off some lower-tier beasts, rendering them utterly worthless. With the battle exceeding 10 minutes, he too was somewhat out of breath. However, the 6th-tier leopard beast was in even worse shape, covered in numerous wounds, and on the verge of being defeated. If you're out of energy, eat the regeneration fruit, Du Jing shouted. His battle with the leopard beast had reached a white-hot intensity, leaving him unable to spare any time to provide support, so they had to rely on themselves. The others finally remembered that they had such items. Some consumed the regeneration fruit and were instantly revitalized. Others took similar items brought from the Federation, recovering quite a bit of stamina. To some, the effects of the regeneration fruit were so significant that they felt it unnecessary to waste it on exhaustion. It was a life-saving treasure. Some potions from the Federation could also serve as substitutes, but they had simply forgotten amidst the fervor of battle. With their stamina restored, the group resumed fighting, while the leopard beasts lacking such treasures ultimately succumbed to the onslaught and were killed. Du Jing's dagger sliced through, and the 6th-tier leopard beast completely lost its vitality. As the battle concluded, the group collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, gazing at the severed fingers, and remained scattered around, their expressions still somewhat dazed. Is this what combat in the wild looks like? Someone said in a daze. Just in this first battle, they had utilized 3 regeneration fruits, numerous stamina potions, and recovery elixirs. Everyone was injured, but fortunately no one had died. However, if another battle of equal scale were to occur, the outcome would be uncertain. Let's move. The smell of blood here will surely attract other fierce beasts, Du Jing urged, forcing his weary body to speak quickly. Upon hearing this, the others immediately scrambled to their feet. They did not want to experience such a level of battle again. They quickly left the scene. In the Thousand Stone Forest, similar scenes were playing out everywhere. Unlike this team, some smaller groups had already encountered numerous severely injured members. Some even had the misfortune of encountering a 7th-tier fierce beast at the outset and were rescued by the escort team just before death, losing their chance to compete for trial rankings. The ferocity of the fierce beasts thoroughly awakened the sheltered flowers from their slumber. After several battles, many matured significantly, no longer naive enough to speak of directly confronting the beast tide. As of now, no team has managed to eliminate a pack of fierce beasts with more than 10 members without sustaining injuries, let alone kill a 7th-tier fierce beast which remains a distant goal. Dozens of miles away from the thousand-stone forest, a strike aircraft soared through the sky as Jiang Ji pressed the attack button. A cluster bomb emitting blue-white light fell upon the rocky ground ahead. A deafening explosion erupted, and the shockwave from the cluster bomb swept through uprooting trees and scattering rocks. Hundreds of magic crocodile fierce beasts gathered together were instantaneously obliterated, including several 7th-tier ones. With a single strike from the cluster bomb, a large fierce beast group numbering in the thousands was annihilated. The behavior of this fierce beast group is quite peculiar. They actually prefer to cluster together, which saves quite a bit of effort. Jiang Ji exclaimed in wonder. It was his first time encountering such a fierce beast group that liked to congregate after a few days out. Thus, he didn't wait for the robotic squad, but directly piloted the aircraft to attack, also allowing Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling to witness the power of the cluster bomb. The power of this cluster bomb is truly terrifying, Lu Huai said in shock. The 7th-tier fierce beasts that had once posed an incredible danger to Daxia City had now become easily slayable chicks under the strike aircraft. Before they died, they had no idea what was happening, unable to even catch a glimpse of their attackers. As the robots under Jiang Ji continued their relentless sweep the territory they occupied gradually approached the intended target. The dense, ferocious beasts were slaughtered into disarray, and within 100 miles there were hardly any sizable beast packs left. The remaining ones were merely scattered ferocious beasts. Hunting these creatures seemed hardly worth the effort. On one hand, the experience gained was minimal, and on the other there were no resource points to occupy, making it a complete waste of time. It would be better to leave them for training in Daxia City. About 100 robots were gradually converging towards the Annihilation Fighter's position. This outing had also gathered a significant amount of materials. If the experience gained from exterminating the ferocious beasts was added, his experience bar should be able to advance to 2/3. The only remaining task for this mission was to find the Wisdom Stone and bring it back to manufacture a few more Annihilation Fighters. Such strategic large-scale machinery could serve as the foundation of Daxia City, and the more the better. One day when thousands of Annihilation Fighters soared through the sky, just imagining that scene was enough to ignite one's blood. That direction, why are there so many ferocious beasts gathering? At that moment, Lu Huai suddenly voiced his confusion. Qianzhen also opened his eyes and said, I vaguely sense a strong stench coming from over there. Their simultaneous exclamations startled Jiang Ji. Ferocious beasts gathering. Isn't this a prelude to a beast tide? Jiang Ji asked, puzzled. The beast tide in Daxia City had just ended. Oh, what could have happened here to suddenly show signs of another beast tide? Immediately, Jiang Ji controlled several reconnaissance aircraft to investigate the area. The reconnaissance aircraft transformed into the shape of small insects zipping into the air and relaying data in real time. It really is a large-scale gathering of ferocious beasts. At this distance, they surely wouldn't attack Daxia City, would they? Lu Huai observed the imagery data returned by the reconnaissance aircraft, combining it with his own abilities, and began to feel somewhat doubtful. Let's send a message back to the city. Regardless of whether this beast tide targets Daxia City or not, everyone needs to be prepared, Qianzhen stated. The number of gathered ferocious beasts seems a bit low. As the reconnaissance aircraft delved deeper, Jiang Ji obtained more information. A dozen miles ahead, the ferocious beasts presented a surrounding posture faintly encircling a certain area. However, these ferocious beasts didn't appear dense. Jiang Ji estimated that this group consisted of around 300,000 to 400,000 at most. Among them, a large number were low-tier beasts, with those above the 5th tier being quite rare. Could it be that there is a foreign demon tribe nearby and the gathering of ferocious beasts is to attack them? Lu Huai put forth a hypothesis. Let's go take a look to find out. Jiang Ji, now bold and skilled, believed that not only could the Annihilation Fighters handle this group of ferocious beasts, but so could his robot troops. Since the resource points had mostly been occupied, it was just right to go see the situation. If the target of the ferocious beasts was the foreign demon tribe, he could take advantage of it. If the gathering of ferocious beasts was just a spontaneous event with no specific target, he could also eradicate this group to boost his experience bar. Hundreds of thousands of low-tier beasts could still provide a substantial amount of experience. Just as Jiang Ji was about to pilot the fighter closer, Qianzhen suddenly reached out to stop him. Wait over there. I seem to sense a powerful aura. Qianzhen's tone was somewhat uncertain. 8th tier? Jiang Ji inquired. No, it seems like. It's a 9th tier. Qianzhen's expression changed slightly. We need to leave this place. A 9th tier existence is not something you can contend with right now. Even I wouldn't dare to say I could escape under a 9th tier existence. 9th tier. Jiang Ji's expression also changed. Without waiting for Qianzhen to finish, he immediately controlled the fighter to shoot back in the direction they came from. The speed of the Annihilation Fighter was instantly raised to its maximum. He had previously been confident in his ability to contend with an 8th-tier powerhouse, but against a 9th tier, he felt somewhat outmatched. Making a hasty retreat was the best choice. Even with Qianzhen by his side, he didn't dare to put himself in danger, especially since Zhou Ming and others were still in the cockpit. A moment later, the Annihilation fighter had distanced itself from that area. Qianzhen sensed a bit, and then relaxed, saying, "They didn't pursue us." A beast tide gathering along with the presence of a 9th tier. What on earth is happening over there? Lu Huai was also somewhat shaken. Despite his loud proclamations of attacking 9th tier beings while in the city, that was only because he had the ultimate weapon at hand. If faced with a 9th tier directly, he wouldn't just be unable to retaliate, but might even be killed in a single encounter. As for Jiang Ji, he certainly wouldn't dare to casually test whether the speed of the Annihilation fighter could outpace a 9th tier powerhouse. Such a gamble that could result in death was too risky. Moreover, with the situation unknown, there was no benefit to investigating. He wouldn't engage in such a fruitless endeavor. How about we send a few robots to take a look while we head back? Lu Huai suggested. His curiosity about that area piqued. No way. Qianzhen directly rejected him. Don't let the distance fool you. If we draw the attention of that 9th tier, who can withstand an attack on Daxia City? There's no need to take such risks. Qianzhen admonished. Upon hearing this, Lu Huai's expression changed. Why did he, a person who was usually extremely cautious, suddenly entertain such an idea? Could it be that the smooth sailing of these past few days had dulled his senses? He had assisted Yin Chuan diligently over the years, and would never have entertained such reckless thoughts before. Such impulsive curiosity, which could easily lead to disaster and even jeopardize Daxia City, should never have arisen in him. Reflecting on this, Lu Huai immediately began to introspect. His personal curiosity should never take precedence over the safety of Daxia City. In that regard, he was even less prudent than Jiang Ji. No matter what is happening over there, it is not something we can involve ourselves in at this stage. Since this direction is not feasible, let's change course and search for the Wisdom Stone elsewhere. Jiang Ji said in agreement. He then maneuvered the fighter to adjust its direction, heading to investigate another area, while instructing his robots to scatter and search for this material. What they did not know was that just as they had departed, a loud eagle cry echoed through the sky in the Thousand Stone Forest. The gathered ferocious beasts seemed to have received some signal, rising en masse and surging madly into the Thousand Stone Forest. With nearly 400,000 ferocious beasts pouring in combined with those already present in the Thousand Stone Forest, it had turned into a perilous place where survival was nearly impossible. Zhuo Fengmao, who had been observing the battles of the talented individuals, suddenly sensed something, and his expression changed drastically. A beast tide. How could it appear here? Zhuo Fengmiao's face turned pale. There's a beast tide, an unexpected event. The trial is cancelled. He shouted loudly. Guard team, assemble. Within 10 minutes, gather these students here to form a defense line and resist the beast tide with me. Zhuo Fengmao immediately used his communication earpiece to instruct the 7th tier guard team, while he quickly ran to the trial team closest to the beast tide. Before he could say a word, he unleashed a punch. The might of the 9th tier was fully unleashed. Under one punch, waves of force surged, smashing hundreds of ferocious beasts into pieces. Just as he was about to slaughter the ferocious beasts to buy time for the guard team, an eagle cry resonated from above. Human, your opponent is me. A 9th tier eagle beast broke through the clouds and charged towards him. 9th tier. The Eagle Beast clan dares to gather a beast tide to attack our Federation's talents. Do you seek extinction? Zhuo Fengmao roared in fury. The 9th tier Eagle Beast remained silent and instantly collided with Zhuo Fengmao. A battle of the 9th tier erupted, immediately forcing Zhuo Fengmao to abandon the pursuit of the lower tier beast and clench his fist to confront his opponent. His profession was that of a fist master and awakener with extreme explosive power. However, the 9th tier Eagle Beast excelled in speed, and despite his continuous punches, they were all evaded by the opponent. Of course, the 9th tier Eagle Beast couldn't do anything to him, but delaying it was enough for the beast tide to kill those from the Federation. Die for me. Zhuo Fengmiao's aura surged, finding a flaw to strike the opponent's body. A blood hole appeared, but what he did not expect was that, as if not injured at all, the 9th tier Eagle Beast showed no signs of slowing down and continued to entangle with him. Meanwhile, the beast tide had already entered the Qinshe forest in large numbers. Although there weren't many high-tier beasts among them, this group of ferocious beasts seemed to have someone directing them, quickly splitting in half and charging crazily towards the 7th tier guard team. The guard team consisted of 12 members, each at the 7th tier. However, the number of ferocious beasts was extraordinarily vast, and countless beasts in their chaotic rush separated them. Each 7th tier member faced tens of thousands of lower tier ferocious beasts. Even though their individual strength was immense in the face of a horde of reckless beasts, they could only be held back. With both the 9th tier and 7th tier being held up, the remaining talented individuals from the Federation began to fall into despair. They had struggled against a small group of ferocious beasts before, let alone the beast tide that was now upon them. As the beast tide fully entered the Qianshi forest, nearly 100 talents from the Federation had to confront ferocious beasts that outnumbered them dozens or even hundreds of times. Although they had become somewhat familiar with outdoor combat after previous battles, they were still woefully unprepared to face such overwhelming numbers of enemies. Those with group combat professions fared slightly better, but teams composed of individual awakeners were instantly subjected to a brutal massacre by the ferocious beasts. As soon as both sides engaged, 1/3 of the individuals were devoured by the ferocious beasts, their limbs, torsos, and heads all consumed. Those from the Federation had never witnessed such a scene and were terrified to the core. Help! Oh, why are there suddenly so many ferocious beasts? Senior Zhua, save me. Where's the guard team? Where did the 7th tier guard team go? So terrifying, save me. What trial? I'm not participating anymore, let me go back. Whoa, this is definitely a beast tide, absolutely run. The beast tide is terrifying, someone help me. In that moment, everyone was screaming in fear. In fact, with their minimum strength being at the 5th tier, if they could unite, they would have a fighting chance against these lower tier ferocious beasts. They could have lasted for a while without being slaughtered until the battle between Zhuo Fengmao and the 9th tier eagle beast concluded. Moreover, the 7th tier guard team was slowly moving toward this side during the fight. Unfortunately, they were ultimately just newly nurtured flowers of peace from the Federation and had never witnessed the terror of a beast tide. When encountering such a sudden event, they could only think of escaping, who had the capacity to organize everyone and coordinate a defense against the beast tide. The result of this was a group of 5th and 6th tier talents being overwhelmed and defeated by the ferocious beasts. As time passed, the number of ferocious beasts surrounding them increased. Even if they realized the situation, they could no longer cooperate. Everywhere they looked was an endless horde of ferocious beasts. Just witnessing this scene was enough to terrify them, let alone organize an effective defense. One by one, the talents fell victim to the lower tier ferocious beasts. 5th tier powerhouses were easily killed by mere 3rd tier ferocious beasts. It must be said that the current generation of talents from the Federation, having not undergone the trials of blood and fire, indeed fell short. Of course, this was also due to the Federation not accounting for such an event from the perspective of the higher-ups there. The alien demons were bound by a pact and would not harm the people of the Federation. But who could have imagined that the alien demons could control the ferocious beasts and thus circumvent the pact? They indeed did not personally strike down humans, but they were not prohibited from manipulating ferocious beasts to attack. Moreover, the alien demons merely gathered the ferocious beasts without issuing orders to kill humans. Yet a horde of ferocious beasts, upon catching the scent of human blood, would naturally trigger their bloodthirsty instincts and actively hunt humans. Strictly speaking, the alien demons' control and gathering only played an indirect role, perfectly avoiding the constraints of the pact. In just half an hour, the death rate of this batch of trial participants had reached 70%. Only a few special awakeners barely managed to escape. For example, assassins used their invisibility, mages glided through the air, and beast tamers merged with their pets to disguise themselves as ferocious beasts to avoid attacks. Dozens of teams were completely scattered, and those who escaped the encirclement of the beast tide were utterly lost, fleeing chaotically toward the outside of the Qianshi forest. Their only thought was to go anywhere but to encounter the beast tide again. Boom! At the sight of the 9th tier battle, Zhuo Fengmao once again threw a punch. The already exhausted 9th tier eagle beast was finally struck at its neck, propelled away by the overwhelming force, its head drooping. It had died once before, although its strength could still maintain the 9th tier. The fact that it had fought for so long against an experienced 9th tier powerhouse like Zhuo Fengmao was already impressive. Having been struck at its vital point by a power of the same tier, it was not dead yet, but it was too weak to continue fighting. Just as Zhuo Fengmao intended to step forward for a finishing blow, a voice suddenly came from afar. Brother Zhuo, I have come to assist you. It's a shame that a beast tide has appeared. This 9th tier beast clan is truly despicable. I apologize for my clan's negligence this time. As the words fell, Mo Tsang's figure appeared, quickly approaching the battlefield. Seeing Zhuo Fengmao about to take action, it hurriedly spoke. Brother Zhuo, you go save the talents of the Federation first. This 9th tier beast is left to me. Rest assured it cannot escape with me here. Zhuo Fengmao frowned slightly, but understood that rescuing was more important than killing this 9th tier beast, and he nodded in agreement. Brother Mo Tsang, please make sure to keep the body for me. I want to take it back to Haishur. How dare a weak 9th tier beast gather a beast tide to kill our Federation's talents? This matter cannot end well. After speaking, he instantly took to the sky, utilizing the Federation's communication technology to locate everyone. When he sensed only about 10 signals, his expression darkened significantly. Out of over 100 talents, less than 15 had survived. The ferocious beasts were truly damned. Given such a blunder during the trial, despite being a ninth year, as a protector, he would face punishment upon returning to the Federation. Zhuo Fengmao quickly arrived at the battleground of the 7th year, unleashing a series of punches that led to the mass death of the ferocious beasts, rescuing the nearly exhausted 7th tier personnel. Before long, the ferocious beasts that surrounded the escort team were exterminated by the overwhelming power of the 9th rank. What troubled Zhuo Fengmao was that out of the 12 7th rank members, 2 had perished in the face of such a minor beast tide. The remaining individuals also sustained varying degrees of injuries. However, with time pressing, he refrained from scolding them and quickly instructed everyone to locate the surviving individuals according to their coordinates. In the location where the 9th rank battle had previously erupted, Mo Tsang revealed a strange smile upon sensing that Zhuo Fengmao had departed. He slowly approached the dying 9th rank eagle beast. Master, the puppet eagle beast, even on the brink of death, managed to muster a respectful tone upon seeing Mo Tsang. You have completed your task exceptionally well, Mo Tsang chuckled softly. Immediately after, he raised his right arm shrouded in black mist, and without mercy plunged it into the body of the 9th rank eagle beast to extract a black stone. This was the core of the rebirth clan that he had initially used to resurrect the beast. Now that it was of no use to him, it naturally needed to be reclaimed. With the black stone of rebirth lost the vitality in the 9th rank eagle beast's eyes extinguished in an instant, returning it completely to its state of death. A 9th rank beast lost to the schemes of the alien demons had entirely lost its life. After completing this, Mo Tsang remained in place awaiting Zhuo Fengmao's arrival. Before long, Zhuo Fengmao approached with a group of people. Unlike their earlier spirited demeanor, the surviving dozen or so individuals appeared utterly lifeless. A minor beast tide had completely extinguished their pride to the point where they didn't even dare to call themselves geniuses. Brother Zhuo, I have fulfilled my promise and slain the beast. Mo Tsang immediately stepped forward, surveying the remaining individuals with a feigned sorrowful expression. I didn't expect that a trial would lead to a beast tide. This is my fault. I had originally instructed my clan members to drive away the high-ranking ferocious beasts, but I didn't expect this backlash. Alas. Zhuo Fengmao's expression darkened, his rage boiling over. Out of 100 geniuses, only 13 remained, and 2 7th rank members had died. Such a turn of events could be deemed catastrophic. He wanted to curse the other party, but considering they were still in the territory of the alien demons, he needed their cooperation to return safely. Thus, Zhuo Fengmao could only respond vaguely. At this point, he no longer wished to stay here. With the trial having failed, he had to hasten back to the Ocean City to report this matter. The appearance of 9th rank ferocious beasts and the beast tide made him sense something strange. This was the territory of the alien demons. Although he had emerged from the endless forest, how could the Rebirth clan not grasp the situation here? Zhuo Fengmao harbored doubts in his heart, but due to the ingrained thinking from the Alliance, he did not completely believe that this beast tide was orchestrated by the alien demons. He only preliminarily deduced that the alien demons must have leaked information alerting the ferocious beasts that the Federation members would be coming for a trial, thus rallying the beast tide to seize their blood. Brother Mo Tsang, I trouble you to make arrangements. I need to return quickly and report the news, Zhuo Fengmao said. Mo Tsang nodded. Rest assured, Brother Zhuo. I had already prepared for this when I sensed the changes here. The Federation's technological flying machines have also been sent over. This incident was entirely in negligence of my clan. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to bring them up. The Rebirth clan will never shirk responsibility. Hearing this, Zhuo Fengmao's expression eased considerably. Soon the sound of the aircraft approached rapidly, and Zhuo Fengmao immediately instructed everyone to board, gesturing to Mo Tsang before the aircraft ascended and swiftly headed back toward Ocean City. Only Mo Tsang and Mo Feichen remained at the location. Ancestor, did it succeed? Mo Feichen inquired, watching as the aircraft dwindled in size until it turned into a black dot and vanished. Mo Tsang's gaze followed the aircraft, and he replied indifferently, I can only say the plan succeeded halfway. This batch of trial participants is merely the awakened new generation. I am uncertain of their significance in the eyes of the Federation's higher-ups. However, with the trial ruined, the Federation, if only for the sake of face, must take some action. It is foreseeable that the Federation and the ferocious beasts will undoubtedly face a war. As for whether it will escalate into a racial conflict, that requires planning from all sides. Our Rebirth clan merely plays a pioneering role. Mo Feichen expressed admiration. Among the many starry races, it relies on the ancestors' strategic planning to execute such a plan. Mo Tsang shook his head, saying, this event involved the efforts of various clans, otherwise the Federation would not have suddenly decided to place the trial site here. Over the years, the Federation has maintained peace, but the number of powerhouses has been increasing. Once their 10th rank powerhouses reach a certain number, they will inevitably tear up the alliance and launch a crackdown on us outsiders. If we wish to survive, we must unite. This scheme is merely a preliminary plan. While consuming the Federation's power through the ferocious beasts, the blood aura generated by the war is also something we need. Song paused for a moment and reminded Fachin, regardless of whether the Federation and the ferocious beasts engage in a racial war, I have only one request of you during the impending battle. You must seize a portion of the blood aura and advance to the 8th rank. Fachin responded, Ancestor, you need the blood aura more than I do. If you advance to the 10th rank, our clan will be secure. Song shook his head, saying, the blood aura produced by a war does not greatly benefit us 9th ranks. The bottleneck of the 10th rank is not something you can imagine at your current stage. Upon hearing this, Fachin finally acquiesced, saying, Rest assured, Ancestor. In this war, I will undoubtedly advance to the 8th rank. Suddenly, he remembered something and added, By the way, if the plan on the Federation side succeeds, is there still a need for that city called Daxia to exist? Song laughed. There's no rush. Even if we slaughtered a mere tens of thousands, the blood aura produced would not hold much significance for us. After the last beast tide, they had already begun to showcase some strength. If Daxia City were to learn of the Federation's attitude toward them, would they not experience internal strife? Human internal strife is indeed more lively than us gathering another beast tide. Fachin chuckled as well. Of course, I have not left Daxia City without arrangements. Are you referring to the rebirth fruit? Exactly, Song replied, and then unleashed his ability, causing the ferocious beasts still running around in the Thousand-Stone Forest to instantly stop. Some of the ferocious beasts that had swallowed human bodies trembled in their bellies and regurgitated the severed finger remains they had just consumed. Countless limbs were expelled by the ferocious beasts, and astonishingly, when these limbs hit the ground, they emanated waves of black mist. As the black mist enveloped the area, signs of reassembly emerged among the limbs, and soon various body parts gradually returned to their original forms. This was the resurrection power of the alien demons. The individuals who had just perished in the jaws of the beasts were revived. Although they had not received the Black Stone of Rebirth, their strength did not return to the original 5th rank. However, their consciousness remained intact. After resurrection, they all became Song's puppets. Song and Fachin watched this scene and laughed. Did they truly think the Rebirth clan would be so generous as to give every one of them a rebirth fruit? The rebirth fruit possesses remarkable recovery abilities, but it also harbors a deep secret. Once consumed, should one die, they would be resurrected and subsequently transformed into a puppet of the Rebirth clan. With these individuals, whether to deceive the gates of Daxia City or to infiltrate within the Federation, it will greatly assist us. Song smiled. This was his second trump card. The roar of the Annihilation Fighter's engine whistled past. Inside the cockpit, Jiang Ji observed the data screen, shaking his head in disappointment once more. There's none here either. Since leaving the Qianshi forest, they had spent another day changing directions several times, yet failed to find the material known as Wisdom Stone. Jiang Ji even piloted the fighter out to 100 miles. He wondered where the Lord of the Battle City had found the Wisdom Stone to keep some in the mechanical storage. In the few days they had been out, they had gathered all other materials, but this particular item remained elusive. The Wisdom Stone is a special type of stone imbued with a unique form of intelligence. When used in machinery, it can inspire the creation of initial wisdom. To manufacture the Annihilation Fighter, this material is indispensable. Jiang Ji adjusted their course once more, planning that if they couldn't find it again, they would return to rest. After spending several days on the fighter, though there was a navigation assistance mode, his body still felt somewhat fatigued. At this moment, Lu Huai suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Jiang Ji asked. Ahead it seems there's a tribe of alien demons. Over the past few days, Lu Huai had kept his reconnaissance abilities active, fearing that he might miss any oversight by the scout drones. Lu Huai pushed his abilities to the limit for further confirmation. Alien demon tribe. How many? Jiang Ji's expression shifted at his words, a flicker of excitement appearing on his face. In these days they had encountered only ferocious beast groups and had not come across an alien demon tribe. The robot squad was already quite skilled in battling fierce beasts, although they had yet to clash with alien demons. If the opportunity was right, Jiang Ji intended to engage these so-called alien demons. 7th tier alien demons. Over 10 of them, Lu Huai said, sounding somewhat uncertain. After all, he himself possessed 7th tier strength, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to detect the distant alien demon tribe. Are there any 8th or 9th tier? There is a presence exceeding 7th tier, but it should not be 9th tier, Lu Huai replied. Those below 7th tier are probably around 300 to 400. For specifics, I need to get a bit closer to investigate further. No need to trouble yourself so much, Jiang Ji said. After having Lu Huai point out a direction, he dispatched several robots under his command, sending them with scout drones to investigate that way. Lu Huai did not sense any 9th-tier presence, nor did Qianzhen raise an alarm. If the alien demon tribe only had 8th-tier beings, it would suit him just fine. He had long wished to test the sharpness of 8th-tier strength. As the fighter approached and descended a little, he prepared for what lay ahead. Qianzhen also spoke up. It should be 8th-tier alien demons. The aura isn't strong, but the exact strength can only be determined through combat. Meanwhile, the robots relayed a wealth of information back. What surprised Jiang Ji was that while they had yet to investigate the alien demon tribe situation, another pressing matter had surfaced. On the outskirts of the alien demon tribe ahead, there lay numerous wisdom stones he had been searching for over the past few days. This discovery made Jiang Ji exclaim, "Finding what you seek without effort. This is the stone demon tribe." As the robots transmitted more information, the few of them observed the real-time images from that direction. Lu Huai recognized the type of this alien demon tribe. Jiang Ji recalled the knowledge of alien demon species he had learned back in the city. The stone demon tribe is naturally adept at defense, but lacks in attack and speed. This is just perfect for training troops. Jiang Ji's eyes brightened as he spoke. Just then a furious voice suddenly erupted from within the alien demon tribe. "Who dares spy on my stone clan?" Accompanying the voice, countless stones flew up, and the several hidden scout drones were instantly destroyed. The speed of the stone demons wasn't fast, but that was relative to 8th-tier beings. When an 8th-tier powerhouse struck the 4th-tier scout, drones naturally couldn't evade, and their destruction was to be expected. However, the robots also revealed their position with the scout drone's downfall. Soon 10 7th-tier stone demons appeared in an instant, surrounding the several probing robots. The robots also possessed peak 7th-tier combat power, thus they were naturally unafraid of these stone demons. But soon a more powerful presence emerged, its body towering at 10 zhang, entirely composed of yellowish stone, with a figure tapering from wide at the top to narrow at the bottom. At the very top of its stone-like head, a vertical eye slowly opened, and as it waved its stone arms, countless fragments fell. The 2-meter-tall robots faced this 10 zhang 8th-tier stone demon as if confronting a colossal beast appearing as mere ants. Whooshed! A gust of wind blew past as Qianzhen appeared, standing in front of the robots with his sword drawn. "Humans, why do you spy on my clan? Give me an explanation." The 8th-tier stone demon rumbled. It initially thought Qianzhen was from the Federation, bound by a covenant, which is why it didn't attack immediately. The alien demons encounter us, but do not strike. This is a bit strange. Jiang Ji also piloted the Annihilation Fighter closer, surprised to see that no battle erupted after their confrontation. Observing this, Jiang Ji chose not to engage immediately, but rather recalled the robots ahead. "We were just passing through," Jiang Ji tentatively stated. At the same time, he called out to Qianzhen, "Uncle Qian, come back for now." "Passing through? My clan has not received any passage information from the Federation. Also, why were you spying on my clan just now?" The 8th-tier stone demon's voice was like thunder, immensely powerful. Qianzhen returned to the cockpit, puzzled. "Federation. Does this stone demon mistakenly believe we are from the Federation?" Lu Huai followed up, saying, "It seems it has no significant hostility towards the Federation. Could it be that people from the Federation can traverse this area freely?" This conjecture left the others in shock. If people from the Federation could traverse the alien demon territory freely, what did that signify? It meant that the Federation undoubtedly knew of the existence of Daxia City. Knowing that such a solitary city exists within the territory of the alien demons, facing constant fear day and night. Jiang Ji probed again, his tone slightly heavier. "I said we were just passing through. Spying on your clan. Nonsense. Seeing your posture, do you perhaps wish to start a war?" He wanted to see just how tolerant the alien demons were towards the Federation. "Humph." The stone demon snorted angrily, but still did not strike, instead retracting a bit of its oppressive aura. "This is the last time. I shall not be so lenient next time. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to send my clan's powerhouses to the Federation for an explanation." The dignified 8th-tier stone demon had actually softened. In fact, this was also due to Qianzhen having revealed a hint of aura earlier. Being of the same 8th tier, the stone demon felt the other side was exceedingly formidable and lacked confidence in blocking them. Since that was the case, why not make it convenient to avoid losing face? They actually softened. It seems the alliance between the Federation and the alien demons is stronger than we imagined, and the Federation's power is also greater than we thought. Qianzhen was somewhat surprised. A being of 8th tier existence, particularly within its native tribe, had actually yielded to these outsiders. The might of the Federation should not be underestimated. "We should move away first and wait for the robot squad to be fully in position." Realizing that the stone demon would not take the initiative to attack, Jiang Ji had a few thoughts flash through his mind. Piloting the Annihilation Fighter away from the Stone Demon tribe, they ascended into the heights. Most of the robots were currently positioned elsewhere. To completely eradicate this tribe with an 8th-tier demon, all combat readiness must be in place. In this battle, he did not intend to let Jiang Ji take action. He wanted to see if the current robots and mechanical weapons could conquer a tribe that possessed an 8th-tier powerhouse. As for the fact that the Stone Demon did not take the initiative to attack, what did it matter to him? The alliance was with the Federation, not Daxia City. If they hadn't encountered it, it would be fine, but since they had come across the demon tribe, Jiang Ji was naturally determined to annihilate them. The ambush by the 7th-tier illusion demon was still fresh in his memory. There was no possibility of mediation between the demon and Daxia City. Seeing the Annihilation Fighter move away, the Stone Demon tribe also lowered their guard. They only felt some confusion at the appearance of humans, not sensing anything amiss. After all, their clan was also aware that the Federation would send people into the Endless Forest soon. In any case, with the pact in place, they could not attack humans proactively, so they did not hinder Jiang Ji and the others' departure. What they did not know was that after a while, with the continuous arrival of the robots, Jiang Ji had already formulated a battle plan. In the air, the Annihilation Fighter was keeping a faraway lock on the 8th-tier Stone Demon below. After all, its large body was easy to lock onto. 120 robots had also gathered, and the meteor cannon and tracking bombs were already in position. When they approached the Stone Demon tribe earlier, Jiang Ji had already completed the data collection within the tribe and fully understood the distribution points of those stone demons. As per routine, conducting a bombardment before battle had become one of the robot squad's tactics. The meteor cannon was aimed at areas where the stone demons were relatively concentrated. The tracking bombs locked onto the scattered stone demons. Within the Stone Demon tribe, the 8th-tier Stone Demon felt an uneasy sensation. Even though the humans had just left, it still sensed a crisis enveloping itself. And its feelings were not misplaced. In the air, as the robot squad prepared, Jiang Ji pressed the attack button on the Annihilation Fighter. With the command given, a blue-white light burst cannon fired, releasing an endless force of destruction, crashing violently towards the body of the 8th-tier Stone Demon. Boom. Before the 8th-tier Stone Demon could react, it was instantly struck on the head by the burst cannon, unleashing an immense force of destruction that blasted its 10-meter-tall body apart. Rumbling stones exploded, cascading down its body. Domain of Stone Absolute Defense. The 8th-tier Stone Demon collapsed to the ground, its body sporting a hole several meters wide. However, it did not sustain severe injuries. At the moment of the burst cannon's explosion, it activated its own abilities. Its earthy yellow body suddenly glowed, gradually transforming into a golden hue, and besides the transformation of its body, a faint yellow shield also rose around it. Humans, how dare you tear apart the pack? Do you not fear backlash? The Stone Demon roared. The appearance of the burst cannon also alerted it to the Annihilation Fighter in the air. Humans returning and attacking it sent it into a fit of rage. Backlash. The people inside the fighter laughed. The Federation signed the alliance with the demons. What business is it of Daxia City? With the burst cannon falling, the battle began. The robots below also started bombarding the Stone Demon tribe in succession. The meteor cannons and tracking bombs were deployed in an interwoven manner, with countless shells raining down. Since the Stone Demon tribe had no defenses, a round of volleys resulted in many demons being blown to bits. In a tribe with hundreds of stone demons, half were instantly killed. The defense of the stone demons was strong, but that was against ordinary awakened beings of the same tier. Before the mechanical creations Jiang Ji made, they had no power to resist. It should be noted that the mechanical products he created not only had mechanical amplification, but also the ability to amplify combat power. Each machine had a 15-fold amplification plus an additional 60% increase in combat power. Surpassing tiers had become commonplace. Stone demons below the 7th tier had no chance of survival. Humans, it was you who first violated the pact, so do not blame me for not honoring it as well. Seeing its kin die, the 8th-tier stone demon roared in anger, picking up stones from the ground and wildly hurling them towards the fighter. Move, mountains. Following this, it roared again, its aura surging, and a phantom of a mountain appeared, which then coalesced into a solid form floating towards the position of the robot squad, ready to crush them down. Boom. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ji immediately pressed the attack button for the burst cannon, shattering the stone mountain that the stone demon had formed. He discovered that while the burst cannon's power could initially reach 8th tier levels against the Stone Demon clan renowned for their defense, it could only cause injuries. Completely exterminating them was quite unlikely. Fortunately, he had anticipated this situation from the start and did not expect to rely solely on the Annihilation Fighter to kill them. The real force would depend on the robot squad. Although they were only at the peak of the 7th tier combined, they could definitely exhaust the 8th tier Stone Demon to the point of fatigue, ultimately achieving a kill. Before he could continue issuing commands, the 100 robots had already engaged the Stone Demon. The advanced thunderstorm hammer and powered armor operated at their peak, and combined with the robot's own kinetic energy, their speed even subtly exceeded that of the stone demon, which was not adept at speed. The advanced thunderstorm hammer struck continuously, creating multiple holes in the faint yellow shield, and when the hammer landed on the stone demon's body, the stones covering it were smashed and rolled off. A swarm of ants died. The stone demon let out a thunderous roar, its aura surging, and its body actually grew in size again. With its stone arms swinging, fierce winds swept through, and as the stone demon stomped the ground, powerful shockwaves radiated outward. This was an area attack. Even though the robots were slightly faster, many were swept by the shockwave and sent flying several meters away. Of course, the robots' defenses were also quite good. As long as they were not directly hit by the stone demon, they would not suffer severe damage. Moreover, the main kinetic energy of the robots lay in their cores. As long as the cores were not destroyed, it would not affect their combat capabilities. With energy released again, they returned to the battlefield, flying around the stone demon and occasionally finding opportunities to strike. On the fighter, Lu Huai and the others stared intently at the battlefield ahead, not daring to blink, fearing they might miss any moment. 100 robots with energy surging from their backs circled around the 10-meter-tall stone demon, and explosions of fire occasionally erupted on its body. The scene was filled with an epic sci-fi grandeur. In addition to the 100 robots engaged in battle with the 8th-tier stone demon, the remaining 20 robots were not idle, relentlessly bombarding with various mechanical weapons. The stone demon tribe suffered heavy casualties, with all low-tier stone demons perishing. As only about 10 7th-tier and scattered 6th-tier remained in the tribe, the robots ceased their bombardment and charged forward, wielding their advanced thunderstorm hammers. 20 peak 7th-tier stone demons faced these severely battered stone demons and instantly formed a crushing force. One by one, the stone demons were struck down on the spot, and witnessing this scene, the 8th-tier stone demon grew even more furious, wildly swinging its stone arms. It never expected that its clan would one day face such a catastrophe. Unfortunately, while its defense and vitality were strong, its speed left much to be desired. After fighting for a long time, it had not destroyed a single robot. Instead, the wounds on its body continued to multiply. The stone demon race had no blood. The stones on their bodies constituted their physical form. As the stones on its body dwindled, the injuries it sustained also worsened. Of course, the attack power of the robots was not particularly high, and they had not even reached the 8th tier. Each attack only breached its defenses slightly. Even with the support of the annihilation aircraft, completely slaying this 8th-tier stone demon still felt like a distant goal. Qianjun had been observing closely since the battle began, trying to find a flaw in the stone demon. He suddenly spoke. Xiao Ji, the stone demon's weak point should be the vertical eye on its head. You can give it a try. Vertical eye. Jiang Ji shifted his attention there. He'll give it a try? As his words fell, a barrage cannon fired again. The already agitated stone demon, plagued by the robots below, suddenly sensed a deadly threat approaching. Frightened, it quickly activated its innate ability, absolute defense. As it roared, the stones on its body surged upward crazily, forming a stone shield to protect its vertical eye. This was a culmination of its entire defensive power aimed at protecting its vital point. In contrast, by concentrating its defense on its head, the defenses in other areas became somewhat weaker. The robots immediately seized the opportunity and launched a frenzied attack on its body. The previously slow progress of the battle suddenly changed dramatically, with countless fragments of stone being shattered. Roar! The stone demon howled in pain. Although it was of the stone race, it too could feel pain. It really works. Jiang Ji's eyes lit up at this sight. In the next moment, he piloted the aircraft, focusing specifically on attacking the stone demon's vertical eye weak point. This tactic proved remarkably effective, and the stone demon, which had previously appeared formidable, was quickly put at a disadvantage. It dared not let its vertical eye be struck by the barrage cannon. That was its only vulnerable spot. If hit, its combat strength would drop by at least 30%. If this continued, not just its clan, even this dignified 8th-tier powerhouse would meet its end at the hands of these iron lumps. However, as time passed, the strength of the 8th-tier stone demon was gradually being exhausted, while the robots seemed tireless, showing no signs of stopping. Seeing this, the stone demon grew somewhat anxious. A clan could be rebuilt, but it could not die at the hands of these ants. It was time to flee. The thought flashed through its mind, but its speed was truly lacking. Coupled with the annihilation aircraft watching from above and the continuous harassment from the robots, it found itself unable to escape. Since escape was impossible, it could only seek assistance. The distance to the stone demon clan was not too far, and given the attack power of these iron lumps, it could hold out until someone from the clan arrived to rescue it. Currently, the only real threat to it was that flying lump in the sky. In the next moment, the stone demon roared to the heavens, producing a twisted sound that carried its message. This was a unique communication language of the stone demons. The magical sound drifted away, traveling in a certain direction, faintly reaching a distant place. Jiang Ji's expression changed. He had no time to stop it. Although he could not understand the content of the magical sound, he could guess a little from the stone demon's current appearance. Not good, it's calling for help. There are other strange demons nearby. Jiang Ji sensed an unknown danger and realized that they could no longer engage in a protracted battle with this 8th tier stone demon. They had to resolve it quickly. If an 8th tier was this hard to kill, if a few more showed up, it would be his turn to escape. Moreover, who knew if a 9th tier might appear? Thus, it was imperative to stop entangling with the stone demon and practice. "Senior, please lend a hand," Jiang Ji pleaded with Qianzhen. "All right." As the hatch opened, Qianzhen leaped down with his sword. During his descent, the powerful vitality of an 8th tier warrior emanated. The vitality should have been scorching, but the vitality released by Qianzhen appeared chillingly cold. The air changed with snowflakes appearing. This was his ice blade momentum. As he neared the stone demon, Qianzhen's gaze suddenly sharpened, his hand pressing on the hilt of his sword, drawing it with all his might. In an instant, a flash of extreme white light from the sword appeared. The icy brilliance froze the stone demon's body, causing it to become immobile, leaving it no time to activate its absolute defense. The sword light that Qianzhen unleashed sliced harshly into its vertical eye. Roar! Caught off guard, the stone demon had its vital points sliced by the extremely sharp sword light, and in the blink of an eye, its seemingly indestructible body was split in two at the vertical eye. Its once proud defensive power crumbled like tofu before the sword light. With one strike, all vitality was extinguished. Qianzhen was already a peak powerhouse among the 8th tier. He could slay the stone demon alone, not to mention that the stone demon had already been significantly weakened from the previous battles. Moreover, he had struck unexpectedly, perfectly hitting the stone demon's weak point. Achieving a one-hit kill was entirely within expectation. Before Jiang Ji could even marvel from the aircraft, he suddenly saw Qianzhen's expression change. Without time to say much, Qianzhen leaped back into the cabin hurriedly, saying, "We need to leave, a 9th tier is coming." Just that moment of delay made even Jiang Ji feel an overwhelming pressure coming from the distance. Reacting quickly, he didn't hesitate to set the aircraft's speed to maximum, completing the ascent in mere tenths of a second with the exhaust flames surging as they sped back in the direction they had come. At the same time, he also issued a retreat command to the robots below. Just 10 seconds after the Annihilation aircraft had departed, a much larger stone demon appeared in the area. A 9th tier stone demon clan powerhouse. When it saw the corpse of the 8th tier stone demon, it roared to the heavens. "Humans, how dare you openly tear up the alliance and surround and kill my clan's 8th tier? You shall pay with your lives." It was unforgivable for humans to dare approach the territory of the stone demon tribe and kill their outer kin. It shrank its form and leaped into the air, pursuing in the direction of the Annihilation aircraft. The speed of the 9th tier was distinctly faster than that of the 8th tier. Inside the fighter jet, several faces were solemn. The jet roared, reaching its maximum speed, and the clouds swiftly retreated behind them as they heard the furious roars coming from the rear. Despite Jiang Ji's enthusiasm in besieging the 8th tier creature, just moments ago, he had no intention of engaging with a 9th tier powerhouse. Not to mention him, even Qianzhen at the peak of the 8th tier wouldn't dare to claim he could survive against a 9th tier being. Thus, the immediate priority was escape. It was the only choice. As for the spoils from killing the 8th tier stone demon and the intelligence stone, they could not afford to worry about them. As long as they could evade the pursuit of the 9th tier powerhouse, there would surely be opportunities to return and collect later. In this area, aside from the Rebirth clan possessing a 9th tier entity, there are actually 9th tier stone demons as well. Qianzhen spoke gravely. According to what they understood from Daxia City, it was impossible for two large clans to coexist in the same region. They knew that the Endless Forest had the Rebirth clan, but they did not expect that the Stone Demon clan was also nearby. Considering the time it took for that 8th tier Stone Demon to send a message, combined with the appearance of the 9th tier Stone Demon, the territory of the Stone Demon clan was definitely not far away. What they had done earlier was akin to tightrope walking. It seemed inconsequential, yet it was fraught with peril. It was only thanks to Jiang Ji's timely reaction that they had not yet confronted the 9th tier entity. While piloting the fighter jet, Jiang Ji was also constantly monitoring the movements of the 9th tier Stone Demon behind them. He felt relieved to find that the speed of the 9th tier Stone Demon was not as fast as that of the fighter jet operating at full throttle. Ignoring the previous 10 seconds of emptiness, even if both parties were equal, the distance between them would only continue to widen. Let's not return directly to Daxia City, and let's make a few loops to shake them off, Qianzhen suggested. That's what I was thinking too, Jiang Ji nodded. He did not steer the fighter jet back toward Daxia City, but headed in the opposite direction of the Endless Forest. Of course, he did not go to the Qianshi Forest where he sensed the 9th tier presence yesterday. In a place like this, he would not assume that they could lure the stone demons into fighting that unknown ninth-tier entity. If they ventured too close, it might turn out well if luck was on their side, but if fortune favored them not, it was likely that the pursuing ninth-tier entity could become two. Stone demons were not known for their speed, but the unknown ninth-tier entity could be unpredictable. For safety, Sake, it was indeed correct to shake off this ninth-tier stone demon first. Perhaps that deceased stone demon was important to this ninth-tier being. They had been pursued by the fighter jet for a full 2 days before finally managing to shake it off. By now they had moved over 300 miles away. If not for the fighter jet's reconnaissance capability to avoid dangerous beast clans along the way, they would have been in peril. Meanwhile, while circling around the endless forest, Jiang Ji discovered several small alien demon tribes and found many high-tier materials. Many alien demon tribes treated some materials of 6th tier and above as their habitats. After returning and resting from this trip, they could expand the range of their explorations significantly. Once he advanced, these materials could be immediately converted into power. It's time to head back. After 2 days of frantic escape, Jiang Ji and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief when the signals from the pursuing alien demons disappeared. Fortunately, we have you and this fighter jet, Jiang Ji. Otherwise, facing a 9th-tier entity would have put us in great danger, Lu Huai remarked gratefully. From now on, we must be more cautious. After the great change in the world, our understanding of this area is still too limited, Qianjin nodded. Indeed, we must exercise caution. Daxia City currently lacks the foundation to confront a 9th-tier entity. Facing such a powerhouse directly could lead to annihilation. However, you need not worry too much. There exists a cooperative relationship between the alien demons and the Federation that we do not fully comprehend yet, is what the stone demons referred to as a so-called treaty. From my observations, that 9th-tier stone demon did not employ any offensive means against us during this pursuit. It merely chased us down. Thus, I surmise that the treaty between the two parties contains a clause forbidding them from attacking each other. Although Daxia City did not participate in signing the treaty, we are still part of humanity, or perhaps we have benefited from the treaty's protection to some extent. Indeed, over these years, although the alien demons have often acted as the masterminds behind the beast tides, they have never personally attacked Daxia City. Perhaps they are truly constrained by this treaty. The previous 8th-tier stone demon only retaliated after we struck first, and since we did not sign the treaty, we were not subject to any supposed backlash. This time our attack coincidentally avoided the conditions of the alien demon's treaty, allowing it to strike us. However, we have never attacked that 9th-tier entity, so it would not dare to violate the treaty and strike us first, Lu Huai speculated. In a few exchanges, the two faintly grasped the truth behind it. Jiang Ji had only been an ordinary person, and it had only been a few months since he became an awakened. He was not well versed in these matters. So are you saying that the reason high-tier alien demons have not attacked us over these years is because of this treaty? Jiang Ji suddenly recalled something and countered, no wait, Uncle Lu, you should remember that 7th-tier illusion demon, right? Did it not initiate an attack against me? Also, the energy shield was destroyed by a 9th-tier alien demon. Lu Huai pondered for a moment before saying perhaps that illusion demon was a pawn lured over. Otherwise, while Daxia City did not possess 7th-tier combat power at the time, we still had missiles and ultimate weapons. How could a mere 7th-tier being dare to sneak in here? The mastermind behind the scenes probably never intended for it to return, or it just happened to be killed by Old Wang first, avoiding any backlash. As for the energy shield, perhaps it does not fall under the protections of the treaty. Lu Huai speculated uncertainly. Upon returning this time, I will try to connect with the Federation at the radio station. If I can establish a link, perhaps I can gain some insight into this matter. If the treaty is indeed as we suspect, we can be more at ease moving forward. As long as the 9th-tier entities do not dare to act recklessly, with Daxia City's current strength, we are no longer afraid of beast tides. However, we cannot be overly optimistic. Even if the treaty is valid, aside from the 9th-tier alien demons, there are still 9th-tier ferocious beasts. Thus, the immediate priority is still for you to advance quickly to significantly enhance Daxia City with machinery in order to avoid unforeseen factors in the future. Senior, can you advance again? If you could become a 9th-tier powerhouse, Daxia City would truly be on solid ground, no longer under threat. Qianjin shook his head. With my qualifications, reaching 8th tier through martial arts is already my limit. 9th tier is a distant prospect. Without special opportunities, I probably won't be able to advance in this lifetime. However, if you can create machinery that significantly enhances my physical abilities for me to use, I might be able to exhibit 9th tier combat power. For instance, the power armor and power exoskeleton you created before. The enhancements provided by such low-tier machinery do not help me much, but if there were similar 7th tier or 8th tier products in conjunction with my martial arts prowess, I might truly possess 9th tier combat power. A full-set mechanical system. In hearing this, Jiang Ji swiftly scanned his memory for any known mechanical constructs. He eventually recalled an advanced variant, the Power Mecha. Power Mechas came in two primary forms, anthropomorphic and colossal beast-type units. None like powered armor which functioned as wearable exoskeletal gear. A mecha was an autonomous self-contained entity. A pilot could enter and control it directly, and its kinetic output dwarfed that of any armor by orders of magnitude. Each power mecha housed an embedded artificial intelligence capable of independent combat operations. When piloted, it could also induce a state of absolute tactical rationality in its operator, sharpening reflexes, accelerating reaction time, and enhancing physical coordination to extraordinary levels. The beast-type mechas were fully autonomous war machines, some towering so high their frames rivaled the Tenjong stone demon they had previously encountered. Alas, such constructs ranked at Tier 7, a level far beyond Jiang Ji's current capabilities. And thus the original challenge remained ascension. Only by elevating his own cultivation tier could Daxia City truly field Tier 9 combat power. Upon reaching Tier 7, his options would expand significantly, such as upgrading his robotic legions to higher tiers, granting them enhanced analytical faculties and comprehensive capability augmentation. He could even integrate them into power mechas, unleashing an entire battalion of Tier 8 combat drones, capable of sweeping aside hordes of beasts and aberrant demons alike. Jiang Ji opened his interface and examined his experience bar. Over the past several days, relentless raids and mechanical fabrication had steadily advanced it. It now stood at roughly halfway. Once he fully processed the raw materials harvested from recently secured resource nodes, it would likely reach 2/3 completion. Ascension, once a distant aspiration, now shimmered with tangible promise. Let us return, Qianjin interjected, gently breaking Jiang Ji's reverie. Jiang Ji nodded. And just as he prepared to pivot the fighter's course, Lu Huai spoke up. Wait. Why do I suddenly sense a military formation ahead? Lu Huai pushed his innate perception to its peak. Ni's ability allowed him to detect aberrant demons and savage beasts across great distances. Human auras, too, were unmistakably familiar. A military formation, both Jiang Ji and Qianjun paused, startled. Though remote from the endless forest, this region still lay deep within aberrant demon territory. How then could humans appear here? Their understanding, the southern continent held only one bastion of humanity, Daxia City, while all else belonged to demons and beasts. Human presence elsewhere was deemed impossible. Yet now, Lu Huai claimed to sense not merely individuals, but an organized, disciplined army. Shall we investigate? Lu Huai proposed. Encountering fellow humans here was astonishing. Could they be survivors from one of the ancient states that endured the world cataclysm? Shall Ji approach within 3 li, Qianjin instructed. He too felt a quiet curiosity. If these were indeed descendants of the old states, perhaps Daxia City would no longer stand alone in its struggle. Was Daxia City truly solitary? Did others still resist the aberrant demons across this broken world? Understood. Jiang Ji guided the fighter toward the direction Lu Huai indicated. As the aircraft drew nearer, Qianjun raised a hand. Halt. While he focused his senses, Lu Huai began relaying preliminary data. Approximately 1,000 troops, mostly Tier 5 with over 50 Tier 7s. Wait, those are technological weapons. Could they truly be remnants of the ancient states? Lu Huai's expression shifted with surprise. Scattered throughout the mountainous forest below were numerous advanced armaments, some identical to the technologically enhanced artillery shells previously deployed by Daxia City. There is a Tier 8 presence, their commander, not a martial cultivator but a Tier 8 awakened one, Qianjin added. Senior, should we descend for diplomatic contact? Jiang Ji asked. Such decisions demanded seasoned judgment. Qianjun's not his own. Qianjin shook his head. The situation remains unclear. There is no need for haste. If our assumptions prove false and they are not of the ancient states, we risk provoking open conflict. Put yourself in their place. If unknown figures approach Daxia City, would we readily admit them? And then, shall we withdraw? We have no choice. A mere 1,000-strong force commands a Tier 8 sovereign. Its backing must vastly surpass Daxia City's strength. Even if diplomacy is our intent, parity must first be established. Only when mutual security is assured may meaningful dialogue begin. Qianjin concluded. Hearing this, Lu Huai abandoned his intention to descend. Jiang Ji nodded and steered the fighter skyward, ascending into departure. At that very moment, high above the forest, a formidable middle-aged man opened his eyes and gazed upward. Attention, unknown energy signature detected. Attention, unknown energy signature detected. Red warning lights flared across surveillance arrays. The man rose, his aura surging violently as he roared toward the heavens. Who dares spy upon Jiashan? Withdraw immediately. Without federal transit authorization, non-compliance within 10 breaths will constitute declaration of war. Nas's voice echoed, his 1,000-strong legion erupted in unison, a thunderous wave of collective fury surging upward. Not an aberrant demon, and the man murmured, faintly astonished. And the alert had led him to assume a demonic incursion, yet sensor data confirmed otherwise. This direction held neither demons nor beasts, leaving only one possibility. Ni's gaze grew profound as he peered into the distance, whispering, "You who refused to join the Federation, have you truly advanced this far?" With his Tier 8 perception, he had sensed only the faintest anomaly moments earlier. Had the sensors not alerted him, he might never have noticed the intrusion at all. He had no way of knowing that Jiang Ji had engaged stealth mode the moment the fighter entered this airspace, and that their flight path remained consistently at extreme altitude. Only Lu Huai's Tier 7 scanning had leaked the barest trace of aura, otherwise those technological systems would have remained utterly blind to the cloaked Annihilator-class fighter. Far from the site aboard the retreating aircraft, Jiang Ji and his companions heard the distant proclamation. In Jishan. Federal Transit Authorization. The terms stirred recognition. If memory served, the Tier 8 stone demon had uttered similar phrases. We assumed kinship with the ancient states, only to find agents of the so-called Federation. Lu Huai's fleeting elation at finding fellow humans instantly chilled his expression, hardening. Through intercepted radio transmissions, he harbored no goodwill toward the Federation. What virtue could reside in those who allied with aberrant demons? Xianzhen's voice lowered, grave. Jishan lies only 300 or 400 li from Daxia City. With their strength and technology, they cannot be unaware of our existence. They name this place Jishan. Have they stationed troops here to guard against demons, or against us? The brief hope of future diplomacy evaporated. The Federation's alliance with aberrant demons sealed its fate. It would never walk the same path as Daxia City. Fortunately, Qianzhen had the foresight not to attempt negotiations recklessly. Otherwise, given Lianbang's uncertain stance toward this place, their party would have been thrown into grave danger. Of course, Jiang Ji was confident he could annihilate that 1,000-man force, but for now he did not wish to provoke the Federation behind them. A 1,000-man contingent would have 8th-rank figures guarding it. To claim there were no 9th-rank forces behind them would be naive. The Yimo certainly count 9th-rank existences among them, and a Lianbang capable of signing pacts with multiple tribes would surely not be lacking 9th-rank power either. Before long, the Annihilation fighter returned to Daxia City. As a few of them stepped out of the cabin, Yin Chuan, who had long since received word, hurried over impatiently, and before Lu Huai could even remark on his journey beyond the city, hauled him away. Without an aid, he had been nearly exhausted. With Lu Huai back, he could finally offload some of the burden. Qianzhen left smiling, as well seeking out Wang Lao to reminisce and to offer advice to some of the city's martial practitioners. Only Jiang Ji, Zhou Ming, and Zhou Ling remained. What happened to you two? Jiang Ji asked, puzzled at their dazed appearances. In truth, since leaving the city, the two children had been half asleep the whole way. They spoke little. They would wake briefly, then slip back into slumber. Because of this, they gave off almost no presence at all until Jiang Ji sometimes nearly forgot they were there. Qianzhen and Lu Huai had observed them along the way, but found no signs of illness. Their physical functions had not weakened. On the contrary, each time they slept, they seemed to grow stronger. Brother Jiang, I don't know either, I just feel very sleepy. Zhou Ling was carried down from the cabin, yawning and bleary-eyed. Zhou Ming was somewhat better able to move on his own, but he too looked utterly exhausted. With no alternative, Jiang Ji took them back to the mechanical factory and summoned several healers awakened to examine them. After the healers' checks, nothing abnormal could be found. It was not until Qin Day from the radio station came to visit that someone noticed their condition. Upon seeing the two children, he cried out in astonishment, could this be the legendary autonomous awakening? In recent days, the radio station had intercepted many pieces of Lianbang information, though connections remained elusive. So when Qin Day heard Jiang Ji had returned, he came straight away, hoping Jiang Ji might have better ideas. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling's strange state. Autonomous awakening. What does that mean? Jiang Ji asked. Qin Day circled the two sleeping children, then said, I only learned of it recently myself. Qin Day began to explain. On the Lianbang side, apart from the chance to awaken by touching magic stones at 18, certain exceptionally gifted individuals may awaken autonomously. Autonomous awakening is not restricted by age. It can occur before 18 or even after a failed attempt at 18. There is no fixed pattern. But unlike touching a magic stone, those who awaken autonomously typically attain at least one powerful profession. Against peers of the same rank, their strength is not comparable to ordinary awakened individuals. Saying this, Qin Day shot Jiang Ji an unusual look and added, of course your special circumstances naturally are in a league of their own. Jiang Ji's awakened mechanic ability existed on a wholly different dimension from ordinary awakenings, even an autonomous awakener would likely pale beside him. Qin Dai continued, from what I have gathered these days, autonomous awakeners possess strength beyond their rank. In the case of Daxia City, such awakeners could at minimum reach the level of Zhan Tian. There really is such a thing, Jiang Ji exclaimed. He had longed to awaken quickly himself, but had relied on the magic stone at 18. He never imagined the two children he had taken in on a whim might possess such talent. Qin Dai, does autonomous awakening occur suddenly, or are there prerequisites? Jiang Ji asked. Qin Dai shook his head. I don't know that. But I heard you took them out of the city these past days. Yes. Could something have happened out there that I don't know about? Jiang Ji replied. It's possible. Perhaps they witnessed a scene outside that triggered the awakening or observed your battles with the Yimo. There are many potential causes. I don't know much more. The Lianbang may even have systematic explanations. Qin Dai added. There could be numerous reasons my knowledge is limited. The Federation might have formal theories, who knows? Do you know how long this autonomous waking stage lasts before one becomes a true awakener? According to the information from Lianbang, autonomous awakening can complete in as little as 7 days or at most half a month. Qin Dai said. Is there a chance of failure? Jiang Ji asked. As far as I know, there should not be. So now we can only wait for the two of them to finish awakening. Qin Dai nodded. There is nothing else to do. After all, our understanding of awakening remains scant. Knowing the boy's condition was benign, Jiang Ji relaxed. He did not expect Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling to necessarily awaken powerful professions. He would be content if they came through safely. If something had happened after one short trip out of the city, he would have felt unbearable guilt. After settling the two children, Jiang Ji accompanied Qin Dai back to the radio room. The station remained intact and could receive images and sound. After Jiang Ji's adjustments, it also had linking capability. Yet in all the programs broadcast these past days, no responses answered Daxia City's connection requests. So Jiang Ji changed his approach. If one signal failed, perhaps receiving many at once would succeed. He set people to build several signal towers to try to capture other broadcasts. Unexpectedly, the shift in strategy paid off. The station received several signals emanating from Lianbang. Some were programs, others ordinary entertainment broadcasts run by official stations. What most concerned Jiang Ji and Qin Dai was an independent station from an academy. This academy linked daily with its students below, offering counsel and assistance to Lianbang's pupils. It was the easiest station to connect with, and Qin Dai immediately went to work. He planned to pose as a student of the academy in order to better probe Lianbang information. Seeing the radio matter settled, Jiang Ji did not waste time and handed the operation over entirely to Qin Dai and the others. He only needed to await news. Jiang Ji himself returned to the mechanical factory, determined to devote himself to building machines to raise his experience bar further and hasten his next advancement before the next outing. He would also keep an eye on when Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling completed their awakening. Naturally, Jiang Ji was curious about such a mysterious phenomenon. Not long after Jiang Ji and the others returned to the city at the Boundary Mountain, the middle-aged man who had just given the order to lift the alert suddenly raised his head, his expression slightly changing. What on earth is going on today? People keep coming to the Boundary Mountain one after another. He cursed under his breath and had no choice but to gather his subordinates again, preparing for vigilance while shouting into the distance. Halt! This is the Boundary Mountain of the Federation. Anyone who trespasses will be killed. In the distance, a massive figure slowly emerged, its body made of rolling stones with a cold gleam emanating from the vertical eye on its head. Human, you are not yet qualified to stop me. The figure boomed with a voice that echoed through the sky as it drew closer. Its mountain-like body came into the middle-aged man's view. Ninth stage. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed. However, he did not retreat, stating in a deep voice, "Why has a strong man from the Stone Demon Clan come to my Boundary Mountain? The Federation has an agreement with your demon clan. Unless permitted, demons are not allowed to step onto the Boundary Mountain. Are you going to violate the pact?" Pact? Nonsense. It was you who first broke the agreement, and you dare to use it to restrain me. The ninth stage stone demon unleashed a massive pressure toward the middle-aged man, causing his straightened back to bend considerably. Even though he possessed 8th stage strength, it was simply insufficient before the 9th stage, of vast difference. A mere 8th stage dares to obstruct me. Send your 9th stage from Duhai City here. If I do not receive an explanation today, I wouldn't mind wiping out this Boundary Mountain. Not following the pact. The middle-aged man began to feel puzzled. What did that mean? Their federation had never interfered with the demon clan, and how could they possibly violate the agreement? The middle-aged man said solemnly, "Stone Demon Strongman, I do not know how you came to learn that our federation has violated the agreement. It is sheer nonsense. We have never left the Boundary Mountain. If you seek an excuse to wage war against Duhai City, you need not disguise it. Although your Stone Demon clan is strong, Duhai City is not weak either." Nonsense. Ridiculous. The stone demon peeled away its stone body and pulled out a slightly smaller stone corpse from inside. Angrily it said, "Look at this. An 8th stage of my clan was killed by you humans. Is this nonsense? Dare you do it and not admit it? If I do not receive an explanation, then let the war commence. Do you think my clan fears you humans?" This was the 9th stage stone demon that had previously pursued Jiang Ji and the others. Since they had not met face to face, the stone demon naturally did not know that Jiang Ji and the others were not members of the Federation. The matter concerning Daxia City was handled by the Rebirth clan, and it did not speculate in that direction, as the Stone clan had previously led several beast-tide attacks against Daxia City and was aware of the strength of those humans. In its understanding, Daxia City had the capacity to kill a 7th stage at most. How could they possibly have annihilated a stone demon tribe that included an 8th stage in such a short time? Thus, the one who killed its own 8th stage clansman must be a strong man from the Federation. The misunderstanding unfolded in this peculiar manner. Previously unable to catch up to the extermination aircraft, it was not in a hurry. It knew the location of Duhai City and naturally had to come to the boundary mountain to demand an explanation from the Federation. The Stone Demon clan had very few 8th stages, and with one dead now along with several lower-tier clansmen, it would definitely not let this matter rest. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the field, soaring through the air, coming to eye level with the Stone Demon. "Lord Guardian." Seeing the newcomer, the middle-aged man respectfully said. This was the 9th stage powerhouse stationed in Duhai City, the ruler of Duhai City. Tu Yulong nodded, then narrowed his eyes slightly, looking calmly at the opposite Stone Demon. "Brother Stone, I have arrived. Oh, what explanation do you seek?" Upon seeing the 9th stage human appear, the Stone Demon relaxed its vertical eyes expression a bit. "Why did you violate the pact and strike down my clansmen?" Tu Yulong glanced at the 8th stage Stone Demon corpse in its hand, feeling somewhat puzzled. As the guardian of Duhai City, he naturally knew that no one had done such a thing. "Brother Stone, if I say this matter was not done by Duhai City, would you believe me?" "Impossible," the Stone Demon shouted. "Who else besides you has the strength to kill my clan's 8th stage? It seems you are determined not to admit it. In that case, let the war begin, and my clansmen cannot die for no reason. Moreover, you secretly killed my clansmen. There may be some hidden schemes. I will inform other Starry Sky races and see who would dare to follow the pact in the future." Hearing this, Tu Yulong's expression slightly changed. He was not afraid of the Stone Demon clan. However, if such news spread, it would have a very negative impact on the Federation. Moreover, Zhuo Fengmao had just brought back news of failure from the trials. Although the higher-ups of the Federation had not issued the final order, he understood that Duhai City would inevitably face a battle against ferocious beasts to restore the Federation's face. At this critical moment, making enemies of the Stone Demon clan would be somewhat dangerous. Also, this 8th stage Stone Demon was not killed by someone from Duhai City. Why should he take the blame? "Brother Stone, you must think carefully. Of violating the pact will bring backlash," Tu Yulong said. "I have made it clear that the death of your clansmen was not caused by Duhai City. If you do not believe me, I can have someone assist you in the investigation. Anyone with 8th stage strength or above in Duhai City can be identified by you. Look, first, your clansmen did not die at the hands of blades, and there are no 8th stage experts in Duhai City skilled in blade techniques. In consideration of the upcoming war, Tu Yulong could only explain a few things. In ordinary times, with the strength of Duhai City, they would not pay any attention to this Stone Demon clan that only had one 9th stage. Besides you, who else on this southern continent possesses such strength? It was not you, then who was it?" The Stone Demon began to believe some of it, but still spoke defiantly. "The southern continent is not solely composed of Duhai City as a gathering place for humans." Tu Yulong hinted at this. That 8th stage middle-aged man also came over to report in a low voice about the previous encounter with the spying incident. "Lord Guardian, if I am not mistaken, over there, an 8th stage presence has already emerged." Hearing this, Tu Yulong's expression changed slightly. The Stone Demon snorted. "For you suggesting that those ants have made a move? How could a mere blood food raised by the Rebirth clan possess such strength? It managed to kill an 8th stage before it could rescue it and escape its pursuit. How could it possibly possess such strength?" "I never said that," Tu Yulong replied indifferently. "But I can assure you that Duhai City did not take action. If you still do not believe it, you can go to the Rebirth clan for verification. This matter is not over." The Stone Demon had mostly calmed down by now. It did not dare to easily tear up the pact. Moreover, judging by Tu Yulong's tone, it did not sound like a lie. Could it be that the death of its clansmen really was not caused by Duhai City? It left a harsh remark and flew toward the endless forest. It sought to investigate the truth behind this matter. Tu Yulong watched as the other party left, his eyes revealing a different expression, murmuring, "Daxia has persisted for 12 years, and yet it can still give birth to such a strong presence. The people of the ancient country are indeed resilient." At this moment, Jiang Ji was diligently manufacturing machinery in the mechanical factory, completely unaware of the events happening at the Boundary Mountain, nor did he know that the ninth-tier stone demon was focusing its suspicious gaze on Daxia City under the guidance of the slain Yulong's words. During the previous beast tide, Qianzhen's existence had already been exposed to the eyes of the foreign demons. The stone demon had learned that Daxia City possessed 8th-tier combat power, making it inevitable for them to deduce the truth behind the deaths of their kin. The danger from the 9th tier was quietly approaching. In the past 2 days of manufacturing machinery, Jiang Ji had also deployed several robots to the Stone Demon tribe to observe the situation. It was uncertain whether it was because the tribe had been nearly annihilated, but that place was already abandoned, devoid of even ferocious beasts. The group of robots finally returned with the coveted wisdom stones. Jiang Ji did not expect that the wisdom stones were a special material generated in the habitat of the stone demons. No wonder they had not been found previously. Since the Stone Demon tribe had lived there for a long time, the quantity of wisdom stones produced was substantial. In the future, manufacturing annihilation warplanes would no longer lack this material. In just 5 days, 4 more annihilation warplanes had emerged. Jiang Ji's earlier words before leaving the city had also played a significant role, as many people had already learned how to operate the warplanes. Jiang Ji selected some suitable individuals and distributed the newly manufactured 4 warplanes, each accompanied by 20 to 30 robots, which were now capable of independently leaving the city to seize resource points. As a result, he found himself with free time. Unless something unusual occurred, he no longer needed to leave the city. He only needed to oversee the city and accept materials for manufacturing. In any case, he could gain experience from the ferocious beasts killed by the annihilation warplanes and robots. With this dual approach, his experience points rapidly climbed, reaching 2/3. The increase in materials also meant that the mechanical factory needed to be expanded again. Fortunately, he had also manufactured many auxiliary-type bionic robots in recent days, greatly alleviating the shortage of manpower. In contrast to the barely 200 warfare robots, the auxiliary-type bionic robots had exceeded 1,000. Because Jiang Ji had focused the enhancements on assistance when creating them, there was no need to add a weapon system, which naturally reduced the required materials significantly. That day, during a break, Jiang Ji visited the room where Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling were settled to observe their conditions. However, he suddenly received a message from Yin Chuan. Xiao Ji, hurry to the East City Gate. Jiang Ji intended to ask what was happening, but sensing the urgency in Yin Chuan's voice, he immediately set out. He boarded the mechanical vehicle specially manufactured for transportation within the city and hurried towards the East City Gate. In a short while, he arrived at the East City Gate. Not only he, but even Wang Lao and Qianzhen had also arrived. Uncle Yin, what happened? Jiang Ji got off the mechanical vehicle and inquired. Yin Chuan's expression seemed somewhat odd as he pointed at the base of the city wall and said, "You should come take a look." Jiang Ji, feeling puzzled, approached the city wall and looked down. People. When Jiang Ji saw the scene below, he was momentarily stunned. He actually saw several individuals who did not belong to Daxia City. "Help us, everyone. Let us enter the city to avoid the ferocious beasts." Below there were 6 or 7 disheveled individuals, all injured with tattered clothing, looking extremely miserable. Upon seeing Jiang Ji and the others on the city wall, their eyes lit up as if they had found a savior, and they hurriedly shouted, "Who are these people?" Jiang Ji asked. Yin Chuan shook his head, saying, "I also don't know. The guards at the city said they only discovered these individuals this morning, so they reported it to me. When I arrived, these people were continuously calling for help, saying they had finally escaped from the beasts and wanted to enter the city for shelter. Previously, I had already dispatched people to investigate the entire city and could basically confirm that these individuals are not from Daxia City. However, to be cautious, I did not easily open the city gates. Outsiders. Or perhaps they are from the Federation." Lu Huai also expressed his doubts. Jiang Ji carefully observed the faces of the individuals and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. He recalled that he seemed to have seen these individuals before. "Wait a moment, I think I have some impression of them. Let me think." Jiang Ji closed his eyes and began to ponder. Federation. I remember now. During the Federation ranking competition, I saw 2 of them on a program at the radio station. They were competitors in the ranking competition. Jiang Ji suddenly recalled the program he had watched together with Grandpa Qin before. These individuals had coincidentally appeared in the footage transmitted from the Federation. Jiang Ji felt a bit puzzled. How could the Federation's people appear here and come to Daxia City for help? He then pretended not to recognize them and shouted downwards, "Who are you? Why have you appeared here?" Seeing that the people on the city wall finally responded, the few individuals instantly rejoiced. "We are from the Federation. I didn't expect there to be a Federation city in a place like this. We can finally survive. We are all from the Federation. Quickly let us in to recuperate. Those damned ferocious beasts are truly despicable. What is the name of your city?" We've never heard of it before. Is it far from Danghai City? Please help us contact them, or I want to go home. The wilderness is truly terrifying. The ferocious beasts are too scary. Jiang Ji and the others extracted some information from their words Danghai City, and that they had seemingly suffered an attack from the ferocious beasts, which led them to end up here. Shut up. I ask the questions, you answer. Stop shouting useless things. Yin Chuan, overwhelmed by the heavy workload these days, felt extremely irritated at the noisy demeanor of this group. A loud shout interrupted their chatter. What's wrong with being from the Federation? Is saying a few words too much? Someone retorted, dissatisfied. Yin Chuan was furious. Aim at them. As soon as he spoke, several guards immediately raised their magnetic light annihilation guns, targeting the individuals below. He had never had a good impression of the Federation's people, believing they were not compatriots of the ancient nation. Seeing their attitude, now he naturally would not show them any kindness. In response, Jiang Ji and the others had no objections. Although they were all human, Daxia City was not under the Federation's command, and letting a group of strangers in was out of the question. The individuals below felt a deathly threat enveloping them as they were targeted by the magnetic light annihilation guns. Those who had just wanted to grumble fell silent in an instant. Seeing Yin Chuan's expression, if they dared to speak out of turn again, it was likely they would face real danger. Seeing that they finally recognized their situation, Yin Chuan began to question. First, why are you here? Second, what happened before? How did you find this place? Third, explain Danghai City in detail. Wang Lao shook his head and said, Xiao Yin, what kind of question is that? By asking like this, aren't you exposing that we are not from the Federation? Qianjun also laughed, saying, that's right. Once you say that if the other party is smart, they will definitely notice the flaws in our words. The first two questions are fine. They can be attributed to information blockage. But the third one, if we were from the Federation, how could we not know about this so-called Danghai City? Lu Huai chimed in, exactly. Old Yin, you are being too careless. Where is your caution as the Lord of Daxia City? You really are getting worse. Yin Chuan dared not refute the two seniors and could only glare at Lu Huai before saying, you are being too overly cautious. These individuals are only fifth tier. Even if they notice something, what does it matter? Any one of us could easily extract the information we want from them. Since that's the case, why pretend? Let's be straightforward. If they are sensible, it will be fine. Oh, if not, I have ways to interrogate them. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Wang Lao pointed at him and smiled lightly. You really are cut out to be a city lord. Your methods are getting darker by the day. To the people of Daxia City, outsiders were either friends or enemies. There was no third option. Since these individuals hailed from the Federation and were clearly not friends, they could only be enemies. And toward enemies, they showed no mercy. The moment they laid eyes on this group, they had already deemed them sources of intelligence about the Federation. The mention of their so-called Danghai City piqued everyone's curiosity. As for allowing them inside the city, absolutely not. Daxia City never admitted strangers of unknown origin, not even fellow humans. You're not under the Federation's banner. One sharp-witted individual blurted out in astonishment. Silence. I am asking the questions, not you. One more word, and I won't hesitate to blow your heads apart. Don't mistake your fifth-order strength for invincibility. Test me if you dare. Yin Chuan instantly unleashed his overwhelming seventh-order aura. Sensing that oppressive force, their faces paled instantly, like escaping a tiger's maw, only to fall straight into a wolf's den. They silently wondered whether seeking aid here had been a fatal mistake. With no choice left, they reluctantly began answering, stammering fragments one after another. They recounted everything: the ranking tournament, the visit to the endless forest, participation in the trial, and how they'd been scattered by a beast tide. Upon hearing their account, Jiang Ji and the others exchanged glances, each harboring the same unsettling suspicion. Sending elite young cultivators into demon beast territories for trials. Do the Federation's high command truly lack basic judgment? Yin Chuan voiced this doubt aloud. Isn't it obvious such a decision invites catastrophe? According to Daxia City's understanding, every demon clan possessed the power to command ferocious beasts and even muster full-scale beast tides. An alliance may permit diplomatic visits to demon clan lands, offering minimal safeguards, but sending novices to hunt entire beast clans. That isn't just reckless, it's sheer folly. Never mind their fifth or even sixth-order cultivation, pitted against Daxia City's peers, they'd be slaughtered within 10 seconds. These so-called elites possess mere fifth-order strength on paper. Yet even Daxia City's cultivators once struggled fiercely against beasts of equivalent rank. What chance do they stand? Perhaps the Federation remains unaware that demons command beasts. Elder Wang mused. Qianjun nodded. Plausible. We ourselves only uncovered the demon clan's role behind the beast tides in recent years, by sheer accident. If the Federation has enjoyed relative peace lately, it's natural they'd know nothing of this. Ask about the Alliance Pact, Qianjun instructed Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan inclined his head and pressed the captives further. When was the Federation founded? How was the pact with the demons forged? You don't even know the pact, someone blurted instinctively in disbelief. A sharp hiss. Yin Chuan swept his blade, unleashing a searing flame lance that struck the ground beside them. The scorching heat sent them reeling backward in terror. Cease all irrelevant tangents, or next time my blade will find flesh instead of earth. Yin Chuan's gaze turned glacial. Yes, yes. Terrified by the display, they abandoned pretense and answered without delay. The Federation was established in the 5th year after the Great Cataclysm, when demons and ferocious beasts first erupted across the world, pushing nations to the brink of annihilation. Only advanced weaponry enabled humanity to preserve scattered cities amid the chaos. Later, the emergence of Awakened Ones spurred spontaneous international cooperation, sharing technology and granting Awakened Ones precious time to grow stronger. After the first Ninth Order Awakened One appeared, nations finally stabilized against demon and beast assaults. Gradually, they rose anew, until that Ninth Order ascended to 10th Order, dissolving sovereign governments under the banner of prior collaboration and founding the Federation. Wait, dissolved governments. Did no nation resist? Lu Huai asked curiously. Resist? They shook their heads. A 10th Order existence transcends human limits entirely. Nuclear warheads hold no threat against them. Some can even survive unaided in the void of space using only their physical bodies. Indeed, several nations attempted resistance, but that 10th Order sovereign swept away all opposition in a single stroke. National leaderships were eradicated wholesale, survivors bowed in abject submission. Thus the Federation was forged. And where did that 10th Order sovereign originate? Lu Huai pressed. The Green Nation of the West. Initially, as the Federation possessed only one 10th Order sovereign, most Federation councilors hailed from the Green Nation. Later, as other regions produced their own 10th Order, Awakened One's balance emerged, and the Federation divided into 4 great administrative zones: East, West, North, and South. Our academy resides in the Eastern Zone. Currently, the Eastern Zone publicly boasts 3 10th Order Awakened Ones, ranking second in overall strength among the Federation's 4 zones. A note of pride tinged the speaker's voice. Then, what of the Ancient Kingdom? Do you know of it? And since you hail from the Eastern Zone, were you once subjects of the Ancient Kingdom? Elder Wang interjected suddenly. At the name, Ancient Kingdom, their faces drained of color. They recoiled, speechless with dread. Only when Yin Chuan raised his flaming longsword did one finally stammer forth. The Ancient Kingdom was the first nation to oppose the Federation's formation, and thus became the sacrificial rooster to warn the rest. Its leadership was massacred en masse. Had the Ancient Kingdom lacked residual strength, it would have perished utterly beneath the Federation's foundation. After most dissenters were executed, the survivors, facing annihilation, had no choice but to submit to the 10th Order sovereign's edicts. Thereafter, all nations faded into history. Humanity's sole political entity became the Federation. And as for us, we were indeed born in the Ancient Kingdom. Yet today none dare utter that identity aloud. Why? Because the Ancient Kingdom was too powerful and endured too long. Its accumulated unity could not be shattered so easily. Another continued, hence the Federation's very first decree declared henceforth no citizen shall identify themselves by former national allegiance. Violators faced execution and the extermination of 3 generations. In early years, countless lives were lost. Over time, survival demanded silence. No one dared speak old national names. After all, having renounced the Ancient Kingdom to join the Federation for survival, remaining silent about it afterward seemed merely pragmatic. So ruthless. This is cultural genocide. Elder Wang and the others drew sharp breaths, their vision piercing deeper. Changing a nation's name under duress matters little. But this decree is a slow-boiling cauldron, a methodical severing of heritage. With time, memories fade. Generation upon generation, the Ancient Kingdom's past will dissolve into myth. And even if descendants learn of it, they'll feel no resonance. Such total erasure of ancestral faith. How vile the Federation truly is. Within decades, not centuries, once this generation passes, the histories of all former nations will vanish entirely from human memory. All will know only the Federation and claim it as their sole identity. Through their accounts, Elder Wang and the others gained a preliminary understanding of the Federation's nature. What unsettled them most was that many of the Federation's decrees prioritized internal regulation over cultivating strength or preparing for external conflict. Instead, most policies served to constrain its own people, perhaps as a precaution against the resurgence of former nations. They feared those nations might rise again to overthrow the Federation and restore sovereign states. The fate of the ancient realm plunged the group into solemn silence. Countless indomitable souls had been slaughtered, leaving behind only those who bowed in submission. Such a realm no longer resembled the hallowed homeland they once remembered. Perhaps in this world the great Xia city stood alone, the last surviving remnant of the ancient realms. Let us now speak of the Covenant. After a brief pause, Yin Chuan resumed his questioning. Having already revealed so much, the captives dared harbor no further resentment, and answered obediently and without reservation. The Covenant emerged in the Federation's third year, 8 years after the World Cataclysm. By then, several Tier 10 cultivators had surfaced within the Federation, and its collective martial strength had risen dramatically. With numerous high-tier cultivators launching coordinated assaults, the monstrous beasts, whose highest tier barely reached Tier 9, were mercilessly purged. Yet as their numbers proved inexhaustible, the Federation's leadership resolved to drive them deep into remote mountain forests and treacherous terrains. Once the beasts were banished, the Federation erected formidable defenses along every frontier, thereby eradicating the beast threat entirely. And just as the Federation turned its attention toward exterminating the demonic entities, the major demon clans unexpectedly submitted. They offered vast treasures to the Federation in exchange for designated territories to inhabit. Lacking absolute confidence in annihilating these now unified demon clans, the Federation accepted their terms and ceded certain lands. After all humanity's population had plummeted following the World Cataclysm, the Federation no longer required such an expansive domain. Thus it traded territory for immense resources, many of which were celestial artifacts, profoundly accelerating the Federation's advancement. Simultaneously, both sides formalized their truce by signing the Human-Demon Peace Covenant. The Federation eradicated the beast threat as early as the 8th year. Lu Huai exclaimed in astonishment. That is not extraordinary. Beasts pose no real danger to us now. What truly demands our scrutiny are those so-called Tier 10 cultivators. Qianzhen spoke gravely. It took me 12 years to barely ascend to Tier 8. Yet Federation cultivators achieved Tier 10 as early as the 5th year after the World Cataclysm. Such a chasm in cultivation speed was staggering. Perhaps the Federation concealed far deeper mysteries than anyone had imagined. After all, these captives were merely Tier 5 cultivators. Their knowledge of the Federation remained superficial at best. From the perspective of Great Xia City, their concerns naturally differed. Do you know the Covenant's specific provisions? All shook their heads. We know few details, but we do recall its first clause: humans and demons must never attack one another. Violators suffer backlash equal to their own cultivation tier. The higher the tier, the more devastating the retribution, reaching up to Tier 10 intensity. Beyond that, both sides engage in cooperation, sharing resources, arcane techniques, and advanced weaponry. Anything deeper remains unknown to us. Qianzhen and Jiang Ji exchanged a glance. Our earlier hypothesis appears correct. The stone demon refrained from attacking us precisely because of the Covenant. Yin Chuan interjected eagerly. Then does this mean we may now boldly enter demon settlements beyond the city walls and launch surprise offensives? His excitement mounted. Great Xia City retained full liberty to strike demons, yet demons could not retaliate. The Covenant, it seemed, harbored a glaring loophole, exclusively in their favor. The very thought filled them with delight. Such a plan holds promise, but only if we possess overwhelming force capable of obliterating an entire demon settlement. Once we initiate hostilities, the Covenant's protections vanish for them, and slaughter ensues. Indeed, the Covenant also benefits us in subtler ways. For instance, enabling open reconnaissance of demon settlements without fear of detection. Elder Wang remarked. Qianzhen cautioned, what you say is true, but you've overlooked a critical prerequisite. This strategy only functions if the demons remain unaware of our identity. Should they recognize us and petition the Federation for verification, any continuation of this plan may well lead us into an ambush. Hearing this, Yin Chuan immediately grasped the oversight. My reasoning was indeed too shallow. At Elder Wang's silent cue, he posed another question to the captives. Were there any prerequisites for the Covenant's ratification, such as ceding human-inhabited cities to the demons? Demons crave blood-soul qi. Would they truly surrender priceless treasures merely for barren lands? In truth, what troubled them most was whether Great Xia City itself had been abandoned. Worse still, had it been sacrificed outright as bargaining collateral between the two powers? As descendants of the ancient realm, its tragic history inevitably colored their suspicions. Well, the captives hesitated. There likely were none. The beast onslaught was overwhelming. Those regions fell long ago. Any survivors would have long since returned to the Federation. For years, no news has emerged from those areas. Daxia is already considered the Federation's outermost city. Beyond it lies nothing but demon-held territory, a universally accepted fact. Yin Chuan shook his head in disappointment. Clearly, these individuals operated at too low a level to possess such intelligence. To uncover such secrets, one would need to journey to the Federation's core metropolises. Hey, you've heard everything we know. Can we finally be allowed inside to rest? Seeing that Yin Chuan and the others had ceased questioning the captives grew impatient. They had cooperated so extensively precisely to earn trust and gain entry into the city. Rest inside. Yin Chuan and the others exchanged amused smiles. Impossible. From the outset, they had never intended to admit these people. Their sole purpose had been to extract intelligence about the Federation, not to offer salvation. Ah, Xiao Ji, what's troubling you? Elder Wang suddenly noticed Jiang Ji, who had remained unusually silent since arriving. Jiang Ji, who had been intently observing the captives below, finally shifted his focus upon being addressed. Pointing toward them, his expression turned strangely grave. These people are not alive. Not living beings. In hearing this, everyone froze in unison. And what do you mean? Master Wang asked. And Jiang Ji replied. To be precise, they are animated corpses, retaining full memories from their former lives and capable of autonomous movement. Such a thing exists. Yin Chuan exclaimed in shock. And could it truly be that those who had just conversed with him so fluently, answering every question with clarity, were actually the dead? He prided himself on vast experience, yet he had never encountered anything like this. And how could the dead travel to Daxia City seeking aid, and know so much about the Federation? Jiang Ji nodded, affirming his earlier statement. And nowadays, whenever he ventured out, he wore an integrated mechanical suit, designed for offense, defense, evasion, flight, and reconnaissance. Just moments earlier, while Yin Chuan questioned the figures below, Jiang Ji's reconnaissance systems had already registered anomalous feedback. And these devices could detect not only humans, but also demonic entities and ferocious beasts. To the naked eye, there was no discernible difference. Yet, through mechanical analysis, Jiang Ji confirmed that although their bodies retained human form, their inner essence diverged utterly from that of ordinary living beings. A healthy human radiates a vibrant, scorching vitality. But these individuals, though their physiological functions persisted, emanated a chilling aura of death wholly alien to life itself. Still, Jiang Ji remained cautious. After all, they possessed intact memories and behaved with perfect normalcy. And thus he had been continuously analyzing them via machinery, until now, when he finally achieved a breakthrough. He discovered a faint swirling mist of black energy coiling persistently around their hearts, the very source enabling them to mimic the appearance and motion of the living. Jiang Ji relayed his findings. In black mist, could they be of the Regeneration clan? Yin Chuan recalled something astonished. Master Wang also nodded. Among all demonic clans, only the Regeneration clan manifests such black mist. And consider this, if their mist can control ferocious beasts, why not humans as well? So, they were sent by demons. Yin Chuan roared with fury. No wonder they clamored so insistently to enter the city. It was all a demonic plot. Had we yielded even slightly, the consequences would have been catastrophic. He raised his sword to strike them down, only for Jiang Ji to intervene swiftly. And Uncle Yin, wait. And what is it? If this is truly a demonic scheme, then regardless of whether they were once human, they must be eliminated immediately. Though his words were sharp, Yin Chuan halted his motion the moment he saw Jiang Ji standing before him. Jiang Ji explained, their current state resembles that of puppets controlled by the Regeneration clan. But precisely because of that, we may turn their own method against them. What do you mean? Yin Chuan asked. And Lu Huai interjected with a mocking smile. I see you're growing duller by the day. Perhaps it's time you stepped down from your post as city lord. Before Yin Chuan could retort, Lu Huai continued, Xiao Ji means we can feign ignorance of their true nature, maintain the charade, and extract intelligence from them about the Federation or the demons. Our understanding of both the Federation and the demonic forces remains woefully incomplete. Their pre-mortem memories hold invaluable insight, exactly what Daxia City needs right now. Moreover, if true resurrection is possible, then a fragment of demonic capability has already been exposed to us. Whether we retain them as intelligence assets, or allow Xiao Ji to dissect their powers mechanically, their current state renders them far more valuable alive than dead. Jiang Ji nodded in agreement. Uncle Lu speaks truly. They seek to infiltrate Daxia City, but we in turn may use them as our unwitting instruments. I cannot yet confirm whether they are puppets, but I can affirm they were once fully human. Should Daxia City ever wish to reclaim its ancestral lands, their knowledge will prove indispensable. Ah, I understand now, Yin Chuan said at last, realizing why Jiang Ji had restrained him. I acted rashly. And then, shall we permit them entry? Jiang Ji shook his head and smiled. Unnecessary. Uncle Yin may assign several guards to confine them outside the city walls, providing only minimal rations. When needed, we may interrogate them at our convenience. I see. You've got a touch of cunning in you after all. Yin Chuan chuckled, teasing Jiang Ji. Wait, what are you doing? And when the figures below saw several Daxia City enforcers leaping from the ramparts, magnetic light demon-slaying rifles and hand instinct told them something was gravely amiss. We patiently answered your questions, yet instead of aiding us, you intend to imprison us. And damn it, I no longer need your help. I'm leaving. They attempted resistance, until the searing laser beams from the rifles flashed before them. Instantly, they submitted, accepting their fate as captives. Jiang remarked, these individuals performed their roles remarkably well. Even my scrutiny revealed not a single flaw. Jiang Ji added, perhaps they remain entirely unaware of their own resurrection. Hence their habits mirror those of their former lives with uncanny fidelity. Demonic abilities truly are eerie, even resurrection itself. Wait, Yin Chuan's voice trailed off abruptly as realization struck. The others glanced at him puzzled. And Jiang Ji asked, Uncle Yin, what is it in resurrection? Yin Chuan murmured the word twice, his mind racing. And, do you recall their mention of the trial, and the beast tide they encountered? Of course we remember, Lu Huai replied. By our estimation, Xiao Ji and I passed near that region ourselves. Yet sensing a ninth-tier presence, we chose not to approach. Yin Chuan said that beast tide involved two ninth-tier entities, one demonic, one bestial. The demonic entity may well belong to the Regeneration clan. If my theory holds, after our ultimate weapon detonated, the ninth-tier beast perished. But the ninth-tier demon escaped, then used its regenerative power upon the fallen beast, transforming it into its puppet. Yin Chuan's intellect surged into clarity, and coincidentally Federation personnel arrived for their trial. Bound by covenant, demons cannot directly attack humans, but controlling beasts that may circumvent retribution entirely. Could they thus orchestrate a beast tide to annihilate humanity? Lu Huai followed the logic and added, it seems plausible. Meaning the demons planned this long in advance, intending to divert conflict toward the Federation and the beasts, igniting war between them. In a few terse exchanges, the group pieced together fragments of the truth. None had anticipated that such a sinister conspiracy had unfolded so close to Daxia City. Jiang Ji felt profound relief. He had acted decisively at the time and refrained from rushing into the chaos. Had he done otherwise, he might well have faced not just two ninth-rank cultivators, but far worse. A puppet ninth rank, a hidden demon mastermind, and a human ninth rank. Three ninth-rank entities converged there. Had they stumbled unwittingly into that zone, survival would have been all but impossible. Diverting calamity eastward, to ignite war between the Federation and the beasts. What does this gain the demons? Yin Chuan voiced another perplexity. The others exchanged glances and answered in unison, blood-devouring qi. Jiang added, it must be more than that. I suspect the demons orchestrated this not only to provoke open war between the Federation and the beasts, but also to shatter the Federation's fragile peace. According to the puppet's confessions, the Federation's power had surged at an alarming pace over recent years. If the demon clans failed to adapt, the widening chasm between them would inevitably culminate in their total annihilation by the Federation. So they act purely out of self-preservation. That is certainly plausible. Yin Chuan shook his head in disbelief. The Federation's upper echelons seem astonishingly obtuse, unaware even of being manipulated by demons. A full-scale war may erupt before long, and the blood-devouring qi generated in battle would further empower the demons, a truly dual-purpose stratagem. Let us not underestimate the Federation too hastily. Elder Wang interjected, the Federation rose to prominence in mere years. It cannot possibly be as feeble as we imagine. Perhaps they foresaw this very scheme long ago. Moreover, haven't you noticed how startlingly weak these so-called geniuses truly are? Not only do they pale beside our Daxia City's elite, they cannot even overwhelm beasts of equal rank. A federation that has birthed countless powerhouse cultivators. Could it really be this inept? Jiang Ji nodded in agreement, indeed. Logically, even their top-tier prodigies should rival Zhantian City Lord, if not surpass me. Yet according to intelligence gathered from radio broadcasts, this generation's geniuses appear astonishingly feeble. Unable even to withstand the combat drones I myself engineered, let alone match them in direct confrontation. Perhaps this weakness is a deliberate facade, designed to mislead the demon clans. Then these individuals are merely sacrificial pawns, thrown forward to gauge demonic intentions. Lu Huai looked startled. That possibility cannot be dismissed, Elder Wang affirmed with a solemn nod. Yin Chuan flushed with embarrassment. Damn it. The Federation and the demons alike are master schemers, weaving layers of truth and deception. By comparison, I as Daxia City's lord seem little more than an innocent lamb. The others burst into laughter. Jiang Ji continued, our city remains dangerously isolated from the outside world. Once I ascend to the next realm, I must personally investigate this so-called high city. By the way, Uncle Yin, you should summon old Master Qin. He knows the Federation better than anyone in Daxia City. Perhaps he can extract vital intelligence from these human puppets. Yin Chuan nodded. I'll arrange it immediately. Thereafter, the group consolidated their newly acquired insights. laying the groundwork for future strategy. Could the stellar resources they mentioned be the very reason the Federation rapidly produces 10th-rank cultivators? Elder Wang suddenly recalled as they reviewed the puppet's disclosures. Before the cataclysm reshaped the world, nations had already developed spacecraft capable of interstellar travel. Might they have discovered something beyond Earth? Space. Yin Chuan and Lu Huai stared blankly. The concept felt impossibly distant, almost mythical. Qianjun nodded gravely. It's possible the demons and beasts originated from the cosmos itself. Yet Daxia City possesses no vessel capable of leaving Earth. Otherwise, we'd already launch an expedition. By the way, Jiang Ji, does your Annihilator fighter possess the capability to exit Earth's atmosphere? Elder Wang turned to Jiang Ji. Jiang Ji paused in thought, then nodded. Yes, it can breach the atmospheric barrier and enter outer space. Oh, then what are we waiting for? Let's go explore the cosmos. Yin Chuan's eyes gleamed. After years confined to governance, he was instinctively drawn to the extraordinary. If we uncover rare treasures, might Daxia City finally cultivate its own 9th-rank masters? Jiang Ji shook his head. Not yet. Why not? Yin Chuan pressed urgently. First, the Annihilator fighter can leave Earth, but it is utterly incapable of true interstellar navigation. Its speed is simply too slow. As I understand it, the cosmos is boundlessly vast. At the fighter's current velocity, its kinetic reserves might deplete long before reaching even the nearest celestial waypoint. Jiang Ji elaborated, moreover, we lack coordinates for any star system beyond Earth. We could drift for decades and still fail to locate a habitable world. To become lost in the void is tantamount to certain death. Second, if we can conceive of this, the Federation, having mastered spaceflight long ago, must have foreseen it too. It is likely that every valuable resource near Earth has already been scoured clean by them. Under present circumstances, venturing into space would be nothing but a colossal waste of time. Worse still, unknown perils may lurk in the void, perils severe enough to drive entire races like the demons to seek refuge on Earth. Elder Wang concurred. Jiang Ji speaks wisely. With our current strength, we remain profoundly unprepared to step onto the stellar path or dare the cosmic abyss. Seeing Yin Chuan's crestfallen expression, Jiang Ji smiled reassuringly. True, I lack this capacity now. But the future holds no such certainty. Once I construct a starship or master stellar rift navigation, the age of cosmic exploration will draw near. Jiang Ji, we shall watch and wait with bated breath. The group fell silent, each lost in reverie. Treading the stars remained one of humanity's most ancient dreams. Just then a patrol drone sprinted toward them. It bowed its right fist to its chest in formal robotic salute and addressed Jiang Ji. Master Captain 1 reports an anomaly. Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling have begun emitting faint luminescence. What? Jiang Ji shot to his feet. Everyone, Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling appear to be undergoing awakening. Since our discussion concludes here, I must return immediately to oversee them. He spoke swiftly to Yin Chuan and the others. Go ahead, we'll stay and continue planning. Though autonomous awakening intrigues us, such matters can be observed later. Within moments, Jiang Ji sped back to the mechanical foundry aboard his automated vehicle. Jiang Ji hurriedly made his way to the room where the two children were settled. The number 1 robot was already waiting inside, as it had been instructed by Jiang Ji to look after them before he left. Master. Jiang Ji nodded, turning his gaze towards Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling only to see two distinctly different energies emanating from their bodies. A wisp of white mist gradually emerged around Zhou Ming, enveloping his entire form in a shroud of white fog. In contrast, Zhou Ling was surrounded by a cold, deathly aura, evoking a sense of death that stood in stark opposition to vitality. White mist and death. What kind of profession is this? Are they about to awaken? Jiang Ji carefully observed their conditions. The awakening of the two was different from his own experience with the magic stone. Those who awakened autonomously would not create any phenomena in the world besides the changes in their bodies. He remembered that when he awakened, the phenomena covered the sky, revealing a glimpse of the future of the mechanic profession. Now, without any phenomena, Jiang Ji naturally had no way of knowing what professions the two were about to awaken to. As time passed, 30 minutes went by. The changes in both of them grew more intense. Zhou Ming's body was completely obscured by white fog, leaving nothing visible. Zhou Ling also underwent tremendous changes. Her vitality waned, replaced by waves of chilling death energy. If it weren't for the fact that he could still sense she was alive, Jiang Ji would have been compelled to intervene in her awakening process. At that moment, Zhou Ming suddenly opened his eyes, and a glimmer of white light flickered in his gaze. At the instant he opened his eyes, the white mist surrounding him retreated back into his body, and when the mist dissipated, Zhou Ming was fully awakened. Xiao Ming, did you succeed in your awakening? Jiang Ji inquired immediately. Jiang Gu. Hearing Jiang Ji's voice, Zhou Ming was momentarily stunned but quickly replied, awakening. It seems I have succeeded. I have obtained a profession called Envoy of the Realm. Zhou Ming said, opening his personal panel and adding, Jiang, go look, this is my attribute panel. Jiang Ji instinctively looked over, but found nothing of interest. He suddenly remembered that each Awaker's panel could only be viewed by themselves. Jiang Ji explained, Xiaoming, outsiders cannot see your panel. You should check it yourself first, and then tell me what abilities your Envoy of the Realm profession has. Okay, Jiang Go. Zhou Ming nodded and began to look at his own panel. Just after Zhou Ming successfully awakened, Zhou Ling's awakening process also reached its conclusion. An endless aura of death emerged from her body as beams of light surged in from all around her. In the next moment, Zhou Ling opened her eyes and the death energy surrounding her instantaneously merged into her gaze, vanishing completely, revealing a 5-point star mark in her eyes. Xiaoling, you also succeeded in your awakening. Jiang Ji's attention was drawn to her. Jiang Ge, how come you're here? Huh, how am I here? Didn't I come out of the city with you and your brother? Zhou Ling's memories were still stuck at the moment of leaving the city. You and your brother triggered some sort of condition and have been undergoing autonomous awakening these past few days. Jiang Ji observed her confused expression and recounted everything that had happened in the past few days. Awakening? Does that mean I can also become a powerful mechanic like Jiang Ge? If that's the case, won't I be able to help you even better? Zhou Ling instantly became overjoyed. She had always felt anxious about being an ordinary person, fearing that she would be abandoned for not being useful. Now that she had become an awaker, wouldn't she never be seen as useless again? Jiang Ji smiled and patiently explained, what you awaken to may not necessarily be a mechanic, it could also be another powerful profession. Come, I'll teach you. I first call out to your own panel in your heart, and then you will know which profession you have awakened to. Zhou Ling quickly nodded and began to try. Oh, there really is a panel. Jiang, go wait for me to check it before I tell you. Jiang Ji smiled and nodded, all right. At this moment, Zhou Ming, who was beside them, finally understood the capabilities of his profession and called out to Jiang Ji, Jiang Ge. So what abilities does your profession have? My profession is called Envoy of the Realm. The first ability is named Traversing the White Mist World. I feel that if I activate this ability, I can traverse to another world. Traversing to another world? Jiang Ji was momentarily stunned. Such an ability existed. However, having witnessed death and rebirth before, his mental fortitude had significantly improved, and he did not appear overly shocked. Come try it out for me. Jiang Ji gestured. Okay. Zhou Ming activated his ability, and suddenly he was enveloped by white mist. When the mist cleared, his body had inexplicably vanished from the spot. Jiang Ji's expression changed in shock. After Zhou Ming disappeared, he could no longer perceive his presence. Not even the reconnaissance devices captured any trace. It was as if Zhou Ming had truly left this world. 5 seconds later, Zhou Ming reappeared out of thin air. Jiang Ge, how is it? Did you find anything? Jiang Ji took out a reconnaissance drone and handed it to him, saying again, try to see if you can bring it over. If successful, try to capture as much of the surrounding scenery as possible. MMHM. Zhou Ming nodded. When the white mist appeared, he and the drone vanished once more. This time a considerable amount of time passed, and it was several minutes before Zhou Ming reappeared. Jiang Ge, take a look, is it okay? He handed the drone over to Jiang Ji. Jiang Ji took it, displaying the footage captured by the drone. After a while, he finally gained a preliminary understanding of Zhou Ming's first ability. He also comprehended the true meaning of Envoy of the Realm. Zhou Ming's first ability could indeed traverse to a place called the White Mist World. That world was perpetually shrouded in white mist, and the scenes displayed did not resemble any location known in Daxia City. It appeared to be an independent world. Moreover, Zhou Ming's rank would affect the surrounding white mist. He had just awakened, and was only at the first level, allowing him to dispel the white mist within a radius of several hundred meters after traversing to the White Mist World. This area was considered his territory as an envoy of the realm, and within this territory, he would face no danger. However, if he stepped outside the territory, he would encounter beings formed of white mist which bore significant hostility towards him as an envoy of the realm. If he stepped outside the territory, he would be attacked by these white mist beings. Jiang Ji once again brought out several mechanical weapons and began to explore that world with Zhou Ming. He had originally wanted to see if Zhou Ming could take him along, but unfortunately Zhou Ming currently could not take living beings with him when traversing. Perhaps only after his rank increased would he acquire such an ability. However, Zhou Ming was already extremely skilled in using machinery. Although he had just awakened, he could still display combat power equivalent to levels 3 or 4 with the help of mechanical weapons. Through the continuous experiments of the two, their understanding of the White Mist World deepened. Although Jiang Ji could not enter the White Mist World, he could still observe the scenes there through reconnaissance drones and other machinery. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ming successfully killed a white mist creature using his machines. To his surprise, the creature did not disappear after being slain. Instead, it reformed its body within his territory. At the same time, Zhou Ming felt as if he had established a connection with the white mist creature, faintly sensing he could control it. He immediately reported this discovery to Jiang Ji. Jiang Gu, after I killed the white mist creature, it seems to have transformed into my apostle, Zhou Ming said, waving his hand, and a white mist creature slowly materialized in reality. He also commanded the white mist creature to merge with him for a moment. As the creature integrated into his body, a subtle aura emanated from him. Jiang Gu, look, this is my second ability, mist fusion, Zhou Ming declared, pointing at the floating white mist creature before him. After merging with the apostle, I can share its strength. Is this the power of a realm envoy truly so extraordinary? Moreover, could it be considered a profession for group battles? Jiang Ji sensed the creature's aura, which was comparable to that of an ordinary first-tier awakened, and was somewhat astonished. If Zhou Ming continued to slay white mist creatures, he could quickly amass a completely controlled army of white mist in a short period. Of course, he also recognized the drawbacks of being a realm envoy. They could only traverse worlds and had no offensive capability themselves. Without the aid of machinery, Zhou Ming might never have been able to kill a white mist creature throughout his life. Only after acquiring an apostle could he merge with it, granting the realm envoy offensive power. But that was hardly a problem. With Jiang Ji's support, would Zhou Ming lack machinery? Utilizing the loopholes of mechanical weapons, he could rapidly build up a low-tier army of white mist. I wonder if... Zhou Ming suddenly had another idea. He called for Unit 1, asking Zhou Ming to attempt bringing Unit 1 into the white mist world. To his excitement, Unit 1 was indeed classified as machinery and successfully followed Zhou Ming through the passage. A peak 7th-tier combat robot swept through a large number of white mist creatures for Zhou Ming. When he reappeared, although he was still only first-tier, the apostles under him included several 4th and 5th-tier beings. Due to his tier limitations, he could currently only merge with first-tier apostles. Of course, he could still command the white mist creatures that had transformed into apostles. In other words, he had awakened for less than an hour and had already commanded an army of white mist led by 5th-tier beings. This rate of power escalation was faster than Jiang Ji's at the beginning. Jiang Ge, guess what I discovered? Zhou Ming said mysteriously. What? Jiang Ji, who had not yet shared Unit 1's data, became curious upon seeing Zhou Ming's enigmatic demeanor. In the next moment, Zhou Ming pulled out several items from his pocket. Jiang Ge, look, I found many mechanical materials in the white mist world. Jiang Ji turned to look, exclaiming in surprise. Oh, solid stone, demon essence, vine, golden flash wood. Aren't these the materials needed to manufacture third-tier machinery? The white mist world has them too. How abundant are they? Zhou Ming nodded excitedly. In the areas outside my territory, these mechanical materials are everywhere. As long as we defeat the guarding white mist creatures, we can pick them up freely. Everywhere. Jiang Ji immediately shared Unit 1's perspective to check what it had seen during this passage. After understanding the situation, he too became excited. This was not just everywhere, but could be described as densely packed. Countless mechanical materials were visible everywhere, each in vast quantities. In his eyes, the white mist world had become an undeveloped place, truly a treasure land. Xiaoming, you've really helped me a lot, Jiang Ji said excitedly to Zhou Ming. Despite having occupied many resource points in the wild these days, he still had a significant gap in the experience gained from manufacturing machinery. However, the emergence of the white mist world completely filled the void of material shortages. Just in that brief time, the materials discovered by Zhou Ming and Unit 1 far exceeded the total of low-tier materials collected in Daxia City over the past few days. It could be said that the appearance of the white mist world would undoubtedly accelerate his progression. He had already decided to comprehensively develop the white mist world. He had not expected that a casual trip outside the city with Zhou Ming would yield such rewards. With the existence of the white mist world, he could say he would no longer have to worry about low-tier materials. Moreover, as he developed the white mist world, Zhou Ming's strength would rapidly increase, allowing Daxia City to welcome a second formidable awakened with group battle capabilities, achieving two goals at once. It's great to help, Jiang Ge, Zhou Ming said, grinning as he saw Jiang Ji's delight. And I. Zhou Ling, who had just checked her own panel, quickly raised her hand and shouted. Seeing her brother being able to assist the esteemed machinist, she was filled with joy, yet she was unwilling to be outdone. Oh, then what profession have you awakened to Xiao Ling? While Jiang Ji was pleased, he did not overlook her, speaking gently. My profession is called necromancer, Zhou Ling quickly replied. Necromancer? What are its specific abilities? Jiang Ji asked curiously. I can summon various death races from a place called the Netherworld, such as skeletons, liches, blood corpses, and the most powerful ones seem to be called bone dragons or something. However, I'm only first tier right now, so I can only summon some weak skeletons, Zhou Ling said while reciting a profound incantation. To their surprise, a dark vortex appeared out of nowhere next to her. In the next moment, a humanoid skeleton completely black with only a white skeletal frame jumped out. A blue glow floated above the skull of the skeletal figure. Brother Jiang, look, this is the skeleton I summoned. Zhou Ling eagerly grabbed the skeletal hand and raised it towards the two like a child who had just found a treasure unable to wait to share it with family. Jiang Ji looked at the skeleton somewhat astonished. He was not surprised by the appearance of the skeleton. After all, Zhou Ming's white mist creature had already served as a precedent. What truly left him dumbfounded was that Zhou Ling, a little girl, showed no fear towards such a creepy skeleton at all. Instead, she casually grabbed the skeletal arm as if treating it like a small pet. Jiang Ji genuinely did not expect that the professions awakened by the two siblings were each more bizarre than the last. What with white mist creatures and world traversal? What about a necromancer summoning skeletons? They seemed completely out of place compared to him as a machinist, let alone in comparison to those professions of Yin Chuan and his group. If the news of the two were to spread, Yin Chuan and the others would surely be at a loss. The professions of the two were on entirely different levels. Jiang Ji guided step by step, enabling the two to maximize their abilities. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ming could not traverse the white mist world indefinitely. The number of his crossings depended on his own spiritual energy. The more he travels back and forth, the more his spiritual energy is consumed. Once it is depleted, he must wait for it to recover. Moreover, attempting to bring machines along while traversing also consumes spiritual energy. Under Jiang Ji's extreme test with his current first-tier strength, he could only bring 10 peak 7th-tier robots at a time. Exceeding this limit would plunge him into a state of mental exhaustion, resulting in 1 or 2 days of deep slumber. Nonetheless, even so, during these days he managed to gather a substantial amount of mechanical materials for Jiang Ji through the robots' raids, bringing Jiang Ji just one step away from upgrading. He himself rapidly ascended to the 3rd tier by standing on the shoulders of the giant Jiang Ji. After his promotion, his territory in the White Mist world expanded to a 100-mile radius, and the number of his apostles even reached over 10,000, with the majority of their core strength around the 4th to 5th tiers. Had it not been for Jiang Ji bringing a substantial amount of machinery to Daxia City earlier, Zhou Ming, a mere 10-year-old child, could match the strength of tens of thousands. Unfortunately, Zhou Ming's White Mist apostles could not utilize mechanical weapons, otherwise with the complementary abilities of Jiang Ji, the people of Daxia City could have entered a state of retirement, no longer worrying about battles. This was one of Jiang Ji's regrets. His wish was for everyone in Daxia City to live in peace, free from the fear of unforeseen dangers. Fortunately, after Zhou Ming's territory expanded, he discovered many high-tier mechanical materials. The previously limited robots, due to insufficient materials, began to surge in numbers at a rapid pace. The envisioned army of 10,000 machines that Jiang Ji had in mind was beginning to take shape. In contrast, Zhou Ling's development in her profession seemed considerably slower. Zhou Ming could gain experience by defeating white mist creatures. However, recently Daxia City had not organized any large-scale battles, leaving Zhou Ling without a means to gain experience. At present, her tier still remained at the 1st. However, during these days, she had been continuously summoning skeletons from the necromancer realm without pause, utilizing her profession's characteristics. Due to her talent, the undead she summoned would not dissipate over time, but could remain in reality. Moreover, even with her first-tier strength, there was no limit to the number of undead she could control. In these few days, the number of skeletons had even surpassed Zhou Ming's White Mist apostles, exceeding 100,000. This situation forced Jiang Ji to request Yin Chuan for an additional large area to accommodate these summoned skeletons. The central area of Daxia City had completely become the domain of the three. In the middle was the mechanical factory, on the left was Zhou Ling's necromancer graveyard, and on the right was the training ground for Zhou Ming's White Mist apostles, perpetually shrouded in hazy white mist. The people of Daxia City even regarded this area as a peculiar tourist attraction, often coming to view the unusual sights in their leisure time. Jiang Ji had previously sent robots to capture a few 3rd-tier fierce beasts for Zhou Ling to assess her strength. Despite the fact that the skeletons only possessed 1st-tier combat power, their existence was very special. As long as Zhou Ling the necromancer did not perish or the blue light within their skulls was not extinguished, they could be considered part of the undead race. Even if they were smashed to pieces, their bones would reassemble and restore to their original form. The skeletons were slow and lacked strong attack power, but their sheer numbers compensated for this. Under Zhou Ling's command, the skeletons could actually achieve cross-dire kills against 3rd-tier fierce beasts, allowing the beasts to experience the combat style of overwhelming numbers that Daxia City had employed. In these days, not only were Jiang Ji and others pleased with Daxia City's increasing strength, but Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling were also happy to contribute to Daxia City and assist Jiang Ji. Previously, there was little progress, but now with a way to grow stronger, they were working hard every day. On this day, after Jiang Ji produced another Annihilation fighter jet, he finally heard the long-awaited panel notification sound. Successfully manufactured Annihilation fighter jet experienced 12,000 experience reached 72,900,000 detected that you have crossed tiers to kill 249 7th tier fierce beasts meeting the promotion conditions. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the 7th tier, unlocking blueprints for all categories of 7th tier machines. The experience required for the next tier is 218,700,000. Jiang Ji was initially quite pleased with his successful promotion, but when he noticed the last notification, his vision instantly darkened. It had taken so long to reach the 7th tier. The lengthy experience bar for the 8th tier made him feel that barring any special circumstances, he wouldn't be able to think about it in the near future. However, if outsiders were to learn about his thoughts, they might scold him in secret. Ordinary awakened beings could stagnate for years while transitioning from the 6th to 7th tiers, yet he had surpassed most in less than half a year since awakening. Now being unsatisfied with the 7th tier and immediately looking forward to the 8th. Even the illegitimate child of the heavens wouldn't dare to say such a thing, right? Of course, Jiang Ji didn't intend to be overly ambitious. After reaching the 7th tier, the things he had previously anticipated could gradually commence. First and foremost, the most crucial tasks were to manufacture the power mecha and complete the intelligent upgrades for the robots, increasing their analytical capabilities and subsequently elevating their combat power to the 8th tier. He had already made significant preparations. Most of the materials required for 7th tier machinery had long been gathered, and as soon as he entered the 7th tier, he began to work. Currently, the intricacy of 7th tier machinery was no longer something a single person could accomplish independently. The power mecha was far more sophisticated than 5th tier power armor, involving a vast technological gap. Thus, Jiang Ji summoned over 100 auxiliary robots to assist him in creating some precise components. Fortunately, with the presence of the mechanical factory, many tasks could be completed through division of labor. In just 3 days, all the components required for a power mecha were completed. Jiang Ji chose not to manufacture large power mechas as independent war machines, but prioritized creating humanoid mechas aiming to enhance the capabilities of Qianjun, who was at the 8th tier. As long as he could elevate his combat power to the 9th tier with the Mecha, Daxia City would be able to completely break free from the vortex and establish a firm foothold on the southern continent, rising to prominence. Before assembling, Jiang Ji called Qianjun over and asked him where he wanted the focus of the mecha's application to be, such as strength, defense, reaction, and finally speed. It could be said that the first power mecha was entirely crafted for him, naturally needing to align with his requirements. Only by confirming his needs could Jiang Ji utilize his enhancements in the right areas. Qianjun pondered for a moment before saying, "Shao Ji, I am originally a martial artist, and I am an 8th tier who advanced through sword momentum, so I am completely sufficient in terms of strength. However, due to the limitations of my blood energy, my reaction and speed do not reach the 9th tier, which is also the gap between me and the 9th tier. If your mecha can significantly enhance these two aspects for me, I should be able to possess true 9th tier combat power."